Call out, shout until your throat bleeds, yet no one shall come to your rescue. In a shadowy alley, Du Fei pressed his right hand against his chest, stifling the blood that threatened to spill from his throat, while his gaze remained coldly fixed upon the figure of a young man clad in white, who wore a sinister smile, his expression replete with complexity. At that moment, the young man in white clearly regarded Du Fei with indifference. His words were not directed at him. Rather, his lascivious gaze was playfully drawn to a striking figure standing before Du Fei. The owner of that figure appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old. Although only her back was visible, it was evident that she was a beauty in the making. However, a rather jarring contrast lay in the fact that the girl wielded a sword larger than her petite form, exuding an aura of lethal sharpness. Xiao Ai. Gazing at the silhouette of the girl, Du Fei instinctively murmured her name. After a brief moment, he sighed softly and said, Xiao Ai, you must leave. My fate is sealed. You're not of the Du family, so why risk your life for a useless person like me? Though his voice was low, it carried an undeniable weight. At his words, Du Fei's pupils involuntarily constricted, a fleeting glimmer of hidden anguish passing through his gaze. That day was supposed to mark the 40th birthday of Du Fei's father, Du Tian. Although Du Fei's family was not large, it held a position of dominance in that small town. However, on that fateful day, at the moment when guests were gathered and revelry filled the air, an enigmatic figure clad in black suddenly emerged from the shadows. With a single strike, a mere gesture without inquiry or preamble, the cloaked stranger, amidst a chilling laughter, reached out with an outstretched hand. In that instant, the consequences were dire. The 8 esteemed elders supported by the Du family, the meticulously trained guards, and the hundreds of guests who had come to celebrate, all succumbed, their lives extinguished as they coughed up blood. While a scant few had the chance to react, the majority lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless like discarded puppets. Yet, Du Fei and Xiao Ai were fortunate to escape the calamity, shielded by Du Tian's protection within the hall. Faced with such an abrupt upheaval, the two were momentarily paralyzed, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Nevertheless, in the depths of despair, Xiao Ai adhered resolutely to Du Tian's command, forcibly escorting Du Fei away despite his protests. Having been deemed incapable of martial arts due to a blocked meridian since childhood, Du Fei found himself powerless to resist the now martial adept Xiao Ai. As for Du Tian, already an 8th-rank martial master, the grim circumstances left him with little hope of survival. After all, the 8 protectors of the Du family, though inferior to Du Tian in strength, had already attained mid-level 8th-rank martial prowess. If even they were unable to fend off the threat, Du Tian's fate was surely grim as well. The ability to regard an 8th-grade martial artist as mere insects, effortlessly claiming countless lives with a mere wave of the hand, suggests that the strength of the figure cloaked in black has likely reached the formidable level of a 5th-grade martial master. In the realm of the Xuanwu continent, martial practitioners are classified into 9 grades and 3 tiers. The 7th to 9th grades are referred to as martial artists, while the 4th to 6th grades are known as martial masters, and the 1st to 3rd grades are designated as martial saints. Within each of the 9 grades, there exist 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. The disparities in strength between these tiers are already substantial, and the differences between grades are even more pronounced, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. 5th-grade martial masters are a rarity even within the vast expanse of the Great and Dynasty. Although Du Fei cannot practice martial arts himself, he has been profoundly influenced by his surroundings since childhood, leading to a clear understanding of the hierarchy of martial prowess. Upon realizing the true strength of the black-clad figure, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over Du Fei. He feared that any hope of vengeance in this life had vanished. Regardless of the reasons behind the black-clad figure's assault on the Du family, or the fate that befell Du Tian, it seems that Du Fei would never have the opportunity to uncover the truth. In this world, The law of the jungle prevails. The strong dominate the weak, and power reigns supreme. Strength is the sole governing principle of existence, the standard by which all matters are measured. Without strength, one is rendered incapable of achieving anything. With a slight clench of his fist, Du Fei pressed his lips together, his gaze reflecting a flicker of determination amidst the shadows of the alley. A gentle applause echoed in the air, and at that moment, the youth in white seemed to finally take notice of Du Fei. His gaze, previously fixated on Xiao AI, slowly shifted to Du Fei, revealing an unmistakable glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Indeed, you are worthy of being one of the descendants of the esteemed Du family of Yin Shui, young Master Du Fei. Though you are merely a collateral descendant, the fact that you survived a strike from me, Long Out Yin, is enough to demonstrate that you are far from the useless individual that the world perceives you to be, Long Out Yin remarked, a hint of admiration gracing his thin, slightly curled lips. On this account, I shall reiterate, Long Out Yin continued with a faint smile, surrender the ice heart technique of the Du family, and I shall spare your life. The Du family, the ice heart technique. These words escaped from Du Fei's lips, yet his right hand instinctively tightened around the jade talisman hanging at his chest. This talisman had been with him since he turned 10, known only to himself, and Du Tian, no one else was aware that this seemingly incapable individual, deemed a waste by many, carried the family's treasured martial arts technique. The Du family was originally a powerful clan within the Dan dynasty. Though Du Tian was unaware of the reasons behind their sparse contact with the main lineage, as a descendant of the Du family, he possessed some understanding of their martial arts. The Ice Heart technique was regarded as a profound method within the clan, and it was no wonder that it could incite greed. However, what perplexed him was how Long Out Yin had knowledge of its existence in his possession, and why he was so certain. The words were delivered with a chilling indifference, yet the tone implied that Du Fei was already regarded as a dead man. With that, Long Out Yin soared into the air, his right hand forming a fierce grasp in the void. Instantly, a turbulent current arose, drawing Du Fei's figure towards his outstretched hand. You shall not succeed. With a delicate shout, Xiao AI brandished the great sword in her right hand, her foot striking the ground with force as she charged fiercely towards Long Out Yin. To stand against a mighty force is to overestimate oneself, a path to self-destruction. Long Out Yin replied with a chilling smile, his left hand forming an intricate gesture in the air, while his right hand reached out as if to grasp something intangible. Poof! Xiao A's form jolted midair. A spray of blood erupted from her mouth, and she crashed to the ground, her complexion pale and lifeless. Simultaneously, Du Fei, who had prepared himself for death, suddenly sensed a flicker of brilliance in his eyes. He recognized this move. Though its power was vastly inferior, the technique employed by Long Out Yin bore a striking resemblance to that used by the enigmatic figure in black on a previous occasion. Is that so? Hatred surged within Du Fei's eyes. Though his body was caught in the air by the force of the palm strike, his teeth ground together in determination. Long Out Yin, if I, Du Fei, do not perish today, I shall master the unparalleled martial arts, regardless of the heavens or the earth. I will not rest until I annihilate your entire clan and eradicate your lineage. No matter the trials of fire and water, I shall drag forth the one behind you to avenge my family. If the one behind you is a god, I shall slay the god. If a Buddha, I shall vanquish the Buddha. If the heavens stand in my way, I, Du Fei, shall consume the heavens. Long Aocean's figure trembled slightly, yet a cold glint flickered across his face. Young Master Du Fei, keen eyesight, such spirit, then I shall not allow you to live any longer. As the voice fell, Long Aocean's right palm curved slightly into a claw, several streams of gray energy seeping through his fingertips, descending towards Du Fei's chest and abdomen. Is this how I meet my end? How regrettable. My blood feud remains unavenged. If only I, Du Fei, were skilled in combat. If only I were skilled in combat. As Long Aotian's claw shadow descended, this thought flashed momentarily through Du Fei's mind, only to dissolve into an overwhelming sense of helplessness. To think that in 2 lifetimes I have accomplished nothing in my past life. I was ineffectual, and now it is the same. Beep. Level 3 crisis detected. Threat level at 100%. System initiating automatically. Warning. Would you like to activate the automatic defense function? Would you like to activate? Would you like to? Beep. Automatic defense activated. The cold electronic voice resonated instantaneously within Du Fei's mind, seemingly having already made certain decisions before he could react. Then, Du Fei distinctly felt a sudden rush of icy cold energy surging from his lower abdomen, rapidly coursing toward his right palm. At that moment, as the frigid current emerged, his body spun violently in midair, and he struck forcefully towards Long Aotian's claw. As the intense cold surged forth from Du Fei's palm, it seemed to freeze the very air surrounding him. In an instant, the frigid air collided violently with the turbulent currents, the force of the impact causing both individuals to stagger. Long Aotian emitted an odd, incomprehensible sound, his previously unremarkable expression transforming dramatically, as if he had encountered a ghost. He quickly retreated, and after landing on the ground, he stumbled backward several steps, leaving behind deep imprints in the earth, his countenance growing increasingly grim. On the other side, Du Fei also propelled himself backward, though he lacked the grace of Long Aotian. Instead, he awkwardly crashed into the wall at the end of the alley, abruptly halting his movement. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, acutely aware of his condition after years of ineffective efforts. Du Fei recognized that his meridians were blocked, rendering him incapable of channeling the elemental energy of the universe into his body and thus unable to cultivate. Yet, why was it that, in this moment, an utterly improbable surge of true energy manifested within him? And what was this chilling electronic voice echoing in his mind? A system? Was it the familiar computer system from his previous life? If it were a computer system, why would it materialize in his consciousness? A myriad of questions surged within Du Fei's mind, casting a veil of doubt over him. Yet, at this moment, he found himself bereft of time to ponder these uncertainties. For the imminent crisis remained unresolved. The automatic counterattack, which had placed an immense burden on its master's body and mind, was temporarily deactivated. As the chilling beep resonated, the icy sensation enveloping Du Fei dissipated swiftly, only to be replaced by an overwhelming soreness in his muscles, akin to the aftermath of excessive exertion. Opposite Du Fei stood Lin Xiao, who observed as several figures clad in black emerged from the shadows of the alley. Among them, an individual resembling a leader hastened to Long Aotian's side and inquired in hushed tones, "Is it of no consequence?" Long Aotian replied with a slight shake of his head, his strange gaze fixated on Du Fei. He then coldly remarked, "The intelligence was erroneous. Was it not said that Du Fei is a once-in-a-century waste? Incapable of martial arts in this lifetime? How is it that he can wield the ice heart chi? Moreover, invoking such energy within the confines of Buyu City will surely alert the old ghosts of the Du family. Today's mission is deemed a failure." Then Lin Xiao, "What shall we do now? Shall we eliminate that brat directly?" The figure in black whispered ominously, "Do I need to instruct you?" Long Aotian scoffed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "To eradicate the roots is essential, otherwise they shall spring forth anew with the gentle caress of spring." As his words fell, Long Aotian's foot struck the ground with force, propelling him towards Du Fei like a wraith, while a faint blue glow enveloped him, and a claw descended menacingly from above. The system rebooted. Almost simultaneously, a chilling beep resonated, causing Du Fei to instinctively take a step back. At the same time, a sudden chill ran through his right leg, as his kicking leg connected forcefully with Long Aotian's chest. With a thud, Long Aotian was sent sprawling to the ground, a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips, his face reflecting sheer astonishment and disbelief etched deeply in his expression. The Du family? The Ice Edge leg? How could this be possible? Long Aotian's countenance twisted in fury as he struggled to rise. His gaze fixated on Du Fei, refusing to waver. After a moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He then glanced towards the eastern part of the city. Realizing that the Du family's instincts remained as sharp as ever, Du Fei's life could be collected another day, retreat. With that, Long Aotian cast a cold glance at Du Fei, a derisive smirk curling his lips, yet he swiftly retreated. While several cloaked figures exchanged glances before hastily disappearing into the alleyway. Have they left? Defay's body trembled slightly as he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Nevertheless, he strained to reach Xiao Ai's side, grasping her pulse. After a moment, he sighed in relief, thankfully. Before he could finish his thought, darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed. However, in the instant of his fall, a faint icy blue luminescence flickered across his body, only to vanish entirely moments later into his being. This phenomenon should typically manifest only in an 8th-tier martial artist, making its appearance on Defy utterly implausible. Should anyone witness it, disbelief would certainly ensue. However, in an instant, several figures swiftly emerged against the dimly lit night sky, and after a brief moment of hesitation, they descended into the alleyway. The leader among them was an elderly man with a sallow complexion, followed closely by several young men and women clad in robust attire. After a cursory glance at the ground, one notably handsome young man furrowed his brow and remarked, "Third elder, this is the only son of the fourth uncle's family. Moreover, it seems that his personal maid is with him. Yet, just a short while ago, did we not receive news that the entire fourth uncle's household had been annihilated? How is it that he appears here? The waste of the fourth family, is it?" The elder known as the third elder's expression darkened considerably. After a brief pause, he waved his sleeve slightly and said, "The fourth elder severed ties with my due family for that woman long ago, leaving my elder brother's reputation in tatters. This son of the fourth elder, is he the offspring of that enchantress?" At this juncture, the third elder cleared his throat softly but refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he gestured discreetly before his figure flickered and vanished without a trace. The remaining young men and women exchanged glances, and after a moment's deliberation, the leader gave a slight nod. The rest promptly assisted Defay and Xiao Ai, swiftly making their way towards the eastern part of the city. As Defay managed to open his eyes with great effort, he found himself in a room that felt both unfamiliar and oddly familiar. This bewildering scene momentarily stunned him, prompting a swift turn of his head, whereupon he discovered the delicate visage of a young girl resting against his chest, her charming face marred by faint traces of tears. Whether she had cried herself to exhaustion or found solace, it was evident that she remained in a deep slumber, gazing around in confusion. Defay cautiously shifted Xiao Ai's form away from him, yet this subtle movement was enough to rouse her from her dreams. "Is this so?" Defay smiled softly, though the pang in his chest caused him to furrow his brow. He refrained from uttering unnecessary words and instead propped himself up, leaning against the bed as he whispered, "What is the current situation?" Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ai furrowed her brow slightly, and, after a moment's pause, replied in a low voice, "I have heard from the servants of the Du family that we both fainted in an alley. It was the third elder of the Du family who led a group to rescue us. We are presently resting in a small courtyard of the Du residence, which is said to have been the abode of the master during his youth, the place where my father once resided." Upon hearing this, Defay turned his head once more to scrutinize his surroundings and nodded gently. No wonder this place felt both familiar and strange. It turned out that the arrangement here bore a striking resemblance to his father's chamber. After glancing a few times, Defay inhaled deeply, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice. "I once heard my father mention that he was originally not a member of the inner circle of the Du family, but he betrayed them, and the current head of the Du family is my grandfather. Has anyone inquired about our family matters in recent days?" Xiao Ai's expression was somewhat complex. After a moment, she sighed and replied, "No, but I believe they are waiting for you to awaken before they come to ask. You should rest, and I will go gather information." With that, Xiao Ai stood up, intending to assist Defay. "Enough." Defay sighed slightly and, after a moment, softly remarked, "We are currently at the mercy of others. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble." There was one thing Defay did not voice. Du Tian's position within the Du family was precarious, and their arrival at the Du family at this moment made their situation even more uncomfortable. It was entirely natural for the members of the Du family to be unwelcoming towards them, especially given his own disreputable reputation. Reflecting on this, Defay suddenly tapped his head, almost forgetting that before being knocked unconscious by Long Outyin, there seemed to be some kind of system that protected him, allowing him to harness true energy. Although he did not comprehend the reason behind it, or what the system was, perhaps if he could effectively utilize this so-called system, he would have the opportunity to cultivate. However, this moment is not quite opportune. It would be more prudent to wait until the depths of night, when solitude prevails, to thoroughly investigate the nature of this so-called system. As Defay was lost in thought, a hearty laughter resonated from outside the door, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Upon hearing this noise, Xiao Ai's complexion suddenly turned pale, her expression betraying a hint of alarm akin to that of a frightened rabbit. With a wry smile, Xiao Ai remarked, "It is young Master Du Qing. You have been unconscious for several days, so you are unaware that young Master Du Qing has been visiting daily, which has caused me considerable distress." At her words, Du Fei could not help but smirk inwardly. To be frank, although Xiao Ai was quite young, her features were strikingly beautiful, with skin like snow and a captivating allure that left an indelible impression at any moment. In that small town, many had sought to pursue Xiao Ai. Yet due to the protection of the Du family and Xiao Ai's own formidable abilities, none dared to persistently pursue her. Remarkably, within just a few days of arriving at the Du residence, yet another suitor had already succumbed to her charm. "You little enchantress." Du Fei could not resist gently teasing her by flicking her delicate nose, yet he understood that such matters were not to be blamed on Xiao Ai. So he refrained from further comment. At that moment, the wooden door of the room creaked open, and a young man clad in white garments gracefully stepped inside. This youth appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, his complexion bearing a somewhat sickly pallor, yet his features were remarkably handsome. However, the instant he entered, the smile that adorned his face faded abruptly upon witnessing Du Fei's actions, his expression momentarily clouded with a flicker of anger that quickly dissipated, returning to a semblance of normalcy. Had it not been for Du Fei's keen perception, one might have easily overlooked this fleeting emotion. This individual, it seemed, was far from ordinary. Du Fei furrowed his brow slightly, suppressing a sigh in his heart, with the wisdom gleaned from 2 lifetimes. He recognized the source of Du Qing's ire. Complicating matters further was the awkwardness of his and Xiao Ai's current positions. "If Du Qing, young Master Qing," Xiao Ai exclaimed, swiftly rising to her feet and offering a slight bow. "Oh dear, Xiao Ai, have I not mentioned countless times? There is no need for such formality between us. Simply call me Brother Qing." Du Qing replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Moments later, his gaze purposefully settled upon Du Fei. "You must be my cousin, Du Fei. I never anticipated you would recover so swiftly. I have been quite concerned about you." "Concerned about you, indeed," Du Fei thought to himself sarcastically. With an inward scoff, Du Fei maintained a faint smile on his face, and with a slight bow he said, "Thank you for your concern, cousin, but I must apologize as my health does not permit me to rise and pay my respects." "There's no need for such formalities between brothers," Du Qing replied with a gentle smile, then turned to Xiao Ai. "Grandfather and the others are quite worried about our cousin's health, which is why I was sent to check on him today, since he has awakened. Please go and inform them." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Du Fei. After receiving a subtle nod from him, she nodded in response and gradually withdrew. Once Xiao Ai had departed, Du Qing chuckled softly, wandering around the room a few times before casually taking a seat. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table and then smiled again. "Cousin Du Fei, I have a matter I wish to trouble you with." "I dare not," Du Fei replied, although he was beginning to grasp the underlying currents of the conversation. He maintained a calm smile and said, "I am honored by your regard, cousin. But as I am new here and in my current state, I doubt I will be of any assistance to you." "Ah, Cousin Du Fei, you are too modest," Du Qing said as he casually lifted the teacup from the table, taking a sip before pausing to speak again. "If I recall correctly, your father's family, that is, your home, has only you as the sole heir. Am I right?" At this remark, a flicker of coldness flashed in Du Fei's eyes, and he felt a surge of anger at Du Qing's deliberate insinuation. However, he was acutely aware that although Du Qing appeared amiable and genial, such a person could hardly be as they seemed. If he were to show even the slightest disrespect, the consequences would likely be dire. If only he were adept in martial arts, there would be no need for such deference. Often, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. Taking a slight breath, Du Fei skillfully concealed his simmering anger and merely sighed. "Du Qing is indeed correct. I am, after all, the only son in my family." Upon hearing this, Du Qing clapped his hands lightly, a look of relief crossing his face. "Then, if that is the case, does it mean that Miss Ai is your cousin's maidservant?" "Ah. In that case, allow me to speak plainly. I find myself utterly captivated by Miss Ai. Although her status prevents me from taking her as my wife, I could certainly consider her as a concubine. Therefore, if your cousin is amenable, I would be willing to exchange 10 beautiful maidservants for guards, and 100 taels of gold for Miss Ai. How does that sound?" Upon finishing his proposal, Du Qing wore a look of unwavering confidence. Given his standing, It was unlikely that anyone in the Du family or even within the entire Bu city would refuse such an offer. However, upon hearing this, Du Fei felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, although he had anticipated such a request from Du Qing. The clarity with which it was articulated still ignited a fire within him. However, Du Fei was not a mere child of 3. He inhaled slightly, momentarily suppressing his anger, and managed to smile as he spoke. Cousin Du Qing, you are indeed too courteous. In truth, had you proposed such generous terms to exchange Xiao Ai for yourself, I would not have objected, for your magnanimity clearly reflects your deep affection for her. A gentleman ought to facilitate the happiness of others. However, while Xiao Ai is my maid, she was brought to our family by my father from an unknown source. He once stated that Xiao Ai possesses her own autonomy and may leave the Du family at any time if she so wishes. Furthermore, having grown up alongside her over the years, I no longer view her merely as a servant. Moreover, in light of our family's tragic fate, it was Xiao Ai who endured countless hardships to rescue me. Out of both sentiment and principle, I cannot agree to this matter without first consulting her. Therefore, I must ask for your understanding, dear cousin. I fear I am unable to acquiesce to this request. As he concluded, Du Fei sighed softly. A hint of regret etched upon his face. Du Qing, who had previously worn a faint smile, felt his expression grow increasingly frigid upon hearing Du Fei's words. He slowly set down his teacup, fixing Du Fei with a chilling gaze for a moment before breaking into another smile, saying, So, you suggest that you shall not grant me, Du Qing, any face? I dare not. Du Fei shook his head slightly, having already clarified the situation with his cousin. He requested his cousin's understanding. Du Qing responded with a cold smile and said, the so-called maid, no matter how beautifully it is put, is merely a vassal of her master. Is it possible that my cousin does not comprehend this? As long as you speak, what courage does she possess to refuse? Du Fei, today, I shall impart a lesson to you. In this world, if you wish to possess power, wealth, and women, you must possess the corresponding strength. In the past, with our fourth uncle alive, you had a support. Now, you are but a worthless being. Though you carry the blood of the Du family, you have long lost your standing. With your current state, how can you keep someone as exceptional as Xiao Ai by your side without courting disaster? My intention in discussing this with you is for your own good, were it not for the fact that you could still be considered a member of the Du family. Humph. Whether or not to keep Xiao Ai by your side is a matter I am well aware of. There is no need for your guidance. As the facade of cousinly relations was torn apart, Du Fei let out a faint cold laugh before stating, therefore, I shall consider this matter as if I have not heard it. After saying this, Du Qing slowly stood up, striking the table forcefully with his right hand, and then turned to leave with a mocking smile. 7th level of body refinement. Looking at the deep imprint left on the table, Du Fei couldn't help but frown slightly. In the path of martial arts, body refinement is fundamental. Only through the successful refinement of one's body can the impurities within be cleansed, leading to a continuous enhancement of physical strength. It is only after reaching a certain level that genuine energy, or true qi, will manifest within an individual, granting them the opportunity to embark on the formal path of martial cultivation. The process of body refinement, akin to martial training, is also divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels bring minimal change to the body, while the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels gradually fortify an individual from the outside in. It is only upon attaining the 7th level that a mysterious inner force begins to arise within the human body. This inner strength, upon undergoing constant reinforcement, eventually settles within the dantian, forming true qi. This enigmatic inner force is commonly referred to as true breath. Du Qing's recent strike has already demonstrated that he has cultivated true breath, indicating at least the prowess of the 7th level of body refinement. Otherwise, he would not have been able to leave an imprint on the table without destroying it. In stark contrast, Du Fei, who has yet to surpass even the threshold of the 1st level of body refinement, is undeniably a complete failure. Within a family, the distinction between a genius at the 7th level of body refinement and a socially awkward failure is glaringly apparent. The former commands respect and strength far beyond the latter. It seems I acted impulsively. If not for the fact that the family head has yet to meet me, Du Qing would not dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, with this thought, Du Fei gently shook his head. If that so-called system cannot enable me to begin my cultivation, then surely the days ahead will be fraught with difficulty. However, if one cannot overcome even this fleeting sorrow, how can one speak of deep-seated grievances? Du Fei clenched his fists and struck the bed with a forceful blow, his eyes betraying an intense hatred that was unmistakable. As nightfall gradually enveloped the surroundings, the chilling moonlight filtered through the window, casting a silvery glow within the room. On the bed, Du Fei, who had previously kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide and slowly sat up. Although Xiao Ai said little, the concern etched on her face led Du Fei to surmise that the upcoming clan meeting might very well determine the fates of both of them. While he felt little sense of belonging to the Du family, Du Fei understood that if he were to leave recklessly at this moment, it would not only jeopardize their vendetta but possibly their very lives as well. Therefore, it was imperative that he showcased his value at the clan meeting, compelling the members of the Du family to make a decisive choice. This value, he realized, could best be manifested through strength. With this thought in mind, Du Fei gritted his teeth and, after a brief moment, reached for the jade talisman hanging at his chest, placing it before him. The smooth jade talisman, under the moonlight, radiated a faint, icy glow, exuding an air of mystery. Yet, Du Fei was acutely aware that in order to access the information contained within the talisman, he would need to possess at least the strength of the 9th layer of body refinement. Until then, the prospect of studying the Du family's ice heart technique was utterly out of the question. Moreover, it was highly likely that the so-called system resided within this very talisman. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei extended his hand and began to gently caress the jade talisman. As it had been for the past several years, the talisman remained icy cold, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. After all, Du Fei carried it with him at all times, having grown exceedingly familiar with it. Could it be that, as depicted in the tales of his previous life, this object required a blood oath for recognition? With this thought, Du Fei couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Yet, at this moment, he found himself devoid of alternative methods. After some reflection, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to stain the surface of the jade talisman. However, after applying the blood, there was no remarkable change. It remained as it always had. Indeed, it seemed so. Du Fei nodded slightly, and after a brief pause, murmured, "If memory serves me right, the last activation of the system occurred when my life was in peril. Must it be under such circumstances again for the system to be activated? It is worth a try?" With this resolve, Du Fei grasped the jade talisman and leaped into the air. His gaze swept around before finally resting upon a decorative longsword mounted on the wall. If my conjecture is correct, it should indeed activate the system. If I am mistaken, and this leads to my demise, then so be it. Such is the fate of Du Fei. Rather than prolonging my existence in despair, I would rather take a desperate gamble, to seek a glimmer of hope amidst certain death. Having made this determination, Du Fei drew the longsword, a faint smile gracing his lips, and then, with sudden intensity, thrust the blade toward his abdomen. As the sensation of a low-level crisis engulfed him, posing a threat to his safety, the system activated autonomously, just as the long sword was about to pierce his lower abdomen. The anticipated cold electronic voice resonated within his mind, causing Du Fei's movements to come to an abrupt halt. Nevertheless, the sword had already sliced through the skin of his abdomen, leaving behind a deep crimson mark. Yet, at that moment, the chilling electronic voice felt remarkably familiar to Du Fei, rendering him almost oblivious to the pain of the wound. Suppressing the overwhelming urge to burst into laughter, Du Fei lowered his voice and remarked, "At long last, you have made your appearance. System, what exactly are you?" With a hint of trepidation, he beckoned, "Activate." Medical procedure initiated, activation complete. The procedure will automatically cease upon the healing of the wound. As the frigid electronic voice reverberated once more, the bleeding from Du Fei's abdominal wound gradually subsided. Even the protruding skin appeared to pale slightly. However, the wound did not heal rapidly. Du Fei held no objections. He casually retrieved a medicinal plaster left by the apothecary and applied it to his injury before sitting down once again. Pondering for a moment, he spoke softly, "System, how shall I summon you in the future? And why was there the presence of ice-hard energy within me that day?" He furrowed his brow. "What exactly is this system? What purpose do you serve?" Du Fei found himself at a loss for words. Although this so-called system had initiated a medical procedure from the very beginning, its utter lack of clarity was entirely unexpected. Had he perhaps set his expectations too high for this inexplicably unreliable system? He pondered if there existed any means by which he could cultivate his martial skills. With a hint of determination, Du Fei inquired about the matter that concerned him most. The system began its search, yet the questions remained clear while the answers eluded him. As anticipated, he sighed in resignation. After a brief pause, a cacophony echoed in his mind once more, plunging him into an icy abyss. "Master's physique is frail, and the meridians are obstructed. it can be determined that martial cultivation is impossible. Was there truly no way forward? The system continued its search, the question still unresolved, and offered a reference material. Would you like to read it? Du Fei had nearly lost all hope in this unreliable system, responding almost reflexively. Permission granted. The data began to load and read. Suddenly, without warning, a pitch-black void materialized in his mind, sending a chill through his entire being, as if he were truly ensnared within that darkness. However, this sensation was fleeting. Almost immediately, he discerned a faintly glowing silhouette moving slowly within the obsidian expanse. The figure moved with an eerily graceful lightness, akin to a leisurely stroll through a garden. However, Du Fei, hailing from a family steeped in martial arts tradition, possessed keen eyesight, honed by years of exposure. In but a moment, he discerned that the individual was practicing a unique form of body refinement martial arts. Though it bore no resemblance to the various prevalent techniques on the Xuanwu continent, this peculiar method resonated with Du Fei, evoking a sense that perhaps he too could engage in its practice. Body refinement, also known as body refinement boxing, is a prerequisite for martial cultivation on the Xuanwu continent. Unlike martial arts, which emphasize the absorption of celestial energies to form true qi through intricate techniques, body refinement is considerably more straightforward. Typically, each prominent clan or sect has its own lineage of body refinement techniques, which, regardless of their quality, share a common ambition to cultivate an indomitable strength that can overcome all obstacles. Thus, the training in these techniques places immense importance on physical conditioning. The process begins with the skin, followed by the bones, and ultimately the meridians. Through this gradual and progressive enhancement, upon reaching a certain level of intensity, specifically the 7th stage of body refinement, the body naturally generates true breath. This continuous fortification process is the essence of body refinement. However, even the most rudimentary methods of body refinement demand a fundamental requirement: a robust physique and unobstructed meridians. For without these, during the refinement process, if one's blood and energy flow is impeded, the practitioner may find themselves in dire straits before ever reaching the 9th stage of refinement, potentially suffering a tragic fate without having achieved any substantial progress. Yet, on the Xuanwu continent, the majority of individuals possess the ability to refine their bodies. Although many find themselves ensnared at the 6th level of body refinement, they can at least engage in cultivation. Conversely, those like Du Fei, who cannot even achieve the 1st level of body refinement, are deemed worthless. Despite Du Fei's deep-seated dissatisfaction with this notion since childhood, and his father Du Tian's efforts to provide him with various cultivation methods, he was forced to abandon the pursuit at the 1st level. For continuing would likely result in the complete incapacitation of his limbs, rendering him a true invalid. However, the set of body refinement techniques that suddenly emerged in Du Fei's mind instilled in him a sense of renewal. While typical body refinement techniques operate from the outside in, this particular method focuses on cultivating from the inside out. Although the odds are slim, he mused, if he were to begin with the meridians, could he possibly succeed in his cultivation? It is certainly worth attempting. Subconsciously, Du Fei licked his lips, immersing himself entirely in the gentle flow of this body refinement technique. Unbeknownst to him, his form began to mirror that of the ethereal figure, executing the exquisitely gentle movements of the technique. After Du Fei memorized this set of body refinement techniques, the pitch-black expanse within his mind vanished, along with the so-called system, which fell silent. In the emptiness of the room, only the sound of Du Fei's gentle breaths remained as he gradually practiced this delicate set of techniques. As he moved, the previously rigid body emitted occasional cracking sounds, accompanied by sudden waves of excruciating pain that caused Du Fei to tremble uncontrollably. With each movement, beads of sweat poured forth, thoroughly soaking his attire. Yet, within Du Fei's heart surged a wild elation. Compared to any previous body tempering techniques, this particular set seemed trivial, after all. Du Fei had once endured a 6-month convalescence due to a failed attempt at a similar practice. In this moment, what did a mere twinge of pain signify? With a resounding crack, Du Fei's form gradually coalesced. Had he succeeded? A smile blossomed on his face. Although he had exerted considerable effort to complete this sequence, he felt remarkably invigorated, despite the lingering discomfort throughout his body. Du Fei distinctly sensed that the previously obstructed meridians were beginning to feel somewhat unblocked after executing this set of movements. Though this sensation was exceedingly faint, he was convinced that with perseverance, he stood a significant chance of advancing in his martial cultivation. With a long, relieved exhale, Defy wasted no time in preparing himself, promptly initiating the practice of the body tempering technique once more. Perhaps it was the initial application that had already unsealed Defy's meridians during this second attempt. Although pain still coursed through him, he executed the set of punches with a newfound fluidity, markedly less awkward than before. With each movement, resounding cracks erupted from his body, akin to the sound of popping beans, a rhythmic clatter echoing around him. Occasionally, as he completed a technique, large droplets of sweat mingled with streaks of dark blood. Yet Defy, wholly absorbed in his practice, remained oblivious to this detail. Tirelessly, he continued to unleash this series of punches, once, twice. Crack, 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 crack. His form gradually twisted, fists and palms extending, and with each of Defy's motions, a rapid succession of loud sounds erupted. Unbeknownst to him, his skin began to exhibit an unusual sheen. A series of cracks, half the sky, body forging 4th level. Suddenly, Defy's form froze mid-punch, a look of incredulity crossing his face. The first 3 levels of body forging focus on refining muscles and skin, while the middle 3 emphasize the transformation of bones. Each level brings about distinct changes within the body. For instance, when breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th level, the execution of a punch sequence results in a cacophony of bone cracking throughout the body. This phenomenon, referred to as a series of cracks, half the sky, signifies that he had completed roughly half of the forging process. Should he continue his training, the possibility of advancing to the 4th level of body forging loomed large. Initially, as Defy embarked on the practice of this body-tempering fist technique, he remained unaware of its profound implications. However, upon witnessing the astonishing developments, he could not help but be taken aback. The prospect of breaking through to the 4th level of body tempering after merely a single evening of training was nothing short of miraculous. Was it possible that, unbeknownst to him, Defy had already attained the 3rd level of body tempering? Such a pace of cultivation was unprecedented. Even the most legendary prodigies would require at least several months to reach this stage. Defy, however, accomplished it in a mere night, an achievement that could only be described as a meteoric rise. Had anyone been present to witness this scene, they might have been compelled to pinch themselves to discern whether they were ensconced in reality or ensnared in a dream. Yet, Defy remained unfazed by the spectacle. He inhaled deeply and could not suppress a sigh within his heart. If my innate talent is truly among the most mediocre, then it is evident that this body-tempering fist technique is the catalyst for my extraordinary progress. What is the origin of this technique? Why does it possess such an enigmatic quality? Fortunately, although the name of this technique eluded him, its efficacy was beyond question. Defy was not the type to become entangled in trivial matters. After some contemplation, he bestowed upon this technique the evocative name of Meon Fist. And then he immersed himself once more in his practice. In the blink of an eye, night turned to day. As Defy concluded his training, the gentle rays of sunlight poured into the room. With a gentle sigh, Defy's gaze fell upon a teacup resting on the table. After a moment of hesitation, he grasped the cup and, with a subtle exertion of force, a crisp crack echoed. Under his expectant gaze, several fissures suddenly appeared on the once smooth and sturdy surface of the teacup, which then shattered into fragments within his palm. Indeed, he had reached the 3rd level of body refinement. A faint smile crept onto Defy's face. Though he had yet to attain the 4th level, this achievement was likely satisfactory to anyone else. However, he understood the importance of discretion. If others were to learn that he had advanced to the 3rd level overnight, it could incite unforeseen turmoil. After all, he recognized the wisdom in the adage, an innocent man may bear no guilt, but possessing something precious carries responsibility. Yet, he also realized that achieving the 3rd level at his age should not be particularly surprising, as individuals with some talent often reach this milestone by the age of 15 or 16. Thus, to gain the recognition of the Du family at the clan meeting, he needed to demonstrate at least the strength of the 4th level. Even if the family did not regard him as a genius, his standing would undoubtedly improve compared to being deemed utterly useless. Nonetheless, the idea of attaining the 4th level within 3 days seemed quite fanciful. Yet, Defy was filled with unwavering confidence. After all, during his training last night, the resounding echoes reverberating within his body made Defy realize that he had indeed breached the threshold of the 4th level of body refinement. If he continued on this path, there was a significant likelihood that he would ascend to the 4th level before the clan meeting. However, in pursuit of a remarkable breakthrough, he could not allow anyone to discover that he had begun his martial training. the set of soft punches must also remain concealed from prying eyes. Thus, it appeared that daytime offered little opportunity for practice, leaving only the quiet of night for diligent effort. Moreover, as he had only just commenced his martial journey, though he felt an exhilarating sense of rapid advancement, he understood that some matters required a gradual approach. Resting during the day and training at night would undoubtedly benefit him. With a casual smile, Du Fei tidied up his room and then lifted his shirt to inspect his abdomen. It seemed that, due to the so-called medical procedure, the wound on his abdomen had healed significantly overnight, and the internal injuries he had sustained appeared to have fully recovered. It seemed that, despite the dubious nature of the system, the efficacy of this medical procedure was quite impressive. Given his constitution, ordinary wounds typically took at least 10 days to heal. Yet under the current circumstances, this injury would likely be fully healed within 3 days. Realizing this, Du Fei couldn't help but smile softly. It appeared he had indeed stumbled upon something extraordinary. Having tidied the chamber and refreshed himself with ablutions in the inner room, Donatello emerged with a revitalized countenance, now adorned in a fresh ensemble. Yet, leisure was not his immediate pursuit. Upon discerning footsteps approaching the threshold, a furrow etched upon his brow. He swiftly reclined upon the bed. "Master," with a subdued utterance, Ayala entered, bearing a tray laden with comestibles. She advanced with alacrity, and upon perceiving Donatello seemingly enshrouded in slumber, she refrained from utterance, depositing the repast and retreating with haste. Once Ayala had departed, Donatello's eyes fluttered open, and he arose with alacrity, approaching the table to partake of the victuals with delicate nibbles. Initially, he had entertained no reservations about confiding in Ayala regarding his martial pursuits. However, the unfolding events had even surpassed his own anticipations, rendering it all the more perplexing for Ayala to comprehend. Not that he harbored suspicions of treachery on her part, but rather, he feared that her inadvertent disclosure might jeopardize them both. Thus, a tranquil day gradually waned. Ayala graced his presence on several occasions, yet Donatello feigned slumber, albeit ensuring the complete consumption of the fare. Ayala harbored no suspicions, attributing her master's lethargy to mere fatigue. As twilight descended once more, Donatello, confined to his bedchamber for the duration of the day, felt an irrepressible urge to liberate his weary frame. He sprang to his feet, indulging in a series of contortions, and upon hearing a symphony of pops emanating from his joints, he bestowed upon himself a contented smile. Subsequently, he leisurely adopted a driving stance, his hands gently unfurling in a fluid display of Mianchuan. Latest URL, 006. Cultivation. Thus, 2 days elapsed. On the third night, Du Fei once again leaped into action. Yet this time, he paused in contemplation rather than immediately commencing his training. His cultivation over the past 2 days had been relatively smooth, with the resounding echoing through half the sky phenomenon occurring several times. However, inexplicably, he had failed to successfully advance to the 4th level of body tempering at the final stage. His attempts had been fruitless. Du Fei recognized that aspiring to ascend to the 4th level of body tempering after merely 3 days of training could be construed as insatiable greed. Nevertheless, he also understood that without a successful advancement, his plans would be irrevocably jeopardized. Although he had consulted other body tempering techniques he had previously learned, the essence of Mianchuan diverged significantly from these, rendering them largely irrelevant. Even the unreliable system had failed to provide an answer. "Where have I erred? Where have I erred?" Du Fei murmured, clenching his right fist and slamming it forcefully upon the table. With a soft crack, the objects on the table were momentarily displaced. Yet, simultaneously, Du Fei experienced a profound tremor throughout his being. Could it be the system? As he delved into the intricacies of Mianchuan, Du Fei swiftly issued commands, allowing a vivid image to materialize in his mind. This time, however, he refrained from mere speculation and instead focused intently on the display before him. Step, palm strike, retracted fist, elbow thrust, sweeping leg. Each movement was executed flawlessly, mirroring the essence of the techniques with remarkable precision. Yet, this time, a spark of contemplation ignited within Du Fei, directing his attention towards a specific aspect of the luminous image. With a resounding clap, the image unleashed another punch, smoothly retracting its hand. Almost simultaneously, Du Fei's eyes widened with revelation. Could it truly be so? During his prior training, he had been preoccupied with the distinctive qualities of this Mianchuan, its slowness, gentleness, and fluidity. This inwardly focused approach to training yielded remarkable results, even alleviating some of the blockages within his meridians. However, upon reaching the threshold of the fourth level of body forging. He pondered countless reasons for his stagnation. Only just now did a thought crystallize, whether concerning skin or meridians. Employing the Lin Xiao's inward methodology during body forging might possess unique benefits. Yet, at the pivotal juncture of bone refining, reliance solely on the softness of Mianli seemed insufficient. Could it be that, despite the uniqueness of Lin Xiao, which is fundamentally a body forging technique, merely honing the softness of Mianli might not suffice? In essence, should he incorporate a degree of hardness into his practice, achieving a harmonious balance of both softness and strength? Upon rewatching the interplay of light and shadow, Du Fei became increasingly convinced of this truth. Indeed, even the ethereal dance of light could, at certain moments, transform softness into strength. This realization, an essential aspect of the delicate fist technique, had eluded him until now. Mastering this principle would surely facilitate his progress to the fourth level of body refinement without issue. With this understanding, Du Fei ceased his idle musings. After taking a deep breath, his form began to gracefully unfold in synchrony with the movements of the light. With a resounding impact, as he unleashed a punch, the soft force in his hand instantaneously solidified, producing a loud crack that shattered the silence, an unexpected consequence. For this punch was initially meant to be soundless. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. A surge of joy coursed through Du Fei, causing him to momentarily pause before resuming his rapid movements. The delicate fist technique flowed from his hands in a continuous rhythm. The sudden shift caught Du Fei off guard. Yet soon, he was engulfed in elation. He had finally reached this pivotal juncture. Suppressing his exuberance, Du Fei exerted every ounce of effort to maintain equilibrium within his mind. The sensation of 1,000 ants gnawing at his skin was a torment he bore with great resolve, stifling even the faintest sound. As time passed, this overwhelming sensation intensified rather than waned, and wisps of white smoke began to emanate from his body. Simultaneously, droplets of inky black blood oozed from his skin. But as soon as they appeared, they evaporated into nothingness. As time passed, the droplets of blood oozing from his skin gradually turned crimson. It was uncertain how long it had been, but eventually, the red was no longer tainted by the slightest hint of black. Almost simultaneously, Du Fei let out a deep breath, his entire body trembling violently. Ultimately, this tremor transformed into a powerful strike, his fist crashing down onto the ground. The sturdy blue bricks shuddered slightly before shattering into fragments, among which a faint palm print could be discerned. Although Du Fei's strength was comparable to that of any practitioner at the fourth level of body refinement, the faint palm print indicated that his power was imbued not only with sheer force but also with an inner energy reminiscent of true breath, embodying the essence of supple strength. Indeed, he had reached the fourth level of body refinement. Suppressing the overwhelming joy within, Du Fei moved his body once more, unleashing his supple fist technique again. This time, his movements flowed like a gentle stream, achieving an unparalleled smoothness. His boxing style was no longer feeble. Within its softness lay an undeniable ferocity. The momentum he generated was no longer comparable to his previous self. As he withdrew his fist, a faint smile graced Du Fei's lips, a surge of strong confidence welling up within him. He firmly believed that with his current prowess, he had acquired a certain standing worthy of the Du family's attention. More importantly, he had embarked on the path of martial cultivation. Revenge was not a distant dream. Whether it was that arrogant dragon or the mysterious figure in black, there would come a day when he would seek them out. A flicker of resentment flashed in Du Fei's eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed. With a faint sigh, Du Fei's complexion returned to its normal hue. He checked his body once more and discovered that all his internal and external injuries had completely healed. After advancing to the fourth level of body refinement, Du Fei seemed to have undergone subtle changes that rendered him increasingly striking. Of course, he was largely unaware of these transformations. After shaking himself slightly, he slowly made his way to the back room to cleanse himself and donned a fresh set of garments. Xiao's gaze fell upon Du Fei. She first blinked in surprise, then shook her head in a rather peculiar manner, momentarily at a loss for what she had noticed. "What's wrong?" Du Fei asked with a gentle smile. "Nothing. It's just that the young master has rested for several days, and today I felt something was amiss. Yet I cannot pinpoint what it is," Xiao pondered before hesitantly responding. "It should be that your injuries have healed, and you seem a bit more spirited." Du Fei smiled softly, then his gaze lingered on Xiao for a moment. "During my rest, you haven't encountered any troubles, have you?" At his words, Xiao momentarily froze, her expression darkening noticeably. After a brief pause, she shook her head softly. "It's nothing. You need not worry too much, young master, however. Upon hearing this, Du Fei's expression darkened, and with a hint of anger, he inquired, "Is it Du Qing?" "No, but..." With a bittersweet smile, Xiao Ai said, "Young master, there is no need for excessive concern. After all, we are merely guests in this place. However, you are aware that I possess some martial skills, and I am capable of protecting myself. Therefore, you need not worry too much." A flicker of anger crossed Du Fei's eyes, yet he refrained from saying much. He merely smiled and softly replied, "It's all right, Xiao Ai. In the future, should similar circumstances arise, we shall no longer need to endure." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai paused for a moment, her gaze slowly sweeping around the room until it landed on the fist marks on the ground, where a hint of astonishment flashed in her bright eyes. The Du family, located in the eastern part of Bus City, holds significant influence there, resulting in an expansive estate. In front of the main hall of the estate lies an extraordinarily vast plaza, entirely paved with blue bricks. At its center stands a circular arena adorned with various weapons. In the realm of Xuanwu, martial prowess flourishes, and the Du family is renowned for its martial arts legacy. They place immense importance on the cultivation of martial skills within the family, regardless of whether one belongs to the inner or outer sect, even if born into humble beginnings. Possessing strength that garners the attention of the higher-ups grants one status and dignity. Today marks the monthly clan meeting of the Du family. The so-called clan meeting is a monthly event held by the Du family, during which the senior members evaluate the martial skills and progress of the younger generation, as well as deliberate on significant family matters. Countless prodigies of the Du family have emerged from these gatherings, ultimately becoming core disciples of the clan. The venue for this assembly is the square in front of the main hall. At this moment, a number of individuals are gathered in groups of 2 or 3 in the square. Most appear to be in their teenage years. Evidently, the younger members of the Du family, while not a single senior or core disciple has yet made an appearance. Among the crowd, a particular group stands out. These individuals are all around 15 or 16 years of age, each adorned in plain white martial robes, exuding an air of arrogance that sets them apart from the others. Those familiar with the dynamics of the Du family would readily discern that while this group of youths may possess limited personal prowess, their fathers are typically high-ranking members of the clan, holding significant positions. Should they achieve any level of martial success, it is but a matter of time before they ascend to become core disciples of the Du family. Consequently, the other younger members tend to keep their distance from this group. In a family of such stature, internal strife is exceedingly intense, particularly among the younger generation, with rivalries that are often beyond the imagination of outsiders, coupled with the tacit approval of the senior members. These first-rate juniors are generally beyond the reach of ordinary Du family members. Among this group, the apparent leader is one known as Du Jie. Du Jie, somewhat robust in stature and noticeably taller than those around him, exuded a certain charm as he listened with a smile to the banter of others. "Du Jie, you must have heard that our family has recently acquired another beauty, haven't you?" remarked a slightly plump youth, smirking with a rather lewd expression. Du Jie merely smiled in response, remaining silent. "Come now, stop pretending. We all know that Du Jie has long had his eye on her. Ever since that day he encountered the girl, he has pursued her relentlessly." "What was her name again?" "Xiao Ai, right?" chimed in another, with a mischievous grin. Joining in the banter, the others erupted into laughter, for as men, they all understood such matters quite well, despite the teasing from his companions. Du Jie merely replied with a faint smile, "She is just a woman. If I so desired, capturing her would be a trivial matter. Why all this unnecessary chatter? We all know of your prowess, young Master Jie. Yet, I've heard this particular girl is quite extraordinary," the plump youth continued, rubbing his hands together. "To be fair, I have seen her from a distance a few times, and even among our Du family, it seems there is no woman who can compare. I believe, for someone as remarkable as her, even you would find it quite challenging." Enough. At this, Du Jie's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. "Plump one, are you determined to provoke me today?" The stout man, however, was not intimidated by the malevolent expression on Du Jie's face. Instead, he shook his head slightly, his gaze suddenly shifting towards the direction behind Du Jie, and then he smiled faintly, saying, "It seems that young Master Jie's sweet dreams are destined to be dashed this time." The exchange of glances between the two left the others momentarily stunned, and as their attention quickly shifted away, it turned peculiar when they beheld a certain scene. To their astonishment, they saw Xiao Ai approaching the square accompanied by another man. In stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor, Xiao AI now wore a charming smile that rendered her irresistibly captivating. Damn it, Du Jie's eyes twitched. And after a moment, he took a deep breath and sneered. Who is this person? How dare he pursue a woman I have my sights set on? Quite audacious. Does young master not know? The stout man replied with a smile. This man is Du Fei, a name you must have heard at least once. And that Xiao AI is his personal maid. Surely, young master Jie is not unaware of this little detail. So it is the Du Fei whose family was exterminated? Du Jie scoffed. Indeed, were it not for his family's demise, I would never have had the opportunity to encounter such an exquisite woman. A useless person like him has the audacity to attend our Du family gathering? How presumptuous. With that, Du Jie let out a cold laugh, his figure swaying slightly as he began to stride towards Du Fei and Xiao AI. Behind Du Jie, several individuals exchanged glances, and then a playful smirk spread across their faces as they followed suit. Meanwhile, it seemed that others nearby sensed the unfolding drama, gathering in small clusters, transforming the previously lively square into a realm of hushed anticipation. Ah, is that not Miss Xiao AI? One remarked, what a serendipitous encounter in this vast world. With leisurely strides, he approached Du Fei and Xiao AI, inadvertently obstructing their path. Du Jie then spoke softly, his smile carrying an air of cordiality. Upon seeing Du Jie, Xiao AI's expression shifted subtly, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Instead, she grasped Du Fei's hand, attempting to sidestep him. Yet, this movement only caused Du Jie's pupils to constrict, his eyes betraying an unmistakable glimmer of jealousy. He slightly turned his body, taking another step forward, thus blocking their way once more. Observing this, a faint, resigned smile crept onto Du Fei's lips. It seemed his initial intuition had proven accurate. This young lady had once again attracted the attention of the man before them. Young Master Jie, do not overstep your bounds. Xiao AI interjected, stepping protectively in front of Du Fei, her voice delicate yet tinged with suppressed ire. Overstep? Du Jie chuckled, shaking his head. If anyone is to be deemed excessive, it would be you, Miss Xiao AI. What esteemed position do I hold within the Du family? I approached you in good faith. Yet you not only ignore my greeting, but also attempt to walk away. How dare you slap my face like this? Tell me, who is being unreasonable here? You or I? Xiao AI, momentarily at a loss for words, could not help but stamp her foot. For the past few days, she had been pestered by Du Jie, and she was acutely aware that his sudden appearance was not for benign reasons. Yet, there were certain things a girl found difficult to articulate directly, which left her in a state of utter frustration. Seeing Xiao AI's anger only heightened Du Jie's desire. Such a captivating woman, if only she could be taken to bed. Ah, Xiao AI, surely you realize your mistake? If you simply apologize to me, I might consider forgiving you. Otherwise what? What do you intend to do? Before Du Jie could finish his sentence, Du Fei stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao AI, and spoke coolly. This scene caused Du Jie to furrow his brow slightly. However, he then raised his right hand to his temple, rubbing it gently as if in sudden realization, and remarked, Oh, isn't this the cousin Du Fei, whose entire family was exterminated? My apologies. I failed to recognize you at first and mistook you for one of our family's servants. Truly, I am sorry. What did you say? Upon hearing Du Jie's words, Du Fei's expression turned icy, and a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes before he coldly replied, I said, you, a remnant of a family that was annihilated, can only come to beg for refuge with our clan. Du Jie was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled mockingly, I have heard that you, Du Fei, are a rare kind of waste, and now that I see you in person, it seems the name suits you well. Du Jie, do not overstep your bounds. With a swift movement, Du Fei leapt forward, and Xiao AI's figure flickered as she firmly planted her feet on the ground, her small face brimming with fury. Xiao AI had already attained the 6th level of body refinement last year, yet due to Du Fei's inability to cultivate martial arts, she rarely displayed her prowess. At this moment, she merely stirred slightly, and an imposing aura emanated from her entire being. This presence compelled those around her to instinctively take a few steps back, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. The 6th level of body refinement. A fleeting glimmer of surprise crossed Du Jie's eyes. However, unlike the others, he did not retreat. Instead, he chuckled softly and remarked, a waste is merely a waste. Even in times like this, one must rely on a woman to step forward. You are embarrassing the Du family. If I were you, I would have purchased a block of tofu and ended it all. You. Upon hearing these words, Xiao AI gritted her teeth slightly, her small hands clenched into fists, her figure poised to spring forth. However, Du Fei placed a firm hand on Xiao Ai's shoulder, gently shaking his head before pulling her behind him, coldly stating, "Young Master Jia, while one may indulge in reckless consumption, one should not speak carelessly. It appears this principle has eluded you." Haha. Upon hearing Du Fei's retort, Du Jia erupted into laughter, then with a sudden tremor of his form declared, "Today, I shall enlighten you. Not only can words be carelessly spoken, but lives can be recklessly taken as well." As the words fell, Du Jia swiftly pressed his foot against the ground, propelling himself fiercely towards Du Fei. In an instant, his form pivoted, spinning like a top, and with a fierce kick, he struck downward towards Du Fei's face. The onlookers furrowed their brows, some unable to restrain themselves from exclaiming. It is known that while the younger generation of the Du family often engages in infighting, fatalities are rare. Yet today, Du Jia appeared intent on inflicting harm, prompting expressions of indignation and regret among the crowd. Observing Du Jia's aggressive kick, a cold smile graced the corner of Du Fei's mouth. He stood his ground, unflinching amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. With a sudden forceful step of his left foot, he propelled his right foot into the air. At the moment his left foot struck the ground, meeting Du Jia's right foot head-on. The collision produced a sound akin to shattering stone, and beneath them, the green bricks cracked under the strain, unable to withstand the force of their clash. Body refinement. The fourth level. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Instead, the scene of equal strength left the crowd in stunned silence, each person struggling to comprehend. Many among the spectators were aware that Du Jia had ascended to the fourth level of body refinement just 2 months prior. Du Fei's ability to match his opponent indicates that he possesses at least the strength of the fourth level of body refinement. Just a minute ago, everyone regarded Du Fei as an absolute waste. This dramatic turn of events is truly astonishing. This Du Fei is not as simple as he seems. Was it not said that this lad was incapable of cultivation? How could he possibly possess the strength of the fourth level of body refinement? A flicker of disbelief crossed Du Jia's eyes, but being an individual of substantial confidence, his astonishment quickly transformed into derisive laughter. "Even if Du Fei possesses the strength of the fourth level, I can still make you regret facing me." With a cold sneer, Du Jia retracted his right foot sharply, causing his entire body to tumble backward. As his palms struck the ground, he propelled himself towards Du Fei, delivering a relentless flurry of kicks, akin to a phantom. Has Du Jia truly refined his shadowy kicks to this extent? It seems Du Fei is in for a challenge. The onlookers, possessing a keen eye, immediately recognized that Du Jia had mastered this body refinement technique to an exceptionally profound level, with power comparable to certain inferior martial skills. Martial skills are techniques that can only be cultivated upon reaching the 7th level of body refinement, when one possesses true breath within. The power of these techniques is, of course, worlds apart from that of the body refinement fists. However, in the face of Du Jia's shadowy kicks, Du Fei did not evade. Instead, he stepped forward, raising his right hand to strike down fiercely amidst the flurry of kicks. Smack, smack, smack. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed incessantly. The exact number of strikes was indeterminate. Observing the fierce exchange, Du Fei suddenly seized Du Jia's outstretched right foot with a powerful grip of his right palm. In a swift motion, he twisted his wrist and pivoted his body, sending Du Jia soaring through the air, only to crash onto the ground like a lifeless dog. As Du Jia hit the earth, a wave of pain surged through him, causing a bitter taste to rise in his throat, and blood erupted from his mouth. His eyes reflected shock, fear, and a seething resentment. How could he, a mere waste, be outmatched by someone so inept? With a sardonic laugh echoing amidst the stunned onlookers, Du Fei showed no mercy. He retracted his right hand, unleashed a powerful kick that struck Du Jia squarely in the face, sending him tumbling like a discarded rag. The ground beneath was stained with blood. Just as Du Fei prepared to advance further, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, swiftly extending a hand to help Du Jia to his feet, casting a cold gaze upon Du Fei. "Spare him where mercy is due, cousin Du Fei. Have you gone too far, Du Qing?" Du Fei looked up, his brow furrowing slightly. The expressions of those around him shifted, revealing a palpable fear as they recognized Du Qing's presence. "Cousin, avenge me," Du Jia exclaimed, turning eagerly, his face brightening with a hint of malice. "With such meager skills, you ought to focus on your training instead of embarrassing yourself. It is evident you are even inferior to a waste." Du Qing furrowed his brow, reluctantly releasing his grip. and casually patted a few times on Du Jie's chest and abdomen before speaking in an indifferent tone. After expelling a mouthful of congealed blood, it seemed as though his injuries had improved somewhat. Du Jie spat and remarked, "Cousin, I was indeed careless for a moment, but this fellow is truly formidable." Upon hearing this, Du Fei's lips twitched slightly. At this moment, he comprehended that Du Jie's entanglement with Xiao AI was undoubtedly influenced by Du Qing's machinations. It was evident that Du Jie was merely a minor issue. Du Qing was, in fact, the greater source of trouble. "Thank you for the compliment, Cousin Qing." Du Fei replied with a smile. "My younger brother's skills are hardly extraordinary in your presence. It is merely that some individuals are exceedingly inept, which allows me to appear somewhat remarkable." Upon hearing Du Fei's words, Du Jie's expression darkened drastically, turning an ominous shade of purple-black. Although seething with rage, he dared not confront Du Fei again, for the recent battle had made it crystal clear to him that despite both being at the 4th level of body refinement, the gap between them was considerable. "Haha, didn't he expect my cousin to be quite so sharp-tongued?" Du Qing smiled faintly, her gaze sweeping over Du Fei before she continued. "According to the customs of our Du family, it is improper for outsiders to intervene when the younger generation engages in sparring. However, there exists another rule beyond this, which prohibits causing harm. Given that my cousin has acted so recklessly this time, it may be difficult to account for this conduct, both upwards and downwards, don't you think?" "Account for?" Du Fei scoffed inwardly. If sparring truly meant no harm could be inflicted, then what was the point of sparring at all? Nevertheless, Du Fei was no fool. He understood that, given Du Qing's prowess, he was no match for her at this moment. If a fight were to ensue, he would inevitably be the one to suffer. Regardless, he had already achieved his goal of making a remarkable impression today, so there was no need to become further entangled with Du Qing. With this in mind, Du Fei smiled lightly and said, "Since cousin has stated it so, it seems I am the one lacking in understanding of the rules. Pray tell, how does cousin wish to address this matter concerning the younger brother?" "I shall comply." Upon hearing Du Fei yield, a flicker of coldness crossed Du Qing's eyes. Yet she quickly responded with a gentle laugh. "What do you mean by addressing? I lack such authority. However, I can certainly mediate for the two cousins. How about this? If Du Fei were to offer an apology, we could consider the matter closed. What say you?" Du Fei tugged at the corners of his mouth, another cold laugh echoing in his heart. Du Qing was indeed cunning. If he were to apologize, he would undoubtedly earn a reputation for being one who cowers before those who are stronger. "Everything rests on my cousin." With an impassive countenance, Du Fei seemed to ponder for a moment before gently speaking. He then took 2 steps forward, slightly bowing to Du Jie with a gesture of respect, and said, "Cousin Du Jie, I beg your pardon. This time, it is my folly for not recognizing your prowess. Initially, upon witnessing your formidable demeanor, I surmised your strength to be extraordinary. However, I did not anticipate that you would be so easily provoked. In the future, should we engage again, I shall certainly exercise more caution to spare you any humiliation. I shall temper my blows. Therefore, I implore you to show mercy and forgive me this time." "Du Fei, you seek your own demise." Du Jie's countenance, which had slightly improved, instantly darkened to a shade of deep purple, transforming dramatically like a theatrical mask. "Cousin, would you care for another round?" "Fear not. This time I shall indeed hold back." Du Fei appeared oblivious to the tension, wearing a smile. Witnessing this sudden escalation, the onlookers from the Du family collectively gasped in disbelief. It is worth noting that Du Qing, amidst the numerous prodigies within the Du clan, was regarded as exceptionally gifted. At the tender age of 17, he had already attained the 7th level of body refinement 8 years prior. Having cultivated true energy at this level, he had genuinely stepped onto the path of martial cultivation. While Du Qing may not yet rival the core descendants of the Du family, he was certainly not far behind. The audacity of Du Fei, possessing only the 4th level of body refinement, to utter such declarations akin to declaring war, was indeed astonishing. "Young master." Although Xia AI was somewhat astonished by Du Fei's prowess, she refrained from inquiring further, her expression marred by concern. After all, in her eyes, Du Qing was indeed a rather troublesome presence. He. In stark contrast to the furious Du Jie, Du Qing exhibited little anger upon hearing these words. Instead, he merely shook his head with a light chuckle, and then, with a hint of regret, remarked, "It is commendable for the youth to possess ambition. Yet it is a pity when one fails to recognize their own capabilities." Initially, I had no intention of involving myself in such matters. But since my cousin Du Fei is so arrogant, allow me to offer him a lesson. With that, Du Qing did not afford Du Fei any opportunity to respond. With a subtle push of his foot against the ground, he swiftly closed the distance between them, extending his right hand as he aimed a strike towards Du Fei's chest. The force of his palm was fierce, and the trajectory of his strike was uncanny, far surpassing that of Du Jie from earlier. Seeing Du Jie make his move in an instant, Du Fei's expression grew slightly colder. He had barely any time to react. Instinctively twisting his waist as he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! As their fists and palms collided. Du Fei immediately felt a surge of relentless internal force emanating from Du Qing's hand, causing a stinging sensation to ripple through his previously resilient skin, and even reverberating within his bones like a thunderous echo. With a muffled grunt, Du Fei swiftly kicked off the ground, his toes barely grazing the surface as he retreated. In his movement, he twisted his body, leaving deep gouges in the earth beneath him. It was only after the final motion that he found his footing. Although he barely managed to block Du Qing's punch, Du Fei felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body. Had he not employed the technique of soft fist to dissipate the internal force, he might have been severely incapacitated by Du Qing's blow. Slightly adjusting his posture, Du Fei lifted his gaze forward. Du Qing, today you seek to bring my ruin. Rest assured, I shall reciprocate in kind in the days to come. Upon witnessing Du Fei withstand his strike, a flicker of surprise crossed Du Qing's eyes before he nodded slightly, acknowledging, indeed, you possess some skill. Again, with that, Du Qing let out a cold chuckle, his foot forcefully striking the ground as he launched himself forward with great speed. Observing this, Du Fei inhaled sharply. He knew he was not yet a match for Du Qing, but he was confident that defeating him would not come without substantial cost. Just as their figures were about to collide once more, a soft yet commanding voice resonated through the air. Although the sound was faint, it sent a tremor through both Du Fei and Du Qing. A hint of peculiarity flashed in Du Qing's eyes as he smirked, yet he obediently withdrew his hand. Du Fei furrowed his brow slightly, for the voice just now was imbued with true energy. It was evident that the speaker had already ascended to the realm of a martial master, yet he pondered the individual's status within the Du family. Upon hearing that voice, the younger members of the Du clan surrounding the square shuddered imperceptibly, then each bowed slightly in a show of deference towards the main hall, uttering, Elder cousin, elder cousin. Upon hearing this address, Du Fei's brow knitted further as he recalled the identity of the individual. He had heard Du Tian mention that among the younger generation of the Du family, the most exceptional figure was one named Du Han. Not only was he the eldest legitimate grandson of the Du family, but he also possessed remarkable martial prowess. It was said that he commenced his training at the tender age of 8, and by 12, he had already reached the 7th level of body refinement. By the age of 20, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement and ultimately succeeded in becoming a martial master. Such achievements rendered him a prodigious talent, not just within the Du family, but throughout the entire Duan dynasty. This youth appeared to be in his 20s. His features seemingly unremarkable, yet as he emerged slowly, it was as if a faint halo enveloped him, obscuring his movements from clear view. Du Fei understood that this was a manifestation of the disparity in their strengths. However, the shock resonating within him was profound. Even his father, Du Tian, had reportedly approached 30 when he reached this level of prowess. Truly, Du Han was an extraordinary talent, seemingly well acquainted with the scrutinizing gazes from all directions. Du Han merely cast a fleeting glance around before gracefully striding toward the location of Du Fei and Du Qing. As he moved, the crowd swiftly parted, their eyes filled with a mix of astonishment and trepidation. Upon seeing Du Han approach, Du Qing nonchalantly curled his lip and, with a slight bow, remarked, "It is merely a sparring session among juniors. I did not anticipate it would attract the attention of our esteemed elder cousin. I am truly ashamed. Du Qing, with your prowess at the 7th level of body refinement, do you not feel any shame in bullying a cousin at the 4th level?" Du Han observed Du Qing with a hint of disdain, speaking coolly. "Ha ha. It was just a friendly exchange. What is there to be ashamed of? However, since you have offered your counsel, I shall certainly be more mindful in the future." Du Qing retorted, somewhat dismissively. "That would be for the best. The clan meeting is about to commence. Du Qing, you are likely to become a core member of our family this time, so do take care," he advised. Glancing once more at Du Fei, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossing his eyes before he continued, "Cousin Du Fei, if I am not mistaken, the head of the family requests your presence. Please follow me." At these words, Du Fei was momentarily taken aback, but after exchanging a glance with Xiao AI, the two swiftly followed suit. As Du Fei passed by Du Qing, their shoulders brushed against each other, prompting the latter to suddenly emit a cold chuckle. In a voice only the two could hear, he remarked, Du Fei, fortune favors you this time. I eagerly await the day you grow stronger. At that moment, I shall have every right to obliterate you. Everything you possess will then belong to me. I am truly looking forward to that day. Du Fei's pupils constricted slightly as he replied nonchalantly. With the system at his disposal, he too anticipated that day with great enthusiasm. He believed that, given sufficient time, he could certainly crush Du Qing beneath his foot. Ah, so you are Du Fei, the son of the fourth? Within the opulent and solemn hall, several individuals were seated on either side, their peculiar gazes subtly revolving around Du Fei. At the center of the hall, in the foremost position, sat a lean, white-haired elder, gently tapping the armrest of his chair while his scrutinizing gaze swept over Du Fei, emanating an aura of authority. Indeed, though the elder's intense scrutiny sent a shiver down Du Fei's spine, he dared not show his trepidation. For he understood that this man was none other than the current head of the Du family, Du Jintian. Oh, it is said that the son of the fourth is a natural-born waste, yet your earlier display does not suggest so. While your strength may only reach the fourth stage of body refinement, your audacity to withstand Du Qing is commendable. These cunning old foxes seem to be fully aware of the recent events. This thought briefly flickered in Du Fei's mind, and after a moment, he spoke in a low voice. It is all due to my father's exemplary guidance. It is nothing of great significance. Furthermore, regardless of the circumstances, the fourth is a member of the Du family. His death cannot go unnoticed. Please recount the events of that day in detail. Your family holds deep grievances, and the Du family shall certainly seek retribution for you. As the last word fell, a palpable aura of murder emanated from Du Jintian. The senior members of the Du family, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances filled with astonishment. It had been a long time since they had seen the old man so enraged. Gazing at the furious Du Jintian, Du Fei's pupils involuntarily constricted slightly. He exchanged a glance with Xiao AI, who stood in the center of the hall, and both felt a tinge of hesitation. Logically, Du Fei understood that given the Du family's strength, if he were to reveal the events of that day, there was a considerable chance of discovering the identity of his adversary. Yet, another exceedingly terrifying thought loomed in Du Fei's mind. If the senior members of the Du family were to learn that the shadowy figure who assaulted Du Tian possessed the strength of a fifth-rank martial sovereign, then their course of action would likely not be to avenge Du Tian, but rather to eliminate him with a single strike, as if nothing had ever transpired. Within the hall, a collective intake of breath resonated as the senior members of the Du family exchanged glances upon hearing this revelation, their eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment and fear. 8-rank, 8 martial masters. It seems that the fourth has been striving towards becoming a 7th-rank martial master over these years. Du Jintian rubbed his temples, contemplating that such strength is indeed formidable. Leaving aside other considerations, even if our clan sought to eradicate such a powerful faction, the price we would have to pay would undoubtedly be substantial. What do you all think? Within 100 miles, is there any force capable of such a feat? The senior members of the Du family exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, a somewhat portly elder tapped his forehead and hesitantly remarked, to contend with 9 rank 8 martial masters. Such a significant undertaking would necessitate at least a 7th-rank martial master to intervene, or perhaps the concerted efforts of over a dozen high-level rank 8 martial masters. And as you all are aware, 7th-rank martial masters are exceedingly rare. Within 100 miles, one would be hard-pressed to find even half of one. Although the 3 families within our city possess such strength, the other 2 families have been at odds with our Du family for many years. We have been vigilant regarding their movements, and recently, the strong individuals stationed with them have not departed. Thus I surmise that the matter is likely unrelated to the forces within our city. The Grand Elder speaks truth. Du Jintian nodded slightly, pondering. Yet if it were not those 2 families, then which other factions would target the fourth? The fourth has been rather low-key over the years. Surely, he must not have many enemies, right? Who knows? A chilling, sarcastic laughter emanated from the lips of a withered old man. Brother, let us not forget. For that woman, the fourth not only abandoned his post, but also absconded with the ice heart technique of the Du family. Who knows what troubles he has stirred in these years? The third elder's cold smile persisted, catching Du Jintian off guard. His expression shifted slightly as he contemplated the events of the past, which, he thought, had long since faded into oblivion. Is it truly the time to revisit those matters? He pondered. Speaking of the present, the third elder continued, let us not shy away from the truth. Though I do not overstep the boundaries of the Du family. We belong to one of the 5 families of Yin Shui, despite being a collateral branch. The forces within the Dan dynasty that would dare to lay a hand on our kin can be counted on one's fingers. The other 4 families of the Yu Shui 5, the Dan royal family, and Jun Wuzhou. As the final words fell from the third elder's lips, an air of tension cloaked the hall. Du Juntian's countenance shifted momentarily before he exhaled deeply and shook his head. What motive would these preeminent powers of the Dan dynasty have to target the 4th? Such claims are unfounded. Enough. Du Fei, you may withdraw for now. As for this matter, I shall ensure a thorough investigation is conducted. Should there be any findings, you will be duly informed. Understood. Du Fei nodded slightly before hastily bowing to Xiao Ai. Under the scrutiny of various peculiar gazes within the hall, he swiftly departed. As the 2 of them, Du Fei and Xiao Ai, were about to exit the main hall, Du Han, who had accompanied them, suddenly spoke in a calm tone. You need not fear. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely find myself perplexed. You must possess some knowledge regarding the culprit, yet you choose to remain silent. Du Han continued in his indifferent manner. Du Fei fixed his gaze upon Du Han for a moment, and upon confirming that there was no malice in his demeanor, he replied solemnly, there are certain matters that are better handled personally rather than entrusted to others. Is that truly the case? Du Han inquired with a gentle smile, nodding in agreement. Regardless, this is your affair, and it bears little relevance to me. However what? Du Fei asked, furrowing his brow. Du Han glanced at Du Fei and then at Xiao Ai before proceeding. Let us set aside other matters for now. If you wish to remain within the Du family and protect what you hold dear, your current strength is utterly insufficient. Although the family head has reluctantly recognized you as part of the inner circle, your abilities are exceedingly lacking. In less than 3 months, the family festival will arrive. I hope, by that time, your status within the inner circle will not be devoured by others. Furthermore, I find you quite intriguing. With that, Du Han offered a light smile, disregarding Du Fei further, and turned to leave. The family festival. Du Fei furrowed his brow slightly, and a strange expression flickered across his face. He was well aware of the significance of the family commemoration. It was said that this ceremony was an annual grand event for the Du family, dedicated not only to honoring their ancestors, but also to an exceedingly important matter, the clan competition. During this competition, the younger members of the family had the liberty to challenge one another, and should they emerge victorious, they would usurp the status and position of their rivals. Thus, the annual commemoration and clan competition held immense significance for the younger generation within the Du family. Many devoted an entire year to rigorous training solely for the sake of this contest. Only 3 months remain? Du Fei smiled faintly, his gaze drifting to the bustling square once more. Although the time was brief, it was more than sufficient. Beside him, Xiao Ai noticed the sudden brilliance in Du Fei's expression, and, pondering something, a hint of a gratified smile appeared on her lovely face. With a long sigh, Du Fei unceremoniously flopped onto the bed, a look of comfort washing over him. What is it, young master? Are you that exhausted today? Xiao Ai, standing behind him, shook her head helplessly and spoke softly. Exhausted is not quite the word. It's merely that I find it all exceedingly bothersome. Du Fei replied, shaking his head slightly. After leaving the hall, the 2 attended the family meeting, and although Du Fei's status typically shielded him from trouble, upon learning of his connection to the inner circle, many approached him to extend their greetings. Although the goodwill contained in such greetings warrants further examination, Du Fei found this similar activity to be even more exhausting than his cultivation practice. By the way, young master, when exactly did you begin your training? And how did you reach the 4th level of body refinement? Sitting by the bedside, Xiao Ai gently massaged Du Fei's back and inquired softly. If I were to say that I only began my training in the past few days, would you believe me? Du Fei suddenly turned, grasping Xiao Ai's wrist with a smile. I believe. Whatever young master says, I believe. As Du Fei held her wrist, Xiao Ai's face flushed crimson. She seemed to contemplate breaking free, but hesitated for a moment, ultimately refraining from any further action. However, Du Fei paid no heed to Xiao Ai's expression. Instead, he sat up, clapped his hands, and declared, regardless, I no longer need to conceal my ability to cultivate. Starting tomorrow, I will devote myself to rigorous training. If within 3 months I can ascend to the 7th level of body refinement, then Du Qin, all that year will cease to exist. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flickered across Xiao Ai's face, but she quickly blinked and softly replied, I believe in you, young master. I am certain you will achieve it." This inexplicable trust warmed Du Fei's heart, prompting him to reach out and tousle Xiao Ai's hair, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson once more. The Du family occupies an expansive territory within Buyu City, encompassing even the solitary peak that stands as the city's sole mountain, which has been designated as a forbidden area for the family. This location serves as a sacred ground for the Du clan's members to engage in their cultivation practices. Within the mountains, there are even ferocious beasts raised by the Du family for training purposes. However, due to this exclusivity, the rear mountain has seen a decline in visitors seeking to cultivate there over the years, leading to a certain degree of neglect. At this moment, at the waterfall nestled in the mountainside of the Du family's rear estate, wisps of white mist wafted through the air, accompanied by resonant, thunderous sounds that stirred the soul. In the water pool before the waterfall, Du Fei stood waist deep, his figure slightly spread as he gripped his fists tightly. In a fleeting moment, he struck the water's surface with a powerful punch. With a thunderous roar, a fissure was instantly carved into the pool before him, revealing the bottom, though within moments. The water reclaimed the gap. Is it still like this? Observing this scene, Du Fei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, followed by a hint of self-mockery. Despite having spent the entire morning in this endeavor, he achieved little success and felt that his efforts paled in comparison to his usual training. With a series of swift punches, Du Fei's spirit was invigorated, and as he moved, the surrounding mist seemed to swirl and dance in harmony with his actions. With a low grunt, Du Fei transformed his final punch into a palm strike, forcefully crashing it against the tree before him. The sound echoed as a small tree, approximately the thickness of a bowl, emitted a dissonant creak before toppling to the ground. Had he finally achieved something? The arduous training of the past fortnight had not been in vain. After a moment of silence and contemplation, Du Fei found himself somewhat dissatisfied. Although he sensed his strength steadily accumulating with each passing day of practice, this progression felt painfully ordinary, starkly contrasting with his lofty expectations. Were it not for the impending clan competition in 3 months, such gradual improvement would hardly matter. Yet, the urgency loomed. He must reach the 7th level of body refinement within this time frame. Otherwise, how could he possibly contend with Du Qing? A shadow of worry crept into his heart. Taking a deep breath, Du Fei murmured, "System, aside from this wretched water technique, are there any other methods to expedite my training?" Without hesitation, Du Fei initiated the process. With permission granted, data began to load and be retrieved. A familiar obsidian void materialized in his mind, yet this time, it was devoid of any figures. Instead, a massive black cauldron emerged, within which dark flames roiled and danced. Before Du Fei could voice his inquiries, peculiar plants emerged from all directions of the space, pausing momentarily before swiftly descending into the great cauldron. Subsequently, the flames within the cauldron surged vigorously as the plants rapidly amalgamated, eventually transforming into a thumb-sized golden pill that landed before Du Fei. Simultaneously, a cold, electronic voice resonated once more. 9th grade elixir, cleansing pill. To be consumed by those below the 9th grade martial master. It purifies bones and refines marrow, accelerating cultivation speed. Prolonged consumption may even enhance one's true essence. The refining materials include ziwei leaves, tiger bone flowers, orchid marrow branches and leaves, stone heart marrow, and the refining method. As the electronic voice faded, Du Fei's expression transitioned from astonishment to sheer incredulity. Was this not, after all, the legendary art of alchemy? On the Xuanwu continent, there exists an extraordinarily mysterious yet highly esteemed profession known as the alchemist. True to its name, an alchemist is one who can concoct various herbs and rare substances into potent elixirs. Each elixir on the Xuanwu continent possesses unique effects. Even the most mundane cleansing pill would incite fierce competition among countless factions if it were to appear on the market. It is important to understand that the path of martial cultivation is inherently rebellious, and the emergence of medicinal pills can indeed render this arduous journey somewhat more navigable. Who would not be enamored by such a prospect? However, the lineage of alchemists is said to be shrouded in enigma, with exceedingly stringent prerequisites for those aspiring to become alchemists. Firstly, to embark on the path of an alchemist, one must possess an extraordinary innate talent in martial arts, as the art of alchemy also reflects the nature of one's character. If one cannot even master martial arts, what right do they have to aspire to be an alchemist? Furthermore, beyond physical condition, the paramount factor for an alchemist is the formidable strength of one's spiritual essence. The concept of spiritual essence is inherently elusive, with many even questioning its existence. Nonetheless, to become an alchemist, the potency of one's spiritual essence is of utmost importance, for if it is too feeble, how could one possibly engage in the intricacies of alchemy? Yet, aside from these two critical aspects, the most vital element of alchemical practice is inheritance. Regardless of one's exceptional talent or the might of their spiritual essence, without the guidance of a distinguished master and the benefit of a rich inheritance, it is utterly impossible for anyone to independently acquire the art of alchemy. In the art of alchemy, even the most ordinary recipe encapsulates the wisdom of countless predecessors. Moreover, the meticulous control over the quantities of herbs and the precise timing during the refining process further accentuates the rarity of alchemists on the Xuanwu continent. When a practitioner does emerge, even the most humble ninth-grade alchemist is regarded as a distinguished guest. For any faction or powerful individual would be exceedingly reluctant to offend such a figure. Du Fei was certainly aware of the various legends surrounding alchemists, thus, upon witnessing the alchemical process within the system, he was initially taken aback, only to be subsequently overwhelmed by elation. Although the reliability of the system remained dubious, its potential to grant him the opportunity to become an alchemist was indeed thrilling. The odds may be slim, yet he felt compelled to attempt it, especially since few, if any, possessed his intimate knowledge of the method for concocting the essence-cleansing elixir. Furthermore, if he were to succeed in alchemy, it would yield substantial benefits for his cultivation. Reflecting on this, Du Fei could not help but nod slightly in agreement. Yet shortly thereafter, a wry smile crept across his face. If his memory served him correctly, the ingredients such as ZY leaves, tiger bone flowers, orchid marrow branches, and stone heart marrow were all rather costly herbs. In the past, acquiring such items would have been a simple endeavor. However, at this moment, I find myself at the mercy of others. Even with the status of a member of the inner circle, obtaining these resources would likely require a substantial sum of money. Yet, it seems that gold coins are the very thing I currently lack. Reflecting on this, Du Fei could not help but rub his forehead, and after a brief moment, he offered a bitter smile. Must I personally seek out these medicinal herbs? After pondering for a while, Du Fei shook his head. He understood well that embarking on such a quest would be exceedingly unreliable. The most prudent course of action at present would be to ascertain whether the little heiress at home still possesses any funds. With a slight nod, Du Fei entered the room and coughed lightly, saying, Xiao AI, a few days ago, the family had mentioned that my current status is that of an inner disciple. I wonder if there are any cultivation resources available? Well, Xiao AI contemplated before responding. The family has merely stated that this residence is now designated for you, young master. Additionally, a monthly allowance of 100 gold coins will be allocated to you. Furthermore, you may access the first 2 levels of the family's martial arts pavilion. However, my suggestion is that you wait until you advance to the 7th stage of body refinement before visiting the pavilion. Indeed, Du Fei nodded, murmuring, 100 gold coins, I fear, may barely suffice. After a brief moment, he quietly inquired, Xiao AI, aside from this 100 gold coins, how much wealth do we possess? Money? Xiao AI blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Young master, have you not always been indifferent to such matters? Why is it that today? I wish to purchase some items, but times have changed, and I thought it prudent to inquire, Du Fei said, feeling somewhat awkward. I see. Xiao AI nodded slightly and hastily entered the inner chamber. After a brief moment, she emerged carrying a small parcel and proceeded to open it on the table, meticulously retrieving the gold coins within. We have approximately 300 gold coins, young master. Is that sufficient? Xiao AI softly inquired after counting the coins. 300, indeed. Du Fei pondered for a moment before letting out a wry smile. This sum is likely only enough to procure one type of the 4 required herbs. It appears that the art of alchemy, at least in terms of its materials, is not something an ordinary person can readily manage. Is it insufficient? Observing Du Fei's expression, Xiao AI seemed to grasp the situation. After a brief pause, she bit her lip, gently removed the hairpin from her hair, and placed it into Du Fei's hands. Young master, if it is not enough, perhaps you could part with this. I believe it may hold some value. The jade green hairpin felt cool to the touch, yet Du Fei was momentarily stunned and remarked, Xiao AI, is this hairpin not your only clue to your past? If it were to happen, Xiao AI smiled gently, exuding an alluring charm. No matter how Xiao AI came into this world, it has long ceased to matter. Xiao AI, naturally, is the esteemed young master S. Xiao AI. Should the young master have need of her, even if it requires Xiao AI to. Moreover, what is merely a hairpin? No need for that. Xiao AI slightly pouted, then lowered her head and whispered, would. Her voice was so soft that it seemed only she could hear it. Xiao AI, accompany me outside today, will you? We have yet to properly explore not Yuqing. The following day, Du Fei did not venture to the back mountain to practice as usual. Instead, after grooming himself, he suddenly smiled and spoke lightly. It is indeed good. But wouldn't it be a bit perilous for us to leave the Du family now? Xiao AI expressed her slight concern. Du Fei furrowed his brow. And after a moment, he replied solemnly that Long Aotion would surely not dare to appear easily, and besides, I believe not Yuqing is within the sphere of influence of the Du family, so it is unlikely that we would encounter any significant trouble. That should be the case. Xiao AI pondered for a moment before softly suggesting, should I bring a weapon then? Recalling Xiao AI's weapon, which towered over her. Du Fei couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it. When there is time, I will find you a smaller one. The current size is indeed. As he spoke, Du Fei shook his head again. Upon hearing this, Xiao AI stomped her foot in frustration and said, I knew you always found my strength excessive, young master. What relevance does this have to strength? Du Fei was taken aback. However, your attire is rather ostentatious. Times have changed, and it would be prudent to adopt a more subdued approach. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us depart without delay. With that, Du Fei gently patted Xiao AI's head and then led her at a leisurely pace towards the door. As they exited the Du residence, they encountered numerous relatives of the Du family. Due to the recent clan meeting, many recognized Du Fei and Xiao AI and greeted them warmly. Du Fei reciprocated their affections with a smile. And after inquiring about the basic conditions of Bus City from a servant, the two finally left the grand entrance of the Du household. Bus City, being one of the more prominent cities in the southern region of the Dun dynasty, boasts a bustling atmosphere, teeming with merchants and mercenaries alike. However, due to the presence of three significant factions firmly established within the city, few dare to cause trouble. Both Du Fei and Xiao AI were adorned in the distinctive attire of the Du family, which, while attracting some attention due to Xiao AI's beauty, deterred any potential provocateurs once their garments were recognized. Thus, they enjoyed a remarkably leisurely stroll. After meandering through Buyue City, they eventually arrived at a vibrant marketplace. This market, typically managed by the major factions within the city, was chosen by Du Fei for its peculiarities, as he wished to keep their whereabouts hidden from the Du family. Due to the advantageous geographical location of this market and its considerable foot traffic, the three dominant factions within the city, despite their fervent interest, engaged in a series of conflicts that ultimately yielded no benefits for any party. Consequently, they acquiesced to a shared governance of this marketplace, thereby ensuring that none of the factions could exert excessive influence here, thus preserving a degree of autonomy for the market itself. As Du Fei meandered through the market, he discovered a plethora of peculiar and extraordinary items, including the so-called martial techniques available for sale. These techniques, akin to martial practitioners, were categorized into 9 ranks, ranging from the 9th to the 1st. However, the martial techniques presented in this marketplace were predominantly of the 9th rank, a common fare across the continent. Nevertheless, Du Fei found little interest in these commonplace items. His focus was primarily on medicinal herbs. Regrettably, after surveying the stalls, he was disheartened to realize that the herbs he sought were indeed exceedingly rare. The pursuit of treasures among these humble vendors proved to be far from effortless. Resigned to his fate, after a moment of hesitation, Du Fei, accompanied by Xiao AI, made their way towards the rows of shops flanking the market. Ultimately, they entered a shop with an exquisitely rustic design. Inside, the shop boasted an impressive array of goods, both visible and concealed, yet, in stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere outside, it appeared rather desolate. Upon the arrival of 2 young individuals, the shop attendant merely lifted his eyelids slightly. Initially, he appeared poised to dismiss them. However, as his gaze fell upon the garments adorning the pair, he could not suppress a shudder. Swiftly, he emerged from behind the counter, slightly bowing as he inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to our humble establishment? Are you here to purchase or sell?" Having had previous encounters with such attendants in shops, Du Fei felt no need for formality. He retrieved the jade hairpin belonging to Xiao AI from his pocket and delicately placed it upon the counter, stating nonchalantly, "Please, ascertain the value of this item." "Kindly wait a moment," the attendant murmured, momentarily furrowing his brow. He grasped the hairpin and retreated into the back of the shop. After a brief while, he re-emerged, a broad smile gracing his face. "Esteemed guests, I have summoned the appraiser to evaluate this piece." The hairpin, with its antiquated design and exquisite craftsmanship, is undoubtedly worth 500 gold coins. Moreover, as members of the Du family, we cannot afford to be negligent. Therefore, I propose a rounded sum of 600 gold coins. 600? Du Fei chuckled softly, reclaiming the hairpin with ease. It seems your proprietor possesses quite the audacity. Setting aside the design and workmanship, the material itself is an exceedingly rare piece of cold jade. Wearing this during cultivation aids in focusing the mind and nurturing one's energy. Such a benefit is invaluable. Surely, even you must recognize this, as would your appraiser. It appears that the Du family has indeed been underestimated. At that moment, the servant's expression subtly changed, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Ha ha ha, the scions of the Du family are truly remarkable. It seems I have misjudged my own servant. Just then, a hearty laughter resonated from the back hall, followed by the emergence of a middle-aged man with an exceptionally competent demeanor. He approached Du Fei with measured steps and slightly cupped his hands in greeting, saying, I am Huang Gui, the manager of this establishment. It is a pleasure to meet you, young master of the Du family. Please do not take offense. This item holds considerable value, and without your explicit acknowledgement, this humble shop cannot make any claims. With that said, how does an offer of 5,000 gold coins sound? 5,000? Du Fei pondered for a moment and nodded slightly, although the price had been somewhat diminished. There was no need to quibble excessively at this moment. With that thought, Du Fei nodded again and then produced a piece of yellow paper from his sleeve, placing it on the table with a calm demeanor. Then, I would also trouble manager Huang to procure these items for me. Upon hearing this, Huang Gui slowly lifted the yellow paper, and a flicker of astonishment in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Is there a problem? Du Fei inquired, arching an eyebrow at Huang Gui's reaction. Oh no, everything is fine. Someone, please prepare these items for the young master of the Du family. Huang Gui was momentarily astonished, but his expression swiftly returned to normal. After casually handing the yellow paper to the servant behind him, he smiled and slightly cupped his hands towards Du Fei, saying, It is true that I, Huang, have been in Buyu City for over a decade, and I am quite familiar with the Du family. However, this young master appears somewhat unfamiliar to me. I beg your pardon, but may I inquire your name? After a brief moment of contemplation, Du Fei replied nonchalantly, Du Fei. Initially, he had no intention of revealing his identity. But considering that he might need a substantial amount of medicinal herbs in the future if his alchemical endeavors proved successful, it seemed futile to conceal it. Thus, Du Fei boldly proclaimed his name. Ah, it is young Master Du Fei, Huang Gui said, his expression unchanged, only nodding slightly. A few days ago, I heard that the Du family has produced an extraordinary young talent. Although he possesses only the strength of the 4th stage of body refinement, he managed to contend with young Master Du Qing, who boasts the strength of the 7th stage, and emerged unscathed. Indeed, upon meeting you today, it is evident that you are remarkable. This fellow is quite impressive. Du Fei could not help but raise his eyebrows, feeling a sense of astonishment. He had not expected anyone to pay such close attention to this sort of news. Yet, Huang Gui immediately recognized who he was, leaving aside other matters. This ability to gather intelligence was truly formidable. Clearly, those who navigate Buyu City are far from ordinary. With a faint sigh in his heart, Du Fei did not dare to treat the man before him with indifference. Instead, he smiled gently and replied, Manager Huang, you are too kind. Such modest abilities hardly warrant any attention. It is precisely due to my insufficient strength that I must venture out today in search of some medicinal herbs, hoping they might assist in my cultivation. I kindly request that you keep this matter confidential. Although various herbs, when refined into elixirs, might yield effects several times greater, indeed, even tenfold, consuming them directly also bears similar benefits. Thus, Du Fei's statement was quite reasonable. Manager Huang's expression remained largely unchanged. He merely nodded and assured, Please rest assured, young Master Du Fei, our establishment has always maintained strict confidentiality regarding our patrons' information. Therefore, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command our services. Of course, that is only natural. While the two engaged in their courteous exchange, a servant emerged from the inner chamber of the shop, respectfully presenting a jade box before Du Fei. Upon seeing the item, Manager Huang chuckled and said, Young Master Du Fei, within this box lie the 4 medicinal herbs you requested, each portion prepared according to your specifications. As for the price, I shall extend a favor to you, offering them at a mere 1,500 gold coins. What do you think? Although he was aware that the price was not insignificant, Du Fei chose not to linger on such trivial matters. He casually reached for the jade box and opened it, casting a fleeting glance inside. Once the cold, electronic voice faded from his mind, Du Fei smiled and remarked, "Indeed, Manager Huang is generous. These medicinal herbs are not only intact, but also remarkably fresh, retaining their efficacy. In this regard, it seems I, Du Fei, have come out ahead." "Haha, it is good that young Master Du is pleased," Huang Gui responded, his expression remaining impassive. He then gestured again, and someone from the back brought forth a small white crystal card, roughly the size of half a palm. After casually accepting the card, he placed it before Du Fei. Huang Gui then smiled and said, "Our humble establishment does not have 3,500 gold coins in cash. But this card contains that very amount. Consider it a gift for young Master Du. What do you think?" Du Fei was familiar with such crystal cards, which were exceedingly popular in the Xuanwu continent. Depending on their color, they could store varying amounts of gold coins. This particular white crystal card was the most basic type, capable of holding up to 100,000 gold coins. However, even such a rudimentary item required a 9th-grade martial artist or an individual of equivalent status to utilize it. The fact that Huang Gui had procured such a token for him was indeed a significant show of respect. At present, Du Fei, without any hesitation, accepted the crystal card in the jade box, casually handing them to the attendant behind him, Xiao Ai. He then offered a faint smile, saying thus, "I extend my gratitude to Manager Huang for today. Should I require assistance in the future, I shall certainly return to trouble you." "Ah, Master Du Fei speaks in jest. It is our pleasure to host esteemed guests such as yourself. How could we perceive your visit as a bother?" Manager Huang responded with an impeccable politeness. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he rose to escort Du Fei and Xiao Ai out of the shop. As he watched the duo gradually fade from view, the smile on Huang Gui's face slowly dissipated. He ambled over to the table at the front of the counter, tapping the surface with his fingers, his expression turning peculiar. "Manager, does that young man pose a problem?" The attendant, standing to the side, inquired after a moment of hesitation. "What issue could there be?" Huang Gui mused for a brief moment before replying, "Though, there is something rather odd." "Odd?" The attendant appeared perplexed. "What could be so strange?" "Indeed, it is peculiar. The 4 medicinal herbs he requested, along with their quantities, if my memory serves me correctly, match precisely those required by the 9th-grade alchemist who visited us previously. If my conjecture is accurate, Du Fei must be seeking these herbs for the purpose of alchemy. Yet, when did the Du family come to possess an alchemist?" Huang Gui squinted thoughtfully before murmuring, "Could it be that the young man intends to practice alchemy himself?" The attendant hesitantly suggested, "Practice alchemy himself?" Upon hearing the servant's words, Huang Gui's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment's pause, he lowered his voice and said, "Do not jest. Are you not aware of the rarity of alchemists? It is not merely in the city of Yu. Even within our merchant guild, despite expending vast resources and manpower, we are unable to establish a connection with an alchemist. Aside from those of extraordinary influence, who could possibly afford to employ an alchemist for crafting elixirs? And that Du Fei, at such a tender age, has managed to refine pills by himself? This is inconceivable. One must understand that the art of alchemy, without the guidance of a master, is utterly unattainable. Rather than accept your assertion, I would sooner believe that the Du family has somehow procured an alchemist. Yet, even if they have secured an alchemist, why would they venture outside in search of medicinal herbs? Surely, the Du family should possess these resources themselves. Could it be that Du Fei truly intends to ingest them directly? At this point, an even more peculiar expression crossed Huang Gui's face. After a brief moment, he furrowed his brow slightly and whispered, "Instruct our spies embedded within the Du family to keep a closer watch on this Du Fei." Stepping out of the ancient shop, Du Fei squinted slightly, and after a moment, he acclimated to the cacophony of the bustling street. Behind him, the small and dazed AI, clutching a jade box, inquired, "Young master, are you truly intent on purchasing these items for consumption? Isn't that a tad extravagant? What do you think?" Du Fei chuckled softly and replied, "Hold on to these items tightly. Next, we must seek out another object." "What object?" "The medicinal cauldron." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai's expression froze momentarily, soon giving way to an incredulous look. Having lived alongside Du Fei since childhood, she had never witnessed him searching for such items. The sudden revelation of his martial prowess only deepened her sense of mystery surrounding her young master. However, she harbored no ulterior motives. Whatever Du Fei said or did, she would not ponder too deeply. Her trust in him was unwavering. "But, young master, if you're looking for a medicinal cauldron, couldn't we just find it at that shop we just visited?" Gently shaking her head, Xiao AI approached Du Fei, speaking softly. Silly girl. Du Fei patted her head lightly and said, if that were the case, wouldn't anyone know what I was up to? At this, Xiao AI couldn't help but stick out her cute little tongue, her expression one of sudden realization. Du Fei found her innocent and simple nature rather endearing. So he merely smiled, and then led her on a meandering exploration of the surroundings. After wandering through the marketplace for a while, Du Fei's steps gradually slowed in front of a rather large stall. His gaze lingered on an ancient, quaint little cauldron, and with a soft sigh of relief, he exclaimed, At last, I have found it. After a moment of contemplation upon the ancient cauldron, Du Fei gradually crouched down, extending his hand to gently caress the artifact before inquiring in a nonchalant manner, How much for this item? Haha, young master possesses a discerning eye. This piece was fortuitously discovered amidst the ruins not long ago. I believe it once belonged to an alchemist. However, it is of little use to the likes of us. If you are truly interested, I could part with it for a mere 500 gold coins, the merchant replied, unable to suppress his excitement upon noticing Du Fei's interest. Without casting another glance at the stall, Du Fei took hold of Xiao Ai's hand, preparing to depart. Ah, young master, please wait. The merchant hesitated for a moment before speaking. Well, since you are keen on this item, why not propose a price? 50 gold coins. Du Fei stated, his gaze unwavering. 50. Are you jesting with me, young master? Such a relic for merely 50 gold coins? Why not sell it to me instead? The merchant retorted incredulously. And how much would you offer? Du Fei inquired calmly. At the very least 100 gold coins. The merchant replied with a forced smile. 80. Du Fei countered. The merchant's expression twitched again, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he sighed. 80 it is then. Resigned, the merchant accepted the terms. And Du Fei, without further ado, signaled Xiao Ai to toss 80 gold coins to the merchant. He then cradled the cauldron in his arms and strolled away leisurely. On this outing, Du Fei successfully acquired everything he needed, which filled him with a sense of excitement. He had no intention of lingering outdoors any longer and swiftly pulled Xiao Ai away from the market. As they walked a short distance, they were suddenly met with a faint sound of laughter emanating from ahead. This must be the renowned Xiao Ai of the Du family, who had garnered quite a reputation in recent days. Indeed, seeing her in person is far more impressive than hearing about her. Both Du Fei and Xiao Ai furrowed their brows, their gazes fixed forward. At the entrance of the market, a crowd was gathered around a young man dressed in lavish attire, who was leisurely making his way towards them. The young man appeared to be around 20 years of age, with striking features and a tall stature. His garments were immaculate, and he held a pristine white folding fan, gently waving it. At that moment, his slightly narrowed eyes were fixed intently on Xiao Ai, revealing a barely concealed glimmer of desire. Upon seeing this man, Xiao Ai instinctively stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Du Fei, her face betraying a look of disdain. Du Fei's brows knitted together for a brief moment before he spoke in a deep voice. Might I inquire why you have chosen to obstruct our path, sir? You must be Du Fei. The young man's gaze finally shifted to Du Fei, a faint smile gracing his lips. I have heard of your name. However, seeing you in person is rather underwhelming. With that, he averted his attention from Du Fei and addressed Xiao Ai with a charming nod. Lady Xiao Ai, I am Lin Xiao. I have admired you for quite some time, and today I have the pleasure of meeting you. I would like to extend an invitation for a private conversation at the Jin Shi Lu. Might you honor me with your presence? Lin Xiao. Du Fei could not help but curl the corner of his mouth, uncertain whether to smile bitterly or feel vexed. He had indeed heard of Lin Xiao a few times. The so-called three major forces in Bu City comprised the Du family, the Lin family, and the Gongsun family. These three families established a tripartite stalemate within the city, unable to resolve their conflicts, resulting in minor skirmishes over the years but no significant confrontations. Lin Xiao was renowned as the most gifted prodigy of the Lin family in this generation, reportedly having ascended to the 9th level of body refinement at a remarkably young age, mere steps away from becoming a 9th-grade martial artist. The emergence of such a talent seeking trouble inevitably caused Du Fei to inwardly chuckle bitterly, reinforcing the notion that beauty often brings disaster. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, Du Fei forced a smile and raised his head, saying, "It is truly an honor to meet the esteemed young Master Lin Xiao, whose name precedes him like thunder. However, although young Master Lin has extended an invitation, my little AI is rather occupied, so I must sincerely apologize." After speaking, Du Fei chose not to glance at Lin Xiao's rather displeased expression, but instead took little AI's hand and led her towards the other side of the market. "Who said you could leave?" Seeing Du Fei disregard him so openly while holding the hand of the woman he admired, a flash of anger crossed Lin Xiao's handsome face, followed by a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he ground his teeth and spoke in a low, menacing tone, accompanied by a group of subordinates. Upon witnessing Lin Xiao's demeanor, they instinctively dispersed without needing any instruction from him. In a matter of moments, they encircled Du Fei and Xiao AI, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. Observing the actions of the gathered individuals, Du Fei's pupils narrowed slightly. After a brief pause, he slowly turned around, his indifferent gaze settling on Lin Xiao, and coldly remarked, "Master Lin Xiao, what does this signify? What does it signify?" Lin Xiao's lips twitched, followed by a chilling laugh as he responded, "That question should be posed to you, Master Du Fei. Given my esteemed status in Buyu City, my invitation to Miss Xiao AI is of no concern to you." Du Fei chuckled softly and replied, "Originally, this matter had little to do with me, but my Xiao AI has never ventured out with unrelated individuals. I trust you will understand, Master Lin Xiao." "Understand?" Lin Xiao threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Such understanding. Master Du Fei, I ask that you extend the same courtesy today." With that, Lin Xiao's menacing gaze swept across the surroundings, and he coldly declared, "Should anyone dare to interfere today, they shall find themselves at odds with the Lin family. Attack." Upon Lin Xiao's command, the more than 10 subordinates surrounding Du Fei and Xiao AI surged forward with a menacing intent. Du Fei had not anticipated that the conflict would escalate so abruptly. Without the slightest regard for the consequences, with a cold smirk, he thrust the medicinal cauldron into Xiao AI's hands and gestured for her to step back. He then advanced a half step and delivered a resounding slap to the face of the foremost assailant. The loud crack echoed as the leading man was sent spinning in place, eventually collapsing to the ground, dazed. Du Fei, however, did not spare him a second glance. His figure glided forward, seemingly effortless strikes taking down each adversary with precision. By the time he unleashed his final slap, the last of Lin Xiao's guards lay sprawled on the ground, face contorted in shades of purple and black, wailing in agony. It is worth noting that these guards were not feeble. Each possessed at least the prowess of the 3rd or 4th stage of body refinement. Yet, before Du Fei, they appeared rather inadequate, primarily due to the rudimentary nature of the body refinement techniques they practiced. Upon witnessing the last of his guards collapse to the ground, Lin Xiao could not suppress a twitch in his facial muscles. After a moment, he inhaled slightly and remarked coldly, "Not bad. You managed to take down these dozen or so worthless fools. It seems that young Master Du Fei indeed possesses some skill." Du Fei, however, maintained an unchanging expression, merely smiling as he casually waved his hand and replied nonchalantly, "People nowadays have such thick skins, my hand is sore from striking them. Truly unfortunate." As he spoke, Du Fei casually shook his head, adding, "If there is nothing more, then young Master Lin, I shall take my leave." "Take your leave?" Lin Xiao retorted with a mix of fury and mockery. "You don't actually believe that today's events can simply be brushed aside, do you? What else do you desire?" Du Fei inquired, fixing his gaze upon Lin Xiao. At this, Lin Xiao's eyes twitched, and he took a deep breath before coldly scoffing, "Indeed, my subordinates are worthless. However, they have tarnished my reputation, and if I do not stand up for them today, how shall I, Lin Xiao, continue to navigate within the confines of this city?" With the last word uttered, Lin Xiao's foot slammed down upon the ground, propelling his figure towards Du Fei like a cannonball. Simultaneously, his right hand clenched into a fist. And even before his body arrived, a fierce gust of wind from his punch surged forward. Is this the prowess of the 9th level of body refinement? As he beheld this punch, far more formidable than the one delivered by Du Qing on that fateful day, Du Fei could not help but feel a jolt of surprise within his heart. Nevertheless, he did not retreat. Instead, his expression darkened slightly as he clenched his right fist and struck back fiercely against Lin Xiao's blow. With a thunderous impact, their fists collided, and Du Fei was immediately assailed by an overwhelming force of inner strength, causing his throat to taste the metallic tang of blood, and darkness momentarily clouded his vision. He was propelled backward, skidding along the ground for several meters before finally regaining his balance. Despite this, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. The disparity between the 4th and 9th levels of body forging was evidently insurmountable through mere physical techniques. "Young master," Xiao AI exclaimed softly, her voice laced with concern. "It's nothing," Du Fei replied, wiping away the blood with a steady hand, his expression remaining unchanged. Though blood had escaped his lips, he had managed to dissipate most of Lin Xiao's inner strength using his soft fist technique. thus sustaining no serious injuries. Lin Xiao, observing Du Fei's demeanor, felt a flicker of astonishment. It was known that while the gap between the 9th levels of body forging was not vast, the difference between Du Fei and himself was a full 5 levels. By conventional wisdom, Du Fei should have been easily vanquished by a single strike. Yet, the current situation suggested otherwise. However, Lin Xiao remained confident that should he unleash his full power, he would have 100% certainty of defeating Du Fei in an instant. Such was the confidence of a practitioner at the 9th level of body forging. Master Du Fei possesses remarkable skill. Indeed, the Du family is extraordinary, he declared, ready to engage once more. With a sardonic chuckle, Lin Xiao once more stamped his foot forcefully upon the earth. As his figure pirouetted, his hands traced an enigmatic arc, culminating in a sharp twist of his right hand. His fist, akin to a venomous serpent, descended upon Du Fei's countenance. Serpent strike. With the execution of this strike, a phalanx of spectral serpents seemed to rise before Lin Xiao, a truly formidable display. The Lin family's serpent strike? Though merely a 9th-grade martial technique, Du Fei is surely undone this time. A spectator exclaimed in astonishment. The combination of a 9th-level body forging realm and a 9th-grade martial skill was deemed insurmountable for a mere 4th-level body forging practitioner. Gazing ahead, Du Fei's pupils constricted as a frigid, electronic voice echoed within his mind. Yet, as he neared the issuance of a command, a lithe figure abruptly darted before him. A series of muffled, explosive sounds erupted instantaneously. Moments later, the entangled figures recoiled. With a resounding thud, Lin Xiao's feet anchored to the ground, his form wavering slightly. A flush creeping upon his countenance. His gaze fixed ahead, a look of utter astonishment etched upon his features. Simultaneously, Du Fei's eyes settled upon the same point. After a moment, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily as he exclaimed, "Xiao AI?" This sudden reversal of fortune left not only Du Fei but also the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Only after a brief interlude did a collective gasp permeate the air. It is worth noting that although little AI appears to be merely a girl of 13 or 14, she possesses the formidable strength of the 9th level of body refinement. Were it not for the eyewitness account, one might find it hard to believe. The 9th level of body refinement? Lin Xiao exhaled softly, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Indeed, young lady AI is truly extraordinary. Will you return once more? Upon hearing this, little AI's delicate face hardened, her furious gaze directed at Lin Xiao. Acknowledging one's inferiority is something I, Lin Xiao, can accept. Despite the defeat, Lin Xiao's demeanor remained largely unperturbed. Rather, he smiled and remarked, "With your talents, why would you choose to remain in the shadows of a worthless individual? The doors of the Lin family are always open to you, young lady. Should you wish it, you shall rise above all others." His tone was earnest. Yet the admiration in his eyes burned with an intensity that was nearly impossible to conceal. Upon hearing this, little AI furrowed her brow and, after a brief pause, coldly replied, "I am not interested." Since young lady AI expresses no interest, I shall not press further. However, I have a word of advice for you. With your exceptional gifts, is it not a tad disadvantageous to linger beside this fellow? Lin Xiao's gaze shifted to Du Fei, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Today, you are fortunate to hide behind a woman. Yet next time, it may not be so favorable for you. I have heard that Du Qing intends to incapacitate you during the coming clan competition. I shall eagerly await that moment. After finishing these words, Lin Xiao did not spare a glance at the servants on the ground, but instead threw his head back and laughed heartily as he departed. Du Fei's cold gaze fell upon Lin Xiao's retreating figure. He stepped forward, grasped Xiao AI, and said with a hint of resignation, "Enough. This is not the moment to dwell on such matters. However, can we truly let him off so easily?" Xiao AI bit her lip, expressing her resentment. Though he is detestable, some of his words ring true. If we are to settle the score, it must be by my own hand. Hee. Du Qing, Lin Xiao, Long Ao Tian, the man in black. I shall not spare a single one of them. Du Fei narrowed his eyes and let out a chilling laugh, then continued in a tone that was calm, yet imbued with a bone-chilling intensity. Upon hearing this, Xiao AI nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing with him. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao AI nodded gently and said, 6 months ago. But the master instructed me not to disclose this to you, which is why you remained unaware, young master. 6 months ago, at not yet 15 years of age, he had reached the 9th level of body refinement? At this thought, Du Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed that his father had indeed stumbled upon an extraordinary prodigy back then. Young master, are you truly planning to concoct pills with all these items? Xiao Ai looked at the array of objects on the table, her expression one of bewilderment. Du Fei chuckled softly, yet refrained from disclosing the secrets of the system. Instead, he gently tapped the medicinal cauldron and remarked, in my father's study, I discovered a recipe for alchemy. Although I am uncertain of its origin, it certainly warrants experimentation. Should I succeed in refining the elixir, I shall keep my silence. Perhaps you, this prodigious young lady, might achieve a breakthrough and ascend to the 9th tier of martial arts. I am indifferent to the outcome, but young master, is it not said that alchemy requires a master's guidance? Is it wise to proceed without proper instruction? Xiao Ai expressed her concerns with a worried visage. It should be fine. Just keep a vigilant watch outside and ensure no one interrupts me. I shall attempt it myself, and should it prove futile, I will, of course, abandon the endeavor, Du Fei replied in a hushed tone. Very well. Unable to contend with Du Fei's resolve, Xiao Ai pouted and exited the room, dutifully taking her post in the courtyard. After a brief chuckle, Du Fei swiftly transported the items into the inner chamber. The abode of Du Fei was modest. Apart from a small parlor for receiving guests, it comprised 2 bedrooms and an inner room. This inner chamber, evidently a sanctuary for Du Tian's cultivation, offered a degree of seclusion, making it a suitable choice for Du Fei's alchemical pursuits. Within the tranquil confines of the inner room, Du Fei cautiously opened the jade box, allowing the herbs within to cascade forth, instantly filling the air with an aromatic fragrance. Upon inhaling this scent, Du Fei felt invigorated and could not help but take a deep breath before softly uttering, System, please review the alchemical procedures once more. Beep. The chilling electronic sound reverberated deep within his mind, as the scene of alchemy he had witnessed earlier resurfaced in Du Fei's thoughts. After a brief moment, he exhaled and directed his gaze towards the cauldron before him. It seemed that he could commence. According to the established alchemical procedures, it would be most prudent to utilize genuine energy for the process at this juncture. However, Du Fei had yet to cultivate even the most basic vital breath, let alone genuine energy. Fortunately, the requirements for fire in concocting a 9th-grade elixir were not particularly demanding. Once Du Fei casually ignited the cauldron with firewood, the process of alchemy had indeed begun. The cauldron was divided into 2 parts. The lower section simmered gently with fierce flames, while the upper part, upon removing the lid, revealed an ancient vessel from which wisps of azure smoke slowly drifted. Du Fei took a subtle breath before seizing the stone heart essence from the jade box, evenly sprinkling it atop the cauldron. As the essence made contact, a cacophony erupted within the cauldron, akin to the sound of beans being fried. The freshly added stone heart essence danced slightly due to the intense heat, but after a moment, it gradually transformed into a liquid state, akin to water being poured into a bowl. The first step was accomplished. A surge of joy filled Du Fei's heart, yet he swiftly grasped the ziwei leaves and tiger bone flowers, almost simultaneously casting them into the cauldron. As these 2 sets of ingredients fell in, a fierce purple flame erupted above the cauldron, enveloping the 2 types of herbs in a mesmerizing and eerie dance. In this scene, Du Fei exhibited little surprise. According to the system's guidance, the current alchemical process was expected to consume a considerable amount of time. At this moment, aside from managing the heat, there was not much else for him to attend to. Time passed slowly, and after approximately an hour, the ziwei leaves and tiger bone flower gradually softened within the cauldron like melting snow, merging into the liquid below. However, instead of blending seamlessly, the herbs remained distinctly separate. As he contemplated the final step, Du Fei silently urged himself and carefully grasped the lance of branch and leaves, gently casting them into the cauldron. With a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke erupted in the inner chamber, momentarily engulfing him in a haze that left him feeling dizzy. After a brief interval, the smoke began to dissipate. Du Fei's anxious gaze fell upon the cauldron, but moments later, his expression darkened. Had he failed? At that moment, the flames beneath the cauldron had completely extinguished, and the various herbs had vanished entirely, replaced by a pool of emerald green liquid that swirled within. Yet, the fabled elixir was nowhere to be found. What was this situation? Du Fei's facial muscles twitched slightly as his gaze fixated on the droplets of liquid. The cold electronic tone resonated calmly in Du Fei's mind, causing his lips to twitch once again. Was this really the loss of 1,000 gold coins, just like that? For a moment, Du Fei found himself in a state of bemusement, yet he sighed and pondered, what constitutes an irreversible mistake? Beep. According to the alchemical procedure, When utilizing true energy to temper the elixir, one can only achieve success in the final step. Otherwise, the concoction will inevitably fail. If you knew this, why didn't you remind me? Without a command from the master, the system cannot initiate itself. Under the system's unreliable sarcasm, Du Fei felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. However, based on the system's assertions, the alchemical process requires true energy, and since he lacked it at this moment, it meant that this attempt at refining the elixir was a complete failure. Indeed, becoming an alchemist is no easy feat. With a deep sigh, Du Fei shook his head slightly, his gaze once again falling upon the cauldron. He couldn't help but wonder, what effects would the failed product have if consumed? This thought flashed through his mind, startling even himself, but after a moment of hesitation, he slowly extended his hand, intending to retrieve the potion. Strangely enough, upon contact with Du Fei's fingertip, part of the liquid transformed into a bead the size of a grain of rice, clinging to his finger. Its touch chilling to the extreme, inducing an involuntary shiver. Let us give it a try. Unbidden thoughts surged forth from an unknown origin. Although Du Fei understood the inherent unreliability of his actions, the yearning for strength burgeoned within his heart. In a moment of resolve, he clenched his teeth and swiftly swallowed the vial's contents without a second thought. Upon the elixir entering his mouth, an explosion of sensation erupted in his mind. Instantly, an icy chill radiated from his lower dantian, swiftly permeating his entire being through his meridians. In the blink of an eye, a delicate layer of frost began to form upon his body, causing the temperature within the room to plummet dramatically. This was an utter miscalculation. With a bitter smile, Du Fei sighed in resignation, yet the very breath he exhaled crystallized into frost before his eyes. An alert of impending danger resonated within him. The system kindly suggested that the body-refining fist could mitigate this crisis. Would he like to activate the system? At the moment when Du Fei felt most composed, the system offered its calm prompt once more. Could it be that this unreliable system was finally proving reliable? Elated, Du Fei promptly dismissed the self-activation command, and his trembling form gradually steadied under the sway of his indomitable will. As Du Fei progressed, his somewhat rigid cotton fist was gradually unleashed. Initially, with every movement, the biting cold enveloped him, causing a stinging pain throughout his body. However, as he continued to execute his techniques, although the sensation of cold persisted, the stinging discomfort began to subside. By the completion of a sequence of cotton fist techniques, the pain had nearly vanished, yet the penetrating chill remained. Damn it, what is going on? Du Fei muttered under his breath. Compelled to swiftly resume the practice of cotton fist once more, soft moonlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon the frost-laden ground and reflecting an otherworldly radiance. Within the room, Du Fei stood at its center, his upper body bared, his hands continuously shifting through movements. With each gesture, his feet danced erratically, embodying an ethereal and peculiar grace. In the brief moments of stillness, a layer of frost would creep across his skin, only to shed rapidly with the initiation of his next movement. This cycle resembled a serpent shedding its skin, bizarre in its essence. The frost was not purely white. Within its icy veil, there lurked faint traces of darkness. Yet, this darkness was so subtle that it would go unnoticed unless one were to pay careful attention. With a low exclamation, Du Fei's figure slightly contracted, and then he thrust his fist forward. As he did so, the air within the room was stirred, forming a spiraling current that surged powerfully ahead. Following this strike, the frost that had been gradually falling suddenly shed completely. In that instant, a peculiar sheen flickered across Du Fei's skin, accompanied by a series of audible bone-cracking sounds. However, as he completed his final strike and withdrew, a layer of frost reappeared, though this time it seemed considerably diminished compared to before. Du Fei let out a faint, bitter smile, yet he hesitated not. He unleashed another sequence of body-forging punches, causing the temperature in the room to plummet once again. With the final punch delivered, this time no penetrating chill emanated from Du Fei's dantian. After taking a gentle breath, he slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress a bitter smile. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Du Fei's expression brightened. He murmured to himself, "This medicinal liquid appears to possess a potent efficacy. Even with just a single drop, I can remarkably advance to the 5th level of body forging." With that thought, his gaze fell upon the cauldron within the room, now blanketed in frost, and he observed the few remaining drops of medicinal liquid. A flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Without further ado, the mere fact that after consuming the potion, my surroundings are enveloped in frost. It is unlikely that an ordinary ninth-grade elixir would yield such an effect. Perhaps I have inadvertently concocted something extraordinary. I retrieved a crystal vial from the inner chamber and carefully poured the remaining potion into it, observing that the vial still contained more than half of the liquid. A flicker of joy ignited within me. If fortune favors me, consuming this elixir entirely should enable me to attain the 7th level of body refinement. The 7th level of body refinement. This is my current aspiration. Only by reaching this level can I hope to contend with Du Qing in the clan competition. I firmly believe that should I attain the 7th level of body refinement, even without practicing any martial arts, I would stand a significant chance of defeating Du Qing. The next step is to continue my cultivation. With a soft sigh, I swiftly tidied the inner chamber. Once the frost had mostly melted, I retrieved a new garment to replace the one that had been shattered during my practice, and then I stepped out of the inner chamber. Young master, you have finally emerged. If you had delayed any longer, I would have had to barge in. Upon my exit, Xiao AI, who had been anxiously waiting in the room, visibly relaxed and could not help but exclaim. I took a few steps closer and gently ruffled Xiao AI's hair with a smile, saying, "What is this? Were you worried after just a short while? Half a month?" I was momentarily taken aback, and a look of astonishment crossed my face. In a mere half day, one can refine elixirs, which implies that the remaining time is dedicated to one's own cultivation. The potency of the medicinal liquid is indeed formidable. It took me a fortnight to fully assimilate a single drop of that essence. It is no wonder that I am subtly sensing a potential breakthrough to the 5th stage of body refinement. In that moment, Du Fei felt a profound sense of realization, recognizing that he had stumbled upon a treasure. "By the way, have you successfully refined that elixir, young master?" Xiao AI inquired, her expression one of curiosity. "I suppose it's been somewhat accomplished." Du Fei hesitated, pondering. "The potency of that liquid is exceedingly intense. I am reluctant to present it to Xiao AI for consumption. It may require several more attempts before it is safe for use. Regardless, as long as you are well, young master, that is what matters." Xiao AI replied softly. "If I were to truly create a genuine elixir, you would be the first to test its efficacy." Du Fei rubbed his nose awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Speaking of which, has anyone caused trouble over the past fortnight?" At this, Du Fei raised an eyebrow slightly. The esteemed elder of the Du family, Du Zhinshan, is said to have reached the 8th rank of martial arts many years ago and likely possesses the strength of a mid-level 8th rank martial artist. It is rather surprising that such a formidable figure would take an interest in Xiao AI. However, after a moment's reflection, Du Fei began to understand. With Xiao AI's extraordinary talent, having achieved the 9th stage of body refinement at such a tender age, it is only natural for the family to regard her with great importance. Moreover, the elder's intention in taking on a disciple may extend beyond mere mentorship. Upon contemplating this, Du Fei let out a cold chuckle and calmly remarked, "Xiao AI, you may handle this matter as you see fit. After all, we are but guests beneath another's roof. Whether we accept or refuse, it is likely to invite trouble. In times like these, both you and I must exercise restraint. However, trust me, before long, you shall no longer need to endure." Upon hearing this, Xiao AI revealed a look of understanding. In the days that followed, Du Fei refrained from venturing out again. After advising Xiao AI to remain vigilant, he embarked on his own journey of cultivation. From the very next day, he immersed himself in arduous training on the back mountain of the Du estate. With only 2 months remaining until the clan competition, it was imperative that he achieve some results in his cultivation, or it would prove detrimental. Under the pressure exerted by Du Qing, Du Fei realized that should he falter in the clan competition, he would lose everything he currently possessed. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to him. Beneath the waterfall on the back mountain, Du Fei bared his upper body, gradually extending his form. Whether executing sweeping kicks or striking punches, each movement appeared delicate. Yet within that gentleness lay a formidable strength behind each strike. After performing a series of gentle punches as a warm-up, Du Fei cautiously retrieved a crystal vial from his bosom, letting a single drop of the potion fall. Once he had securely tucked the vial away, he slowly consumed that solitary drop of liquid. Having gained experience from the initial dosage, Du Fei approached this occasion with a tempered demeanor. As the medicinal liquid was gradually swallowed, his form began to unfurl slowly, and he executed the soft fist technique with grace. Indeed, although a chilling cold still surged from Du Fei's dantian, the presence of the soft fist softened the intensity of this icy sensation. While still frigid, it paradoxically brought him a sense of refreshment. Embracing this feeling, Du Fei swiftly wielded the soft fist, the the frosty air within his punches incessantly freezing the surrounding mist. The frozen vapor, guided by the enigmatic traces of Du Fei's movements, swirled momentarily before descending to the ground. Subtly, it seemed that Du Fei's soft fist bore a hint of gentle internal energy. Though this energy was not as pronounced as true qi, it undeniably existed. However, this peculiar internal force went unnoticed even by Du Fei himself, let alone any outsiders present. After an indeterminate passage of time, Du Fei completed the final sequence of the soft fist. The chilling aura emanating from his dantian had entirely dissipated, and his skin appeared increasingly supple. As he moved slightly, the sound of cracking bones resonated throughout his body. This exhilarating sensation of comfort was a novel experience for Du Fei, despite his prolonged training. Momentarily taken aback, he seemed to ponder something, and then, with a sudden resolve, he clenched his right fist and struck it forcefully upon a nearby stone. With his movement, the stone shattered instantaneously, nearly reducing to dust. Bone-cracking stone, the fifth realm of body tempering? Du Fei's expression was one of astonishment, which swiftly transformed into exuberance. No. Could it be the sixth realm of body tempering? He harbored some disbelief within himself regarding the rapid ascension to the sixth realm. After a moment's hesitation, he took a gentle breath and once again executed the cotton fist with measured grace. This time, each strike contained a force that was several times more potent than before, to the extent that one could faintly hear the sound of air being torn apart at the moment of impact. It was then that Du Fei truly believed he had indeed reached the sixth realm of body tempering. The cotton fist was indeed mysterious. Although it was merely the sixth realm, if one disregarded the internal energy, each punch he delivered could likely rival the strength of the seventh realm. Even if he were to remain at this juncture, he felt confident in standing firm against Du Qing. However, at this thought, Du Fei gradually halted his movements, furrowing his brow slightly. The seventh realm of body tempering, when compared to the preceding six realms, is rightly regarded as the first threshold on the path of martial cultivation. And for good reason. Firstly, the emergence of true energy signifies that martial cultivation transcends mere body tempering, evolving into a process that emanates from within. Secondly, true energy is the foundation of martial arts. It is only with the presence of true energy that one can officially embark on the cultivation of martial techniques. Although the techniques available to those beneath the rank of martial master are often commonplace, even these rudimentary skills can significantly enhance an individual's prowess. In other words, even though I possess the strength of the sixth level of body refinement, allowing me to contend with Du Qing, who has reached the seventh level, I fear that should my opponent employ any martial arts techniques, I would likely succumb to defeat. Moreover, during the past 3 months, I have made progress. Surely Du Qing has not remained stagnant. It is essential to recognize that anyone who attains the seventh level of body refinement is hardly a trivial opponent. One must not become complacent even at the sixth level. Within a month and a half, no, within a single month, I must elevate myself to the seventh level of body refinement. The remaining time shall be devoted to honing martial techniques. With a newfound resolve, Du Fei let out a faint, cold laugh, his gaze fixating on the crystal vial before him. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and decisively poured 2 drops of liquid from the vial into his mouth. Time flows like a stream, fleeting and ephemeral. In the blink of an eye, a month has swiftly passed. Before the waterfall in the back mountains of the Du family, a solitary figure continues to practice the body refinement fist with a steady grace. At this moment, Du Fei's eyes are half closed, his breathing relaxed, with each punch he delivers. The surrounding mist thickens, and his body refinement fist seems to harmoniously command the rising vapor. Over the past 2 months, while Du Fei's physique may appear largely unchanged, both his skin and bones have undergone significant transformations. Though not visible externally, his slightly yellowed skin seems to harbor an immense reservoir of latent power. Regardless of the past or the present, individuals who can reach such a level of mastery within a mere 2 months are undoubtedly rare gems. While it can be attributed in part to the body-forging elixir, the greater factor lies in Du Fei's persistent efforts since childhood. Although he faced failures in his cultivation, he has laid a solid foundation for himself. Coupled with his relentless daily training, his remarkable progress is entirely within reason. As he completed a set of soft punches, Du Fei let out a long sigh and slowly opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, a chilling glimmer flickered across his dark eyes, a coldness that seemed to freeze the air around him. Fortunately, it lasted only for an instant, and Du Fei quickly regained his usual demeanor. He gently clenched his fist, savoring the gentle strength that resided within the peak of his punch. After such extensive training, Du Fei had come to recognize the peculiar internal energy that occasionally surfaced when he practiced his soft punches. Although rare, he believed that if he could comprehend and penetrate this internal energy, achieving the 7th level of body forging would be a natural progression. Throughout the past month, he had attempted to grasp this internal energy on several occasions, yet he had always struggled to find the key. However, today he sensed a vague understanding beginning to take form. Strength emanates from the exterior, and thus, no matter how gentle it may appear, it is inherently firm. But what if the power originates from the dantian? This was something Du Fei had never attempted before. Today, he took a gentle breath and gradually closed his eyes. As he closed his eyes, he experienced for the first time a vivid sensation. Amidst his breath, the ethereal essence of heaven and earth gently coursed through his meridians, converging towards the dantian in his lower abdomen. Unlike any previous indistinct sensations, this time the subtle energies did not dissipate. Rather, they grew increasingly dense with the passage of time. Concurrently, the residual potency of the body-refining elixir, which had long been settled within Du Fei's meridians, seemed to awaken. After a brief moment of languid flow through his channels, it swiftly surged towards his dantian. As the chilling medicinal force entered, the energy mass in his dantian began to take shape, gradually expanding to the size of a fist, before it unexpectedly began to rotate. This rotation, initially awkward, gradually smoothed out with the passage of time, and at a certain moment, the delicate vortex appeared to stabilize. Was this the true breath vortex? A fleeting thought crossed Du Fei's mind, yet he quickly exhaled. This time, however, the true breath vortex in his dantian did not vanish, it remained, allowing him to feel its presence even as he gently withdrew from his soft fist posture. With a slight opening of his eyes, Du Fei refrained from rushing to validate anything. Instead, he once again gracefully assumed his stance, executing a series of flowing movements in the style of soft boxing. As he moved, large beads of black sweat rapidly emerged from his pores, and even wisps of white vapor faintly swirled above his head. With a final decisive motion, a crisp sound of cracking bones resonated continuously, and then Du Fei swiftly struck his palm against the massive stone before him. Instantly, a distinct handprint manifested on its surface. Yet the stone remained unbroken. Witnessing this scene, a subtle smile crept onto the corners of Du Fei's lips. At last, he had ascended to the 7th level of body refinement. With his eyes closed, he once again sensed the true energy vortex within his dantian for a moment, murmuring softly to himself. In that instant, an overwhelming surge of confidence welled up within him. Lying in the cool waters of the pool, feeling the refreshing liquid continually wash over his body, Du Fei experienced an unparalleled sense of comfort. His advancement to the 7th level of body refinement signified that all of his meridians were now unobstructed. The term waste would henceforth have no place in his life. If he continued to cultivate diligently, reaching the 9th level of body refinement and advancing to a martial artist would merely be a matter of time. With the remaining refining elixirs at his disposal, Du Fei was confident that his journey to the 9th level and subsequent elevation to martial artist would occur far sooner than that of others. Next comes the consolidation and refinement of martial techniques. With merely half a month remaining until the clan competition, it seems imperative to hasten my efforts. After murmuring to himself for a moment, Du Fei once again grasped the jade talisman resting against his chest. Within the talisman lies the essence of the Du family's ice heart technique. Typically, martial arts techniques accompany such practices to maximize their efficacy. Of course, the number of martial techniques provided corresponds to the rank of the practice. Du Fei was well aware that the Du family's ice heart technique was merely of the 8th rank, and its accompanying 3 martial techniques were of the same grade. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to decipher the messages contained within the jade talisman, thereby hindering his ability to cultivate those 3 techniques. Besides that, it appeared he possessed no other martial skills. Contemplating this, Du Fei spoke softly. System, are there any martial techniques suitable for my cultivation? Beep. Inquiry accepted. System searching. Beep. System search complete. No records containing martial techniques found. A cold electronic voice echoed slowly in Du Fei's mind. Not found? How could that be? Where did your previous soft fist come from? Du Fei exclaimed, nearly losing his composure. Beep. Inquiry accepted. Answer clear. The system's database contains only one body tempering technique. What about the practice? The medicinal pills? Remembering a certain possibility, Du Fei could not help but speak rapidly. The system search has concluded, yielding no results containing the term martial arts. Upon reevaluation, the system database reveals a solitary entry regarding elixirs. Shall I read it? Du Fei's eyes twitched momentarily before he let out a sigh. Yes, read it. With the chilling electronic voice resonating. An exceedingly familiar scene of alchemy instantly materialized in his mind. Goodness, could this system truly be so unreliable? Pray tell. Is it the case that within your database, aside from the cotton fist and the cleansing elixir, there exists nothing else? Certainly not. Then what else? Master's permissions are insufficient for access. Permissions? How might I elevate my permissions? After a brief pause, Du Fei could only manage a wry smile. Realizing that given the current circumstances, this dubious system appeared to be genuinely untrustworthy. Although he had initially been unclear about the purpose of this unreliable system. It now dawned on him that relying on it to acquire boundless martial techniques, infinite methods, and countless formulas was unequivocally unattainable. What a letdown! Du Fei sighed. Yet he felt no profound disappointment. Regardless, even if the system could only furnish two types of information, he had already taken the most arduous step on the path of martial cultivation. As for what lay ahead, he would have to rely solely on himself. It appears that the only course of action is to seek an easily cultivable martial technique within the family's martial arts pavilion. Regardless, the clan competition is merely a fortnight away. Without any martial skills, the prospects seem rather bleak. With a deep sigh, Du Fei swiftly changed into appropriate attire and carefully concealed the crystal vial containing the medicinal liquid before hastening towards the Du family estate. After traversing several miles through the dense forest, Du Fei soon arrived at the rear courtyard of the Du family. He casually inquired with a servant to ascertain his direction, meandering through the estate until, in no time, a quaint and ancient edifice appeared before him. This building was centrally located within the Du family compound, surrounded by vigilant guards, imparting a sense of cautious reverence to passers-by. Upon the grand entrance of the building, the inscription Martial Arts Pavilion in bold, flowing characters struck a chord within him. After nodding slightly to the surrounding guards and presenting the waist token that signified his status as a direct descendant of the Du family, Du Fei ascended the steps with measured grace, making his way towards the entrance. Upon entering the building, he was immediately met with a chilling aura that momentarily clouded his vision. It took a moment for him to acclimate to the dim lighting within. The structure comprised 3 levels. The first 2 housed commonplace martial techniques, while the third level concealed the esteemed and advanced martial arts and cultivation methods of the Du family. Although Du Fei was unaware of the exact martial techniques and cultivation methods hidden within the Du family, he was certain of one thing: the martial arts on the first and second floors were likely of the 9th tier. The first level of the building was a vast hall, remarkably spacious, with a few scattered shelves adorning its periphery. Along one side of the hall stood a desk, behind which sat an elderly man with completely white features, half awake and half asleep. Upon noticing Du Fei's entrance, his gaze briefly flickered to the waist token before he muttered in a languid tone, with an intersect waist token. You may access the first floor to read 9th tier martial arts or the second floor for 8th tier martial arts. As for the third floor, you lack the authority to enter. Martial arts may be studied within the building but must not be taken away. Violators will face dire consequences. The words, which should have been delivered with a menacing air, were instead uttered in a lifeless manner by the old man. Du Fei paid little mind to this and, after respectfully clasping his hands in greeting, slowly approached the bookshelf. He casually pulled out a scroll of martial arts and began to read. Shattered Stone Fist, a 9th tier martial technique, required the practitioner to attain the 7th level of body refinement to cultivate. If mastered, the strikes could shatter stones, and blows could break bones, showcasing extraordinary power. Following this commonplace introduction, the scroll detailed the intricate methods of cultivation. Additionally, this technique encompassed a small set of movements, likely enhancing its potency when executed. However, after a meticulous review, Du Fei found little interest in the Shattered Stone Fist, as he sensed that cultivating this technique seemed less reliable than directly employing the soft fist. After placing the scroll down, Du Fei casually approached another bookshelf and extracted a different scroll, perusing its contents with nonchalance. As time passed, over half an hour slipped away, and Du Fei had already perused a considerable portion of the martial techniques on the first floor of the martial arts pavilion. However, despite the seemingly impressive array of techniques, Du Fei found little interest in them, for the various applications of force elucidated within appeared to be encompassed by the principles of soft fist. After once again marveling at the unparalleled intricacies of soft fist, Du Fei took a gentle breath and, after a moment's pause, sauntered towards the second floor of the pavilion. The second floor of the martial arts pavilion was noticeably more confined than the first. Nevertheless, The myriad of resplendent bookshelves momentarily captivated Du Fei. He randomly selected a martial technique scroll nearby, and after a brief examination, a glint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Although this scroll also belonged to the 9th tier of martial techniques, it delved into the methods of cultivating and harnessing true energy, far surpassing the offerings of the first floor. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei couldn't help but reflect on the significant distinctions that could exist even among techniques of the same tier. Yet, having ascended to the 2nd floor, his interest in 9th tier techniques waned considerably. He merely circled around a few times, setting his sights on the so-called 8th tier techniques, though he found himself unable to locate any at that moment. In regard to the 8th tier martial arts techniques, they are all gathered here, and none can be found on your side. Just as Du Fei was feeling increasingly exasperated in his search, a soft, delicate voice floated to him from behind. Frowning slightly, Du Fei turned to see a young girl clad in purple, casually seated upon the ground in a corner of the 2nd floor. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age, yet her features were strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and an elegant demeanor. As she reclined nonchalantly, her alabaster legs, partially exposed beneath the hem of her purple dress, provoked a stirring intrigue. However, what truly astonished Du Fei was not merely her appearance, but the fact that surrounding her were scattered numerous martial arts scrolls, at least several dozen in total, of various sizes. The girl was perusing them with an apparent lack of concern, exuding an air of nonchalance that belied the gravity of the situation. Yet, this very demeanor ignited a flicker of caution within Du Fei. This girl is not to be underestimated. After silently admonishing himself, he approached her with measured steps. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the girl's beauty was even more striking than he had initially perceived, though her allure was entirely different from that of Xiao Ai. She was undeniably captivating in her own right. If Xiao Ai could be likened to a graceful lily, then this young lady resembled an orchid, exuding a serene and refined elegance. After exchanging a knowing nod with a smile, Du Fei, at the girl's invitation, bent down to examine one of the scrolls scattered on the ground. It was an 8th tier martial arts technique, known as the Qian Kun hand. Upon encountering this scroll, Du Fei could not help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. After all, 8th grade martial arts techniques were exceedingly rare, and it was likely that the entire Du family possessed only a handful. However, if Du Fei's conjectures were correct, then these 8th grade martial arts techniques were currently concentrated before him, available for the young lady to peruse at her leisure. Who on earth is this individual? Taking a slow breath, Du Fei set down the scroll in his hand, slightly cupping his fist in a gesture of respect, and said, "I am Du Fei. May I inquire your name?" "Duo Qian," the young woman replied coolly, her gaze still fixed on the scroll before her. "Duo Qian?" Du Fei searched his mind for a moment, and though the name seemed somewhat familiar, he could not quite place it. Shaking his head slightly, he promptly dismissed the thought. At this moment, such considerations seemed unnecessary. If she was interested, she could peruse them freely, for these items did not belong to him. Noticing Du Fei's contemplative demeanor, the young woman glanced at him and casually remarked. In response, Du Fei nodded, this time unreservedly seizing several other scrolls to examine closely. 8th grade martial arts technique. Great sorrowful hand. 8th grade martial arts technique. 9 turns of Yin wind step. 8th grade martial arts technique. Divine art of connecting clouds. As his gaze swept over the various scrolls, Du Fei felt a flicker of uncertainty within his heart. Each of these martial techniques presents a formidable challenge for mastery, and each appears to possess great power, making the selection rather daunting. Observing your demeanor, it seems you have yet to engage in the practice of martial arts, remarked Du Qian as she slowly extended the scroll toward Du Fei. Hiki. Du Fei instinctively accepted the scroll, feeling a touch of embarrassment. After a brief sigh, Du Qian casually extracted a portion from the scroll and handed it to Du Fei, saying, "You need not worry about making a choice. If you have not practiced martial arts before and lack the guidance of a master, attempting to master overly complex techniques would prove futile. Consider this as a starting point. I believe it should not pose much difficulty." "Thank you," Du Fei replied without hesitation, eagerly grasping the scroll and swiftly unfolding it. The technique, known as Void Break Flash, is an 8th tier martial art suitable for both close and ranged combat. Renowned for its incredible speed and destructive power, when perfected, each movement harmonizes strength and flexibility, yielding extraordinary might. The execution of 8 consecutive flashes unveils an almost supernatural profundity. Among 8th tier techniques, this one stands out, rivaling even certain 7th tier techniques. As Du Fei meticulously perused the cultivation method, a surge of joy welled within him. While he could not ascertain whether Du Qian had chosen this deliberately, it was evident that Void Break Flash resonated profoundly with his own disposition and aligned seamlessly with the principles of softboxing. If he were to embark on this practice, the challenge should be manageable. The system, is there a way to record this? Du Fei calmly commanded in his mind. The command was accepted, and the data was being processed. Recording complete, it is now available for immediate access. Observing Du Fei's decisiveness, Du Qian appeared momentarily startled, and after a brief pause, she gazed at him with a hint of intrigue, whispering, "Have you memorized the cultivation methods?" "Well, one could say I have," Du Fei replied with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing this, Du Qian was momentarily taken aback, only to shake her head after a short while. Not wishing to elaborate further, Du Fei courteously clasped his hands in respect and then gradually turned to leave, as time was of the essence and cultivation was paramount. "Wait, your name is Du Fei, correct? Will you be participating in the clan competition in half a month? In that case, you should focus on cultivating these two techniques first. An 8th grade martial skill cannot be mastered in just half a month." With that, the young girl flicked her wrist, and 2 more scrolls were tossed out. Du Fei casually caught them and gently unfurled one. 9th grade martial skill. In the early morning, at the mist-shrouded waterfall in the back mountains, a gust of wind occasionally swept through, parting the water vapor and revealing a vague silhouette beneath the waterfall. Although the young girl was unaware of her origins, the items she had chosen were indeed remarkable. A series of murmured incantations emanated from her, and moments later, the figure's foot forcefully stomped onto the ground, propelling their form forward, culminating in a powerful punch that struck a massive boulder. The immense stone stood immovable, and after a brief moment, a subtle ripple flashed across its opposite side, revealing a distinct fist imprint upon the surface. This reverse fist, though classified as a 9th grade martial technique, was indeed exceedingly peculiar. When infused with true breath, the power of this strike was at least doubled. Coupled with the previously mastered Lin Xiao step, the combination yielded a striking force that surpassed the mere application of the cotton fist by at least a factor of 2. Perhaps, with this, I might stand a chance against Du Qing. With less than 10 days remaining until the clan competition, Du Fei, aided by the system, had successfully cultivated 2 sets of 9th grade martial techniques, the reverse fist and the Lin Xiao step. The reverse fist, a 9th grade technique, operates with a counterforce that is both enigmatic and unpredictable. While its attack power may be ordinary, its strange momentum renders it difficult to defend against. The Lin Xiao step, another 9th grade technique, is characterized by swift leg movements akin to a forest's grace and the cloud's lightness, requiring a mastery of at least the 7th level of body refinement for practice. Both of these commendable martial arts possess the advantage of lacking intricate routines or cumbersome training methods. Once the operation of true breath within these techniques is comprehended, mastering them becomes relatively straightforward. For Du Fei, with the assistance of the system, it was akin to having an exceptionally skilled mentor. These 2 martial arts were recorded within the system's database, and upon revisiting them, the previously cultivated dark space of the cotton fist materialized in Du Fei's mind, significantly accelerating his training speed. Nevertheless, Du Fei was acutely aware that, having cultivated 2 sets of 9th grade martial techniques, he should not face significant challenges in contending against Du Qing. However, Du Fei also understood that given Du Qing's status, he would undoubtedly have mastered 8th grade martial techniques, if not 7th grade ones. To ensure a decisive victory, Du Fei knew that he must complete his own training of the Void Break Flash. With a slow exhale, Du Fei recognized that he had little time to squander. After a brief moment of rest, he commanded within his mind, "Begin studying the materials on the Void Break Flash." Beep. Command accepted. Data loading. Commencing study. As the cold, electronic voice resonated, a vast, dark expanse suddenly materialized within Du Fei's consciousness. Sensing the significantly larger space, another version of Du Fei emerged within this realm, furrowing his brow slightly. However, he refrained from uttering anything and instead focused intently ahead. As time passed, a figure, akin to a bolt of lightning, abruptly darted forth from a corner, leaving behind a series of afterimages in midair. The ephemeral silhouette momentarily flickered, allowing Du Fei to discern that within the translucent light, a swirling azure energy orb began to flow gently. Du Fei understood that the movement of this energy orb was the essence of the Void Break Flash training, demonstrating the pathways of true breath circulation. He quickly committed these observations to memory before shifting his full attention to mastering the Void Break Flash. The technique known as the Void Flash differs fundamentally from the 2 martial arts previously mastered by Du Fei. The essence of the Void Flash lies in its transparent and formidable approach to attack, striking the adversary head-on with each blow. Should a strike miss, the practitioner can instantly retreat 1,000 miles, exemplifying the technique's vigorous and fierce nature. Furthermore, the training mantra of the Void Flash elucidates that, although it lacks fixed forms or stances, the practitioner's extraordinary speed, as their mastery deepens, can create afterimages during an attack, rendering them almost imperceptible. The Void Flash is divided into 8 flashes. If one reaches the pinnacle of this technique, their form can momentarily transform into 8 afterimages, leaving the opponent utterly bewildered as to the source of the impending strike. However, at this stage, defy can manage no more than a single flash in his practice. The so-called 8 flashes are certainly not something that can be mastered within a mere few days. Like a bolt of lightning, an afterimage darted past the waterfall, and moments later, it painfully divided into 2, both descending almost simultaneously onto a massive boulder. With a thunderous crash, the boulder shuddered but did not shatter. Instead, a hollow formed at the point of impact, allowing a gust of stone dust to swirl into the air. The second flash of the Void Flash was thus achieved. Wiping the sweat from his brow, defy stretched his neck. The clan competition was merely a day away. Tomorrow morning, the Du family's annual grand event would commence. A glimmer of determination flashed in defy's eyes. At long last, the time had arrived. Du Qing. The same words echo once more. You wish to ruin me. Tomorrow, I shall undoubtedly bring about your downfall. On the other side of the Du family estate lies an exquisitely opulent courtyard, bustling with alluring maidens clad in seductive white attire. The air is filled with the melodious sounds of birds and the fragrant blooms of flowers. Everything within this courtyard exudes unparalleled luxury, a level of extravagance that few in the Du family could afford. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder reverberates through the air, followed by a torrential downpour. At the heart of the courtyard stands a beautifully crafted octagonal pavilion, where 2 figures in white garments sit opposite each other. At this moment, their gazes drift toward the maidens surrounding them, a hint of lasciviousness flickering in their eyes. After a brief pause, the person on the left licks his lips and murmurs, "Cousin, tomorrow is the clan competition." The speaker, with an air of lewdness, is none other than Du Jia. Opposite him sits Du Qing, who, upon hearing this, lets out a chilling laugh. Her expression as serene as freshly fallen snow. I never imagined that 3 months would pass so swiftly. I wonder how far defy has progressed in his cultivation. I do hope he gives me something to anticipate during tomorrow's competition. I cannot simply let this resentment linger. Naturally, Du Jia, with an expression of unrestrained lust, replies, "As long as you succeed, cousin, that little AI." Haraha. Suddenly, before Du Jia can finish his laughter, darkness envelopes him as a massive hand strikes him, sending him flying out of the rain. His face swells grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. As he looks up at Du Qing with a bewildered expression, Du Qing, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, merely smiled coldly and muttered to himself, "Those who dare to snatch from me, Du Qing, shall meet their demise." Upon hearing this, Du Jia shivered uncontrollably, rising hesitantly to his feet. After a moment of indecision, he suddenly struck his own face with his hands. Slap, slap, slap ha-ha the following day, as the gentle rays of sunlight gradually illuminated the earth. The atmosphere within the Du family transformed into one of palpable fervor. Yet, this fervor was tinged with a sense of restlessness and peculiarity. For the annual grand gathering was upon them, an event that could dictate the fates of many for the ensuing year or even their entire lives. Such a day held immense significance for the members of the Du family. None, be they elder or younger, dared to treat it with disdain. The venue for the clan assembly was the expansive square before the main hall of the Du family. At that moment, a magnificent arena had been erected in the square, facing the distinguished guest seating area. Numerous individuals had already gathered in this area, chatting amiably. In addition to the higher echelons of the Du family, several guests of considerable standing were present, many of whom shared a cordial rapport with the Du family. Even representatives from the other 2 major factions, the Lin family and the Gongsun family, despite their covert rivalries, maintained an outwardly cordial demeanor, their faces adorned with smiles as they occupied the guest seats. Regardless of their intentions, all individuals are exceptionally attentive to the annual grand event of the Du family. For a family to maintain its enduring prosperity, the paramount consideration is the presence of successors. If a family finds itself without heirs, no matter how formidable it may appear in the present, it will inevitably face gradual decline. Conversely, if a family continually welcomes fresh blood, even if its current influence is modest, it will progressively grow stronger. Thus, it is no surprise that nearly everyone holds this grand occasion in great esteem. Standing at the periphery of the square with Xiao AI, Defy squinted towards the direction of the VIP seats, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had attended similar events before, yet being in such an outer position for the first time evoked a poignant sense of nostalgia. Lin Xiao has arrived. After scanning the area for a moment, Defy suddenly let out a cold chuckle and remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Xiao AI's gaze followed suit, landing on the smiling visage of Lin Xiao in the VIP section. With a slight grimace, she muttered, "This fellow truly has no shame, daring to show his face at the Du family gathering." Such sentiments are understandable. After taking a deep breath, Defay's mood once again settled, and he said calmly, "After all, Lin Xiao is the foremost figure of the Lin family in this generation. If all goes as anticipated, he shall undoubtedly be the next head of the family. His presence here is hardly surprising." Humph. Xiao AI huffed, clearly still harboring grievances regarding the events of that day. Defay did not elaborate much, merely allowing his gaze to traverse the VIP section before settling upon a woman clad in red. She appeared to be in her 20s, possessing striking features and an alluring figure. At that moment, she donned a fiery red mini-skirt, which exposed her long, fair legs. It was evident that numerous eyes in the vicinity of the VIP seats were drawn, albeit with a hint of disrespect, towards those legs. Yet, whenever her gaze swept over them, those onlookers hastily averted their eyes. Seated beside this woman was none other than the foremost descendant of the Du family, Du Han. Who is this woman? After a brief pause, Defay inquired nonchalantly. Xiao AI's eyes followed suit, her tone imbued with irritation as she replied. This woman is Gongsun Hong from the Gongsun family, reputed to be exceptionally gifted. It is said she harbors a keen interest in young Master Du Han. And there seems to be a burgeoning alliance between the two families, though it is premature to ascertain. The Gongsun family, Gongsun Hong. Defay nodded slightly. What? Young Master. Are you intrigued by her? I've heard this woman indeed favors those younger than herself. If you are interested, a commendable performance today might just earn you a chance to find yourself beneath her enchanting spell. Xiao AI inhaled sharply, her voice icy and indifferent. Defay, taken aback, could not help but shake his head with a wry smile, responding, "Do you truly believe I have any interest in such matters at present? There remains an abundance of tasks yet to be accomplished." Upon hearing this, Xiao AI's countenance swiftly darkened, as if she wished to articulate something but ultimately refrained from speaking. Instead, Defay affectionately ruffled her hair and with a smile remarked, "Very well, let us make our entrance. I suspect there are many eager to witness our misadventures today. We certainly cannot disappoint them." With that, Defay gently took Xiao AI by the hand and strolled toward the VIP section. Within the Du family, junior members are permitted to occupy the VIP seats, and due to her connection to the esteemed elder Du Shinshan, Xiao AI's status was notably significant, ensuring that her ascent to the VIP area would elicit no objections. In the central area of the VIP section, a small group of young individuals engaged in hushed laughter. However, amidst their joviality, one person's expression darkened momentarily, and his smile vanished without a trace. The others, following his gaze, soon wore expressions that were a blend of amusement and skepticism. Isn't that Defay's cousin? What a rare sight. The foremost among them was Du Qing, who casually flicked his hand and stepped forward, blocking Defay's path. Defay paused briefly, his demeanor remaining notably unfazed. "Ah, it is Master Du Qing. To refer to me as cousin is a title I scarcely deserve. Pray, allow me to pass." With that, Defay gestured as if to indicate that a well-mannered dog does not obstruct the way. Du Qing maintained his composure, stating, "I fear your passage to the rear is rather unfeasible, dear cousin." Defay, with a smile, queried, "Is there an issue?" Upon observing Defay's expression, Du Qing seemed to ponder deliberately for a moment before letting out a cold laugh and remarking, "The seats at the back are reserved solely for the inner family members of the Du clan. You, however, should refrain from embarrassing yourself." "Oh, has Master Du Qing lost his senses? If my memory serves me correctly, the esteemed head of the family has declared that I am indeed a member of the inner circle, am I not?" Defay replied with an air of indifference. "Even if that is the case now, it may not hold true in the future." Du Qing retorted with a smirk, his expression peculiar. Defay chuckled lightly but merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. He simply took hold of Xiao AI and brushed past Du Qing, casually selecting a seat to settle down. "You can revel in your arrogance for the time being, but after the clan competition, even that old ghost will be unable to protect you." Infuriated by Defay's demeanor, Du Qing's facial muscles twitched momentarily, yet he restrained himself from resorting to violence, nearly sneering inwardly. That fellow was courteous before. Why has he become so insufferable now? Xiao Ai, having seated herself beside Du Fei, murmured her discontent softly. Whose fault is that? Du Fei glanced at Xiao Ai with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai's expression shifted slightly as she whispered, It's my fault. All right. All right. Du Fei chuckled. Even without you, my life would still be far from easy, so don't overthink it. As the two conversed, a slight disturbance arose from the direction of the main hall, followed by a swift retreat of several individuals. Soon after, a group strode purposefully toward the VIP seats. At the forefront of the crowd stood Du Jintian, the head of the Du family, followed closely by the esteemed elders, Du Jinshan, Du Jinxian, and Du Jinfeng. As for the middle-aged men trailing behind, Du Fei recognized none of them. However, after a brief moment of observation, he was slightly taken aback to see Du Qian, whom he had encountered at the martial arts pavilion, among the assembly. Today, although she did not hold a scroll as before, her expression remained remarkably composed, as if the grand event of the Du family bore no significance for her whatsoever. Under the leadership of Du Jintian, the presence of these prominent figures from the Du family quelled the previously chaotic atmosphere in the VIP area, bringing an unexpected tranquility. Du Jintian casually greeted a few guests surrounding him before taking a seat at the center of the table, with the three esteemed elders following suit. Are you the son of the fourth branch, Du Fei? A middle-aged man, who had lingered behind Du Jintian, approached after a moment's hesitation, wearing a faint smile. Upon noticing the man's approach, Du Fei promptly stood, and after a brief pause, responded with uncertainty, Uncle. Haha, good lad. We have only met once. Yet you still remember me. The middle-aged man chuckled, a hint of pride in his voice. Hearing this, Du Fei's memory was jogged. The man was known as Du Xianfeng, seemingly a cousin to his father. Although their bloodline connection was tenuous, Du Fei's father regarded him as a true elder brother. Thus, this man could be considered, albeit loosely, his uncle. During my time in that quaint town, this gentleman paid us a visit once before. Although I was too young to fully comprehend the events that transpired then, I do recall his exceptional affability towards me. It is I who has been remiss in etiquette. I stated with a composed demeanor, having resided within the Du household for quite some time, without paying a courtesy call. Du Xianfeng chuckled. The clan competition is fast approaching. Your dedication to cultivation is quite understandable. He then extended his hand, patting my shoulder gently before his gaze settled upon Xiao Ai, a peculiar expression gracing his features. And this must be the celebrated Xiao Ai, who has garnered quite a reputation within our Du family these past days. Indeed, fame does not do justice to reality. Xiao Ai responded hesitantly, I'm meeting you. No need for such formality, Du Xianfeng chuckled. You may address me as granduncle, just as Fair does. We have met in your childhood, after all. Turning towards someone behind him, he beckoned. Channer, come and greet your cousin, Du Fei. Upon hearing his call, the young woman, who had been sitting aloofly on a chair, hesitated briefly before approaching with a measured gait. Greetings, cousin Du Fei, she said in a subdued tone. Upon beholding the young lady, a subtle twitch crossed my face. It was then that a long-forgotten memory resurfaced. No wonder the name Du Qian sounded so familiar. Du Tian had once mentioned that during his time in the Du family, he had been betrothed to someone, and that person's name was Du Qian. Could it be that this Du Qian is my betrothed? Upon this thought, Du Fei could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Unsure of what expression would be most suitable, Du Xianfeng, seemingly perceptive to something, patted Du Fei's shoulder and chuckled. In this clan competition, do not disgrace the reputation of the fourth. With a deep breath to steady his emotions, Du Fei replied calmly. Noticing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed Du Xuanfeng's eyes. Yet he chose not to elaborate, merely nodding slightly before departing with Du Qian. Du Fei's gaze drifted slowly towards the center of the VIP seating, where it seemed countless eyes were now fixed upon him. There was the enigmatic demeanor of Du Jintian, the smile of the grand elder Du Zhanshan, the disdainful expression of the third elder Du Jinfeng, the indifference of Du Han, the chilling gaze of Du Qing, and the curious, almost amused look of Gong Sun Hong. A myriad of scrutinizing gazes surrounded him. However, Du Fei inhaled deeply and cast these distractions from his mind. At this moment, all that occupied his thoughts was the clan competition. As time passed, all those expected had arrived, and the lively atmosphere gradually quieted. A variety of expressions converged upon Du Zhentian, who sat in the seat of honor. Sensing the anticipation in the air, Du Zhentian smiled faintly, rose to his feet, and clasped his hands to those present. softly stating, "Everyone knows the purpose of your gathering today. I, Du Jintian, shall refrain from unnecessary words that may bore you. The Du clan competition officially begins. Whether it be a serpent or a dragon, we shall see what fate has in store." The voice was unremarkable. Yet due to the infusion of true energy, every individual present could hear it with utmost clarity. Upon hearing these words, the younger members of the Du family, whether seated in the VIP section or scattered among the crowd, stepped forward, swiftly ascending the grand platform in the square. The first event of the Du family gathering was a chaotic melee. Among the countless descendants of the Du family, only 16 would emerge from the fray. These 16 would become the inner disciples of the Du clan. The remaining contenders would then engage in a series of battles to ascertain their respective strengths and rankings. Only those possessing genuine talent, the premier champions of past clan contests, would earn the privilege of becoming core members of the Du family, at which point participation in future clan competitions would no longer be necessary. Nevertheless, it was imperative to survive the melee, otherwise, all words would bear no weight. In the VIP section, Du Qing, who had been seated at the center, gradually rose to his feet. He turned slightly, his gaze landing upon Du Fei, and with a cold smile remarked, "Cousin Du Fei, you must aspire to advance." With that, he leaped forward, landing with a resounding thud upon the arena floor, instantly capturing the attention of the entire assembly. Indeed, Du Qing was as extraordinary as the rumors suggested. Given a few more years, he would likely become the second Du Han. The younger generation of the Du family indeed possesses remarkable talents. As Du Qing made her entrance, the younger members of the Du clan participating in the clan competition gradually filled the arena. Was she not planning to compete? Had she already claimed her status as a core descendant? Du Fei's gaze subtly traversed the crowd before settling on Du Qian, his eyes briefly reflecting surprise, as he had expected her to participate in the competition as well. "Young master," a voice tinged with irritation from Xiao AI pulled Du Fei from his reverie. "If you don't go down soon, the clan competition will commence." "Understood." Taking a deep breath, Du Fei regained his composure and offered a faint smile. He then rose slowly, his toes brushing against the ground, and swiftly leaped down from the VIP section, landing gracefully on the stage. Although his entrance was somewhat understated compared to the impressive presence of Du Qing, those with discerning eyes could not help but nod slightly, clearly unaware of the emergence of such a figure within the Du family. As the younger members of the Du clan ascended the stage, Du Jintian, seated among the distinguished guests, nodded with a hint of satisfaction. Observing his reaction, Du Xianfeng also inclined his head slightly, then gradually stood up. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, he smiled and declared, "The clan competition begins." With the sound of Du Xianfeng's voice resonating through the arena, the stage, now populated by the younger members of the Du family, erupted into a flurry of simultaneous actions. As members of the Du family, everyone possessed a certain awareness of each other's strengths. Consequently, those who initially intended to exploit the chaos were swiftly eliminated from the arena in less than 3 minutes. Among them were some individuals of considerable ability who, having fallen victim to underhanded tactics, were compelled to withdraw. Regardless of the circumstances, once they exited the arena, their departure was final. The spectators surrounding the platform observed the fervent clashes that commenced with great intensity, nodding in acknowledgement, their eyes reluctant to wander elsewhere. It was evident to all that the initial eliminations lacked excitement. However, once the inept were ousted, the true spectacle would commence. With a swift motion, Du Fei struck the chest of an approaching adversary with a single palm, causing the opponent to spit blood and retreat in despair, ultimately forced to exit the arena. This marked the third contender he had repelled since entering the platform. Nevertheless, Du Fei felt no pride in his achievements. Given his formidable strength at the 7th level of body refinement, dispatching those at the 3rd or 4th levels was hardly a feat. Instead, his true concerns lay elsewhere. After fending off 3 challengers, the others hesitated to confront Du Fei. Seizing this brief opportunity, his gaze began to traverse the arena. Apart from himself, there remained nearly 10 individuals who appeared somewhat isolated, clearly distinguished as the elite among the younger generation of the Du family. Thus, no one dared to challenge them. As for Du Qing, he merely stood with a smile, hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by an expanse of approximately 10 meters of empty space. Not a soul dared to approach him, let alone engage in combat. The fierce battle endured for a while longer, and now fewer than 30 individuals remained on the scene. The inept had been entirely eliminated in this chaotic skirmish, leaving only those with considerable skill. Clapping his hands gently, Du Qing turned slightly, his gaze landing on Du Fei. "Well done, Du Fei. You have not disappointed me." If you could not even withstand this first round, it would reflect poorly on your abilities. However, among those you have just repelled, one was at the 5th level of body refinement. I did not anticipate that you could drive him back with a single strike. It appears you have indeed attained the 6th level of body refinement. I must admit, I underestimated you before. Yet, if this is all you can muster, it still falls short. With a casual wave of his hand, Du Qing signaled to 4 individuals atop the platform. After a brief hesitation, they cautiously began to close in on Du Fei, with Du Jie leading the way. Fear? Indeed, I am somewhat apprehensive. Du Qing maintained his smile, but continued, however. If you cannot endure even this minor test, how could you ever claim the right to be my adversary? Du Fei scoffed derisively. Casting a cold glance at the 4 who had encircled him, he murmured to himself, 5th level of body refinement? A bunch of worthless fools. Is he truly held in such high regard? Du Jintian wore a smile that seemed enigmatic, yet he chose not to elaborate further, merely tapping the armrest with an inscrutable expression. On the other side of the VIP section, the 3 foremost heirs of the 3 great powers, Lin Xiao, Du Han, and Gong Sun Hong, were seated together, their cold gazes fixed upon the arena, though Du Han remained silent. Ah, Du Han, it has been years since we witnessed such a scene. Lin Xiao remarked with a grin. If I recall correctly, you encountered a similar situation during the clan competition, did you not? I wonder if you believe that Du Fei can emerge as you did. Shaking his folding fan, Lin Xiao maintained his cheerful demeanor. Du Han glanced at him briefly before responding nonchalantly, I am uncertain. 3 months ago, he possessed merely the strength of the 4th level of body refinement. Now, he appears to be around the 5th or 6th level, perhaps. Young Master Lin Xiao was well aware that from the 5th level of body refinement onward, if one did not deliberately display their strength, others would find it challenging to discern one's true capabilities. Thus, whether he could stand out would depend on how far he had progressed in these 3 months. 3 months, you say? The 4th level of body refinement? Gong Sun Hong smiled charmingly. Even the legendary geniuses achieving 2 levels in advancement is already a miracle. I wonder if this Du Fei may be the so-called miracle. With a dismissive glance at Du Jie and the other 3, Du Fei spoke lightly, his eyes betraying an unmistakable disdain. This slightly indifferent gaze ignited a spark of anger within Du Jie and the others. Du Fei, revel in your arrogance while you can. Once the clan competition concludes, you will be nothing more than worthless refuse underfoot, easily trampled upon. Rest assured, I shall make it a point to step on you daily. Grimacing with a face swollen like a pig's head, Du Jie let out a cold laugh, then suddenly gestured emphatically, attack. Upon his command, the 4, including Du Jie, lunged towards Du Fei in an instant. Below the 7th level of body refinement, none could cultivate martial techniques. The contest lay solely in the strength of their physiques and their comprehension of the body refinement fist. Ghost Shadow Leg, Cracking Mountain Fist, 100 Steps Palm, Rampant Stride. As the 4 surged toward him, Du Fei did not evade. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips as he reflected inwardly, indeed. They all possessed the strength of at least the 5th level of body refinement. Observing Du Fei standing motionless within the encirclement, a sinister glint flickered repeatedly in Du Jie's eyes. Du Fei, today, I shall ensure you lose everything. And so it shall be. As the 4 individuals drew closer, Du Fei suddenly exhaled softly, and then, as his foot slipped slightly, he retreated half a step. In that instant, his right hand gently struck out to the side. With a sharp clap, his palm met the incoming fist of the foremost assailant. Simultaneously, Du Fei's formidable true energy surged forth, penetrating the opponent's body and causing a violent spurt of blood from their mouth. Yet, his actions did not cease there. With a deft twist of his right hand, he wielded the assailant's body like a weapon, sweeping it around him. The sounds of blood spraying echoed repeatedly. As the 3 attackers surrounding Du Jie were also forced to retreat violently, blood gushing forth. After stumbling back a few steps, they collapsed to the ground, their faces as pale as parchment. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. In a single maneuver, all 4 had been vanquished. What on earth was happening? Rather than feeling any sense of triumph from this display, Du Fei simply smiled faintly, his peculiar gaze shifting to Du Qing. Young Master Du Qing, it seems your so-called test was rather simplistic. Indeed. Body refinement, 7th level. After taking a slight breath, Du Qing's expression finally turned grave. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly articulated a few words. Only someone at the 7th level of body refinement could defeat 4 individuals at the 5th level in an instant. Reluctantly, Du Qing had to concede to this unfathomable reality. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Regarding Du Fei, a member of the Du family, even those who reside within the city have heard whispers of him. It is well known that merely 3 months ago, his strength was but at the 4th level of body refinement. Yet, at this moment, his displayed prowess captivates all onlookers. A leap of 3 levels in just 3 months. Such a phenomenon is met with incredulity. Silence engulfs the arena, a stillness akin to death, as the expressions of every individual manifest sheer astonishment. So profound that they momentarily forget to breathe. Once more, the Du family has birthed a prodigy. Among the esteemed guests, many draw sharp intakes of breath, unable to restrain their murmurs of disbelief. With a resounding crash, the seat of Du Jintian shatters beneath his grip, yet he appears oblivious to it. At merely 15 years of age, he stands at the 7th level of body refinement. The ancestors of the Du family must be watching over him. Gazing at the young man on the arena, his expression tranquil, Du Jintian, in a moment of reverie, perceives the likeness of another cherished figure from his past. Tian'er, he is undoubtedly your son. Truly, he is the grandson of Du Jintian. The 3 elders seated beside Du Jintian are equally struck. Their faces frozen in shock at the astonishing speed of his cultivation. If he were merely a renowned genius, it would be one thing. Yet he was long regarded by all in the Du family as a useless talent. How is it that, in the blink of an eye, a waste has transformed into a genius? Could it be that Du Tian has been concealing his true capabilities all along? Has he led his family to believe that his son was incapable of cultivation, all for the sake of this day? This thought simultaneously surged in the minds of the 3 esteemed elders, for it seemed to be the only conceivable possibility. Yet, even so, at merely 15 years of age, possessing the 7th level of body refinement, he was indeed a prodigy among prodigies. Clang! The teacup in Du Xuanfeng's hand tumbled to the ground. After a brief moment, he slightly smacked his lips and remarked, "No wonder he is the son of my 4th brother. Such an astonishing talent for cultivation, identical to his father's. Tian'er, the husband I have chosen for you is quite commendable. Wouldn't you agree? He is at least worthy of you, is he not?" "Approximately so," Du Qian replied nonchalantly, her tone devoid of any shock, as if everything were merely a matter of course. Du Xianfeng was quite aware of his daughter's extraordinary prowess. Upon hearing her words, he could only offer a faint, wry smile, shaking his head at her disposition. When did the young master become so formidable? Xiao Ai also wore a look of astonishment, which soon transformed into delight. Perhaps she alone among those present was genuinely thrilled for Du Fei. On the other side, Brother Du, it seems that young master Du Fei's cultivation talent is not far behind your own. It appears that the Du family is once again on the verge of producing another extraordinary individual. Gong Sunhong covered her delicately parted lips, still slightly agape from astonishment, before uttering her words, tinged with surprise. "This fellow is remarkably discreet." In response, Du Han did not refute her, but rather spoke with an air of indifference. 3 months, a promotion through 3 levels. Such speed. Even Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, a flicker of trepidation crossing his mind. If this has been achieved in merely 3 months, what might transpire within a year? As this thought crossed his mind, a shiver involuntarily coursed through Lin Xiao's body. And moments later, a fierce murderous intent flashed through his consciousness. This individual must not be allowed to remain. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly bring great calamity upon the Lin family. On the arena, Du Fei's expression, a blend of amusement and mockery, remained fixed upon Du Qing. When the latter finally seemed to grasp the situation, Du Fei smiled and inquired, "I wonder, young master Du Qing, what further tests do you have in store? However, you would do well not to participate yourself. Should you lose your status as a member of the inner lineage, everything you possess will rightfully become mine. Is that so?" Du Fei continued with a nonchalant smile. "If young master Du Qing intends to engage later, then I must ask you to clear the stage. If you choose not to act, I shall take my turn." Du Qing's expression shifted, and after a moment of grinding his teeth in frustration, he moved swiftly to usher away all extraneous individuals from the arena. Thus, the first round of the clan competition concluded with 16 participants advancing. Remaining on the stage were the victors of this initial round, who would also be recognized as members of the Du family's inner lineage. The second round of the clan competition was about to commence. The champion of this round would become the 9th core disciple of the Du family. After a brief moment of being stunned by the spectacle on the stage, Du Xianfeng finally rose, his voice resonating with slight hesitation as he announced. Although Du Xianfeng expressed such sentiments, at this moment, The attention of the esteemed guests and the members of the Du family was primarily focused on Du Fei and Du Qing. While Du Qing's ascension to the position of core disciple seemed almost assured, Du Fei emerged unexpectedly as a dark horse. Under the brilliance of their presence, the others appeared somewhat overshadowed. Cough. The second round commences, as per tradition. Those who draw the same numbered bamboo sticks shall engage in combat. Those who do not draw a stick or choose to forfeit must leave the stage. Let us begin. Upon hearing this, several of the remaining 16 participants hesitated momentarily before ultimately descending from the platform. These individuals possessed a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing that even if they remained, they would undoubtedly be outmatched by Du Fei and Du Qing. Thus, it was preferable to withdraw gracefully. Conversely, some others harbored the notion of seizing an opportunity, thinking that when two strong contenders clash, it is the outsiders who may benefit. Regrettably, this time, Du Fei and Du Qing refrained from engaging in any conflict, casually selecting the nearest bamboo sticks, and none dared to contest them. After a brief skirmish among the remaining participants, the contenders for the second round of the clan competition were finally determined. From number 1 onward, the others may exit, Du Xianfeng announced, clapping his hands as he noted the selection of 8 participants. Du Fei glanced at the bamboo stick in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips, before his gaze shifted to Du Qing. If you are number 1 as well, then let us commence. Alas, that is not the case. Du Qing replied with a chilling laugh. If you wish to contend with me, it is still too premature. I shall await you in due course. Upon hearing this, Du Fei refrained from saying much, merely smiling and shaking his head, his expression remarkably devoid of emotion. Yet, it was precisely this indifference that ignited a flicker of anger within Du Qing. He curled his lips and let out a hum, descending from the platform. As Du Qing stepped down, the remaining individuals swiftly followed suit, until ultimately, only a calm young man remained opposite Du Fei. Du Fei. Du Fei slightly inclined his hand in greeting. Du Han. The young man across from him returned the gesture with a visage of cold detachment, then unceremoniously assumed a stance. Upon witnessing this, Du Fei's eyes brightened. Du Han, aware of his own prowess at the 7th level of body refinement, dared to confront him head-on, suggesting he was indeed formidable. It seemed that Du Fei had no choice but to take this encounter more seriously. Is it truly Du Han? Though not as ostentatious as Du Qing, it was rumored that he possessed the 6th level of body refinement during the clan competition a year prior. By now, he should have attained the 7th level, wouldn't he? Who do you think will triumph? Even if Du Fei is extraordinarily talented, it seems unlikely he will emerge victorious. It must be noted that regardless of how astonishing his cultivation speed is, once one reaches the 7th level of body refinement, the competition hinges upon martial skills. Mastering martial techniques cannot be achieved merely by glancing at a scroll. Without the guidance of a distinguished teacher, the odds are slim. It appears that this time, Du Fei is destined to lose. I was looking forward to witnessing a match between him and cousin Du Qing. Beneath the arena, the members of the Du family began to murmur about the sacrifices made, fully aware of their kin's capabilities. In mere moments, they analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Some of the elder members of the Du family, well acquainted with the legendary Du Tian, were eager to witness whether Du Fei could embody any of Du Tian's former prowess. In the VIP section, the gaze of Du Tian and others subtly shifted toward the arena. Du Fei's innate talent for cultivation was indeed remarkable, yet how adept was he in martial arts? This inquiry piqued considerable anticipation. The core position holds immense significance for me. Thus, I shall not hold back. My apologies. With a rare smile gracing his face, Du Han fixed a penetrating gaze upon Du Fei before inhaling deeply. His foot struck the ground with force, propelling him toward Du Fei like a cannonball, his palm slashing diagonally downward. In the face of Du Han's straightforward attack, Du Fei too took a deep breath, his foot striking the ground as he retaliated with a powerful punch. This marked Du Fei's inaugural encounter against a fellow practitioner at the 7th level of body refinement. The exhilarating sense of parity ignited his blood. In an instant, their fists collided. A resounding impact resonated as the two energies converged, sending subtle ripples through the air at the point of contact. Du Han's complexion paled slightly, though he remained grounded. Discerning observers could tell he had suffered a measure of setback. In contrast, Du Fei barely touched the ground with the tips of his toes, retreating a few steps with a somewhat awkward posture, yet he appeared utterly unscathed. What an enigmatic true essence. It seems that without martial skills, defeating you is an impossibility. Taking a deep breath, Du Han spoke with a hint of indifference. Du Fei responded with a smile, saying, "Likewise, my friend." Humph. Du Han let out a soft snort, and suddenly transformed his palms into fists. A series of bone-cracking sounds erupted from his entire body, relentless and resounding. Du Han was about to unleash his signature move. It appeared that Du Fei was doomed this time. It's uncertain, though. Just moments ago, Du Han had clearly suffered some setbacks. If Du Fei had also practiced martial arts, the outcome could be unpredictable. Isn't that debatable? During my time at the martial arts pavilion, I never witnessed Du Fei engage in martial training, let alone seek out someone to teach him. To my mind, Du Fei is finished. Various discussions echoed around, yet they failed to disturb the individuals on stage. Du Han continued to resonate with explosive sounds, which abruptly ceased at a certain moment. Simultaneously, his figure traced an oddly curved trajectory as he lunged toward Du Fei. At that instant, the skin on his fist turned pitch black, and with an unparalleled ferocity, he struck downward toward Du Fei's chest. A ninth-tier martial skill, the bone-shattering fist. The fierce gust of wind rushing toward Du Fei sent a shiver down his spine. The intense aura contained within that fist made it abundantly clear to Du Fei that should this punch connect, even he would likely be forced to exit in bitterness. Born into a prestigious martial arts family, Du Fei possessed an extraordinarily keen insight. He could easily discern that such formidable skills demanded a resolute response. Retreating would merely bolster his opponent's momentum. Therefore, retreat was not an option, only advancement. In an instant, his right hand transformed into a fist, while his left foot struck the ground with tremendous force, leaving an indelible imprint. A fierce roar resonated within him, the reversal fist. With a thunderous impact, the two fists collided almost instantaneously. The violent friction of their true energy produced a cacophony of sounds, as plumes of dust were propelled in every direction by the tumultuous force. In a fleeting moment, the resounding clamor abruptly ceased, and the swirling dust settled, revealing the two figures frozen in time, their fists locked in fierce confrontation. This suspension felt both ephemeral and eternal. Yet, at a certain instant, a subtle sound pierced the silence, followed by a spurt of blood as Du Fei was violently propelled backward, soaring several dozen steps before landing at the edge of the arena, where he expelled another mouthful of blood. As anticipated, the onlookers wore expressions of certainty. It was well known that Du Han had devoted countless efforts to mastering the bone-crushing palm, guided by esteemed mentors. In stark contrast, while Du Fei had seemingly executed a technique, the outcome of this clash was now abundantly clear. Ha ha ha. Du Fei, how could you possibly contend with me? Under the arena, Du Qing burst into laughter, but as his mirth echoed, it abruptly ceased at a certain moment. Impossible. On the stage, Du Han suddenly staggered, as though he had been struck fiercely in the back, a wave of energy surging violently. His shirt tore apart in an instant, and a torrent of blood erupted forth. With that spurt of blood, Du Han's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, his once vibrant eyes now dulled and devoid of strength. The reverse punch. I have been defeated. You are indeed formidable. As the final word escaped his lips, Du Han swayed violently and collapsed onto the arena, losing consciousness. Boom. Almost simultaneously with Du Han's fall, the audience in the VIP section sprang to their feet, their faces expressing sheer astonishment. The members of the Du family surrounding the scene were equally aghast, their mouths agape. Although Du Han was not particularly renowned within the Du family, his prowess was well recognized. Observant eyes could easily discern that he had mastered several techniques. Yet, with such skill, he had still succumbed to Du Fei. Could it be that Du Fei is truly a martial arts prodigy? Not only does he cultivate at an astonishing pace, but he also seems to grasp martial techniques intuitively. Without a teacher. Crack. This time, Du Zhentian crushed the armrest of his chair to dust. As the head of the Du family, he was intimately familiar with the family's martial arts and had a fair understanding of the matters concerning the martial arts pavilion. Half a month, merely visiting the martial arts pavilion once, followed by a period of self-cultivation, and yet within a fortnight, he has elevated the reversal fist to such an extraordinary level. This talent, Du Zhentian was utterly astonished, unable to suppress his internal musings. This individual clenching his already pale fist, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. The more impressive Du Fei's performance became, the greater his trepidation. This shock lingered for a moment in the VIP section, until Du Xiefeng took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, "In the first match, Du Fei triumphs." As Du Xuanfeng's voice resonated, those around seemed to awaken from their stupor. Their gazes toward Du Fei were now filled with awe. In the Xuanwu continent, regardless of one's origins, as long as one possesses martial talent, they shall receive genuine respect. Clearly, at this moment, Du Fei embodies such qualifications. Observing Du Han being carried away, Du Fei refrained from uttering further words. In this world, victors and vanquished are the natural order of things. He merely massaged his chest lightly before descending the stage, making his way to the designated resting area for participants, where he sat down slowly. I underestimated you. However, at this moment, you are injured. How will you compete with me later? As he passed by Du Qing, she coldly remarked, almost as if to herself, now, you still have time to flee. Once you step onto the stage, I shall ensure that you will never be able to cultivate martial arts in this lifetime. Du Fei merely smiled faintly, offering no further words. His subtle shake of the head and the disdain etched upon his face causing Du Qing to clench his fists tighter. Young master, are you all right? In the throng of people, Xiao Ai hurriedly squeezed her way through to Du Fei's side, her expression laden with concern. It's not a significant issue. Although my lungs have sustained some injury, it is largely inconsequential. My wounds only appear severe, Du Fei replied coldly with a faint smile. Young master, you are spitting blood and still claim your injuries are minor. Xiao Ai's face reflected her deepening worry. Du Fei responded with a mysterious grin, discreetly sticking out his tongue at Xiao Ai. Once she grasped the underlying meaning, he whispered, silly girl, one should never judge solely by appearances. The more grievously I appear to be injured, the more delight it will bring Du Qing. If I seem severely wounded, my true essence must be somewhat uncontrollable. If, by chance, I were to inadvertently incapacitate Du Qing in my state of disarray, do you think anyone else would dare to seek out that scoundrel? So, young master, you are merely pretending, despite maintaining a worried expression. Xiao Ai's tone betrayed her thoughts. I knew it. It has always been others who have been toyed with by you. Never have you suffered a loss. Foolish girl. If you intend to feign concern, do it convincingly. Otherwise, I shall have to punish you tonight. Young master, you are twisted. Xiao Ai muttered under her breath. Yet she collaborated seamlessly with Du Fei, her expression of concern more pronounced than before. Observing this, Du Fei reciprocated with a semblance of anguish on his face, slowly directing his gaze towards Du Qing's location. Their eyes met briefly, and Du Qing revealed a rather disdainful, faint smile before gradually looking away. In his heart, Du Fei coldly smirked. Du Qing, I have warned you. Should you seek to ruin me, I shall ensure your downfall. On the arena, competitions continued with fervor. Those who secured a place among the top 8 were predominantly individuals of notable repute among the younger generation of the Du family, and the excitement of the contests provoked loud cheers from the spectators. However, many minds were not fixated on the ongoing matches, but rather on what lay ahead. The results of the next 3 contests arrived swiftly, and as anticipated, Du Qing effortlessly claimed victory, while the remaining 2 contestants faced a grueling battle for their wins. Initially, the schedule indicated that Du Fei and Du Qing would face each other only after 2 additional written assessments. However, the other 2 victorious juniors from the Du family, possessing only the strength of the 6th level of body refinement, were acutely aware of their lack of chances. Consequently, they opted to forego the competition rather than risk humiliation. Thus, only the final match of the clan competition remained. At this moment, the atmosphere in the square became even more fervent. The final match, featuring 2 highly talked-about individuals, appeared to be the highlight of the Du family competition. Thus, the last contest of the clan commenced. The victor would be crowned as the foremost champion of this Du family contest, ascending to become a core member of the Du lineage. In the VIP area, even Du Xuanfeng's expression bore a hint of solemnity. After taking a deep breath, he spoke aloud. As his voice resonated, the previously roaring crowd fell into an immediate hush. All eyes, both from the guests and the members of the Du family, were fixated upon the 2 individuals at the resting area. Are you certain you do not wish to concede now? If you yield now, you may still have the opportunity to seek revenge later. However, should I defeat you on this stage, you will never have the chance to rise again. Du Qing remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Du Fei, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Foolhardy, Du Qing murmured under his breath, and then his fervent gaze shifted to Xiao Ai. In a tone audible only to the 3 of them, he leered, once Du Fei is vanquished, you shall belong to me. With laughter echoing, Du Qing slapped the table beside him with force and instantly soared onto the arena. His swift and fierce motion elicited a resounding cheer from the crowd. Du Fei rolled his eyes in exasperation, letting out a soft sigh. Unlike Du Qing, he did not leap onto the platform. Instead, he ambled towards the edge of the stage, awkwardly climbing up. The contrast between the 2 was instantly apparent. Observing this, Du Qing merely chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with disdain. Du Fei appeared oblivious to his surroundings, standing still with an expression that was equally peculiar and enigmatic. Both individuals were descendants of the Du family, and while injuries were inevitable during competitions, it was imperative to exercise restraint. After exchanging a few courteous remarks, Du Xianfeng slowly clapped his hands and declared, "Begin. Is this the final match? Third Elder, who do you believe will emerge victorious between Du Fei and your grandson?" Du Jintian asked with a smile, turning to Du Jinfeng. In response, Du Jinfeng merely curled his lips, yet felt compelled to reply, "Du Fei indeed possesses remarkable talent. But Qing'er has already advanced to the 7th level of body refinement for a year now. By all appearances, he has the greater likelihood of triumph." Indeed, that seems to be the case. If I recall correctly, Third Elder, you personally imparted the 8th grade martial skill, Great Grief, to Du Qing, did you not? In contrast, Du Fei has scarcely visited the martial arts pavilion, let alone received any teachings. I believe that if Du Qing were to employ Great Grief, Du Fei would have little chance of success, Du Jintian remarked, his demeanor calm. He knows. That old rascal. A slight tremor coursed through Du Jinfeng's heart. Yet he simply nodded in tacit agreement, then narrowed his eyes slightly as his gaze settled upon the arena. Du Fei, do not presume that your advancement to the 7th level of body refinement renders you formidable. Before me, you remain nothing more than a mere trifle. A profound energy surged throughout his being for a brief moment, allowing Du Qing to sense an exceptionally formidable aura. With a mere grin, he swiftly shifted his form, lightly pressing his foot against the ground, propelling himself directly towards Du Fei. In the midst of this assault, his right hand arched sharply, and faint streams of energy began to emanate from his fingertips, coalescing into strikingly cold rays of light. As he closed the distance to less than half a meter from Du Fei, Du Qing suddenly froze, almost impossibly shifting from Du Fei's left side to his right, his hand transforming into a claw that descended from above. The 9th rank martial technique, Wolf Fang Claw. Are you afraid of my reversal punch? Du Fei sneered. In an instant, he leaned back sharply, as ethereal wisps resembling mist manifested upon his right leg. With a powerful kick, he struck towards Du Qing's claw. The Lin step. With a resounding thud, Du Fei's foot collided with Du Qing's claw. Yet, in a decisive move, Du Fei pressed his right hand against the ground, sliding several meters to the side before rising sharply to his feet. Conversely, Du Qing, seemingly unprepared for such tactics from Du Fei, found himself momentarily at a loss. Although he barely managed to deflect Du Fei's kick, the impact left him with a slight heaviness in his chest. The Lin step. Du Qing, a person of considerable experience, was taken aback for a moment before letting out a cold chuckle. Indeed, I underestimated you. You have mastered 2 martial techniques. But what of it? Du Qing's expression turned slightly cold, and with a sudden shake of his arm, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, slicing through the air like a blade towards the position of Du Fei. 8th grade martial skill, the Great Sadness Palm. Gazing at the aggressive approach of Du Qing, Du Fei merely smiled coldly. He slightly bent his foot, and moments later, propelled himself backward with a forceful push from the sole of his foot, evading like a specter. 8th grade martial skill is not solely your domain. The void break flash. As the final word fell, Du Fei's figure suddenly accelerated several-fold. His retreat transformed into a forward charge, piercing through the almost impossible gap in Du Qing's palm strike, and landed a powerful punch squarely on his opponent's chest. 8th grade combat skill. How could this be? A look of astonishment flickered in Du Qing's eyes, followed by, with a spurt, a mouthful of fresh blood gushed forth. Du Qing's entire body trembled, and he was sent crashing backward like a lifeless dog, ultimately landing with a thud at the edge of the arena. In that moment, the entire venue fell into silence. You have lost. A cold gaze fell upon the edge of the arena, and the disdain on the young man's face reached its zenith. This utterly clean and decisive defeat was something Du Qing, whose ambitions soared high, could hardly accept. Excellent. Truly remarkable. This young man possesses great potential. In the VIP section, Du Jintian also displayed a look of astonishment. To learn 3 martial skills through self-study in just half a month, including the most challenging 8th grade martial skill, the Void Break Flash. Such talent is indeed a rarity in the world. Even Du Han, who is hailed as the foremost of the younger generation of the Du family, appeared somewhat dimmed in the presence of Du Fei. How is this possible? Void Flash. Although it was merely the first flash, Du Jinfeng's mouth gaped wide, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, as if he could fit an egg within. Meanwhile, Du Qian's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of astonishment, and after a moment, She murmured to herself, I deliberately chose the most challenging technique among the 8th-tier martial arts, and he has astonishingly mastered it within half a month. This Du Fei is truly extraordinary. Gongsun Hong's face flushed crimson, her surprise reaching its zenith. After a brief pause, she abruptly turned to gaze at Du Han, exclaiming, Elder brother Du Han, you mentioned earlier that Du Fei's father has already betrayed the Du family, so surely he cannot be considered one of you, right? If I were to recruit him into the Gongsun family, would that be permissible? Upon hearing this, Du Han fell silent, then, with a wry smile, he shook his head. He was acutely aware of the family's decisions. If Du Fei did not demonstrate exceptional prowess in the clan competition, he would likely be stripped of everything and expelled from the Du family. However, given Du Fei's current achievements, it would be unlikely for those old-timers to let him off the hook. Moreover, he had yet to master the Void Flash himself. Who would have anticipated that Du Fei would? If this individual remains within the Du family, my own position may be in jeopardy. At this thought, the muscles in Du Han's face involuntarily twitched, revealing a hint of unease. On the other side, Lin Xiao's expression had grown somewhat numb. He merely murmured to himself in a voice audible to his own ears. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would not have engaged in conflict with him. It is merely a woman. A woman. This boy cannot be spared. Upon the arena, Du Fei's gaze, which had been somewhat calm, gradually shifted towards the VIP seats, and he then smiled faintly, saying, Is it still impossible to determine a victor? However, before his words could fully escape his lips, his expression abruptly changed. Du Qing, you dare. At that very moment, Du Qing's visage contorted into a mask of fury. He clenched his teeth fiercely, and his true essence surged dramatically. With a sudden strike of his right hand, he lunged towards Du Fei like a rabid beast. You little rascal. Die. True essence detonation. Du Qing had lost his mind. The spectators in the VIP section were taken aback. The detonation of true essence could cause a person's strength to double in an instant. Yet the consequences were dire, often requiring one to remain bedridden for at least half a year. The severity of such repercussions was well known to all. Unless it was a fight to the death, no one would readily resort to such measures. How could you have taught him such a thing? You are exceedingly generous to this grandson. Du Juntian's expression shifted as his fierce gaze bore down upon Du Junfeng. If anything were to happen to Du Fei, you would have no reason to remain among the living. As the foul-mouthed adversary found verbal obstruction ineffective, Du Xuanfeng's foot struck the ground with force, propelling his figure swiftly toward the arena. Du Fei quickly dodged. Yet, despite the rapidity of Du Xuanfeng's movements, he seemed to lag slightly. In the blink of an eye, Du Qing had already lunged before Du Fei, delivering a powerful palm strike directly to his face, a technique known as the Great Sorrowful Hand. His expression was twisted with malice, and his aura was formidable. In response to this onslaught, Du Fei revealed a hint of disdainful amusement, as if he had anticipated this very moment. In an instant, his form flickered once more, executing the Void Flash, his second evasion. Whoosh! With the heartbeat of that sound echoing in his mind, Du Fei's figure abruptly split into two phantasmal images, moving with such velocity that Du Qing, now empowered, found his strike landing only in empty air. Soon, the two apparitions converged, one before the other, delivering fierce blows to Du Qing's chest and back. Thud. The impact sent Du Qing's head reeling. A spray of blood mixed with flesh erupting from his mouth, while the sound of splintering bones echoed throughout his body. Blood oozed from his skin, transforming him into a grotesque figure drenched in crimson. Simultaneously, Du Fei's two forms melded into one, and with a powerful kick, he struck Du Qing's face. With this forceful blow, Du Qing's body was sent spiraling away, akin to a leaf caught in. At this moment, the outcome was determined. Qinga. In the instant of profound silence that enveloped the arena, a thunderous roar erupted from the VIP section. Suddenly, a figure, seemingly driven mad, leaped down and embraced Du Qing for a brief moment, followed by an eruption of furious shouts that reverberated throughout the venue. You wretched child, you have incapacitated Qing'er. Today, I shall demand your life in recompense. As the voice faded, the aged figure appeared before Du Fei in the blink of an eye, its withered yellow hand transforming into a claw, descending upon Du Fei's head with fierce intent. Startled, Du Fei instantly retreated. Yet that claw continued its relentless descent without a hint of hesitation. Du Junfeng. Another figure flashed in an instant, merely tugging at Du Fei to pull him behind, then raising a palm to meet the descending claw. Begone! With a resounding boom, an intense shockwave erupted, sweeping outward in all directions, even causing the entire arena to tremble. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the figures of Du Jintian and Du Jinfeng materialized. Du Jinfeng staggered back several steps, his face slightly flushed before returning to normalcy as he fixed his gaze upon Du Jintian, his expression a tempest of emotions. Du Jinfeng in broad daylight. You dare to strike against a junior of the Du family. It seems you are not yet ashamed enough to tarnish our family's reputation. Du Jintian's face darkened, his tone icy. Ha! Striking without permission. Du Jinfeng lamented. This wretched child has shattered my grandson's meridians. Henceforth, he is but a cripple. Even if I acted without authorization, what of it? Today, whoever dares to obstruct me shall face death. Even if you are the head of the family, what of it? As the words fell, the atmosphere in the room became instantly tense. Well, very well. Du Jintian laughed in fury, realizing that the third elder truly did not regard me, the head of the family, with any respect. Since the mask has been torn today, do not blame this old man for being impolite. Polite? Du Jinfeng chuckled coldly. It seems that for the sake of a discarded member of the family, the head of the family is prepared to turn against me. As the words left his lips, Du Jinfeng's foot struck fiercely, a faint blue light suddenly emanating from his body. With that step, he surged forward like lightning, his palm descending violently towards the top of Du Jintian's head. In that moment, the might of his 8th-rank martial master was laid bare. Turn against me? Du Jintian chuckled softly. In the clan competition, regardless of life and death. Do you not understand this, Du Jinfeng? Or do you believe that with the strength of an 8th-rank high-level martial master, you can overturn everything? Having said that, Du Jintian casually flicked his right hand, his soft sleeve whipping out with a sudden force. Boom. Du Jinfeng's airborne form jolted violently, his complexion turning red as he spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood, crashing down before the VIP seats. The 8th-rank high-level martial master, Du Jinfeng, could not withstand even a single strike. The other 2 elders of the Du family, initially prepared to intervene, froze momentarily, only to have expressions of joy appear on their faces. The 7th-rank martial master staggered to his feet, gazing in shock at Du Jintian, his expression one of disbelief. While turmoil raged within his heart, he had always believed that once he ascended to the rank of an 8th-tier martial artist, he would be the foremost figure of the Du family. However, to his astonishment, Du Jintian was already a 7th-tier martial artist. Do you think I can stop you now? Du Jintian remarked, slightly clasping his hands behind him, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Du Jinfeng's expression shifted momentarily. After a brief pause, he inhaled sharply, regaining his composure. My reckless actions today were indeed my error. It was merely due to my grandson's incapacitation that I lost control of my emotions. I implore the head of the family for your understanding. With that, Du Jinfeng gave a slight wave of his hand, and several members of the Du family swiftly emerged from the crowd, bowing slightly to Du Jintian before hastily carrying Du Qing away. Meanwhile, Du Jinfeng cast a cold smile, his chilling gaze lingering on Du Fei for a moment before he swept away with his sleeve. This sudden conflict dissipated in an instant. After a brief smile, Du Jintian addressed the onlookers, saying, I apologize for the disturbance caused by a minor affair of the Du family. How could we dare? How could we dare? The head of the Du family speaks in such a manner. The guests, upon hearing this, gradually emerged from their shock, each offering a slight bow in acknowledgement. If the emergence of a talent like Du Fei in the Du family was merely surprising, the revelation of Du Jintian's strength as a 7th-tier martial artist stirred a palpable unease among the attendees. Traditionally, within the 3 dominant powers of the city, the strongest had only reached the 8th-tier martial artist rank. It was this very reason that the 3 factions had maintained a precarious peace. However, at this moment, Du Jintian's power was unreservedly revealed, and it remained uncertain what further repercussions this would have on the unassailable city. The equilibrium of the 3 factions would likely be irrevocably altered. Thus, the attention of the entire assembly once again converged upon the arena. Taking a slight breath, Du Fei felt a measure of relief. The chilling sense of crisis earlier had nearly triggered the system once more. Fortunately, Du Jintian had intervened at the last moment. Otherwise, Du Fei could not guarantee his own survival. Nevertheless, it seemed inevitable that he had forged a lasting enmity with the 3rd elder. Yet, Du Fei harbored no regrets. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend others. If he allowed himself to be bullied without a semblance of retaliation, would that not render him utterly worthless? Ahem. Du Xianfeng coughed lightly before finally applauding and coldly declaring, the outcome of the Du clan's competition is abundantly clear. Du Fei is hereby recognized as the champion of this clan competition and will henceforth be included among the core disciples of our Du family. In response to this somewhat unexpected conclusion, few expressed genuine astonishment. After all, any surprise had long since been exhausted. Many could only lament that yet another prodigious talent seemed to have emerged from the Du clan. Young master, you have indeed triumphed. Below the stage, Xiao Ai quickly approached with a beaming smile, her face radiant as a blooming flower. Gazing upon the youthful visage of the girl, Du Fei felt his heart race unexpectedly. After a brief moment, he reached up to touch his nose and remarked casually, "This was to be anticipated. If even a single Du Qin cannot be dealt with, what future remains for us?" The girl scoffed lightly, twisting the tender flesh at Du Fei's waist before leaning in close, her breath warm against his ear as she whispered, "You are indeed impressive, but my dear sir, Xiao Ai has grown up alongside you since childhood. Just 3 months ago, you possessed not an ounce of martial prowess, yet now you have transformed so remarkably. Speak, what is it that you have concealed from me?" Feeling a tingling sensation from her breath, Du Fei turned and playfully slapped the girl's slightly raised backside, murmuring, "What could I possibly hide? Speaking of which, you have also reached the 9th level of body refinement. Have you not concealed your progress from me for quite some time? You seem rather eager to hold me accountable." The sudden slap left her cheeks flushed, and Xiao Ai quickly retreated, her voice tinged with a hint of protest. All right, dear sir. It was my fault to keep secrets from you, but this was also the command of the master, and I cannot disobey. As for your secrets..." At this thought, Xiao Ai furrowed her brow in mild distress. After a moment of contemplation, she revealed a look of acceptance. "Regardless, Xiao Ai will always be your Xiao Ai, and you shall remain my dear sir. No matter what extraordinary adventures or transformations you may encounter, you will always be the same sir to me." The young girl beamed with a dazzling smile that radiated an exquisite allure, causing the boys around her to secretly gaze in awe, their hearts racing, each feeling as if their heart had lodged in their throats. After the clan competition, Du Fei had anticipated that his forthcoming days would be anything but tranquil. However, contrary to his expectations, events did not unfold as he had predicted. While outsiders exhibited impatience, Du Fei remained composed. Throughout these days, despite receiving various invitations, he instructed Xiao Ai to decline them all, dedicating himself instead to solitary cultivation within the courtyard. Though he did not exert himself as fervently as before, this meticulous practice allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of his own capabilities. Although he had not achieved any tangible breakthroughs in strength, Du Fei was confident that with his current abilities, while defeating a 9th-grade martial artist might be uncertain, he could likely retreat unscathed from a practitioner at the 9th level of body refinement. Having cultivated diligently for just 3 months, he felt quite satisfied with his accomplishments. With a gentle command, Du Fei struck his palm against a stone before him. The stone trembled slightly upon impact, leaving no visible mark at the point of contact. Yet a clear imprint of his palm materialized on the opposite side. A soft round of applause echoed in the air. "Young master, your reverse punch has truly reached the level of being effortlessly wielded at will. Given your prowess, it seems that beneath the 9th layer of body refinement, there are no rivals." Xiao Ai chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gently applauded from the side. "Are you mocking me now?" Du Fei smiled lightly, but a peculiar expression crossed his face. "Since you claim there are no rivals beneath the 9th layer of body refinement, it appears I must seek out an opponent from the 8th layer to test my skills." "That is a splendid idea." Xiao Ai clapped her hands in agreement, but then her brow furrowed. "However, I am not well acquainted with the Du family. How could I possibly know who is at the 8th layer? If we cannot locate someone from the 8th layer, isn't there one right before us from the 9th layer?" Du Fei let out a strange laugh, and with a sudden stomp of his foot, he dashed towards Xiao Ai at an angle. "Young master, you are being a bully." Xiao Ai stamped her foot slightly, murmuring, yet her movements were swift. She leaned slightly to the side, her delicate hand already poised to strike. In the courtyard, the two figures intertwined as they exchanged a flurry of strikes, their palms clapping against each other countless times. The entire courtyard vibrated with the surge of their energies, stirring up a gentle breeze that whisked the surrounding dry leaves into the air. Xiao Ai is indeed formidable, truly deserving of being at the 9th layer of body refinement. Du Fei marveled to himself, his own movements not faltering in the least. With a fierce grip of his right fist, an unusual energy coalesced instantaneously, and he unleashed a powerful punch. "Reverse punch. Young master, such a technique holds little utility against me." A melodious laughter rang out, and with her right hand forming a blade-like gesture, Xiao Ai swiftly thrust her fingers towards Du Fei's heart with astonishing speed. Startled, Du Fei realized that he had fallen short in speed. Before he could launch a punch, Xiao Ai was poised to strike. In an instant, he propelled himself backward with a swift push of his toes, narrowly evading her advance. As he retreated, his form momentarily paused in the air before splitting into two afterimages that surged toward Xiao Ai with ferocity. Yet, as Du Fei approached, Xiao Ai's eyes narrowed like crescent moons. She suddenly lowered her stance, pressing her right hand against the ground, and executed a sweeping kick. With a burst of energy, her leg sliced through the air, a move aptly named the Return of the Swallow. Just as Du Fei's figure drew near, her kick, imbued with an uncanny precision, passed through his afterimages. Almost simultaneously, both of her legs struck fiercely against Du Fei's chest. With a resounding thud, Du Fei crossed his arms defensively, barely managing to withstand Xiao Ai's assault. However, he was forced to slide backward for several steps before finally regaining his footing. Remarkable. Is this an 8th-grade combat technique? Though Xiao Ai possessed a slight advantage in strength, only techniques of equal rank could withstand an 8th-grade skill. Indeed. Although this technique lacks the formidable power of the Breaking Void Flash, my extended period of training has afforded me certain advantages. Naturally, young master, you cannot compare to my experience. However, to have reached this level in merely 3 months speaks volumes of your exceptional talent. Observing Du Fei's apparent discontent, Xiao Ai expressed her concern softly. Nodding in acknowledgement but offering no rebuttal, Du Fei smiled and reassured her, "There is no need for you to worry. I am not so fragile as to be defeated by you in such a manner. I am quite content with my progress after just 3 months of cultivation. Nevertheless, Xiao Ai, do not focus solely on me. You must also dedicate time to your own training. Once you ascend to the rank of a 9th-grade warrior, I shall certainly find the most suitable techniques for you. Rest assured." Du Fei's words were not mere platitudes. As a core disciple of the Du family, he possessed the privilege to access the 3rd level of the martial arts pavilion. Utilizing the system's capabilities, he could thoroughly document the techniques within and select the most appropriate ones for Xiao Ai without undue difficulty. "I understand," Xiao Ai replied, nodding slightly. In recent days, due to her association with Du Fei, she had indeed neglected her own training. Hearing his words allowed her to relax her previously tense disposition. "Well then, let us continue our practice." With a gentle pat on Xiao Ai's head, Du Fei smiled and, this time, pulled her into the courtyard. The two of them simultaneously assumed their stances, and soon, their body-forging punches flowed seamlessly. Grandfather, I am unwilling. I am filled with reluctance." Within a rather eerie courtyard of the Du family's backyard, a cacophony of wails and lamentations emanated from within. The bitterness in the words enough to curdle one's teeth upon hearing. "Sir, is there truly no way?" In the spacious chamber of the courtyard, Du Qing lay upon a bed at one side, while in the center stood Du Jinfeng, his countenance shrouded in a chilling detachment. "Alas, 3rd Elder, it is not that I am unwilling to assist, but rather, our apothecaries are ultimately constrained by their abilities. However, I have heard that among the 8th-grade elixirs, there exists a concoction known as bone restoration powder, which should be capable of saving young Master Qing. If we could but procure it." Beside Du Jinfeng, an elderly man clad in gray, with a face etched in resignation, slowly shook his head. 8th-grade elixir. Pillmaster. The corners of Du Jinfeng's mouth twitched slightly, and after a moment, he clenched his teeth and declared, "Rest assured, Qinger, not only will grandfather heal you, but I shall also ensure your vengeance is exacted. My grandson, Du Jinfeng, is not one to be trifled with." Seated at one side of the spacious hall, Du Fei observed with tranquility, embodying an unshakable calmness. At this moment, the Du family was convening its monthly clan meeting, and it was quite astonishing that Du Fei, by virtue of his status, was granted a place among the assembly. It is worth noting that even among the previous 8 core descendants of the Du family, only Du Han, sitting opposite Du Fei, and Du Qian, beside him, enjoyed such an honor. As for Xiao Ai's identity as a servant, Du Fei did not intend for her to apprentice under anyone, though she lacks the qualifications to participate in the clan meeting once more. In the grand hall, rows of figures were seated in 2 sections, with the head of the Du family, Du Zhentian, occupying the prominent position, with his eyes slightly narrowed. Du Zhentian refrained from speaking, a gesture that rendered the already tense atmosphere of the clan meeting even more awkward. After a prolonged and uncomfortable silence, Du Zhentian turned his head slightly, his gaze, tinged with a semblance of a smile, falling upon Du Jinfeng. The 3rd elder of the Du family, Du Qing, appeared somewhat composed at that moment. He took a deep breath before slowly speaking. The physician has examined him. Qing'er is utterly incapacitated. Unless an 8th-grade alchemist intervenes, no one can save him. However, this predicament is entirely of his own making, and he cannot blame others. Upon hearing this, the higher-ups of the Du family displayed a variety of peculiar expressions, yet none chose to elaborate further. An 8th-grade alchemist. Du Jintian nodded slightly, and after a moment, turned to Du Xianfeng and quietly instructed, "Find a time to visit the imperial capital and see if you can invite an 8th-grade alchemist from the family. Regardless of the circumstances, Du Qing is one of our own, and I cannot bear to witness his decline." "Understood," Du Xianfeng replied with a slight nod. "Thank you, esteemed head of the family." Du Jinfeng expressed his gratitude earnestly. He chuckled softly, remarking that they were all of one family, thus there was no need for divisive language. Du Jintian waved his hand slightly, as if entirely dismissing the matters concerning the clan competition. Du Fei, regarding the clan competition. Although Du Qing brought this upon herself, your actions were somewhat excessive. Hearing this insincere dialogue suddenly shift towards himself, Du Fei felt a sense of helplessness. Nonetheless, he refrained from saying much, instead rising to his feet and taking a few steps forward. He slightly bowed to Du Jinfeng and said, "Third elder, I acknowledge that I was too impulsive during the clan competition." Du Jinfeng took a deep breath, his expression twitching slightly before he revealed a peculiar smile. He replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. I too was overly impulsive that day. Haha, matters concerning the youth should be resolved by the youth themselves." Qing'er brought this upon herself. And as her grandfather, I shall not say much. The third elder's magnanimity was admirable, and Du Fei expressed a hint of respect, seemingly in jest. "Humph. Just a mere child." Du Jinfeng thought coldly, maintaining an expression of utmost calm, merely nodding in acknowledgement of the statement. "Humph. Just an old fox." Similarly, Du Fei smirked inwardly, his expression betraying not a hint of weakness. "Haha, since both of you can forgive one another, it is indeed a blessing for our Du family." As he took hold of the situation, Du Jintian lightly applauded. "Du Fei, from this moment forth, you shall be the 9th core disciple of the Du family. Should you require any provisions, simply retrieve them from the accounts office. Furthermore, you are granted unrestricted access to the 3rd level of the martial arts pavilion. Well, let Du Qian guide you there." What followed was the customary agenda of the Du family assembly, discussions regarding the family's income and the circumstances beyond the city. After listening for a brief moment, Du Fei found himself disinterested in these matters, and soon enough, a sense of dizziness overwhelmed him. Ultimately, he ceased to listen and instead pondered his own cultivation. "What is the matter? Are you uninterested in the family assembly?" Du Qian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke softly after casting a few subtle glances at Du Fei. "Well, somewhat," Du Fei replied after a brief pause. "Do you realize that the Du family comprises not just hundreds, but thousands? Yet, how many are permitted to participate in this assembly? Aside from the higher echelons of the family, there are but a few. With your apparent lack of focus, you may not comprehend how many envy your position." A sly smile graced Du Qian's lips as she spoke. "Haha, what benefits could my position possibly confer that would evoke such envy?" Du Fei remarked, genuinely intrigued. "You remain unaware, for instance, a common disciple from the outer sect receives a monthly allowance of 20 gold coins, while an inner sect disciple enjoys a monthly stipend of 200 gold coins. However, should one secure a position in the main hall, the minimum amount would be..." As she spoke, Du Qian extended 2 fingers. 2,000. The girl shook her head. 20,000? That is approximately the figure. Yet if you were to express a need, one could certainly request more. For instance, Du Fei. Even a demand for 100,000 gold coins would likely be met by the family head. Du Qian smiled lightly, adding, "You must understand, in the pursuit of cultivation, apart from innate talent and diligence, external resources play an exceedingly crucial role. Take, for example, the elixirs crafted by alchemists. Each one could equivalently replace months or even years of arduous training. Moreover, rare techniques and martial arts are worth their weight in gold. How can one aspire to acquire these without financial means? And with such resources, would not your cultivation speed become astonishing? In this regard, do you not think your position is one that countless others envy and resent?" Du Fei found himself momentarily taken aback. While there was a semblance of truth to her theory, something felt amiss. Observing his bewilderment, the girl let out a soft laugh before calmly stating, "In any case, remember this, your position is the very foundation upon which you establish your life within the Du family. For instance, should you genuinely wish to marry me in the future, without this position, it would remain but a distant dream, as if recounting the affairs of another. The expression on the young girl's face remained utterly unchanged, while Du Fei was momentarily taken aback, soon unable to suppress a bitter smile. Is it not true that those who can ascend to the core of the Du family are indeed peculiar? Furthermore, do you know why Du Qing and the third elder have persistently targeted you? Du Qian playfully twirled a lock of hair that hung by her ear, and after a mysterious smile, she casually inquired, "Why?" The son of the third elder is named Du Xianqing, who happens to be the father of Du Qing. In the past, when your father, Du Tian, was still within the Du family, Du Xianqing and your father fiercely contended for the core position during the clan competition. Ultimately, Du Xianqi was defeated by your father by a narrow margin, leading to a lifetime of despondency. Now, with Du Qing being incapacitated by you, it is evident that the third elder would find it exceedingly difficult not to harbor resentment towards you. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Du Fei let out a faint bitter laugh. Regardless of past events, had I been aware of these circumstances from the outset, I would undoubtedly have held nothing back. In order to establish oneself within this family, any semblance of restraint or the playing of gentlemanly games would only result in being devoured whole, leaving not a single bone behind. Observing Du Fei's expression, Du Qian chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she offered a subtle smile and remarked, "If you have no matters to attend to shortly, why not accompany me to the third floor of the martial arts pavilion? Regardless of whether you intend to cultivate techniques or select martial skills, the offerings on the third floor are undoubtedly the finest choices." Though this was not her first visit. Standing once again before the imposing edifice of the martial arts pavilion left Du Fei in awe of its grandeur. Is it not splendid? Come along. Du Qian's gaze briefly flickered over Du Fei before she stepped forward with purpose. In her heart, she found the situation somewhat perplexing. Despite her inherently tranquil nature and indifference towards many matters, she was well aware of her status and beauty, which attracted countless suitors within the Du family and even throughout the entire Bu city. It was only natural for any man to steal a glance at her. Yet, this Du Fei, despite bearing the title of her fiancé, seemed utterly disinterested in even a fleeting look at her. Was it true, as the rumors suggested, that he was entwined with his maid? Inwardly, Du Qian couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Had Du Fei behaved like other men, she would have hardly engaged him, even at the behest of the family head. However, it was precisely his aloof demeanor that piqued her curiosity. Beyond this point lies the third level of the Xiaowu Pavilion, which holds paramount significance for the Du family. Within the family hierarchy, aside from the head of the family, the 3 elders, and the 9 core members, access to this esteemed level is restricted for all other senior members. Moreover, nothing within this sanctum may be removed. This is a rule you must remember. With a casual command, Du Qian gently pushed open the grand door to the third level of the Xiaowu Pavilion. Furrowing his brow slightly, Du Fei could not resist glancing sideways. Although no figures were visible, he sensed an exceptionally formidable presence concealed somewhere within the third level. A force that rivaled even that of Du Tian. Clearly, under the guise of openness, the Du family held this location in the highest regard. Contemplating this, Du Fei found himself increasingly intrigued by the third level of the Xiaowu Pavilion. After taking a deep breath, he stepped through the grand entrance. As he crossed the threshold, the ancient door thunderously shut behind him. Once he exhaled softly, Du Fei's eyes gradually adjusted to the dim light within. As he scanned the somewhat shadowy surroundings, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that this so-called third level of the Xiaowu Pavilion was not an attic like the first 2, but rather resembled a cavern. Had he not just entered through the door, he might have easily mistaken this place for a natural grotto. Embedded in the ceiling were dozens of thumb-sized luminous pearls, slowly emanating a soft glow that illuminated the entire space. The space exists in a circular form, allowing one to behold all that it encompasses at a glance. At the center of this space lies a rather ancient stone platform, upon which are scattered dozens of jade boxes, all tightly closed, leaving one to wonder what secrets they might hold within. At Du Qian's gesture, Du Fei stepped forward slowly, casting a casual glance over the stone platform. Yet he felt a subtle shock in his heart. 9th grade martial arts, the Xianin Sutra. 9th grade martial arts, the Earthquake chapter. 7th grade martial technique, the Unmoving Cold Wind. In the realm of martial techniques, 9th grade skills are commonplace, remarkably prevalent. 8th grade martial techniques, while considerably rarer, are still found in many ordinary families. However, upon reaching the 7th grade martial techniques, their value escalates to an extraordinary degree. The Du family's possession of a dozen or so 7th grade martial techniques can be deemed a treasured collection amassed over centuries. Moreover, martial arts differ from martial techniques. The former are exceedingly scarce compared to the latter, making even ninth-grade martial arts exceedingly rare in the market. It is said that the Du family possesses only 4 martial arts, 3 of which are ninth grade, with the sole 8th grade martial art having been lost. Yet, Du Fei was well aware that this so-called loss occurred when his father left years ago, taking the martial art and its associated combat techniques with him. Those items likely reside within the jade talisman hanging from his neck at this very moment. With this thought, Du Fei couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. What? Is there no interest in these treasures? With a nonchalant gesture, Du Qian opened a jade box, revealing a scroll shimmering with a faint luster. Her expression remained placid as she presented it. Du Fei offered a faint smile, remarking, a 7th-grade martial technique. Attempting to cultivate it without the prowess of a 9th-grade martial master is essentially futile. As for cultivation methods, our Du family possesses only a select few. So it seems we can afford to be selective. The most exquisite cultivation method within the Du family is undoubtedly the Ice Heart Sutra, inherited from the Cloud Water Du family. Though merely a fragment, it surpasses any other method available here. Alas, the Ice Heart Sutra is considered lost within our lineage. Nevertheless, perhaps you should examine the box, she suggested, gesturing casually towards a jade box. Upon hearing this, Du Fei approached with an unchanged countenance and opened the jade box with a casual flick of his wrist. His gaze swept over the contents, and his expression shifted subtly. Within the jade box lay yet another scroll. That artifact is spurious. There's no need to examine it, Du Qian stated, seemingly sensing Du Fei's perplexity. Following her words, Du Fei swiftly seized the scroll, unfurling it. His face twitched slightly as he discovered the scroll was indeed devoid of any inscription. Furthermore, judging by the material's composition, it was clearly not of recent make. It appeared to be a relic left behind by his late father. However, Du Fei was momentarily perplexed. How had the cultivation methods and martial techniques, typically found on scrolls, been transferred into jade talismans by his father? A cold electronic voice abruptly resonated in Du Fei's mind as he bitterly smiled at the thought of the missing portions of a corrupted file. Should it be recorded? The mention of missing portions of the corrupted file startled him momentarily. Although he was uncertain of the system's intentions, he inhaled deeply and swiftly responded in his heart. Record. Command accepted, the system acknowledged, initiating the recording process. It indicated that the detected data's compatibility with the corrupted files was a staggering 100%. Shall the data be merged? Merging. Data merging in progress. Should the system or new data be accessed? Access. Processing command, loading data. Please hold on. This time, the system offered no further prompts, only the cold beeps persisted, suggesting a substantial amount of information was being processed. At this thought, Du Fei instinctively grasped the jade talisman hanging around his neck. Yet, as his fingers brushed against it, he felt an unexpected jolt. The once enigmatic sensation that accompanied the talisman had seemingly vanished without a trace. Du Fei could almost ascertain with certainty that, at this moment, the talisman had transformed into an utterly ordinary object. This implied that the data within had been erased in the process of being accessed by the system. Unless one arrives at the Du family Xiaowu Pavilion and touches this scroll, even I cannot acquire the complete Ice Heart Decision mantra. Such meticulous preparation is indeed impressive. Beep. Data retrieval complete. Shall we commence the loading? Just as Du Fei pondered this, the unreliable system inquired once more, proceed with loading. Beep. Command accepted. System loading in progress. As the electronic voice echoed, Du Fei felt a momentary darkness envelop him, once again finding himself in a pitch-black void. At the center of this space sat an ethereal light, in a meditative posture, with hands forming a mysterious seal. As the seal shifted, the surrounding elemental essence of the world seemed to gradually be drawn into his being. Simultaneously, a stream of profound information rapidly surged into Du Fei's mind. The remnants of the Ice Heart Decision, an 8th-grade martial art, proclaimed, in the vastness of the universe, only ice is boundless. Among the world's strongest, none remain unfrozen. If one wishes to cultivate ice, one must first cultivate the heart. If the heart is as clear as ice, the heavens shall not alarm. After this melodious stream of enigmatic information, the cultivation method of the Ice Heart Decision flowed into Du Fei's consciousness. Although this was his first encounter with such a technique, he quickly grasped the essence of the cultivation method through the light and shadows before him. However, he remained at the 7th level of body refinement and was unable to directly practice the Ice Heart Decision. After all, only upon reaching the 9th level of body refinement and aspiring to become a 9th-grade martial artist could one begin to cultivate this art. Today was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, the ice heart technique could facilitate Xiao AI's cultivation. Should outsiders inquire, she could simply attribute her knowledge to her father's teachings. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei found this notion rather appealing. However, he felt a twinge of regret that the information stream contained only the core principles of the ice heart technique, while the accompanying martial arts techniques, which ought to have been included, were conspicuously absent. It remained unclear whether they had been lost or if they had never existed in the first place. After pondering for a brief moment, Du Fei took a slight breath, preparing to exit this enigmatic, dark space. At that moment, the electronic voice suddenly resonated again, announcing a detection of missing system files and inquiring whether to input them. Indeed, it was just as unreliable as before. Du Fei sighed and decided to proceed with the input. The command was accepted, and the system began to restore the missing files. The input was successful, and the system managed to repair certain functionalities. It then prompted a restart to activate the repair process, asking if he wished to proceed. Yes, he replied. At this juncture, Du Fei refrained from further complaints and calmly issued the order. The command was accepted, and the system initiated the reboot. As a result, Du Fei felt a fleeting darkness enveloping him, followed by a faint glimmer of light gradually emerging within his line of sight. This time, the previously impenetrably dark space became remarkably clear, allowing Du Fei to discern that this area was merely a square room of several dozen square meters. At the center of the room, a spherical object floated in midair, its surface segmented by dashed lines into numerous small squares. Some of these squares emitted a faint glow, while the majority remained utterly dark. Directly beneath the sphere lay a circular stone platform, upon which a spectral figure flickered gently, as if sensing Du Fei's gaze. The ethereal figure seemed to reveal a hint of a smile, gradually becoming more distinct. Gazing at the now vividly clear apparition before him, Du Fei found himself at a loss for words. After a brief moment, he exhaled and inquired, "What are you?" Standing upon the platform, the figure, a girl with an enchanting demeanor, swaying her head adorably, had hollow eyes that seemed to shift slightly before she finally spoke. Due to the input of missing system components, some functionalities have been restored. The system has materialized based on the owner's preferences. Should the owner have any other requests, please issue a command. Materialized based on preferences. Du Fei rolled his eyes. Even if these are my preferences, you could at least wear some clothes. And could you possibly alter that lifeless voice? Command accepted. The system begins to operate. With a mechanical sound, the figure atop the platform became momentarily blurred, only to sharpen again moments later. This time, however, the ethereal figure donned a sailor uniform that Du Fei had admired in a previous life. Its hollow eyes seemed to flicker, and then it adopted a bashful demeanor. Master. Master, whatever command you give, I shall accept. The voice was exquisitely sweet, rendering one's bones weak with its syrupy allure. If only those eyes were not so devoid of life. Staring speechless at the figure before him, Du Fei sighed. You should revert to your previous manner of speaking. Question accepted. The system is merely a system, existing in the hands of the master by sheer chance. It resides within the master's consciousness, and each time the master enters, it is in a state of spiritual embodiment, imperceptible to outsiders. So, what functions does the system serve? Medical procedures, data retrieval programs, data entry programs. Command accepted. One final question. Do you have a name? Du Fei inquired blandly. Gazing at the figure. System code 254448. Should the master require it, I can be automatically named. Ah, seeing you so fair and pristine, I shall call you Little White. Other names are just too cumbersome. Thus, the system shall henceforth be officially renamed Little White. The master misunderstood. The system remains a system, and Xiaobai is merely one of the principal programs within it. After a moment's contemplation, Du Fei finally grasped the concept. Realizing that Xiaobai is likely a form of intelligent program within the system, designed to assist him in comprehending and navigating the software. After pondering for a while, Du Fei found no issues with this revelation, and with a clap of his hands, he swiftly exited the program. In the subtly illuminated realm of thought, Xiaobai gazed at the spot where Du Fei's spiritual essence had vanished, and for a fleeting moment, a glimmer of humanity flickered in her eyes, only to be replaced instantaneously by an abyss of emptiness. Meanwhile, the originally vacant space began to undergo a gradual transformation. Is this scroll truly captivating? Du Qian inquired, observing Du Fei, who was lost in thought while holding the scroll. I merely believe that this blank object has not been placed here without reason. Perhaps it conceals some secrets, Du Fei replied nonchalantly. Anyone can see this. What secrets could it possibly hold? Du Qian chuckled. Then her expression turned slightly serious. Well, let's not dwell on other matters. Whether it be techniques or martial arts, our family, the Du clan, can only select one from here. And even if we return next time, we will be permitted to read only that one. Therefore, Du Fei, you should choose wisely. Is that truly the rule? Du Fei was taken aback, feeling a hint of bewilderment. Without such regulations, would it not allow an outsider to rummage through the Du family's secrets? Du Qian remarked calmly. Yet there is no need for your concern. Once a choice is made, you cannot peruse any further. Ultimately, select the one that pleases you the most. Personally, I would recommend opting for a 7th-tier martial technique, as the 9th-tier methods are indeed lacking in substance. It is likely that my father departed for this very reason. Otherwise, he would have cleared this place long ago. His gaze gradually swept across the jade boxes surrounding him until it settled upon one at the edge, faintly emanating a chilling light. An 8th-tier martial technique, Ice Edge Leg. This technique is arguably the sole 8th-tier martial skill within the 3rd level. Du Fei understood why it was housed here. While the Ice Edge Leg may seem modest in power on its own, when combined with the Du family's Ice Heart art, its potency rivals that of certain 7th-tier techniques. However, over the years, no junior of the Du family has been able to cultivate the Ice Heart art, rendering the Ice Edge Leg unpracticed. After a moment's hesitation, Du Fei approached, opening the box under Du Qian's peculiar gaze and slowly unfurling the scroll. As the scroll opened, a wave of cold air rushed forth. Xiaobai, input the data into the system, Du Fei commanded, narrowing his eyes with composure. The command was acknowledged, and the system began to record the information. Upon completion, a prompt appeared. Would you like to read? Curiously, this box, which should have been easily opened, proved resistant to any effort, remaining stubbornly shut regardless of the force applied. Indeed, there seems to be some intricacies at play. With a silent commendation in his heart, Du Fei's gaze fell upon Du Qian. He smiled and inquired, apart from these, is there anything else worth observing? Du Qian rolled her eyes slightly and remarked, you have chosen this path of combat techniques. I shall not say much more. It is your personal preference. However, I would like to offer you a piece of advice, since you have opted for martial arts. It means you will not be able to acquire any techniques from the family. Thus, your choice is narrowed down to 2. First, you may try your luck at the auction house. Second, you could seek to join certain sections. Otherwise, without any techniques to cultivate. No matter how talented you may be now, your future will remain limited. Thank you for your guidance, Du Fei replied with a faint smile. I will surely find time to visit the auction house. I am grateful for your insights, Sister Du Qian. To be honest, did you perhaps receive the Ice Heart Techniques manual from your father? Suddenly, with a peculiar grin, Du Qing stepped closer and spoke nonchalantly. Of course not. Remember, I was previously a useless individual. Du Fei maintained a calm demeanor as he replied. That's for the best. If you had, you would need to be cautious. The Ice Heart technique is something many in the Du family yearn for, Du Qian said with a somewhat enigmatic tone. After uttering these words, she smiled faintly. And with a slight flash of her figure, she had already stepped out of the door. With a long, drawn-out sigh, Du Fei felt the true essence within him slowly circulating. He exhaled, producing a sound that was quite pleasant to his ears. It must be said that the experience of cultivating at the 7th level of body tempering was vastly different from that of the preceding levels. The power of the body tempering fist and the sensation of training were entirely transformed. Now, with each session, Du Fei could vividly perceive the true essence within him flowing and growing stronger with his every strike. However, it was rather disheartening for Du Fei to realize that the elixir which had previously been remarkably effective for his cultivation had now lost its potency. Even if he gritted his teeth and consumed the entire vial, the results were minimal. According to Du Fei's estimations, reaching the 8th level of body tempering would require a considerable amount of time. If only he could concoct a genuine marrow-cleansing pill, rather than this half-finished elixir. He believed it would yield significant benefits. After muttering to himself for a moment, Du Fei shook his head in resignation, fully aware that without truly becoming a martial master, the notion of refining complete medicinal pills was but a foolish dream. Yet, if he could not produce them himself, purchasing some would indeed be a viable option. This thought flickered through Du Fei's mind, granting him a glimmer of clarity. Nevertheless, the value of such marrow-cleansing pills was exceedingly high, typically found only in auction houses. Acquiring one would likely require several thousand gold coins. Although Du Fei's status within the Du family had changed, he did not believe that openly procuring a sum of money from Du Fei to purchase a cleansing elixir would be a wise course of action. After pondering for a moment, Du Fei conceived a rather clever idea. The cleansing elixir could be auctioned, and it seemed that the cleansing liquid could also be offered. 3 days later, Du Fei emerged from his inner chamber, squinting at the sunlight, feeling as if he had been reborn. During these 3 days, he had been diligently experimenting with the refinement of the cleansing liquid. Despite the assistance of the system, he encountered several failures before finally managing to produce the concoction, albeit with considerable difficulty. At this point, Du Fei had to concede that the art of alchemy was indeed not a task for the faint-hearted. Even with the system's support enabling him to conduct intricate procedures, the challenges he faced were significant. It was easy to imagine the struggles others must endure in their attempts at alchemy. If alchemy were not so arduous, why would such potions command such exorbitant prices? After a brief exploration of the crystal vials nestled within his robes, Du Fei chuckled to himself. He swiftly departed from the Du residence, making his way toward a prominent auction house in the city of Buyu. The Buyu auction house was renowned not only within Buyu but throughout the southern region of the Dun dynasty. For the items presented for auction were undoubtedly rare treasures. It was these exceptional goods that drew throngs of eager patrons to the auction house. After squinting for a moment at the entrance of the auction house, Du Fei cautiously stepped into a nearby alley, procuring a conical hat to obscure his features. He understood well the principle of concealing one's wealth. Moreover, given the scale of this auction venue, it was highly likely that members of the Du family would be in attendance, and he had no desire to have his identity revealed. Once he confirmed that no one could easily discern who he was, Du Fei ambled towards the grand entrance of the auction house. Under the vigilant gaze of the guards flanking the entrance, he did not proceed directly into the main hall. Instead, he opted for a side door. Upon witnessing this, the guards exhaled in relief, as most individuals arriving to sell items typically donned similar disguises. Upon entering through the small door, Du Fei found himself in a relatively spacious anteroom. At the back of this chamber were several windows, each draped with black fabric, allowing only a faint glimpse of a figure behind them. Du Fei was well aware that these figures were the appraisers within the auction house, and it was only these seasoned experts who could accurately assess the value of an item. Casually taking a seat at one of the windows, Du Fei rummaged through his belongings for a moment before placing 5 crystal vials before him. The individual seated behind the window appeared momentarily taken aback, then proceeded to open one of the vials, seemingly inhaling its contents. After a brief hesitation, the appraiser remarked, "Is this a medicinal pill?" It cannot be classified as a medicinal pill. Rather, it is merely a product of alchemical techniques, which I shall refer to as the essence of refinement. When consumed by those below the 7th level of body refinement, it exhibits remarkable effects, particularly for those who find themselves stuck at the 6th level and are unable to ingest the essence pill. This substance may offer them the opportunity to ascend to the 7th level. Upon hearing this, Du Fei casually provided an explanation. "Is that so? Such a thing exists? How come I have never heard of it?" The individual at the window was momentarily stunned by Du Fei's explanation, hesitating before responding. If what Du Fei described were indeed true, its worth would be unparalleled for those struggling to progress to the 7th level of body refinement. With a sense of helplessness, Du Fei sighed and remarked indifferently, "Can you not discern its authenticity? If you cannot, why not simply try it for yourself?" After a brief pause, the person behind the window bowed and inquired, "My lord, are you an alchemist? If so, is there a need to reveal one's identity when selling goods?" Du Fei retorted coldly. Seemingly sensing the impatience in Du Fei's tone, the individual quickly adopted a respectful demeanor, stating, "I sincerely apologize, my lord. However, I truly cannot authenticate this item. Would it be possible for you to wait a moment while I summon Lord Yuan from our auction house for an appraisal?" "Very well." Du Fei grunted dismissively. "Then, might I ask you to rest in the VIP room for a moment?" Having spoken, 2 maidservants emerged respectfully from the window and gracefully invited Du Fei towards a side passage. Du Fei merely glanced at them without uttering a word and proceeded to follow the maidservants, casually taking a seat. After a brief interval in the VIP room, the sound of hearty laughter echoed from the entrance, and soon after, a splendidly dressed middle-aged man strode into the room. Upon entering, he offered a slight nod to Du Fei before stepping forward to grasp a crystal vial resting on the table. He uncorked the bottle and let a drop fall onto his tongue. In an instant, a tremor coursed through his body, and a look of reverence appeared on his face. "May I inquire how I should address you, esteemed sir?" The middle-aged man's gaze shifted from the vial of elixir to Du Fei, as if appraising him meticulously before he spoke in a measured tone. "If I were at liberty to disclose my identity, do you think I would be so inconspicuous in my attire?" Du Fei, fully aware of the necessity to conceal his identity at such a juncture. Merely curled his lip and replied coolly, "Oh, I see, I see. However, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuan Hong, a ninth-grade alchemist, and I serve as the steward of this auction house. Haha, though I am indeed a ninth-grade alchemist, I can only concoct a couple of types of elixirs, which is quite a source of embarrassment. The elixir I just tested, though unprecedented, undoubtedly possesses the quality of a ninth-grade pill, and its effects align with what you described. My lord, I am curious about your intentions. Do you plan to sell this directly to our auction house, or shall we arrange for an auction?" Yuan Hong, with a beaming smile, eagerly inquired, "When is the earliest we can hold the auction?" "Haha, since you are in haste for funds, I shall expedite the arrangements below. Might I suggest you take a moment to rest in the VIP area on the second floor of the auction hall?" As he spoke, Yuan Hong casually retrieved a jade token from his pocket and placed it gently upon the table. Du Fu, casting a casual glance at the jade token, promptly took it and strode out of the room. Once Du Fu had departed, Yuan Hong furrowed his brow slightly and murmured to himself, "When did another alchemist emerge in this city of you? This is indeed a significant matter. If the three families were to learn of it, chaos would surely ensue in your city. I hope this is merely a fleeting celestial being." Slightly massaging his temple, Yuan Hong sighed and then clapped his hands, signaling for someone to take the items to the auction house. Seated in the VIP section on the second floor of the auction hall, Du Fu frowned slightly. The auction house was divided into two levels, the first accessible to all, while the second was reserved for those of certain stature. Within this unassuming city, the individuals permitted to ascend to the second tier could be counted on one's fingers. Thus, those present were well acquainted with one another. The arrival of an outsider like Du Fei inevitably drew considerable attention. However, Du Fei paid little heed to the gazes directed his way. Instead, he chose a secluded corner to sit casually, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the auction house. At the center of the auction stage stood a middle-aged man clad in a flowing white robe, wielding a delicate gavel. With a rather theatrical tone, he extolled the virtues of the various items on display, embellishing each with extravagant praise, whether they were of merit or not. Consequently, the appearance of any item sparked fervent competition. Yet, while these items were indeed commendable, they failed to capture the interest of the distinguished guests in the VIP section. Thus, although the atmosphere in the auction house was amiable, it lacked the fervor one might expect. As time progressed, a few noteworthy items occasionally surfaced, including a scroll of 8th-tier martial arts techniques that incited a fierce bidding war, culminating in a remarkably high price. Nevertheless, it seemed that truly exceptional items remained elusive. The guests in the VIP area, appearing somewhat preoccupied, cast distracted glances at several vacant seats, clearly awaiting the arrival of a particular individual. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei's gaze drifted subtly in that direction. The Du family, the Lin family, the Gongsun family, and various other factions in the city seemed to have sent their representatives, leaving one to ponder who else might be absent. It appeared that as long as this individual remained elusive, the truly valuable treasures would not be unveiled. After contemplating for a moment, Du Fei found himself quite intrigued by the yet-to-appear figure, occasionally glancing towards the vacant space. Just moments after Du Fei's curiosity was piqued, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Almost simultaneously, the guests in the VIP section rose to their feet. There, several figures gradually manifested at the rear of the honored seats. Among them, the most striking was a woman clad in a purple gown, who commanded attention effortlessly. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, tall and elegant, with skin as fair as snow. Yet, it was her innate air of nobility that captivated onlookers. Though difficult to articulate, it evoked a sense of reverence that deterred one from gazing directly upon her. Accompanying her were several young women, each possessing a certain charm, though none could rival her allure. In this scene, reminiscent of stars encircling the moon, the foremost woman drew the utmost attention. Even those who typically wielded power and influence within the city now cast their eyes upon her with a mixture of admiration and trepidation, yearning to draw closer, yet hesitating, only daring to greet her from a distance. The woman appears to be quite extraordinary. After a brief moment of reflection, Du Fei chose not to rise and greet her like others did. Instead, he remained seated in the corner, his gaze briefly sweeping the room before settling back onto the auction floor. This was not an act of arrogance. Du Fei believed that the behaviors of those in the VIP section were likely under the watchful eye of the auction's proprietor. In such an environment, if one does not maintain an air of mystery and shows even a hint of weakness, they risk being devoured whole by others. Furthermore, Defy was confident that his reputation as a mysterious alchemist afforded him a level of respect that would deter the woman from daring to offend him. Although he did not make any overt gestures or utter a word, his demeanor set him apart in the VIP area, creating a palpable sense of unease among the influential figures present. Each of them subtly furrowed their brows. Yet those bold enough to act in such a manner were undoubtedly skilled in their own right. Thus, no one dared to utter a word. Even the woman cast a glance in his direction, seemingly taken aback, as she did not expect someone to challenge her poise so boldly. Defy, however, remained oblivious to the unusual glances directed at him, maintaining his composure with an occasional slight smirk. His nonchalant demeanor only served to heighten the awkward atmosphere among the VIPs. After a moment, one of the men who had appeared alongside the woman stepped forward, approaching Defy and clearing his throat gently. However, upon hearing the sound of coughing, Defy appeared to be oblivious, his keen gaze remaining fixed upon the auction stage below. The man coughed softly again, his handsome face twitching slightly, indicating that in this city, no one dared to disrespect him in such a manner. Your Excellency. After a moment's hesitation, the man finally spoke in a low voice. Is there something you need? Defy slowly turned his head, a faint smile playing on his lips as his gaze slipped through the veil of his hat to rest upon the man's face. May I inquire your name? It seemed the man's demeanor was somewhat shaken by Defay's tone, and he responded with a hint of respect. You are not worthy to ask my name. Defy replied coolly, I have no interest in your affairs. As long as you do not disturb me, that will suffice. Since this is not your establishment, refrain from such unnecessary chatter. If you wish to impress a woman, find your own means. You are not qualified to trouble me with your meager abilities. As the last word fell, Defy gradually rose, his gaze turning icy as it bore down upon the man, exuding an air of imminent threat. Despite the absence of any overt signs of aggression from Defy, the sudden pressure he emitted, coupled with his enigmatic attire, instilled considerable unease among the esteemed guests. You seek death, the man bellowed, his face flushing with rage, before gritting his teeth and launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Defay's chest. Upon encountering the sudden aggression of the man, Defay's lips twitched slightly, caught between amusement and exasperation, realizing that he might have overstepped this time. Nevertheless, despite such thoughts, he harbored no intention of yielding. His foot trembled slightly as his genuine energy surged within him, his eyes glimmering with intensity. However, just as Defy was poised to strike, a figure darted from the side, delivering a palm strike to the man's fist, effectively neutralizing his force. With a resounding clash, both individuals swiftly retreated. Genuine energy, these two individuals were indeed ninth-tier martial masters. The unexpected turn of events caused Defy to furrow his brow slightly, yet he remained unfazed, having anticipated such variables. A soft, enigmatic chuckle escaped his lips, maintaining an air of mystery. Yuan Hong, what is your intention? The man in white, momentarily paling at the intervention, then spoke with a fierce tone. In my auction house, fighting is strictly prohibited. Are you, young masterby, unaware of this rule? The newcomer was none other than Yuan Hong, who now stood between Defy and the young master in white, wearing a light smirk. The muscles on young masterby's face twitched before he revealed a sinister smile, coolly responding, Yuan Hong, I respect you as the manager of this auction house. I shall refrain from violence for now, but once we leave this establishment, any ensuing events will be beyond your control, won't they? Young masterby. In light of the lingering affections between your esteemed by family and myself, I deem it necessary to issue a warning. Those who are privileged enough to occupy the seats in my auction hall are not individuals you can afford to offend. Should you act without discretion, and the Bai family meets its demise because of your actions, do not blame me for failing to apprise you. With that, Yuan Hong merely chuckled lightly, then turned to Defy with a demeanor that was notably respectful, slightly bowing as he spoke. It was my oversight that caused the esteemed alchemist to be disturbed. As a gesture of recompense, I shall forego any commission from the auction, regardless of how much those medicinal pills fetch. Should you have any interest in particular items, do not hesitate to express it. We shall endeavor to provide you with the most favorable price. What do you say? As his words lingered in the air, the expressions of all present in the VIP section, including the woman in the purple robe, momentarily stiffened, before transforming into a peculiar mix of intrigue. Several pairs of eyes immediately shifted towards Bai, filled with a sense of amusement. An alchemist. The countenance of Bai also twitched slightly, quickly contorting into a visage of utmost displeasure. It is well known that alchemists hold not only a distinguished status on the Xuanwu continent, but are also exceedingly rare. Regardless of their rank, should they choose to, a multitude of powerful factions would be eager to honor them as esteemed guests. Offending an alchemist is a perilous endeavor. Even without their direct intervention, many would readily step forward on their behalf. For it is universally understood that granting a favor to an alchemist could yield immeasurable benefits in the future. Today, Bai has inadvertently offended an alchemist over a trivial matter, and it is likely that if the head of the Bai family were to learn of this incident, he would be incensed to the point of spewing blood. Observing the extreme displeasure etched on Bai's face, the woman in the purple robe hesitated for a moment before taking a few steps forward. She smiled gracefully at the reticent Du Fei and said, "I am Yun Yuqing. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir." Yun Yuqing? Du Fei paused momentarily, a jolt of recognition coursing through him, and after a brief interval, he replied in a measured tone, "You belong to the Yun family of the 5 houses of Yun Shui, am I correct?" The Great Han Dynasty's 5 houses of Yun Shui refer to the 5 venerable families that have thrived for millennia within the realm of the Great Han Dynasty, with the Yun family reigning as the foremost among them. If Yun Yuqing hails from the Yun family, it is no wonder that her presence commands such respect from the influential figures in Buyue City. After all, the Yun family could annihilate these factions with but a mere blink of an eye. "Indeed, sir, your knowledge is impressive," Yun Yuqing replied with a charming smile. Gently inclining her delicate hand, she continued, "Bai and I share a familial connection. He is, in fact, my cousin. My cousin tends to be rather impulsive, and should he have offended you in any way, I humbly extend my apologies on his behalf. I implore you to forgive him, considering my family's standing." "The Yun family, you say?" Du Fei responded with a cold smile, before casually remarking, "Your esteemed family is grand and powerful. How could I possibly contend against such a prominent alchemist?" With that, Du Fei turned slightly and resumed his seat, his gaze once again drifting languidly toward the auction stage. Upon hearing this, Yun Yuqing's expression slightly stiffened. The individual before him, had he displayed even a modicum of enthusiasm or respect upon hearing about the Yun family, would have been inconsequential. However, his apparent disdain stemmed from a singular reason. Should this person's true identity be revealed, it would likely offend even the entire Yun family. Could it be that this individual is a 6th-grade alchemist? The mere thought of it caused Yun Yuqing to tremble ever so slightly. A 6th-grade alchemist, if he so wished, could attain a status of unparalleled reverence within the royal family or the Junwuzhou. If Bai had indeed offended such a figure, then the Bai family would surely face ruin. Startled by this notion, Yun Yuqing dared not utter another word. Instead, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement before gracefully taking his seat, though his keen eyes continually darted towards Du Fei's direction. Meanwhile, Yuan Hong offered a faint smile, casting a sidelong glance at the visibly distressed Bai before slowly retreating to the rear. At this moment, he was increasingly convinced that the origins of this mysterious individual were anything but ordinary, as he seemed indifferent even to the Yun family's prestige. It was evident that he must ensure a lucrative sale of those medicinal liquids, even if he could not win this person over. He must at least avoid incurring his ire. Seated comfortably, Du Fei rested his hands beneath his chin, his indifferent gaze fixed upon the auction stage, obscuring his true thoughts from those around him. The situation has evolved to such a degree that Du Fei finds himself both amused and bewildered. However, he harbors no significant trepidation, for everything that has transpired thus far has been within his expectations. From this point forward, as long as he successfully acquires what he desires, the opinions of others hold little relevance to him. He chuckles softly, for what is about to be auctioned is a type of medicinal elixir previously unheard of. Yet, he believes that upon learning of its effects, many will undoubtedly become exceedingly intrigued. As Du Fei contemplates, the host of the auction slowly emerges from the backstage, cradling a jade platter that holds 5 crystal vials. As everyone is well aware, any form of elixir is exceptionally precious. However, elixirs possess a certain flaw, not truly a defect, but a limitation, whereby unless one has cultivated true essence, no matter how superb the elixir, it cannot be assimilated. Moreover, the path of martial cultivation is widely recognized. Countless prodigies have found themselves stymied at the 6th level of body refinement due to their innate constitutions, never to progress further. Yet today, the elixir to be auctioned boasts 2 remarkable effects. First, anyone below the 7th level of body refinement may consume it. Second, it offers those who are stuck at the 6th level a chance to break through to the 7th. Its efficacy is guaranteed by the reputation of our auction house. As the words fell, a momentary silence enveloped the auction hall, which was soon followed by an eruption of fervent excitement. It is essential to recognize that, regardless of the size of a family, there exists a significant number of individuals who remain perpetually ensnared at the 6th level of physical cultivation throughout their lives. Traditionally, Such individuals have relied solely on their own efforts for advancement. However, a miraculous elixir has now emerged, capable of transforming this predicament. In an instant, countless hearts ignited with fervor at the prospect of acquiring this extraordinary substance, envisioning the potential to nurture several prodigies within their families. Upon hearing this announcement, the esteemed guests in the VIP section swiftly turned their gazes towards Du Fei. If there had been any lingering doubt regarding Du Fei's identity as an alchemist, it was now unequivocally dispelled. Each person present became increasingly convinced that Du Fei must indeed be an exceptional master of alchemy. After all, the existence of such a transformative concoction was unprecedented and unheard of marvel. The mere efficacy of this elixir could compel many to pledge their loyalty to the alchemist. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, who had harbored a glimmer of hope, now appeared utterly pallid. If not for a shred of pride, he might have found himself begging for mercy. The gaze of Yun Yuqing, now fixated on Du Fei, blazed with intensity. If such a figure could be aligned with the Yun family once the atmosphere in the auction hall had sufficiently mellowed, the auctioneer gently applauded, stating that the miraculous efficacy of this item was clearly understood by all. It is well known that such rare treasures are a once-in-a-century occurrence. Thus, although there are as many as 5 bottles of this substance, the auction house has chosen to present them as a single lot. Should someone successfully bid for them, there is no need for concern that others might possess identical items. Therefore, the starting price is set at 100,000 gold coins. The moment this exorbitant figure was announced, a slight tension enveloped the atmosphere of the venue. However, everyone comprehended that, in a certain sense, the value of this elixir surpasses that of a 9th-grade cleansing pill. Given such a price, it is hardly surprising. Is this item truly so invaluable? Even Du Fei found himself quietly pondering this notion. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing any further thoughts. The more valuable this item, the better it is for him. 110,000. In less than a moment, someone downstairs stood up, loudly proclaiming their bid. Someone has already offered 110,000. I wonder if anyone is willing to bid even higher. 115,000. 120,000. In the blink of an eye, the price of this elixir soared to an astonishing 150,000 gold coins. Yet, at this juncture, should the price escalate further, it seems the bidders below may find themselves unable to keep pace. 150,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? The auctioneer, with a knowing smile, slowly lifted the gavel, preparing to call the auction to a close. 180,000. Just as the gavel was about to descend, a representative from the Lin family in the VIP section suddenly inhaled sharply and spoke in a calm tone. After calling out the price guarantee, the individual swiftly cast a glance towards Du Fei, offering a subtle signal. Observing this gesture, the others inwardly cursed him as a cunning fox. It was one thing for him to bid on items, but to seek favor in the process was rather audacious. Nevertheless, these members of noble families could not deny the extraordinary value of the medicinal liquid. Gaining the favor of the alchemist who had refined such a concoction was indeed worth any price. In a moment, the gazes from the distinguished guest collided, and they hastily began to bid against one another. For 100,000, Bai Yi announced with a hint of gritted teeth, his voice laced with intensity, while casting a rather pitiful glance towards Du Fei, seemingly attempting to capture his attention. Amidst the fervor generated by the crowd in the VIP section, those few vials of medicinal liquid, which cost merely a handful of gold coins to produce, had suddenly escalated in value by several dozen times. Du Fei could not help but sigh inwardly, realizing that the profession of alchemist was indeed exceptionally lucrative, albeit somewhat ruthless. Bai Yi's exorbitant bid, not only daunting for the individuals below but also equivalent to half a year's income for the 3 prominent families in Not Beyond City, seemed rather excessive for an item, no matter how remarkable. At this moment, all eyes, including those from the crowd below, were fixated on Bai Yi. The individuals below remained perplexed by the sudden proclamation of such an exorbitant price by Bai Yi. However, those seated in the VIP section have already comprehended that Bai Yi's actions at this moment are a veiled attempt to curry favor. It seems that young Master Bai is determined to acquire this elixir at all costs. Lin Rue, the family steward, gently applauded, his gaze, a blend of amusement and irony, lingered on Bai Yi for a brief moment before he sighed and remarked, regrettably, the authority bestowed upon me by the family head today is rather limited. Otherwise, young Master Bai, it would not be so easy for you to succeed. Bai shot a fierce glare at Lin Rue, his voice dripping with resentment as he retorted, if you desire it, then bid for it. I wish to see whether the Lin family possesses more wealth than the Bai family. Lin Rue's gaze gradually shifted to Yun Yuqing, and after a moment's contemplation, He slowly shook his head, observing his gesture. The others in the VIP section turned their attention to Yun Yuqing as well, subsequently shaking their heads slightly. While it is indeed vital to win the favor of an alchemist, it is equally unwise to recklessly offend the Yun family. Since Bai Yi is so intent on acquiring this, perhaps it would suffice to extend an additional courtesy. It appears young Master Bai has already offered a staggering price of 400,000, yet there are still no bidders willing to raise the stakes. Seemingly aware of the subtle power struggles unfolding among the guests, the auctioneer at the venue offered a slight smile and calmly announced, however, after a moment's pause. There remained silence. He then subtly raised his gavel and gently brought it down. Ding. Thus, the elixir is now the possession of young Master Bai. Upon witnessing this outcome, Defy could not help but smirk inwardly. Regardless of who ultimately possessed the medicinal liquid, it held little significance for him. What mattered was acquiring sufficient funds to auction his marrow-cleansing elixir. As for the intentions of others, they were of no concern to him. He chuckled to himself, recognizing that with the precious liquid now in play, the subsequent offerings would surely pique everyone's interest. Indeed, he surmised that most individuals had gathered today specifically for this item. As he spoke, the auctioneer gently clapped his hands, prompting a line of guards to cautiously escort a maid, who presented a silver platter to him. The guards swiftly dispersed, while the auctioneer slowly unveiled a silk cloth covering the platter, revealing a fleeting glimmer of flame. An 8th grade martial arts technique, the flowing flame art. As these 4 words echoed through the auction hall, an immediate hush fell over the crowd, soon followed by the sound of heavy breaths. Compared to the miraculous effects of the body-tempering elixir, the value of martial arts techniques was incomparably precious to most attendees. It is essential to note that once an individual ascends to the 9th grade martial artist rank, they must seek out a technique to cultivate, for at that stage, the body-tempering fist becomes utterly ineffective for further training. Moreover, the rank of a martial arts technique not only determines the strength of one's true energy, but also dictates the potential for one's accomplishments. For instance, a 9th grade technique allows one to reach the level of an 8th grade martial artist, which is already remarkable. In contrast, an 8th grade technique enables one to advance to the 7th grade martial artist level, although they are both martial artists within a grand power. An 8th tier martial artist is merely an elder, while a 7th tier martial artist can elevate one to a position of authority within a formidable force. The foundation of all this lies in the 8th tier martial arts techniques. It can be said that this 8th tier technique before me is nearly capable of shaping the future of a martial practitioner. Moreover, unlike martial skills, techniques have always been treasured by the major powers. Those that have made their way into the world are exceedingly rare, with 9th tier techniques being almost mythical and 8th tier ones exceptionally precious. As for higher tier techniques, while there are whispers of their existence in places like the imperial capital, their prices are far too exorbitant for those who dwell within the confines of the city. Yet, this 8th tier technique is palpably real for those below. It presents an opportunity to become a formidable force, and for those above, it seems that none of the 3 great powers of the city possess an 8th tier technique. Thus, whichever faction secures this technique will essentially solidify its dominance in the city. Should a smaller power acquire it, they might even have the chance to transform the 3 great families into 4. For a moment, the expressions of the guests in the VIP section turned strangely enigmatic. Had they not all been acutely aware of the profound background behind the auction house, some might have been unable to resist the urge to seize it forcefully. This shock lingered for a brief moment before gradually subsiding into silence, with countless individuals exerting immense effort to suppress their impulses to snatch it away. The 8th grade martial art. Compared to others, Defy appeared rather unfazed. To him, the ice heart technique he possessed was sufficient. The flowing flame technique, as its name suggests, is a fire-based martial art, which is entirely at odds with his ice heart technique. Thus, his interest was indeed minimal. Furthermore, for him, medicinal pills were evidently far more valuable. Observing Defay's apparent lack of enthusiasm, the esteemed guests in the VIP section collectively exhaled in relief. The members of the Yun family, already well-versed in various profound martial arts, naturally had little interest in this item. If the alchemist also showed disinterest, their chances of acquiring it would undoubtedly increase. Might I inquire why you exhibit such disinterest in this item? An 8th grade martial art is a rarity in the world. Moreover, it is said that fire attribute techniques offer numerous advantages in alchemy. Why, sir? In the center of the VIP section, Yun Yuqing, seemingly struck by a thought, suddenly smiled softly and turned to Defy, speaking in a casual tone. Noticing the glimmer of a cunning, fox-like expression in Yun Yuqing's eyes, Defy felt a slight shiver within. This woman harbored some profound intentions. At this moment, even Yuan Hong no longer suspected his identity. Yet she continued to test him so subtly. Upon hearing Yun Yuqing's words, the others appeared to recollect something, their gazes swiftly converging upon Du Fei. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Du Fei let out a cold smile in his heart. After a moment, he casually remarked, "It's merely an 8th grade technique. What is there to find remarkable about it? However, if the Yun family's Yunwu technique were to appear here, I would undoubtedly seize it." The Yunwu technique, a legendary 6th grade martial art, is renowned throughout the entire Dun dynasty, and coming from a family of martial artists, Du Fei was acutely aware of its significance. In response, Yun Yuqing smiled lightly and said, "Sir, you jest. The Yunwu technique is a treasure only the head of the Yun family is permitted to study. It could never be found in a place like this." "That remains to be seen," Du Fei replied coldly. "Ah, your words are indeed intriguing, sir. However, should such a situation arise and the Yunwu technique fall into your hands, it would not be a disgrace to its name," Yun Yuqing said, her brows slightly raised, her tone growing colder. Hearing this, Du Fei turned slightly, his piercing gaze causing Yun Yuqing to feel a shiver run down her spine, before he calmly stated, "You are well aware that alchemists have a particular fondness for fire-based techniques. Even if you were to gift me your Yunwu technique, I would have no interest, rest assured." Upon hearing Du Fei's words, Yun Yuqing could not help but smile wryly. When had the Yun family's Yunwu technique been belittled to such an extent? Nonetheless, the more Du Fei dismissed it, the more vigilant Yun Yuqing became. If not for the revelation of his hidden cards, who would dare to speak to her in such a manner? Even if this individual possesses only average capabilities, his demeanor suggests that his background is undoubtedly formidable. Indeed, could such a background empower him to disregard the Yun family entirely? Contemplating this, Yun Yuqing inhaled deeply, hesitating for a moment before a thought emerged. If this person were to lend his assistance, would the likelihood of success increase significantly? As Du Fei and Yun Yuqing engaged in a sharp exchange of words, the other guests in the VIP section found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. The 8th grade cultivation technique, which they held in high esteem, seemed utterly trivial in the eyes of others. Such a realization could be profoundly disheartening in any context. Yet, the indifference displayed by these two was, in fact, a tremendous boon. With the atmosphere having settled, the auctioneer gently applauded, drawing the attention of the entire assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, this scroll of cultivation technique was fortuitously discovered by our hired guards amidst the ruins, likely left behind by predecessors. Its origins entirely legitimate. Rest assured, there will be no repercussions from this auction. Should anyone be interested, feel free to bid with confidence. Furthermore, our auction house guarantees that if anyone who acquires this item faces adverse actions from others, we will certainly intervene. Enough of the preamble. Quickly state your bids." At this prompt, someone in the crowd could no longer contain themselves. The auctioneer responded with a slight smile, calmly announcing, "The starting price for the 8th grade technique, Flowing Flame Formula, is set at 250,000. Upon the announcement of this price, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Hearing this figure, Du Fei could not help but shake his head slightly. The Flowing Flame technique is indeed exceedingly rare, however. Such an exorbitant opening bid is likely beyond the means of most attendees. In that moment, Du Fei was once again reminded of the intrinsic value of the Ice Heart technique in his possession. Fortunately, he already possessed the Ice Heart technique. Otherwise, he would never have let the Flowing Flame technique slip through his fingers. Under the weight of the staggering price of 250,000, the atmosphere in the room grew noticeably tense. It was clear to all that the individuals below no longer had the capability to contend for this item. Its ownership would likely fall to the esteemed guests seated in the VIP section. The allure of this item was such that those in the VIP area would risk their fortunes to acquire it. 260,000. After a brief period of stunned silence, the visibly distressed Bai Yi finally spoke up. His original intention for attending this auction was predominantly centered around the Flowing Flame technique. But the earlier bidding for the medicinal liquid had considerably drained his funds. It seemed that the previous auction had indeed depleted his resources, leaving Bai Xiao in a rather precarious financial situation, yet he still dared to call out this price. With a light chuckle, Rue responded. And under Bai Yi's fierce gaze, she clapped her hands and declared, 300,000. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's expression stiffened once more. Initially, he had intended to leverage Yun Yuqing to suppress others, thereby facilitating his acquisition of the item with ease. However, the glimmer of amusement in Du Fei's eye swept over him, leading Bai Yi to silently regret his actions. Why did he have to offend such a formidable character? At this moment, he wished he could slap himself several times in frustration. Indeed, the steward was remarkably generous. Thus, I, Du Xuan, must not falter in my resolve. The representative from the Du family was none other than the usually low-key second elder, Du Xuan. After a faint smile, he gently applauded and declared, 330,000. Casting a casual glance at Du Xuan, Lin Rui clapped his hands and announced, 350,000, 360,000, 380,000, 400,000. Given the long-standing rivalry between the Du and Lin families, Du Xuan and Lin Rui had little inclination for courtesy. Under their competitive bidding, the price of the 8th grade martial arts manual steadily escalated. Hee, you two are quite cordial. It seems I cannot merely sit back and watch. The final voice to interject belonged to Gongsun Hao, an elder from the Gongsun family. He lightly applauded and stated, 500,000. At the mention of 500,000, the other attendees involuntarily twitched their lips. Even including the 3 prominent families, the profits from their enterprises over the past 6 months hovered around that amount. While this price was not exorbitant, the individuals present were not the heads of their respective families, thus their authority was limited. In the face of such a figure, both the Du and Lin families hesitated momentarily. After a moment of hesitation, Du Xuan took a subtle breath and said, 700,000. I shall not prolong this discussion with you. If there exists anyone willing to offer a higher price, then take the item. Witnessing Du Xuan's sudden elevation of the price by 200,000, both the Lin and Gongsun families were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Gongsun Hao smiled faintly and remarked, your Du family indeed plays with great ambition. I shall not contend with you. Lin, if you are interested, feel free to proceed. With gritted teeth, Lin Rui inhaled deeply, his slightly reddened eyes gleaming with a flicker of determination. 80,000. The audacity of this price elicited gasps from many. 80,000 was a sum rarely seen in this auction house, and Lin was evidently prepared to stake everything. You are quite daring. Du Xuan's expression twitched momentarily before he calmly replied in a restrained tone, 80,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher than this? The auctioneer, observing the situation, smiled and said, seeing that others have withdrawn. Lin Rui's face revealed a glimmer of triumph. After a moment, he coldly addressed the auction hall. Isn't it about time? Surely. You do not believe anyone will contest with me. The rather arrogant tone of Lin Rui caused both Du Xuan and Gongsun Hao to flinch slightly. While Bai Yi's expression darkened to an extreme, others might contend for the prize, but he did not even possess the qualification to compete. Contemplating this, Bai Yi felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. However, since no one seemed inclined to challenge the esteemed Lin, who could possibly say otherwise? I offer 800,001 gold coins. At that moment, a calm voice resonated, leaving the entire assembly momentarily stunned. The gaze of those in the VIP seats abruptly shifted to Du Fei, who had just declared he would not compete. So why the sudden change? Lin Rui's composure faltered slightly, and after a brief pause, he hoarsely remarked, This, esteemed sir, I, the Lin family, humbly inquire. If you do not wish for it, then it shall belong to me. Du Fei, harboring little fondness for the Lin family due to Lianjin, was certainly not inclined to allow them to obtain the item effortlessly. Lin Rui hesitated for a moment before tentatively suggesting, Then, I shall offer 850,000. The price seems reasonable. The item is yours, Du Fei replied with a faint smile. He found delight in causing a bit of trouble for the Lin family, but entangling himself unnecessarily was not his intent. Hearing this, Lin Rui's expression twitched slightly. Yet he dared not say more. After all, if the Lin family could not even garner respect from the Lianyun family, would they truly fear a mere Lin family? Old ghost, I have long advised you that one should not be overly arrogant. It is not that no one dares to compete with you, but rather that they deem you unworthy of their efforts. Observing the scene, Du Xuan suddenly chuckled softly, laced with mockery. Upon hearing this, Lin Rui's expression shifted dramatically. He nearly forgot that, besides the enigmatic alchemist, there was also Yun Yuqing present. One may indulge in reckless consumption, but one must be cautious with their words. Watching from a distance the unfolding dynamics in the VIP section, it seemed as though everything had settled into place. The auctioneer gently struck the gavel in his hand and, with a faint smile, declared, Thus, the flowing flame technique has successfully been auctioned off to the chief steward. Du Fei was not particularly concerned about the ownership of the flowing flame technique. However, the fact that the auctioneer had yet to leave the stage signified that the auction was not yet concluded. After a moment of calm observation of the auctioneer, he noticed that the auction house had casually presented a silver platter. As the silken cloth was drawn back, An ancient and unadorned box revealed itself before him. What followed was the pièce de of today's auction. I must clarify that this box has never been opened by our auction house. We are uncertain of its contents, yet we can assert that it is a relic of an 8th-grade alchemist. Unfortunately, the descendant possesses no talent for cultivation or alchemy and has entrusted us with the task of auctioning this item. Therefore, for those interested, feel free to make your bids. This item has no reserve price. Upon hearing this, Defy could not help but raise an eyebrow slightly. Although the washing marrow pill was not present today, the related matters concerning the alchemist piqued his interest immensely. After all, it was the first time Defy experienced the advantages of being an alchemist. If the contents of this box could enable him to attain the status of an alchemist, he would be willing to pay any price. However, despite the stirring of his heart, this item did not incite as much commotion as the 8th-grade cultivation methods did. While many were indeed captivated by everything related to alchemists, the uncertainty surrounding the box's contents rendered no one overly eager to part with their wealth. Fortunately, lacking a minimum bid allowed hesitation to dissipate, and soon someone called out a price. 1,000 gold coins. 3,000 gold coins. 8,000 gold coins. The esteemed guests above remained silent, as if they were privy to some unspoken understanding. 50,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this price, the crowd below seemed to regard it as exceedingly high, and after a brief pause, no further bids were made. 100,000 gold coins. After a moment of silence, Yun Yuqing from the VIP section suddenly smiled softly before speaking. The other guests, seemingly attuned to an unspoken agreement, became introspective, their gazes turning inward as if in meditation. Was Yun Yuqing resolutely determined to possess this item? Upon witnessing the scene, Defy was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. His gaze lazily swept across the room, and as their eyes met, a subtle collision occurred in the air. After a brief pause, Yun Yuqing gently smiled and remarked, "It seems, sir, you have come for this item as well." It was evident that Yun Yuqing had a fair understanding of the contents within the box. Upon hearing her words, Defy quickly grasped the situation. However, he too held a profound interest in the relic of the alchemist. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not dare to contest with Yun Yuqing for it. Yet at this moment, with his proverbial tiger skin unfurled, he felt little trepidation. With a faint smile, he declared, 200,000. Indeed, sir possesses a generous fortune, yet this item is not something my sister can easily part with. Yun Yuqing replied with a charming smile, her demeanor unwavering. 300,000. 400,000. After uttering this figure, Defy felt a twinge of anxiety. Should the bidding escalate any further, he might have no choice but to concede. Strangely, however, Yun Yuqing did not continue to raise the bid. Instead, she regarded Defy with a peculiar glance. And moments later, she smiled faintly and said, "It appears sir is determined to acquire this item, and likely understands its significance. Therefore, my sister shall refrain from further contestation, and consider this item as a gift to you. What say you?" With that, Yun Yuqing smiled gently, rose from her seat, and with a slight wave of her hand, her attendant followed her lead as they gracefully departed. What exactly does this woman intend to do? Observing the silhouette of Yun Yuqing, Defy furrowed his brow slightly and couldn't help but mutter to himself after a moment. He leisurely exited the VIP section of the auction hall, under the watchful gaze of 2 enchanting maidens. Defy made his way into a small hall on the side, unapologetically taking a seat in the central position. After a brief wait, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by a figure swiftly pushing the door open. "Ah, I truly apologize for the delay. Some concluding tasks at the auction held me up, causing you to wait longer than expected." With a somewhat eager smile, Yuan Hong slightly cupped his hands and then spoke in a low voice. "No matter. I haven't waited long," Defy replied coldly, seemingly indifferent to Yuan Hong's eagerness. "If everything has concluded, please hand over the items. I am pressed for time. Please bear with me a moment longer. We still have some minor tasks to complete backstage before we can deliver the items. There is no need for impatience. Since these items were successfully bid on by you, I assure you they will certainly be in your possession," Yuan Hong said with a beaming smile. "That would be best." Defy nodded slightly, then picked up the teacup beside him and began to idly spin it, maintaining his silence. Observing Defay's demeanor, Yuan Hong dared not say much more. Initially, he had merely perceived Defy as an ordinary alchemist, but now he found himself mystifying Defy to an unknown extent in his mind. As a skilled alchemist, he naturally understood that alchemists often possess a certain degree of eccentricity. Speaking hastily in their presence could easily lead to unintentional offense. Thus, The two remained seated in the small hall in silence for a brief moment until a maid entered, presenting a silver tray. Upon seeing the items delivered, Yuan Hong chuckled softly and promptly extracted two objects from the tray, placing them before Du Fei. "Esteemed sir, these are the items you successfully bid on. Please feel free to examine them. Rest assured, they have not been tampered with. Furthermore, within this crystal card lies a sum of 100,000 gold coins. I hope you will graciously accept it." Hearing this, Du Fei slightly raised an eyebrow and, after a moment's contemplation, replied nonchalantly, "What does this imply?" Noticing Du Fei's slight frown, Yuan Hong took a moment to ponder before he responded, "Speak plainly. What benefits do you seek?" With a knowing smile, Yuan Hong replied, "Indeed. Sir, you are perceptive. Therefore, I shall be forthright. As you have observed, the elixirs you have crafted have garnered significant attention, and this is merely in a small town. I can only imagine that if introduced in a larger city, their value would soar to astronomical heights. Consequently, our auction house wishes to collaborate with you. We shall provide the materials, venue, and distribution. All that is required of you is to concoct the elixirs. Once achieved, shall we agree to a 50-50 split of the profits?" "I have no interest in engaging in such tedious matters," Du Fei remarked after a moment of silence. "However, I can assure you that should there be any such elixirs available for sale in the future, I shall prioritize offering them to your auction house." Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly resumed to smile, saying, "Since you have spoken so, I shall not dare to impose further. Wherever you may go, as long as you deliver this body-refining elixir to the local Danzhou Chamber of Commerce, our members will certainly provide you with the most reasonable price." "The Danzhou Chamber of Commerce?" "Understood," Du Fei replied, nodding slowly. He casually picked up the golden card before him and glanced at it, then seized the small box atop the table and tucked it into his bosom. "May I take my leave now?" "Indeed, you may. However, the Danzhou Chamber of Commerce always warmly welcomes your esteemed presence," Yuan Hong said, his face adorned with an utmost respectful smile. Once Du Fei's figure had vanished from the room, Yuan Hong let out a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, "It is fortunate that this item fell into the hands of this alchemist. Otherwise, who knows what chaos might have ensued." As he slowly approached the entrance of the auction house and glanced up at the glaring sun, Du Fei could not help but exhale deeply. In this instance, while feigning nonchalance at the auction house, I found myself engaged in a rather taxing endeavor. Fortunately, I succeeded in acquiring the relics of the alchemist, regardless of their contents. With the assistance of the system, I should be able to decipher their significance, which could prove advantageous. As for the cleansing elixir, now that I possess ample funds, I should be able to procure it from a larger trading guild with a generous expenditure. Contemplating this, I felt a surge of impatience and began to meander about the vicinity before slowly making my way towards a shadowy alley. However, just as I approached the alleyway, a figure darted swiftly into my path. It was a gaunt middle-aged man who slightly inclined his body and, with a smile, inquired, "Sir, may I trouble you for a moment? My young mistress has requested your presence." Observing this middle-aged individual, I furrowed my brow slightly, based on his earlier display of strength. He appeared to possess at least the prowess of a ninth-tier martial artist. I had no intention of engaging him in conflict. Moreover, I sensed several figures gradually advancing towards me, suggesting that should I decline this invitation, they might insist upon it. If I were indeed an alchemist, I would not fear the situation. However, at this moment, after a brief moment of contemplation, I responded coolly, "You must be the young mistress of the Yun family. I anticipated this. Lead the way." Upon hearing my words, a trace of relief washed over the man's expression. Immediately, a gesture was made, guiding Du Fei to one side. After walking for a while along the relatively broad street, Du Fei, under the guidance of the middle-aged man, entered an exquisite doorway. Before him then appeared a refined and elegant courtyard. The courtyard was adorned with a profusion of flowers and greenery, and at its center stood a delicate octagonal bamboo pavilion. Within the pavilion, Yun Yuqing, clad in white, was gently playing the fengweiken, the melodious strains resonating with grace and deeply touching the soul. However, Du Fei held little appreciation for such artistry. Upon noticing that the guiding middle-aged man had discreetly withdrawn, he made no effort to be courteous, merely scoffing before striding towards the octagonal pavilion. Upon reaching, he casually took a seat opposite Yun Yuqing, remaining silent. Yun Yuqing, seemingly oblivious to Du Fei's presence, continued to play her instrument in silence. When the music finally ceased, she suddenly raised her right hand lightly and then gently brought it down, instantly reducing the wooden chain before her to dust. Du Fei appeared to overlook this peculiar action, maintaining his silence. However, after shattering the wooden chain, Yun Yuqing's enchanting gaze subtly swept over Du Fei, and after a moment, she smiled charmingly and said, "Sir, forgive my candor, but if I am not mistaken, you are at most an 8th grade alchemist, or perhaps merely a 9th grade alchemist. The rank of alchemists, much like martial artists, is categorized into 9 grades and 3 levels: 7th and 9th grade alchemists, 4th and 6th grade alchemists, and 1st to 3rd grade alchemist saints. Similarly, within the ranks of alchemists, each grade is further divided into 3 tiers, and the disparities between the first grade alone are monumental." In regard to Yun Yuqing's conjecture, Du Fei could not help but silently commend her insight. Having displayed his prowess for such an extended period, it was only natural that others, upon careful reflection, would discern certain flaws. After a brief moment of contemplation, Du Fei spoke calmly. "How did you come to this conclusion?" Upon hearing Du Fei's acknowledgement, Yun Yuqing smiled gently and replied, "Indeed, you are a forthright individual, sir. In light of this, I shall speak candidly. There are 3 reasons I surmise your identity. Firstly, if you were a high-ranking alchemist, you would not concoct such a low-tier potion, while others may overlook it. I am aware that even a 9th grade alchemist could produce this elixir with ease. Secondly, should you be of a higher rank, there are but a few 7th grade alchemists within the Dun dynasty. Though I do not consider my perception particularly keen, I can indeed recognize those few. Lastly, your youthful exuberance and self-assured nature are traits distinct to the young. I bravely speculate that you are not yet 20. I wonder if I am correct?" With a soft applause, Du Fei smiled lightly and said, "Miss Yun, you possess remarkable discernment. Your guess is entirely accurate. However, you must comprehend that despite this, I am still an alchemist. Indeed, the essence of being an alchemist lies in lineage. To achieve such accomplishments before the age of 20, your mentor must undoubtedly be extraordinary. And this, I believe, is your greatest asset. I wonder if my conjecture holds true?" Yun Yuqing smiled lightly, speaking in a measured tone. With a soft sigh, Du Fei found himself at a loss for words regarding Yun Yuqing's self-satisfied assumptions. This woman was undeniably astute, so much so that she could nearly discern his true identity. Yet, it was merely nearly. No matter how clever she was, she could never fathom the existence of such an extraordinary cheat as the system within him. Her brilliance had led her to construct a comprehensive narrative about her origins, behavior, and the aura of mystery surrounding her, fabricating the most favorable identity for herself. In this moment, even if he were to deny the identity she firmly believed in, she would likely remain steadfast in her conviction. The thought nearly compelled Du Fei to burst into uncontrollable laughter. As long as she harbored such notions, he was assured that he would face no danger today. In fact, he could even reap countless benefits. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the tumult of his emotions, ultimately expressing a cold sneer. "Miss Yun, have you summoned someone today merely to embarrass me? If that is the case, I shall take my leave." With that, Du Fei slammed his hand on the table, his figure shifting slightly as he feigned departure. "Sir, please stay." Seeing this, a flicker of intrigue passed through Yun Yuqing's eyes. Since she had invited him today, it was for a matter of great importance. "I wonder if you might grant me the honor of your attention?" "I have no interest," Du Fei replied coldly. Hee. "It would be prudent for you, sir, not to speak too hastily. If I were to mention a matter for discussion, how might it relate to what you hold in your embrace?" Yun Yuqing inhaled softly, and her words stirred a palpable excitement within Du Fei. "Here it comes." Hee. "You surely must understand, sir, that if this matter is to proceed, it will undoubtedly require the expertise of an alchemist. While you may possess the ability, I, Yuqing, do not claim such talents. However, I can articulate my thoughts clearly. The object in question is divided between us. Half rests in my possession, while the other half belongs to you. If we wish to see this matter come to fruition, your collaboration will be indispensable." A slight smile graced Yun Yuqing's lips as she delicately brushed her exquisite ring, causing an identical box to the one in Du Fei's arms to materialize before vanishing once more at a flick of her hand. A space ring. Truly, she's of affluent standing. Du Fei silently mused, maintaining an air of mystery. Regarding this so-called matter, he was completely oblivious. Yet, in this moment, feigning knowledge was imperative. After pondering for a considerable time, Du Fei eventually resumed his seat and spoke in a measured tone. "Miss Yun, if there is something to discuss, I urge you to be forthright. Beating around the bush serves neither of us well." Upon witnessing Du Fei once again take a seat, Yun Yuqing's delicate visage brightened with joy. After a brief moment, she inhaled deeply and elegantly remarked, "As a master alchemist, You undoubtedly comprehend that the path of alchemy demands an exceptionally high level of innate talent. Thus, those who can ascend to the rank of alchemist are exceedingly rare. Consequently, many alchemists, in their desperation, find themselves unable to pass on their knowledge, ultimately taking their lifelong learnings to the grave. However, there are exceptions. Some choose to safeguard their wisdom while scattering clues throughout the world. For instance, our current objective, the Alchemist King's Ruins. The mention of the Alchemist King's Ruins caused Du Fei to catch his breath, surprise washing over him as he had not anticipated that Yin Yuqing would wish to discuss this matter. He had heard whispers of the Alchemist King's ruins, which, according to legend, originated from a remarkable alchemist who emerged in the Din dynasty about a century ago. This prodigy was said to have reached the esteemed rank of fifth-tier alchemist and was revered as a king in the martial circles of the Din dynasty, self-styling as the Alchemist King. Yet, this illustrious figure never found a worthy successor, and upon his passing, he concealed his lifetime of knowledge and the elixirs he crafted in a secret location, leaving behind cryptic hints for the world. Most deemed this to be mere myth. But as Miss Yun spoke with such earnestness, Du Fei inhaled sharply, realizing that perhaps this legend was on the verge of becoming reality. In legend, the site of the Dan Wang ruins is shrouded in mystery. Miss Yun surely does not believe that merely the two of us could accomplish anything significant. Even if we possessed both items, it may not suffice to bring about this endeavor. Du Fei inhaled lightly and then remarked nonchalantly, in my opinion, it would be wiser for Miss Yun to visit my esteemed master together, since you possess the other half. I believe my master would be willing to exchange it for something of great value. Haha, you jest, sir. Even if I were willing to part with it, would you truly be willing to relinquish it? Yin Yuqing's elongated, beautiful eyes curved into an alluring arc. If you were genuinely inclined to entrust this item to your teacher, why would you resort to auctioning it off and shroud it in secrecy? Fearing that outsiders might uncover your identity? Du Fei welcomed Yin Yuqing's presumptuous conjecture with open arms. He genuinely feared that she might thoughtlessly acquiesce, leaving him to conjure a teacher from thin air at that moment. Upon hearing her words, Du Fei feigned a cold snort and chose to remain silent. Observing Du Fei's demeanor, Yin Yuqing remained unperturbed and continued with a tranquil tone. According to legend, the art of alchemy encompasses 3 realms. The inferior path involves refining elixirs with fire, the intermediate path utilizes qi for refinement, while the legendary superior path is said to refine elixirs with elixirs themselves. I presume you are aware of this, sir? At this, Du Fei's expression subtly shifted. He was indeed somewhat familiar with these legendary tales. In the realm of legend, amidst the vast and boundless expanse of the universe, there exists a rare breed of elixirs known as the celestial origin pills. Perhaps these miraculous substances have existed since the dawn of creation. Perhaps they are the result of millennia of volcanic accumulation. Or perhaps they are the culmination of a lifetime of relentless devotion by a legendary alchemist. Regardless of their origin, it is said that these celestial origin pills harbor an almost infinite reservoir of energy. Should a martial practitioner manage to consume and refine them, they could almost instantaneously ascend to sanctity. Moreover, if an alchemist were to successfully reclaim these pills, they could utilize them as a catalyst in their craft, rendering the need for any flames obsolete. This would not only expedite the process of pill refinement, but also enhance both the success rate and potency of the resulting elixirs. However, these celestial origin pills are exceedingly rare, often appearing only once every 100 years, and even when encountered, those lacking the requisite fortune are unable to claim them as their own. For the ordinary individual, attempting to consume such a pill could prove fatal, as they may be consumed by its own transformative power before they can harness its effects. The reclamation of a celestial origin pill demands immense fortuity. Without such luck, one may be swiftly devoured by the pill's essence, meeting a swift and utter demise. Nevertheless, there are occasional fortunate souls who succeed in harnessing these pills for their own use, and these individuals invariably rise to the pinnacle of power within the Xuanwu continent. Consequently, the allure of the celestial origin pills is profound for all, but it holds an especially potent fascination for alchemists. Over the course of tens of thousands of years of historical accumulation on the Xuanwu continent, some have even taken to cataloging these celestial origin pills, thus giving rise to the so-called record of celestial origin pills. It is said that within the illustrious tome of the heavenly origin elixirs, there exists a legendary enumeration of 33 such elixirs, ranked according to the potency and energy they embody. Nevertheless, even the least formidable among them would undoubtedly incite a fervent scramble among countless seekers upon its emergence. Du Fei, of course, possessed a modicum of understanding in this regard. Still, he inhaled deeply and replied nonchalantly, I am aware, What of it? If I were to assert that, Yun Yuqing delicately licked her lips. The esteemed Pill King achieved his remarkable status through the reclamation of one among these 33 heavenly origin elixirs. Would you then be inclined to part with your possessions for the sake of your mentor? With a resounding crack, the armrest of Du Fei's chair succumbed to his grip. And after a brief pause, he spoke, his voice tinged with tremor. Are you suggesting that, within the Pill King's ruins, there exists a heavenly origin elixir? Indeed. You are truly an astute individual. Collaborating with a mind as sharp as yours is precisely what I, Yun Yuqing, cherish the most. She replied with a gentle smile. With a long exhale, Du Fei finally allowed himself to regain composure. Should he obtain a heavenly origin elixir? Even if he were unable to refine it, merely possessing it would yield immeasurable benefits. Furthermore, acquiring such an item would propel him towards the pinnacle of his aspirations. Thus, irrespective of the circumstances, he was resolutely determined to seize this treasure. Though such thoughts lingered in his mind, Du Fei managed to compose himself, and after a moment, he coldly remarked, since Miss Yun is so well informed, why collaborate with a stranger like me? The Yun family is prosperous. Surely you could find any alchemist to assist you. That is not feasible, Yun Yuqing replied nonchalantly. If that were the case, I would gain nothing. If my family were solely interested in the heavenly origin pill, I could accept that, but unfortunately. What do you mean? Du Fei inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Perhaps you are unaware. But the Pill King was not only a 5th-grade alchemist but also a 4th-grade martial sovereign, Yun Yuqing said, her expression filled with longing. I cannot refine pills and have little interest in the art of alchemy. Although I am aware of the exceptional quality of the heavenly origin pill, I am also self-aware enough to know that it is beyond my reach. Thus, I am only interested in the Pill King's techniques and martial skills. Do you understand my meaning, sir? A 4th-grade martial sovereign. Du Fei gasped softly, then murmured, are you suggesting that all matters related to alchemy belong to me, while all martial pursuits belong to you? Indeed, you are astute. Yun Yuqing replied with a radiant smile, her face brimming with delight. This arrangement is indeed advantageous. But I must reiterate, why seek me out instead of others? What benefits do you derive from this? After regaining a measure of composure, Du Fei spoke in a subdued tone. It seems that unless I speak plainly, you will not cooperate, sir. Yun Yuqing smiled gently. And since that is the case, I am not afraid of offending you any longer. In my view, your strength is at most that of an 8th-grade alchemist. And perhaps with a bit more prowess, you could reach the level of an 8th-grade martial artist. Yet, I possess similar capabilities. In a partnership, the greatest concern is the disparity in strength. However, with our powers being equal, we need not fear betrayal or attempts to consume one another, do we? I wonder if you find my proposition satisfactory, sir? After a brief silence, Du Fei replied coolly, if our efforts are combined, can we not uncover the secrets of the Alchemist King's ruins? Indeed. Are we to venture forth with just the 2 of us? Precisely. Very well. I shall agree to your proposal. Du Fei spoke calmly. But when shall we depart? You truly are a forthright individual, Yun Yuqing clapped softly. Then how about we convene here in half a year's time? Seated cross-legged on the bed in the inner chamber, Du Fei remained still. His eyes slightly narrowed as he focused on the ancient wooden box before him, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. The box was crafted from agarwood, and despite its age, it bore no signs of damage. The wax sealing its opening was a deep black, clearly indicating that it had not been disturbed for many years. Could it really hold the secrets of the Alchemist King's ruins? Can the words of that woman truly be trusted? In contrast to his earlier demeanor before Yun Yuqing, Du Fei now found himself increasingly composed, yet this very calmness only deepened his multitude of doubts. After all, when it comes to the legendary heavenly origin pill, anyone could easily succumb to madness. Du Fei could not believe that Yun Yuqing was genuinely disinterested in the heavenly origin pill, as she claimed. Thus, considering various possibilities, Du Fei contemplated 2 scenarios. The first possibility is that the so-called Dan Wang ruins might harbor no heavenly origin pill at all, making Yun Yuqing's lack of interest in the alchemical texts there quite understandable. The second scenario, however, suggests that the heavenly origin pill does indeed exist within the ruins, but acquiring it necessitates a skilled alchemist. Yet, an overly powerful alchemist would be difficult for Yun Yuqing to control. Conversely, someone like himself would be easier to manipulate. Moreover, given their shared sense of trepidation, even if she were to eliminate him afterwards, it is unlikely anyone else would ever know. If this line of reasoning holds true, then the woman likely possesses some hidden advantage that renders her unafraid of an 8th-tier martial artist. However, it is possible that she has not yet secured this advantage. Its true efficacy may require 6 months to manifest. Otherwise, they would be seeking the Dan Wang ruins immediately rather than postponing their expedition for half a year. Truly, the most venomous of hearts resides within a woman. Du Fei smirked softly to himself, murmuring quietly. However, regardless of the circumstances, now that there are clues regarding the Dan Wang ruins, I certainly will not relent. 6 months. There are indeed numerous endeavors I can undertake. Having unraveled the intricacies of the situation, Du Fei let out a faint sigh of relief. No matter how one perceives it, the 6 months are of paramount importance to Yun Yuqing, yet they hold equal significance for me. If my abilities were merely limited to this, then upon arriving at the Dan Wang ruins, I would likely be swallowed whole by that woman. Taking a slow, deep breath, Du Fei placed his palm upon the wooden box before him. After a moment, a subtle tremor coursed through his internal essence, and the beeswax sealing the box was gently dislodged. Before Du Fei's eyes lay the rather dark base of the box. The scent of time seemed to waft directly from within, and after a brief interval, that shadowy sensation gradually dissipated, allowing Du Fei to finally discern the contents of the box. A ring, with a slight furrow of his brow. Du Fei carefully extracted the ring and set it before himself. The ring's design was archaic, resembling a dragon with its tail entwined with its head. Slightly twisted yet undeniably ancient. However, apart from its antiquity, there appeared to be nothing overtly peculiar about it. Yet, it is precisely this unremarkable aspect that accentuates the ring's extraordinary nature. The rationale is simple. Such meticulous preservation could not merely be for an ordinary ring. After a brief moment of contemplation, Du Fei found himself unable to grasp the underlying intricacies. However, he was reluctant to squander time in this endeavor and swiftly resolved in his mind. Xiaobai, is there a way to examine this ring? Command received. Detection program initiated. Results obtained. Shall I proceed with the reading? Is it that quick? Please, read it. The findings revealed that the object was a type of spatial container, possessing an internal storage capacity of several feet. To unlock it, a soul imprint must be inscribed upon it. Is this a storage ring? Du Fei's lips twitched slightly, his face betraying a flicker of disbelief. Nevertheless, he held no objections to such an outcome. After all, items like storage rings were exceedingly rare, even within the Du family. None possessed such a treasure. To acquire it was indeed an unexpected delight. Please, assist me in unlocking it. After a brief pause, Du Fei commanded swiftly. Command received. The original soul imprint has been erased, and your soul imprint has been inscribed. The master may now use this item at will. As the cold, electronic voice resounded in his mind, Du Fei suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation, as if he could faintly perceive the nature of the space within the storage ring. After a moment's hesitation, he instinctively donned the ring upon his left hand and lightly brushed his fingers over its surface. Immediately, a small vial materialized before him. This is a medicinal pill. Du Fei felt a flicker of joy. After a brief moment, he unhesitatingly reached out to brush over the ring of containment once more. This time, an ancient, tattered scroll materialized in his hand. However, apart from these two items, there was no one else within the ring. Even so, it was an unexpected delight. After a slight hesitation, Du Fei opened the medicine bottle, and an intense aroma of medicinal fragrance wafted towards him. Although he merely inhaled it, his spirit was instantly invigorated. This is the cleansing marrow pill. No, although the medicinal effects are similar, based on the potency contained within, it must be something of a higher grade. An 8th grade pill? After taking another gentle whiff of the medicinal scent, he slowly poured a pill from the bottle and examined it meticulously for a moment before he hesitated. This is indeed not the 9th grade cleansing marrow pill, but rather the 8th grade spirit concentration pill, which serves a similar purpose as the cleansing marrow pill. Yet its efficacy is vastly different. While Du Fei was lost in thought, a cold voice rang out from Xiaobai, the unreliable system. Taken aback by this first instance of the system speaking up, Du Fei paused for a moment. However, he had yet to grasp any substantial understanding of this system, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. After a brief contemplation, he gently inquired in his mind, Xiaobai, how do you know this is an 8th grade pill? The cold voice of the system responded once more. It is recorded within the system's data. There is no error in its shape, scent, or medicinal potency. Rest assured and consume it, master. How do you know all this? With a resigned sigh, Du Fei momentarily set aside his concerns regarding permissions. Soon after, a look of elation washed over his face as he swiftly emptied the contents of the vial. 1, 2, 3. Astonishingly, there were 9 pills. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him this time. After carefully resealing the vial, and placing it back into his spatial ring. Du Fei's expression was filled with unparalleled excitement. With these 9 pills, he could easily produce a 9th-grade martial master, and once he possessed true energy, coupled with the alchemical formulas he had learned, the mass production of cleansing elixirs would no longer pose a significant challenge. Now, to uncover the nature of the other item. After gently clapping his hands, Du Fei slowly unfurled the ancient scroll before him. What met his eyes was a chaotic array of lines, so densely packed that they left one feeling dizzy. However, after a moment of contemplation, Du Fei discerned that these tangled lines likely indicated the location of the Alchemist King's ruins. His current inability to comprehend it was predominantly due to the fact that the map was incomplete. Unless he could obtain the other half, no one, regardless of their prowess, would be able to ascertain the whereabouts of the Alchemist King's ruins. If he were to have the system record this information and then subsequently destroy the original, it would mean that, apart from himself, no one else would ever be able to locate the Alchemist King's ruins. Even Yun Yuqing, under such circumstances, would likely find it impossible to act against him. Upon contemplating this, Du Fei decisively took action. He swiftly commanded the system to input the data before closing his eyes and delving into the realm of consciousness. After meticulously comparing everything, he found no errors, which allowed him to confidently and boldly destroy the dilapidated scroll. Squinting at the ancient scroll gradually consumed by flames before him, Du Fei felt no other emotion. Regardless of the scroll's intrinsic value, its destruction in this manner would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits for him, no matter what ulterior motives Yun Yuqing might harbor. By annihilating this object, she would be left with no lingering thoughts of him whatsoever. After observing the burning ancient scroll for a moment, Du Fei prepared to depart, but suddenly furrowed his brow. He noticed that while the majority of the scroll had been reduced to ashes by the fierce flames, a palm-sized portion remained unscathed. Instead of burning away, it revealed a faintly luminous, archaic script that emerged as the flames danced. This was. Du Fei felt a mix of emotions regarding this transformation. However, after a brief hesitation, he swiftly extinguished the flames and grasped the still-warm golden remnants in his hand. Slowly tracing the script with his gaze, the art of elixirs, reversing the universe. The moment those 7 words appeared, Du Fei's expression shifted slightly, but moments later, he couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh heartily. The art of Dan, distinct from martial skills, is a unique craft that can only be cultivated by alchemists. Unlike martial arts, which harness the energy of true essence, Dan techniques draw upon the potent energies contained within elixirs. It is widely acknowledged that elixirs harbor immense power, and the essence of Dan techniques lies in unleashing this energy to create offensive maneuvers akin to martial arts. However, the potency of a Dan technique not only depends on its grade but also significantly on the quality of the elixir used as a catalyst. If one possesses a high-grade elixir, even the simplest Dan technique can unleash formidable power beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. This is one of the reasons why alchemists hold such a prominent status in the Xuanwu continent. With an abundance of elixirs at one's disposal, who could possibly stand as a rival? The art of Dan, particularly the formidable 8th-rank Dan technique, known as reversing the universe, is renowned for its overwhelming power. This technique does not employ any feigned moves or subtlety. It is a straightforward application of force that triggers the energy within the elixir to erupt instantaneously. Depending on one's cultivation level, it can activate up to 9 elixirs simultaneously, manifesting the principle of 9 elixirs erupting, reversing the universe. Seated cross-legged in a space that felt somewhat ethereal, Du Fei gazed intently at the phantom before him, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. Unlike before, the current realm of consciousness has transformed from the confines of a cave into a vast expanse, marked by an enormous portal on one side of the wall. Beyond this portal, although the majority remains an abyss of nothingness, there exists a sprawling expanse of land. Upon this ground, a fleeting shadow continually shifts its form. With each motion of this enigmatic figure, objects resembling elixirs are conjured forth in an instant, erupting with tremendous force before it. What this shadow demonstrates is undeniably the art of alchemy, the reversal of the cosmos through elixirs. In reality, Du Fei would never recklessly disperse elixirs as if they were free, but within this space, such considerations are cast aside. The prowess of this alchemical technique is indeed formidable. One can only surmise that even a 7th-tier martial artist would hesitate to confront it directly. Should one achieve a 9-fold enhancement with 7th-tier elixirs, the annihilation of a 7th-tier martial artist would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, this maneuver is exceedingly extravagant. A single execution could easily consume hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Such a luxury is beyond the means of an ordinary individual. After a moment of astonishment at the sheer might of this technique, Du Fei could not help but exclaim. Even if he were to master this technique, it would likely serve only as a trump card, reserved for critical moments. If utilized carelessly, he would soon find himself in dire financial straits. After another moment of contemplation, Du Fei shook off his reverie, lightly pressing his foot down to descend upon the solid ground, and with a subtle bend of his hands. Several elixirs materialized in his palms. According to the records within the scroll, utilizing techniques akin to alchemical refinement, a subtle manipulation of the true breath ensued, followed by a swift flick of his hands. With a thunderous roar, a vast pit materialized on the ground, only to gradually revert to its original state. Du Fei, however, did not express much astonishment at this phenomenon. Instead, he continued to move his hands, unleashing the pills in a relentless cascade, as if they were worthless. With a long exhale, Du Fei, seated cross-legged on his bed, slowly opened his eyes, the weariness in his gaze flickering momentarily. Although training within the realm of consciousness does not affect the physical body, the mental fatigue can be quite overwhelming. Fortunately, this form of cultivation has not been without merit. Du Fei has now grasped the essential intricacies of the Dan reverse Qian Kuan technique. Armed with 9 pills, he felt confident that he could contend with a 9th-grade martial master without tasting defeat. Nevertheless, Du Fei had not yet squandered his resources to such an extent. Even the wealthiest of alchemists, it is presumed, would refrain from employing their techniques unless absolutely necessary. What lay ahead was further cultivation. Despite his profound fatigue, Du Fei found no time to rest. With merely half a year remaining, merely advancing to the 9th-grade martial master was insufficient. He sought much more. Yet, with the assistance of these concentration pills, he vowed not to falter. The Tiandi Yuan Dan was a necessity he must secure. Stepping out of the inner chamber, Du Fei took a deep breath, allowing himself a moment of relaxation. Although he understood the significance of cultivation, given his current condition, he could not possibly continue with it. After all, some matters are best approached with moderation. Young master. Upon seeing Du Fei emerge, Xiao AI hurriedly set aside the book she had been reading, her face alight with joy. What were you looking at? Du Fei casually glanced around before taking a seat and replied nonchalantly, nothing of consequence. Merely some tales of the past. However, young master, why have you not been practicing these past few days? You mustn't let your guard down just because the clan competition has concluded. Xiao AI playfully gestured in a coy manner, laughing gently. Is it too much to ask for a moment's respite? Du Fei retorted, it seems this little girl has grown quite audacious in my absence. I shall have to teach you a lesson. With that, he forcefully stamped his foot on the ground, propelling himself toward Xiao AI like a cannonball. In a swift motion, he scooped her up and placed her across his lap, his right hand raised slightly before coming down with a resounding slap. The moment his hand met her skin, he was struck by an extraordinarily delicate sensation, causing a rush of heat to surge within him. Xiao AI, who had initially engaged in jest, now found her cheeks ablaze with a deep crimson hue, as she distinctly sensed a certain significant part of her young master was pressing against her slightly swollen bosom, pulsating mischievously. This sensation caused a wave of dizziness to wash over Xiao AI, and after a brief moment, she shyly murmured, young master, you are indeed a pervert. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, her neck had already flushed a deep crimson. Du Fei hastily pulled her up with a gentle tug of his left hand. However, the moment Xiao AI stood, she retreated swiftly like a startled rabbit. For a fleeting instant, both were rendered speechless, the atmosphere thick with palpable awkwardness. After a brief pause, Du Fei rubbed his nose and coughed lightly, inquiring, over the past few days, has anyone been bothering you? If so, just let me know, and I shall intervene on your behalf. You are now the 9th core disciple of the Du family. Who would dare? Xiao AI retorted, though a hint of jealousy tinged her expression as she continued. However, Du Qian has sought you out a few times. I wonder what she wants. At this, Xiao AI's face reflected her displeasure, unmistakably envious. Du Fei could only feign ignorance. But after a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly. She must have heard news that an 8th grade technique will be available at the auction, and she likely wishes for me to take a look. Yet, discussing this now seems a bit too late. You went to the auction house, young master? Upon hearing this, Xiao AI's eyes brightened slightly, her tone tinged with a hint of peculiarity. Having ventured out briefly, I procured a few items, including this elixir of concentration. You should find an opportune moment to ingest it. It is likely to facilitate your ascent to the 9th rank of martial artist. When the time comes, I shall assist you in uncovering suitable techniques. As he spoke, Du Fei retrieved a vial from his pocket and placed it upon the table. Upon hearing this, Xiao AI paused momentarily, then approached, examining the vial for a brief spell before shaking her head gently. Young master, you should take this yourself. Even without it, I could attain the 9th rank of martial artist within a year or so. It would be far more beneficial for you to consume this than for me. Given to you means it belongs to you. Why all this discourse? Do you wish for a taste of the family discipline? Du Fei scoffed with a sardonic grin, raising his right hand with an expression that was both lascivious and unsettling. Startled by his demeanor, Xiao AI instinctively recoiled, momentarily forgetting the dispute over the ownership of the elixir. In a secluded part of the back mountain of the Du family, Du Fei casually leaned against a massive stone, contemplating the vial in his hand that emitted a faint medicinal fragrance, hesitating to swallow it immediately. At this moment, he possessed only the strength of the 7th level of body refining. Although he was on the brink of breaking through to the 8th level, he was uncertain whether he could reach the martial artist realm in such a short span, as his training period had been exceedingly brief. There are many matters where haste breeds stagnation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Du Fei ultimately relinquished the tempting idea of consuming the tranquil pill immediately. Instead, he took a gentle breath, concealed the pill, and then his form quivered slightly before he gracefully descended to the ground, unleashing a series of flowing, fluid strikes with his soft fist technique. The sound of his punches echoed like a rhythmic symphony, a stark contrast to his previous attempts. Du Fei had attained a profound understanding of the soft fist, and with each swing, his bones resonated with a powerful crackle, while the strength embedded deep within his muscles surged forth through his striking fists. It could be said that following the clan competition, Du Fei's prowess had magnified exponentially compared to before. This newfound strength was not merely a product of physical conditioning, but stemmed from an enhanced mastery over the application of power. Were he to partake in the clan competition again at this moment, Du Qing would stand no chance of even turning the tide with a single move. Du Fei could render him incapacitated, devoid of the need for any cunning stratagems as he had previously employed. With a cold smile lingering in his heart, Du Fei continued to execute his body-refining punches with remarkable speed. Upon reaching a certain point, he suddenly struck the massive stone before him. The stone trembled slightly, and a faint feedback of power emanated from it, deepening the impression of his fist upon its surface. Encountering this peculiar sensation for the first time, Du Fei merely furrowed his brow, opting not to dwell on it. After a brief respite, he resumed his practice of the soft fist. However, before he could complete a full set of strikes, his expression shifted subtly, engulfed in deep confusion. After attempting to cultivate the true essence within himself for a brief moment, and sensing a surge of strength greater than before, Du Fei wore an expression of bewilderment and disbelief. Did I break through? As this thought flickered in his mind, he couldn't help but smirk. Such breakthroughs seemed almost ludicrous. Yet, the unmistakable sensation of true essence surging within him clearly indicated that he had indeed reached the 8th level of body refinement. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Du Fei took a deep breath and regained his composure. This sudden and unexpected breakthrough was entirely beyond his anticipation. If he allowed such a miraculous event to cloud his mindset, it would yield no benefits for his future cultivation. He needed to continue. With a subtle sigh of relief in his heart, Du Fei swiftly controlled the flow of true essence within him, and after a slight tremor of his form, he unleashed his martial technique with fluid grace once more. In the ensuing 3 months, Du Fei immersed himself in the rigorous and monotonous practice of his cultivation. He became proficient in a set of body-refining techniques. However, this seemingly endless training was not without its advantages. With each graceful swing of the body-tempering fist, Du Fei sensed the steady growth of the true energy within him, realizing that he was not far from advancing to the 9th level of body tempering. This exhilarating sensation caused his heart to skip a beat. After 3 long months, he finally felt the opportunity for a breakthrough. And such a chance was one he could not afford to miss. Exhaling the stale air from his chest, Du Fei swiftly completed a series of fluid punches. Then, with a gentle clap of his right hand upon his left, a pearl-like pill radiating a soft, milky glow appeared in the palm of his hand. Gazing at the concentrated essence pill, Du Fei smiled faintly, the aromatic fragrance of the medicine invigorating his spirit. Tossing the pill lightly in his hand, he felt no further hesitation. He promptly placed it into his mouth. The moment the pill touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly into a warm, soothing liquid, which, with each breath, gradually flowed into his body. A gentle warmth coursed from his throat down to his abdomen, and shortly thereafter, this warmth rapidly expanded throughout his entire being. centered around his dantian. Buzz. In an instant, every bone in Du Fei's body seemed to tremble, his skin flushing a vivid red, while wisps of pale white mist began to emanate from him. Such potent medicinal power. Indeed, as a refined product. The strength of this pill was formidable, yet not overwhelmingly violent, surpassing the potency of the concoctions he had previously crafted by several-fold. The thought flickered through Du Fei's mind, only to be swiftly cast aside moments later. He took a deep breath, and as the true energy flowed within him, his soft fist began to move slowly. With the extension of his fist, the tremor that coursed through his bones seemed to diminish, and Du Fei's expression became markedly more serene. While his previously labored breaths gradually steadied, the white mist that had enveloped him began to retreat with his movements, drawn back into his being. Under the guidance of Du Fei's focused intent, the true energy within him flowed gently, seeking out the medicinal essence that permeated his body and began to refine it slowly. In the secluded valley, the once tranquil air began to swirl, with the epicenter of this motion seemingly centered around Du Fei himself. Soon, a mysterious energy entity emerged with this swirling motion, lingering momentarily around him before being drawn into his body with each breath. The moment these pure energy particles entered his form, Du Fei, wholly absorbed in refining the medicinal power, could not help but tremble, a sweetness rising in his throat as he nearly expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. However, Du Fei's will was extraordinary. After a brief moment of stillness, his soft fist surged forth once more. This time, his movements were swifter and more agile than before, a testament to his unwavering determination. As he moved, the true energy within his body accelerated the refinement of the medicinal power, creating additional space within his meridians to accommodate the invading energy entities. Once these entities entered Du Fei's meridians, they remained distinctly separate from the pure medicinal essence. Although both coexisted, they did not assimilate. Nevertheless, despite the rapidity of Du Fei's refinement process, the boundless nature of the pure medicinal power and energy entities seemed as if they could overwhelm him at any moment. With a sudden eruption of blood from his mouth, Du Fei trembled, tiny beads of blood oozing from his entire being, yet his expression appeared somewhat more favorable. At last, he had reached the 9th level of body refinement. This transformation brought a flicker of joy to Du Fei's heart, prompting him to quietly murmur in satisfaction. However, before this exhilaration could fully settle, he felt a sharp tug in his dantian, swiftly followed by a surge of excruciating pain that radiated through his meridians. Moreover, an even more potent medicinal force abruptly surged from his dantian. It was not over yet. The corner of Du Fei's mouth twitched as he realized the source of this sensation. The medicinal power of the concentration pill had yet to be completely refined. At this moment, although his true energy had indeed grown stronger, it was likely that the potency of the concentration pill surpassed it significantly. Upon this realization, Du Fei found himself devoid of any joy, swiftly executing the body-forging fist once more. Yet, to his astonishment, it bore no fruit. At that moment, although Du Fei unleashed the body-forging fist, the true essence within him, along with the medicinal potency and the clash of the elemental energies, had become exceedingly chaotic. Even with the application of the body-forging fist, he could not rein in the rampaging true essence. He was acutely aware of the impending outcome. His meridians would shatter inch by inch. If fortune favored him, he might cling to life like Du Qing, barely hanging on. If misfortune struck, he would be reduced to nothing more than a pile of bones, becoming naught but a patch of yellow earth in the mountains. What to do? What should come next? In an instant, chaos engulfed Du Fei's mind, but within moments, he regained his composure. Although he lacked a wise mentor like others, he possessed an unreliable system. Xiaobai, what should I do now? A thunderous roar echoed in Du Fei's mind. Beep. Detection of rampant true essence within the host. System unable to suppress, but a resolution is available. Would you like to read? Nonsense. Command cannot be processed. Please input again. Read. Du Fei, exasperated by the unreliable system, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to suppress his ire. Command accepted. Data loading. As the cold electronic voice concluded, a torrent of intricate information flooded Du Fei's mind. With a heart as clear as ice, he remained unperturbed by the collapse of the heavens. This is the ice heart technique. Concentrating his true essence, Du Fei forged his genuine energy, forming a swirling vortex of power. Striving to attain the rank of a 9th-grade martial master. Almost instantaneously, he reacted, swiftly recalling the profound principles of the ice heart technique within his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully propelled himself into the air. In mid-flight, his feet intertwined rapidly while his hands formed an extraordinarily intricate seal. With a resounding thud, As he landed, Du Fei's hand seal transformed once more. In harmony with his movements, the previously tumultuous true essence within him calmed significantly. Under the guidance of his focused mind, it subtly shifted, gradually navigating along a path entirely distinct from the body-forging fist, commencing its slow circulation. Strangely enough, although the flow of true essence seemed peculiar this time, the medicinal power and elemental energies appeared to align harmoniously, circulating alongside it with an almost serendipitous quality. During this process of circulation, the medicinal power and elemental energies were gradually refined. Though the refinement unfolded at a leisurely pace, it undeniably proved effective. As time progressed, Du Fei's true essence seemed to consume all the medicinal power and elemental energies within him. Remarkably, the hue of his true essence underwent a transformation, shifting from an ethereal color to a gentle, luminous white. Above Du Fei's head, a faint white aura began to coalesce, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that it was imbued with pure elemental energy from the heavens and earth. With a deep exhale, Du Fei swiftly altered the formations of his hands, pressing them down towards his lower abdomen. As he executed this motion, the true essence within his meridian surged rapidly towards his dantian. The sheer volume of this essence almost overwhelming his dantian's capacity. The sensation was. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he hesitated no longer. He dispersed the hand formations with great force, and a brand new seal emerged, plunging down towards the sea of qi in his dantian. As Du Fei transformed his hand seals, the previously abundant true essence was instantly compressed, all converging at the very center of his dantian, forming a small sphere of qi. Concentrate the essence into the heavens. Transform the rotation into qi. Change. A powerful shout erupted from him as his hands shifted once more. With this movement, the once solidified true essence quivered slightly, beginning to rotate with an enigmatic rhythm. Under this rotation, the rich true essence gradually transformed, diminishing with the passage of time until it completely vanished, replaced by a slightly translucent white aura. This was the true qi. The true qi that manifested at Du Fei's lower abdomen had entirely supplanted the true essence. It was time. Concentrate. The voice of determination echoed within him once more as he altered his hand formations again, and the previously gentle rotation of the true qi accelerated dramatically. This was the true qi vortex. As the cyclone took shape, Du Fei felt an unexpected release. The overwhelming fatigue that had enveloped him dissipated instantaneously, replaced by a profound sense of ease that coursed through his entire being. Drawing a deep breath, he suddenly lifted his head, and a burst of maniacal laughter erupted from him. After years of rigorous training, he had finally attained the rank of a martial artist. Seated cross-legged upon a flat stone, Du Fei's hands formed an extraordinary seal, allowing the true energy within him to circulate gently. With each cycle of his energy, the moisture in the surrounding air crystallized into ice, falling softly upon the ground. Strangely, this chilling aura did not evoke any discomfort in Du Fei. Rather, he found it immensely pleasurable, for the true energy cultivated through the ice heart technique was inherently frigid. To him, this icy atmosphere served as a substantial tonic. With a long exhalation, Du Fei struck the ground with his right hand and sprang to his feet, the bones throughout his body cracking and popping in a cacophony of sound. Although he did not possess a tangible sensation of the changes within him, he was acutely aware that he had attained the prowess of a ninth-tier martial artist. Coupled with the various martial techniques he had mastered, he may not be the foremost among the younger generation of the Du family, but he would surely find few who could contend with him. However, Du Fei was not one to flaunt his accomplishments, nor did he intend to publicize his ascension to the rank of ninth-grade martial master. After all, his pace of cultivation was extraordinarily remarkable, and the practice of the ice heart technique was a monumental secret that must remain concealed within the confines of his family. Fortunately, after becoming a martial master, he could maintain his discretion, as outsiders would find it impossible to discern the true extent of his abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei felt a slight sense of relief. After more than 3 months of arduous training, he had begun to feel somewhat ethereal. Now, having finally achieved success in his cultivation, he took a moment to reflect before making his way down the mountain along the winding path. After hesitating for a moment, Du Fei approached a family member to inquire about the situation, only to learn that Xiao AI had been summoned to represent him at the so-called family assembly. The Du family certainly had its complexities. Yet, what were those cunning old foxes thinking by having an outsider like Xiao AI stand in for him at the family meeting? Frowning slightly, Du Fei pondered for a moment before quickening his pace, hastening toward the main hall of the Du family. In the main hall, The senior members of the Du family were gathered, their expressions somber and clouded, revealing an atmosphere far from pleasant. Even Du Jintian wore a grim countenance. Though it seemed he restrained himself from erupting, likely out of consideration for the family's reputation. After a rather tense atmosphere lingered for a moment, Du Jintian's gaze gradually settled upon the newcomer in the center of the hall. Taking a slight breath, he remarked indifferently, "Chief Lin. Though it is said that guests are to be welcomed, my Du family has never been particularly fond of those bearing the surname Lin. If you have no pressing matters, I kindly ask you to take your leave." Standing in the hall was none other than Lin Xiao, the chief steward of the Lin family. At that moment, he wore a rather neutral expression, merely offering a slight bow of his hand as he chuckled lightly. "Your words, esteemed Master Du, suggest. Although the relationship between our families is not particularly close, it is hardly adversarial. I have come solely at the behest of my master to extend an invitation for a banquet to you. Master Du, should you lack interest, I shall take my leave." With that, Lin Xiao gave a small bow and began to turn away. "Hold on." The third elder, Du Jinfeng, raised his brow slightly, then spoke in a calm tone. "If there is something to discuss, please do so directly. If you leave in such haste, outsiders may assume I lack composure." Indeed, the third elder possesses great composure. Ignoring the subtle shift in Du Jintian's expression, Lin Xiao smiled gently, then clapped his hands lightly. Immediately, several crimson shadows flew from his sleeves and swiftly descended before several individuals. As Du Jintian and the others gazed at the vibrant red invitations before them, their faces were marked with confusion. "What exactly are your intentions, Lin family?" Du Jintian inquired with a furrowed brow. "Hiki, the esteemed master need not worry. It is merely because my young master has successfully ascended to the 9th rank of martial artist and is also preparing to take a concubine. Hence, a formal invitation has been sent, and we humbly request that Master Du grace us with his presence. I assure you, the Lin family will extend a warm welcome." Lin Xiao explained with a light smile, his gaze leisurely sweeping across the hall before finally resting on the young lady, Xiao Ai, who stood to one side. A sudden smile graced his face as he remarked, "This must be the young lady, Xiao Ai. My young master has expressed that he and young Master Du Fei share an instant rapport. Thus it is imperative that young Master Du receives an invitation to this grand feast. Since young Master Du is not present, may I trouble you, Miss Xiao Ai, to graciously accept this invitation on his behalf?" With that, Lin Xiao subtly flicked his wrist, and the crimson invitation gracefully soared towards Xiao Ai. Just as the invitation was about to land before her, a figure swiftly darted out, extending a hand to deftly catch the invitation. After casting a brief glance at the invitation, Du Fei smiled lightly and said, "Please convey to Master Lin that since he is celebrating his joyous occasion, I, Du Fei, will certainly honor him with my presence. However, time is of the essence, and I fear this congratulatory gift might be lost. Hiki. Young Master Du's willingness to attend is already a tremendous gift. How could the Lin family dare to demand more? Now that the invitation has been delivered, I shall take my leave." Lin Xiao laughed heartily, then turned to give a slight bow to those around him before striding away, his retreating figure exuding a certain air of arrogance. In the grand hall, a moment of silence ensued before Du Jintian lightly rubbed his right hand, instantly shattering the invitation before him. Recently, the Lin family had been exceedingly active, persistently disturbing the enterprises of the Du family. And now they present such an invitation. It is merely a consequence of that brat Lin's successful ascension to a martial master after acquiring the 8th grade technique. How audacious they are. The third elder, Du Jinfeng, also slightly altered his expression and coldly remarked, "Head of the family, given the Lin family's attitude, we, the Du family, must not lose face in this matter. I shall observe how they intend to celebrate their triumph in the presence of the Du family. Such a display is unprecedented in many years." In contrast to Du Jinfeng, Du Jintian regained his composure, allowing his gaze to linger momentarily on the torn pieces of paper before him, before he spoke nonchalantly. "The Lin family's attitude suggests they wish to declare to the various forces within Bu City that they are now the true overlords. Is it merely an 8th grade technique? Can it truly transform that group of inept individuals into prodigies?" Du Jinfeng slightly curled his lips, and after a brief moment, as if recalling something, he quickly fell silent. After casting a cold glance at Du Jinfeng, Du Jintian tapped the side of the table and remarked, "What a clever calculation. They have barely held the prize for 3 months and already begun to act so arrogantly. So, shall we go or not?" The second elder, Du Jinshuan, hesitated for a moment before quietly responding, "Let us go." "Why not go?" Du Jintian chuckled coldly. I refuse to believe that the old scoundrel, Lin Xiao, could elevate himself to the 7th rank in merely 3 months with just a scroll of martial arts. Does he think he is the sole master of 8th rank techniques? With that, Du Jintian inhaled lightly, his gaze gradually shifting to the distant Du Fei, and he asked softly, "Fair, I have heard that you have been diligently cultivating for 3 months. Have you made any progress?" "I have successfully ascended to the 8th level of body refinement," Du Fei replied after a moment of hesitation. Upon hearing this, the senior members in the hall were momentarily taken aback. Although they held high hopes for Du Fei, they had not anticipated that he would achieve the 8th level of body refinement in just 3 months. His speed was indeed comparable, if not superior, to that of the former Du Han. 8th level of body refinement. Du Jintian's expression brightened slightly. After a brief pause, he laughed heartily and declared, "That old fool. Lin Xiao believes that merely reaching the 9th rank as a martial artist will allow him to be arrogant. However, I am confident that Fair will catch up to his progress in a few short years." He then issued an order. "Since a grand banquet is to be held in 3 days, our Du family cannot afford to lose face. We must reorganize our forces and attend the Lin family's grand feast. I am eager to see what schemes that old dog, Lin Xiao, is concocting." With a cold sneer, Du Jintian gave his command. The others from the Du family nodded slightly in agreement. Regardless of circumstances, the Du family of Buyue City, a branch of the Yunshui Du clan, has always held a certain disdain towards the Lin family, despite the waning ties between them. At this moment, Lin Rui's performance seems to have successfully ignited the ire of the Du clan. The grand banquet hosted by the Lin family appears to have invited various powers from Buyue City and its surrounding areas. Observant individuals can discern that the Lin family is likely unwilling to remain in obscurity and intends to make some significant moves. Many factions are prepared to watch with detached interest, as whatever the Lin family plans to undertake, their primary targets will likely be the Du family and the Gongsun family, rather than the smaller players among them. As for these lesser forces, as long as they manage their facade well and exercise a bit of wisdom, they should not find themselves in too much trouble with the Lin family. Recognizing this reality, the atmosphere in Buyue City has become remarkably lively due to the Lin family's grand banquet. Countless individuals have flocked to the city, eager to witness the spectacle, even if they lack the qualifications to attend the feast. Observing the event up close and gaining insight into the future dynamics of power in Buyue City is, indeed, an opportunity not to be missed. For all appearances, the Lin family's celebration promises to be anything but tranquil. 3 days hence, the Lin family banquet will take place in the eastern outskirts of Buyue City, establishing a tripartite balance of power alongside the Gongsun and Du families. The 3 formidable factions are deeply entrenched within the city, each possessing a remarkable background. Thus, even with the support of the Yun family from the esteemed Yunshui 5, the rising power of the Bai family finds itself unable to disrupt this established power dynamic. Naturally, the banquet hosted by the Lin family, as one of the 3 major forces, is anything but modest. At this moment, the Lin residence is festooned with lights and decorations. The spacious hall is bustling with guests, the majority of whom are outsiders rather than members of the Lin family. Strangely, the once imperious Lin family seems to have adopted a demeanor of refined civility, their hospitality marked by grace, leaving many dignitaries feeling somewhat astonished. Duke family has arrived. At a certain moment, a soft yet commanding voice echoed from the entrance of the hall, and instantly, the previously lively atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Subsequently, a myriad of peculiar gazes swiftly converged towards the forefront of the hall. There, at the entrance, the throng of guests parted spontaneously to create a pathway, through which dozens of individuals strode forth. Though they appeared ordinary, the aura emanating from this group was such that ordinary folks dared not engage in casual conversation. Indeed, it is the Duke family. The leader of the group must be Du Jintian, the head of the Duke family. Who would have thought that the Duke family would truly extend such courtesy to the Lin family this time? But you see, this is not merely a matter of courtesy. It is said that after the head of the Lin family acquired a scroll of 8th grade martial arts, he has already ascended to the rank of 7th grade martial master. It seems that aside from Du Jintian, no one from the Du family stands a chance against Lin Xiao. If he does not personally intervene, what will happen when his own family members are overwhelmed by the Lin family? Would they not be rendered utterly powerless to resist? It is rather intriguing that the Gongsun family is said to be making an appearance as well. Historically, the Gongsun and Du families have maintained a cordial relationship. Should these 2 families join forces, it would undoubtedly pose considerable difficulty for the Lin family, regardless of their plans for today. If the Lin family had not made some preparations, they would hardly have dared to invite these two families to attend. As soon as the members of the Du family arrived, hushed discussions erupted among the attendees in the hall, as their primary concern was what the landscape of Yuezhou City would look like after today. However, Du Zhentian appeared to be oblivious to the murmurs, merely offering a faint smile as he stepped into the hall. Who would have expected that today Brother Zhentian would grace us with his presence? It truly brightens our humble abode. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Ji expressed his gratitude in advance. At the very moment Du Zhentian entered the hall, a group of individuals slowly emerged from the back. Leading them was a man of perhaps 50 years, exuding the air of a learned scholar, refined and courteous. Yet, those familiar with him understood that he was known for his ruthless and cunning demeanor. The moniker Bloody Hand Lin Ji was not merely a fabrication. Upon seeing the individual, Du Zhentian's expression briefly flickered with a hint of disdain. After a moment, he slowly articulated, "Since you, my brother, have even sent an invitation, if I, Du Zhentian, were to refrain from attending, outsiders might mistakenly believe I fear the Lin family." Lin Ji's countenance remained unchanged as he offered a gentle smile, responding, "Brother Zhentian, your words are rather excessive. Who among us does not know that within the borders of Yuanqing, the Du family has always held the esteemed position of the foremost among the three families?" Noticing the concealed malice behind Lin Ji's smile, Du Zhentian's eyes twitched slightly, yet he chose not to bestow him with a favorable expression. Observing this, Lin Ji smiled once more and remarked, "Today marks the joyous occasion of my son Lianjin, and Brother Zhentian is a guest. Please feel free to make yourself at home. I must attend to other guests, so I shall not impose further." With that, he offered a slight bow and, still smiling, gracefully moved to the side. "Humph." Du Zhentian sneered coldly but refrained from further comment, casually gesturing for the members of the Du family behind him to swiftly occupy a position at the forefront of the hall. This spot had indeed been reserved by the Lin family, and ordinary individuals would not dare to take a seat. "Patriarch, what exactly does the Lin family intend to achieve?" Elder Du Zhentian, the third elder, seated himself slowly, a flicker of unusual color passing through his eyes. "The Gongsun family has also arrived this time. Whatever they plan, they must first contend with our two families. I refuse to believe that a mere Lin Ji possesses the strength to consume both our families." Casting a casual glance at Lin Ji in the distance, Du Zhentian spoke languidly. "Hope so." Upon hearing this, Du Zhenfeng offered a faint smile, subsequently closing his eyes in a tranquil manner, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding commotion. "Regardless of what transpires later, you shall remain by my side," Du Fei declared, tapping the table lightly from his seat at the end. "Young master, do you think something will happen today?" Xiao Ai inquired softly, her gaze sweeping the area. "With the Lin family orchestrating such a grand affair, I find it hard to believe it is merely for a Lianjin, a mere ninth-grade martial master at that. Every household has a few. What is there to boast about?" Du Fei remarked disdainfully, dismissing the notion with a slight curl of his lip. "Here comes the Gongsun family." Just as Xiao Ai was about to respond, a crisp voice echoed from the entrance of the hall. As the crowd parted, dozens of individuals flowed into the space, among them the smiling Lin Ji, who hastened forward. However, compared to their earlier encounter with the Du family, the demeanor between the two families seemed to have cooled somewhat. The leader of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Zhe, had arrived. Observing the head of the Gongsun clan, Du Fei spoke with an air of detachment. Gongsun Zhe, reportedly of a similar age to Du Zhentian, appeared to be no older than 45, perhaps due to the ancient nature of his cultivated techniques. Following closely behind him was none other than Gongsun Hong. As Gongsun Zhe exchanged pleasantries with Lin Ji, Gongsun Hong's gaze roamed the room until it landed on Du Fei, her eyes suddenly brightening as she approached him with purposeful strides. At this moment, Gongsun Hong was still clad in a striking red short skirt, her dazzling white thighs gracefully striding through the hall, captivating the attention of countless men who couldn't help but swallow hard. "In recent days, I had sent people to invite you multiple times, yet you remained elusive, exhibiting an air of superiority that surpassed even that of your illustrious cousin." Approaching Du Fei, Gongsun Hong took a seat without ceremony, casting a playful glance at him as she spoke teasingly. Turning to glance at the demure Xiao Ai, who had lowered her head, Du Fei offered a faint smile and said, "I beg for Miss Gongsuan's understanding. Du Fei has been preoccupied with cultivation these days, and even Xiao Ai has been unable to locate me. If I have caused any offense, I hope you will overlook it." Upon hearing this, Du Fei nodded lightly, expressing his gratitude with a smile. Gongsun Hong paid little heed to Du Fei's demeanor. After exchanging a few casual remarks, She made her way over to where Du Han was seated. Du Fei understood well that Gong Sun Hong had a good rapport with Du Han, and he chose not to dwell on it. However, after Gong Sun Hong departed, a cold smirk slowly crept onto his lips. If Lin Jun were not to seek trouble with him, that would be one thing. But should he be so blind as to provoke him? Today, he would turn this joyous celebration of the Lin family into a mournful affair. As the Gongsun family members settled in, the guests for this banquet had nearly all arrived. Lin Ji, after signaling to the members of the Lin family, promptly donned a smile and proceeded to take his place at the head of the hall. In the grand hall, the Lin family occupied the esteemed position at the forefront, while the Du and Gongsun families settled on either side. Other minor factions scattered throughout the space, with the principal figures of the city nearly all in attendance. At the head of the table, Lin Ji rose with a smile, slightly bowing to those around him before he calmly declared, "Today, the Lin family hosts a grand banquet, celebrating two joyous occasions. The first is that my son, Lin Jin, has successfully ascended to the 9th rank of martial artist. I trust that all present are aware of the immense difficulty in achieving such a feat before the age of 20. Haha. Even the esteemed Du Han from the Du family seemed to have faced similar challenges in the past. Haha. Do you not think such a joyous event deserves citywide congratulations?" Upon these words, the hall fell into a stunned silence. While Lin Ji spoke the truth, his remarks landed like a slap to the face of the Du family. The expressions of the Du family members twitched slightly, their faces darkening, as the Lin family's actions hinted at a brewing conflict. However, after delivering his statement, Lin Ji made no further gestures. Instead, at a signal, the servants of the Lin family swiftly brought forth dishes and drinks. Lin Jin himself made a subtle circuit around the hall, ostensibly to extend goodwill to those present. Such perfunctory gestures, however, elicited a slight twitch at the corner of Du Fei's eye. Given the personalities of Lin Ji and Lin Jun, this behavior was decidedly out of character. What, after all, did the Lin family intend? Despite the myriad questions lingering in the minds of many, none dared voice their thoughts. Under Lin Ji's toasts, the atmosphere gradually warmed, and the banquet proceeded with increasing fervor. However, the fervor of this atmosphere did not endure for long. As Lin Jun once again rose to his feet, every individual in the hall set down their wine cups, their gazes gradually converging upon Lin Ji. Seemingly aware that he had become the focal point of many eyes, Lin Ji merely offered a gentle smile, then casually discarded his wine cup, proclaiming with a resonant voice, "Today's banquet heralds two joyous occasions. The first, I believe, is known to all. The second, however, pertains to the union between the Lin and Du families." Upon the utterance of these words, Du Jintian's wine cup shattered into a myriad of fragments, while the majority of the Du family members wore expressions of bewilderment. The other attendees of the banquet also displayed subtle shifts in their demeanor. Du Fei gradually lowered his wine cup and raised his gaze towards Lin Jin, their eyes locking momentarily, and Lin Jin merely smirked with a hint of disdain. As Lin Ji's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, many individuals furrowing their brows, all too aware that the anticipated drama had finally commenced. Had Lin Ji and Lin Jin truly lost their sanity? Were they not directly provoking the Du family? After a fleeting change in expression, Du Fei muttered to himself. And though he had discerned the underlying meaning of Lin Jun's smile, uncertainty lingered. It appeared that the trouble they sought was indeed for this very purpose. After a brief moment of silence in the hall, Du Jintian suddenly broke into a faint smile and remarked, "Lin Xiao, I must admit, I am not yet so old as to be deaf and blind. If I am not mistaken, you just mentioned that the Lin family intends to ally with the Du family through marriage?" "Indeed, the head of the Du family certainly heard me correctly," Lin Ji replied, his tone calm despite the growing anger evident in Du Jintian's demeanor. "Then, may I inquire which member of the Lin family is to become my concubine?" Lin Xiao. "Such a proposition is rather unsightly, and I must confess, it does not appeal to me," Du Jintian said, rising slightly, his laughter resonating throughout the room. Although he stood there with an air of nonchalance, the pressure he exuded was immense. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji casually flicked his wrist, sending a vibrant red invitation flying from his sleeve, landing squarely against the wall of the hall. The invitation, adorned with crimson paper and golden characters, was clearly legible. With his discerning eye, Du Jintian quickly deciphered the text. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, his expression shifted dramatically. Moments later, he coldly chuckled and said, "Very well. While this invitation bears no seal of Du Jintian, it is undeniable that it is co-signed by the three elders of the Du family. Indeed, the head of the Lin family is formidable, I find myself humbled in comparison. There is no need for the esteemed head of the family to be angered. Previously, when the head of the family came to discuss matters with my Du family, it coincided with the time of your seclusion. It was merely a servant of the Du family. Since the Lin family desires to forge a marital alliance, could one possibly refuse? Please do not take offense. Esteemed head of the family, it is simply a servant. On one side, Du Jinfeng smiled slightly, yet a trace of a sinister grin flickered across his aged face, causing it to bloom like a chrysanthemum. Upon hearing this, Du Zhantian's eyes twitched violently, and his clenched fists emitted a series of cracking sounds. The other members of the Du family were equally astonished, caught in a web of confusion regarding the conflict between the head of the family and the three elders. Even the Gongsun family was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events. In such a scenario, it would not be inconceivable for Du Zhantian, in a fit of rage, to eliminate the three elders on the spot, especially given the humiliation he had already endured. The third elder pondered, unaware of what the Lin family had offered as a betrothal gift to the Du family. Unexpectedly, however, Du Zhantian seemed to regain his composure after a brief moment, slowly taking a seat before speaking in a calm manner. It is nothing of great significance, merely a medicinal formula known as bone renewal powder. Du Jinfeng replied with a faint smile, instinctively stepping back a few paces to form a triangular formation with the other two elders, effectively enclosing Du Zhantian in their midst. Before continuing with a smile, casually lifting the drink before him, Du Zhantian took a sip and remarked, "This betrothal gift is rather commendable. It seems quite suitable for Du Qing to utilize. However, as the head of the family, I cannot acknowledge this marriage contract without having seen the gift." Upon hearing this, Du Jinfeng's aged face twitched slightly, yet he appeared to have anticipated this outcome. With a subtle flick of his sleeve, a finely crafted porcelain vial landed before Du Zhantian. Thus, the marriage contract can be deemed valid now. After saying this, Du Jinfeng's gaze swept across the room, settling on the solemn-faced Du Fei. Now that the gift has been presented, the contract is undoubtedly valid. Since the three elders have acknowledged it, I, Du Zhantian, have no reason to dispute. However, it is essential to note that Xiao Ai is but a maidservant to heir, thus only he can accept this betrothal gift. With that, Du Zhantian nonchalantly tossed the vial towards Du Fei. Observing the vial before him, Du Fei furrowed his brow slightly, choosing not to speak further but fixating his gaze on Du Zhantian, skeptical that the latter would have nothing more to say. Seemingly pleased by Du Fei's expression, Du Zhantian smiled faintly and said, "Heir, since you have accepted this betrothal gift, you must acknowledge this marriage contract. Since even the true young master wishes to take Xiao Ai as a concubine, let him do so." Upon hearing this, Lianji smiled faintly, wearing an expression of foresight, while Lianjin let out a lewd chuckle, his lascivious gaze fixated entirely on Xiao Ai. This gaze made Xiao Ai clench her teeth slightly. However, she was acutely aware that, given her position, she could not utter a single word further. As for Du Jinfeng and the other two, their expressions had improved marginally. As long as Du Zhantian did not erupt in anger at that moment, they would have ample opportunities to smooth over this matter in the future. After all, she was merely a lowly maid. Regardless of her talents, she remained a maid. And they had little faith that Du Zhantian would turn against them for the sake of one. Yet, as the dust settled among all present, Du Zhantian continued to smile faintly, remarking, "You have not been with the family for the past 3 months, so you may speak ambiguously about Xiao Ai's matter. Therefore, if you are willing, so be it. If you are not, you need only wait for young Master Lin Zhen to voice his thoughts." He chuckled, adding, "This is, of course, natural. However, such matters are often dealt with ruthlessly. Should anyone be foolish enough to lose their life over this, it would not concern the Lin family." A strange glint flickered in Lian Ji's eyes as he spoke lightly. "Haha, the head of the Lin family jests. Such matters are, naturally, not the concern of our elders. If someone were to lose their life because of this, it would be beyond anyone's reproach." With that, Du Zhantian slowly lifted his wine cup before offering a slight toast and swallowing its contents in one gulp. "Young Master Du Fei, I trust you will not refuse this marriage proposal?" Lianjin stood at the head of the table, his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a smile. He reached out and grasped the trembling hand of Xiao Ai behind him. Then Du Fei let out a slow, measured breath. He understood Du Zhantian's intention perfectly. Although Du Zhantian was infuriated, he would never allow the chaos of his family for the sake of a mere maid or even for Du Fei himself. Yet, he had offered Du Fei an opportunity. Taking another deep breath, Du Fei gradually rose to his feet, gently ruffling Xiao Ai's hair, giving her a reassuring nod to alleviate her worries. He then turned his gaze towards Lianjin, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke, Originally, I would not object to young Master Lin marrying Xiao Ai. However, I have always regarded her as my own sister, and thus I cannot entrust her to a man of no worth. As long as young Master Lin can surpass this trial of mine, I shall prepare a complete dowry for you. Lin Xiao threw back his head in a hearty laugh, his indifferent gaze settling upon Du Fei. If you can reach me, you shall undoubtedly understand that I, Lin Xiao, possess the qualifications. Ah, that is far from certain. Many matters cannot be resolved merely by words. Under Lin Xiao's scrutinizing gaze, Du Fei casually kicked the porcelain vase on the table into his embrace, a cold smile playing on his lips. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall became peculiarly tense, with all eyes fixated on Du Fei. Although Du Fei's name resonated within Bu City, how could it possibly compare to the already established prowess of a ninth-rank martial master like Lin Xiao? Everyone was eager to uncover the outcome. With that, Du Fei took a decisive step forward, striding towards the elevated platform without a hint of hesitation. Observing Du Fei's movement, Lin Xiao merely responded with a chilling smile. And then he gently clapped his hands, courting death. As Lin Xiao gestured, the Lin family members who had been standing on both sides surged forward. For Lin family disciples stepped out with sneers, and with their words came four incredibly refined blade shadows. The four attacked simultaneously, seeking to instantly slay Du Fei with their blades. 7th level of body tempering. Du Fei's gaze swept over the four individuals, a faint smile gracing his lips. At this moment, he felt disinclined to employ any martial techniques. He casually shifted his feet and gently struck out with his right hand. Like plucking leaves, it landed on the chest of the person in front. As this person retreated, spitting blood, Du Fei stomped down with his right foot and lashed out with his left, striking the second person's knee. Amidst the sound of shattering bones, the second person collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Without the slightest hesitation, Du Fei flicked his right hand again, seizing the blade of the person lunging from the right. With a slight twist of his hand, the blade snapped. A scream echoed through the hall, causing everyone present to shudder. Du Fei casually flung the broken blade, which pierced the right eye of the person on the right. Amidst his screams, he slumped to the ground. At this juncture, the last man's face betrayed his fear, yet Du Fei's actions remained unhurried, a smile playing on his lips. He stepped to the left, his right foot sweeping out to strike the last man's abdomen. As the man's body folded, Du Fei's left hand shot out, seizing his throat. With a subtle exertion, dark blood gurgled from the corner of his mouth. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. The four scions of the Lin family, renowned among the younger generation of Bu City and bearing the moniker Four Blades of the Lin clan, had fallen in what seemed like a single breath. 2 were dead, 2 grievously wounded. While death was final, the injured pair appeared unlikely to ever regain their former prowess. Many present questioned themselves, wondering if they could prevail in such a situation without expending considerable effort or sustaining injuries. Yet, Du Fei's display was nothing short of utter domination. Could his strength have ascended to some heaven-defying level, allowing him to disregard the Four Blades of the Lin clan entirely? Despite the hall's exclamations, Du Fei remained unmoved. Although the fallen four possessed the strength of the 7th level of body tempering, he himself, even at that stage, would have dispatched them with minimal effort. Now, having advanced to a 9th-grade martial master, the disparity in their power was immense. Such a contest was akin to bullying children. Moreover, this time, the Lin father and son have effortlessly provoked the murderous intent within Du Fei's heart. What difference would it make if he were to strike even more ruthlessly? Taking a few deliberate steps forward, he crushed the heads of the 2 fallen men beneath his feet, heedless of the twitching expressions of those around him. His gaze swept across the hall, landing on Lin Xiao, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, the smile that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced instead by a ghastly expression. Du Fei smiled faintly, fully aware that the true battle was about to commence. The hall was currently so silent that one could hear the faintest sound of a pin dropping. Even the members of the 3 great factions were engulfed in a state of utter astonishment. The time it took for Du Fei to step forward and slay the 4 members of the Lin family was astonishingly brief. Though his actions appeared simple, the cruelty behind them revealed the countless vengeful spirits of the masters, who now drew a sharp breath in reaction. Is it merely for a woman that this joyous celebration of the Lin family has begun to take on the semblance of a funeral? Alas, brother Lin, it seems that the rivalry and jealousy among the younger generation have grown increasingly bloody. While we, as elders, should refrain from intervening in such matters, would it not be prudent to annul the engagement and let this matter rest? Of course, in light of the deaths of these 4 young members of the Lin family, my Du family shall certainly provide a form of compensation. Holding his wine glass aloft, Du Zhentian wore a broad smile as he turned to look at Lin Ji. exuding a demeanor of kindness, with a smile that could only be described as radiant as a spring breeze. However, at this moment, Lin Ji felt no semblance of a spring breeze. Although a smile graced his face, the expression in his eyes was shrouded in darkness, with flashes of fury coursing through them. Regardless of their lack of exceptional talent, the four individuals from the Lin family were nonetheless promising contenders for the martial artist realm. In the blink of an eye, these four formidable seeds lay lifeless on the ground, their demise utterly complete. Anyone who witnessed this scene would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Moreover, this situation was entirely beyond his expectations. According to Lin Ji's assumptions, the four would swiftly dispatch Du Fei, transforming him into mere pulp. Given the prior agreement with Du Jintian forbidding interference from both families, Du Fei's death would be in vain. Yet, unexpectedly, it was the members of the Lin family who now lay dead. The most critical aspect was that this entire scenario was orchestrated by the Lin family itself. Du Fei's actions were akin to delivering a resounding slap to the Lin family, creating an unbearable rage within Lin Ji's heart. Furthermore, the implications of Du Jintian's words nearly sent him into a fit of rage. If what Du Jintian suggested were true, how could he ever show his face in Wuyu City again? After a long, deep sigh, Lin Ji struggled to swallow his anger. Trembling slightly, he raised his cup and took a sip, forcing a light laugh as he said, "Brother Jintian, you jest. This is merely a matter of youthful rivalry. Casualties are inevitable. If we cannot even resolve such trivial issues, how can we claim to be members of the Lin family?" Du Jintian smiled faintly, leisurely picking up the dishes and drinks before him. "Since even Brother Lin has said so, I shall treat it as if I have said nothing at all. Even if heir were to perish at the hands of your Lin family, I shall simply pretend I did not see it." After speaking, Du Jintian slowly cast a glance at the three great elders, his smile reaching an extraordinary peculiarity. Under Du Jintian's scrutinizing gaze, the three elders felt their lips twitch slightly, and swiftly their eyes darted to Du Fei. They could hardly believe that, under such circumstances, Du Fei could possibly survive. Lin was indeed the foremost among the younger generation of the Lin family, commanding a united front among his peers, with Lin Ji backing him up. Even in terms of sheer numbers, they could easily overwhelm Du Fei. Conversely, among the younger members of the Du family, how many would be willing to stand up for him? With this thought, the three exchanged glances, sensing a slight easing of tension in their hearts. As Du Jintian and Lin Ji engaged in conversation, Du Fei's movements remained unperturbed. However, he was not in a hurry to advance. Instead, he wore a subtly amused expression as he observed the younger members of the Lin family emerging from the crowd. Given the earlier collapse of the Lin family's four blades, the individuals now stepping forth were all at least at the 8th level of body refinement or above. These individuals represented the backbone of the younger generation of the Lin family, each possessing remarkable strength. Some bore expressions of murderous intent, others wore mocking smiles, while a few maintained a seemingly amused demeanor. Regardless, nearly 30 to 40 pairs of eyes converged upon Du Fei, their overwhelming presence akin to a tidal wave, capable of rousing all from their stupor. In this moment, Du Fei stood alone, confronting all the younger members of the Lin family. This situation was beyond his expectations. He had not anticipated that the members of the Lin clan could be so shameless. Yet, what did it matter? Even against the elders of the Lin family, he possessed the confidence to contend, let alone a mere group of juniors. With this thought in mind, Du Fei threw back his head and let out a hearty laugh, his heart swelling with boldness. Without further hesitation, he took a slight step forward, resolutely advancing towards the location of Lin Jun. "If you retreat, I might spare your life. But since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for wielding my strength against the weak." As Du Fei continued to approach, the foremost member of the Lin family exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He swiftly stepped forward, unleashing a punch with razor-sharp precision that surged towards Du Fei like a thunderbolt. The force of this strike surpassed even the might of Du Qing's earlier explosion. And though the punch had yet to land, the fierce wind it generated rustled Du Fei's clothing. Du Fei squinted slightly, unable to suppress his astonishment. The Lin family truly lived up to its reputation as a lineage that had endured for millennia. Even a random individual from their ranks possessed such formidable power. The potency and intricacy of this attack were likely beyond the capabilities of many within the Du family. Yet, he pondered, which of the 12 core descendants of the Lin family was this? With that thought, Du Fei felt a flicker of disdain within him. Regardless of this individual's identity among the Lin family's elite, it seemed that after today, their name would be expunged. In a fleeting moment of inspiration, Du Fei swiftly stepped forward, his right hand launching a rapid punch that exceeded the speed of his adversary. Almost instantaneously, the blow landed squarely upon the chest of the approaching figure. A resounding thud echoed as the impact reverberated against the man's back, tearing through his garments and leaving a dark imprint where Du Fei's fist had struck. The man's expression contorted with disbelief, as if words were on the tip of his tongue, yet he ultimately succumbed to silence, collapsing limply into Du Fei's embrace. With a slight, mocking chuckle, Du Fei forcefully thrust his knee upward, sending the lifeless body careening towards two assailants rushing from behind. They were momentarily taken aback, but before they could recover, Du Fei closed the distance between them. In a swift motion, both hands descended, and with a sharp crack, the two heads shattered like ripe watermelons. Having dispatched yet another pair of foes, Du Fei's momentum remained unbroken. A cold smile graced his lips as he casually discarded the corpse, disregarding the sanguine scent that permeated the air as he forged ahead. With each step he took, another member of the Lin family fell, either perishing instantly or howling in agony as they crumpled to the ground. Each strike was lethal, executed without mercy. The elite scions of the Lin family appeared as fragile as mere chickens before him, collapsing in droves. As he advanced, his pace unwavering and his path devoid of any deviation, the ground behind him lay strewn with the bodies of dozens of Lin family members. All fell by his relentless onslaught. Surrounding the banquet, the attendees stood in stunned silence, many too weak to swallow the wine in their mouths. While some even exhibited a slight dispersion in their pupils, their gazes fixated solely on Du Fei's retreating figure. Before Du Fei lay the formidable figures of the Lin family, renowned even beyond the city, each capable of shaking the very foundations of the lesser powers with a mere stomp. Yet now, these illustrious individuals appeared utterly powerless. In the hearts of all present, a singular thought took root. Such a person exists in this world, one who strides boldly, vanquishing armies with ease, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. Some even feared that should Du Fei continue on this path, the entire Lin family would soon be engulfed in a sea of blood. At this moment, Lin Ji's previously serene smile had vanished entirely. With each step that Du Fei took, Lin Ji's face contorted in agony, his expression twisted to the utmost. Witnessing the elite scions of his family fall like mere chickens and dogs, even the bloody Lin Ji felt a profound sorrow. Each of these young elites had been nurtured through immense toil and hardship. Yet, he was unwilling to call a halt at this moment. To do so would mean that all of today's schemes would be rendered futile, and those who had perished would have died in vain. Lin Ji could not fathom that a mere 3 months prior, a man at the 7th level of body refinement could possibly have achieved any significant breakthrough. Unless he has ascended to the rank of a martial master, it is truly hard for Lin Ji to believe that he can persist in this manner. Perhaps the next challenger will be capable of vanquishing him in a single strike. This thought surged within Lin Ji's mind, almost impossible to quell. In contrast, a tempest of emotions surged within Du Zhentian. Initially, he had intended to intervene as soon as he sensed Du Fei faltering, thereby ensuring that, even if Xiao Ai was reluctantly married into the Lin family, the situation could be somewhat understood. However, he could never have anticipated that Du Fei would exhibit such extraordinary strength. At this moment, the 3 elders of the Du family wore expressions of utmost dismay, though the fallen were not their own. Witnessing their adversary reduced to such a state rendered even the 8th-grade martial masters feel a chill creeping from their skulls to the crown of their heads. When had the young master grown so formidable? Xiao Ai, nearly devoid of strength to stand, gazed at Du Fei's silhouette, her expression one of bewilderment. Initially, she had resolved to intervene should Du Fei show any signs of weakness, yet now she could scarcely believe that even she would stand no chance against him. When had this transformation occurred? This thought raced through Xiao Ai's mind, almost impossible to halt. 27. 4 of the 12 core disciples of the Lin family had already fallen, and the internal faction had nearly been obliterated. Gongsun Hong's complexion had turned ashen. She stared intently at Du Fei's figure, and after a moment, she exhaled softly, murmuring, "The fallen individuals, at least half of whom are of the 8th layer of body refinement," raised the question, has cousin Du Fei ascended to the 9th layer? Otherwise, how could he dispatch them with such ease, as if slicing through watermelons, exhibiting an unparalleled fluidity? Even Du Han, at this moment, could not suppress the profound apprehension flickering in his eyes. Though he is capable of performing similar feats, he could never match Du Fei's ruthless and efficient execution. To annihilate an entire clan, should any high-ranking member of the Lin family be provoked and retaliate, who could possibly come to his aid? Moreover, having slain nearly 30 individuals without a hint of fatigue, what realm has Du Fei truly reached? The 9th layer of body refinement? Gongsun Hong shook her head slightly, then hesitantly remarked, I suspect it may be even more than that. Impossible. Duhan nearly shouted, his voice quickly lowering, though his expression reflected an extreme peculiarity. In a mere 3 months, from the 7th layer of body refinement to a 9th-grade martial master, how many in this world could achieve such a feat? Hearing this, Gongsun Hong's lips twitched slightly, before she gently replied, "It is not that no one can accomplish this. Those who can, invariably become martial sovereigns." Though spoken softly, her words resonated clearly throughout the hall. A martial sovereign, specifically a 6th-grade martial sovereign, represents the pinnacle of existence within the Dun dynasty. Indeed, there are scarcely a handful of 6th-grade martial sovereigns throughout the entire realm of Dun. Each of these individuals possesses a level of power that is utterly unimaginable to the common folk. The presence of a 6th-grade martial sovereign could undoubtedly lead a faction to the heights akin to the Yunshui 5 families. At this moment, Gongsun Hong's insinuations suggested that Du Fei possessed the qualifications to become a martial sovereign. Before the echoes of his words faded, countless individuals drew in sharp breaths. Bang! Du Fei remained oblivious to the myriad discussions swirling within the hall. He simply advanced step by step. This time, when he struck with a palm, he was unexpectedly met with resistance. Surprised that his attack was thwarted, Du Fei gradually opened his previously narrowed eyes, his indifferent gaze settling upon the individual before him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he remarked, somewhat uncertainly, "Body refinement. 9th layer?" Although Du Fei had not employed any combat techniques nor revealed his hidden cards, each movement he had executed previously contained the formidable essence of the 9th layer of body refinement. Hence, only one capable of countering his strikes could possess such mastery. Now, this encounter was becoming intriguing. With a faint smile, Du Fei tilted his head, forcefully stepping down with his left foot while sweeping out with his right foot midair. The newcomer emitted a muffled grunt. His eyes reflected not only caution but also a sense of bewilderment. Despite barely managing to block Du Fei's strike, he could sense the overwhelming killing intent emanating from him as his white robe became speckled with countless crimson dots. Yet, with a mere smile, Du Fei appeared to him as a veritable demon. Although those who have attained the 9th level of body refinement possess unwavering mental fortitude, even the most resolute minds would falter upon witnessing their kin being slain by a single strike. In such a disheartening scenario, their strength would likely diminish to no more than 50%. Were it not for Lin Ji's prior course of command, many of the younger members of the Lin family would have fled in utter panic. Lost and despondent, how could they muster the courage to confront an adversary? As Du Fei's foot was poised to strike his head, the individual swiftly evaded the blow by taking a half-step back. Yet, almost instantaneously, it appeared as though Du Fei's leg had grown longer, landing a fierce kick squarely on his face. The impact sent him reeling back violently, crashing against a pillar in the hall. Moments later, he coughed up blood and slowly descended to the ground. At this juncture, the Lin family members were utterly demoralized. Du Fei, with a calm smile, advanced forward, yet not a single soul dared to take a step closer. At this moment, it was clear to all that unless one possessed the strength of a 9th-grade martial artist, approaching recklessly would only lead to certain death. Nevertheless, even amidst such despair, no one dared to depart. Enough was enough. Just then, Lin Ji could no longer remain seated. He crushed the wine cup in his hand, and his voice thundered through the hall like a tempest, causing the entire room to tremble slightly. As Lin Ji spoke, the remaining young members of the Lin family exchanged glances, and then, like defeated soldiers, they cried out and scattered in disarray. Among them, a few women, unable to hold back their emotions, had begun to weep before they had even reached halfway. At this moment, the face of the Lin family appeared as if it had been ruthlessly trampled underfoot by Du Fei. In response to Lin Ji's words, Du Fei seemed unperturbed. Continuing to stride forward, now merely 10 paces away from the visibly distressed Lin Ji pressed his right hand against the table, his chest heaving with suppressed fury, and a murderous intent surged to its peak within his eyes. Hey, Lin brother, the rivalry among the younger generation may be a tad excessive, that it is unavoidable. However, should you choose to act upon it, it may very well provoke a conflict between our families, which would be most unfortunate. Wouldn't you agree? Observing Lin Ji's apparent inclination to strike, Du Zhentian chuckled softly, sipping his drink with a nonchalant demeanor. Brother Zhentian, you jest. Matters between the young ones are not worth sullying one's hands over. Should they perish, it is merely a reflection of their inadequate skills, and one ought not to blame others. Uttering these words with a hint of gritted teeth, Lin Ji felt as if he might shatter a yellowed tooth. Moments later, he spoke in a voice barely audible to Lin Zhan, chillingly declaring, "If you cannot kill this brat, Do not bother coming to see me. Lin Jun's body jolted violently, awakening from his state of shock, and he gazed at the slowly approaching Du Fei, a grave expression finally flickering in his eyes. Initially, he had believed that having ascended to the rank of a 9th-tier martial master, slaying Du Fei would be as effortless as dispatching a mere dog. Yet at this moment, he realized his error. Even if he could achieve what Du Fei could, he would not necessarily do so with the same finesse and decisiveness. In this instant, Lin Jun had come to regard Du Fei as his greatest adversary in life. Du Fei finally took the final step, placing one foot upon the elevated platform in the hall. Although surrounded by the upper echelons of the Lin family, his expression remained utterly unperturbed. He merely offered a faint smile to Lin Jun and spoke, "To marry Xiao AI, you must first pass my test. Given your current despondency, I shall allow you the first move. Should you succeed in killing me, not only will Xiao AI be yours, but my lifeless body shall also serve as her dowry." Though his tone was devoid of emotion, the implications of his words sent a chill through the air. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun's countenance twitched slightly. Yet he was no ordinary man. After a brief exhalation, his expression regained some composure, and he coldly retorted, "If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might spare your life. Are you certain?" Du Fei replied, a smile dancing on his lips as his gaze swept across the room. Observing this, Lin Jun's face stiffened once more. The situation had escalated to a point where he had no choice but to eliminate Du Fei on the spot. Otherwise, he would face death himself. Moreover, should he fail, the wrath of his family would likely reduce him to ashes. "You seek your own demise. Do not blame me." With a slight snarl, Lin Jun inhaled sharply, a faint white glow emanating from him as he surged forward like flowing water, revealing the undeniable power of a 9th-tier martial artist. Almost simultaneously, Du Fei's foot pressed lightly against the ground, propelling him backward with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, a similar white radiance enveloped his form. He was indeed a 9th-tier martial artist. At this very moment, a chorus of astonished gasps resonates within the hearts of countless individuals. In an instant, Lin Jun's form surged forward, swiftly catching up to the retreating Du Fei. In midair, their fists collided with a resounding impact, unleashing a cacophony of bursting air. The hall was suddenly engulfed in a tempest of true energy, sending tremors rippling outward in all directions. With a soft grunt, Du Fei landed on the ground, skidding across the floor for several paces before regaining his footing. He gently shook his fist, feeling the intense heat within his body gradually dissipate as his true energy circulated. Lin Jun's cultivation was derived from the Lu Yanju, a technique acquired during the Lin family's triumph. Consequently, the fiery essence infused within his true energy was formidable, presenting a challenge that few could withstand. However, Du Fei was unfortunate, as his training in the Du family's Bingxinju effectively countered Lin Jun's Lu Yanju at every turn. On the other side, Lin Jun's body crashed to the ground with a thud. He flicked his right hand, shaking off the thin layer of ice that had formed upon it, his gaze fixating on Du Fei with a peculiar and unsettling intensity. "Du Fei, I should have eliminated you long ago. Yet, it is not too late." Gazing momentarily at the expressionless Du Fei, Lin Jun suddenly broke into a cold smile, his foot arching into a rather peculiar curve. In an instant, he forcefully stamped down, propelling himself toward Du Fei with ferocity. Simultaneously, Lin Jun's fists surged forth, unleashing a flurry of strikes that resembled venomous serpents, accompanied by the hissing sound of air being sliced. Compared to their initial encounter, the potency of Lin Jun's serpent fist had undoubtedly multiplied manifold. He had evidently set aside any semblance of restraint, intent on annihilating Du Fei with a single blow. In the face of this vastly intensified onslaught, Du Fei merely smiled faintly. As Lin Jun charged at him, he remained resolute, refusing to flinch or evade. Instead, he forcefully planted his left foot on the ground. And in that fleeting moment of ascendance, his legs conjured an array of indistinguishable afterimages, crashing down with tremendous force. This was the 9th-rank martial technique, Lin Yun Step. In an instant, their fists and palms collided with resounding force, unleashing violent waves of true energy that radiated from their fierce confrontation. However, this time, their figures did not separate after the impact. Instead, they engaged in an unyielding entanglement, refusing to relent. With a powerful thud, they were once again thrust apart, not due to a decisive victory, but because both recognized that further entanglement would yield no resolution. As they slightly shifted apart, Lin Jun's face remained shrouded in a chilling demeanor. He offered a faint smile and coldly remarked, "Young Master Du Fei, I had anticipated your prowess to be extraordinary. Yet if this is all you can muster, you are hardly my match. At this moment, Lin Xiao seemed to unleash all his prowess. In but a few steps, he had approached the indifferent Du Fei, raising his right hand slightly with a cold smirk. Young Master Du Fei, may you traverse the road to the Yellow Springs well. I shall not see you off. Your brothers await you on that path. Du Fei responded coolly, his foot striking lightly against the ground, unleashing an overwhelming aura that erupted from within him, locking onto the oncoming Lin Xiao. With a sharp command, Lin Xiao summoned the flames of his practiced technique, the flowing flame art. In an instant, a faint flicker of fire appeared on his body, replacing the pale essence previously surrounding him. His hands, unbending and unyielding, transformed into claws of a specter, seemingly magnified countless times, and with a wisp of flowing flame, they descended fiercely upon Du Fei. The flowing flame specter claw. Almost instantaneously, Du Fei reacted. Yet, instead of evading the lethal strike, he tightened his right hand, causing a delicate crystal of ice to materialize atop his fist as he retaliated with a powerful punch. The reversal fist. In a heartbeat, their fists and claws collided, resulting in the simultaneous emergence of an icy crystal and a flame, forming a peculiar arc in front of them before dissipating into ethereal smoke. Remarkably, Du Fei was able to confront Lin Xiao directly without yielding in the slightest. It appeared that his prowess as a ninth-tier martial artist was indeed authentic, and the technique he practiced was likely not inferior to the Lin family's flowing flame art. Gazing upon this rather intense scene, many were momentarily taken aback before they could not help but murmur in low tones. If Du Fei's earlier display of audacity was astonishing, then the fierce clash between the two now was nothing short of eye-opening. Both Xin and Du Fei could almost be deemed the foremost representatives of the younger generations of the Du and Lin families from not beyond city, and the outcome of their duel would likely impact far more than the mere fate of a maidservant. The ice attribute True Energy was surprisingly on par with the blazing flame True Energy. When had the Du family acquired an 8th grade technique? Could it be? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, his expression growing increasingly grim as he contemplated a certain possibility that surged within him like a tempest. The Du family's Ice Heart technique. In stark contrast to the others, Du Zhentian immediately recognized that the technique employed by Du Fei was none other than the long-lost Ice Heart technique of the Du family. At that moment, his heart was in turmoil. While it was common knowledge that the Ice Heart technique had been stolen by Du Tian, few had ever considered that Du Fei might also possess it. Yet, at this juncture, Du Fei had unequivocally declared that the technique he cultivated was indeed the Ice Heart technique of the Du family. What kind of repercussions would this evoke within the Du family? Du Zhentian's gaze subtly shifted to the 3 elders of the Du family, whose expressions morphed from shock to a semblance of a smile, their countenances darkening with displeasure. This rascal! Lin Xiao swiftly retreated, his feet barely touching the ground before he slightly grimaced. Though he had only exchanged a single maneuver, he sensed that Du Fei's true essence seemed to be the very nemesis of his own practiced flowing flame technique. Despite his ability to block all of Du Fei's true essence, an undeniable, chilling aura lingered within him, one that he could not dispel. This sensation left Lin Xiao in a state of profound unease. He could not afford to delay any longer. The next to lose might very well be himself. Thus, he resolved to execute that particular technique. This thought flashed through Lin Xiao's mind in an instant, and without further ado, he darted forward with the swiftness of lightning towards Du Fei. In midair, Lin Xiao swiftly formed a peculiar hand gesture with his left hand, while his right hand arched dramatically. An eerie, formidable suction force suddenly emerged in the atmosphere, accompanied by a sinister grasp that descended upon Du Fei with terrifying intent. This is. Staring at the charging Lin Xiao, Du Fei's figure trembled violently, and an overwhelming killing intent surged forth from him. Once again, it was that technique. That very technique. Ha. Laughing madly amidst the tempest created by the shadow of his claw, Du Fei reveled in the astonishment of countless onlookers, his figure suddenly flickering before transforming into 3 afterimages in the blink of an eye. It was this very technique that had brought about his ruin. It was this technique that had forced him into a desperate flight. It was this technique that haunted his every thought. Before this move, all chaotic thoughts were swept from Du Fei's mind. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, only this technique remained. Even if it required the full exertion of his hidden cards, he was determined to vanquish this opponent on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the first shadow cast by Du Fei collided fiercely with the claw imprint of Lin Xiao, causing both of their forms to tremble slightly. Yet, in mere moments, it seemed as though Du Fei's first shadow was on the brink of vanishing. Without a hint of hesitation, 2 additional shadows surged forward, crashing towards Lin Xiao. This time, the two shadows pierced through Lin Xiao's claw imprint, landing devastating blows to his chest and back in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Lin Xiao's claw shadow struck Du Fei's chest with equal ferocity. Both combatants expelled torrents of blood, but in an instant, a menacing glint flashed across Lin Xiao's face. Without retreating even a fraction, he pivoted sharply, unleashing a powerful punch aimed at Du Fei's chest. The wild flow of true energy surged forth. "You think you can defeat me? You are not worthy." In response, the icy true energy surged within Du Fei, and with his countering fist, it struck Lin Xiao's chest with an overwhelming force, arriving with unparalleled swiftness. The fierce and formidable surge of true energy instantly repelled the surroundings, causing a tempest to sweep through the hall. Subsequently, two figures, momentarily frozen in place, trembled slightly. After a brief pause, Lin Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flung backward like a lifeless dog, crashing against a pillar in the hall, followed by another violent spurt of blood. Lin Xiao has lost. In the face of such a swift defeat, the expressions of everyone present turned pale. Battles of this caliber were rarely witnessed even among the upper echelons. And yet here it was, between two young contenders, so fiercely contested. The gaze of nearly everyone shifted from the twitching form of Lin Xiao, who was pinned against the pillar, to the now sinister visage of Du Fei. Trembling, they could not help but internally assess the situation. Unfazed by the myriad of penetrating stares, Du Fei's cold gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiao, who was ensnared within the pillar. After a moment's contemplation, he began to approach. Devoid of any intention to spare Lin Xiao's life, Lin Xiao, nearly immobilized against the pillar, experienced a profound sense of dread as he watched Du Fei draw nearer. He realized that if he did not seek a way to escape, Du Fei would undoubtedly strike him down on the spot. "Didu, young master. I concede. It is my foolish yearning to desire to marry Xiao Ai, an ambition beyond my capabilities. You may regard my feelings as nothing but a farce. Just release me." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words laced with desperation, a collective sigh of relief resonated among the gathered. Regardless of the circumstances, this day had reached a resolution. However, at the moment when everyone felt a sense of ease, Du Fei did not conform to the anticipated release of Lin Xiao. Instead, he continued to advance toward Lin Xiao, whose gaze was filled with utmost terror. The palpable aura of menace emanating from Du Fei made it abundantly clear to all present that he had indeed resolved to take a life. In that instant, countless faces transformed in shock. The young scion of the Du family, the outcome had already been determined. Did he still wish to resort to violence? Just as the eyes of the crowd shifted, Lin Ji, seated at the forefront, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed vehemently. Upon hearing this, Du Fei's expression remained unchanged, his murderous intent undeterred as he steadily approached the increasingly pallid Lin Xiao. "Scoundrel!" Witnessing Du Fei's indifference, another furious shout erupted, and suddenly, a figure darted toward Du Fei with uncanny swiftness, exuding an aura of lethal intent, clearly prepared to strike him down. "Lin Ji, do you dare to intervene?" Du Zhantian slammed his hand on the table, his figure also launching forward, yet he was ultimately a moment too late compared to Lin Ji. "I intend to kill Lin Xiao. You are in no position to stop me." As Du Zhantian's voice faded, Du Fei, who had remained unresponsive, suddenly broke into a cold smile. He slightly shifted his stance, his indifferent gaze landing upon the fleeting figure of Lin Ji. "At such a tender age, so oblivious to danger, do you truly believe you are my match?" Upon hearing Du Fei's words, Lin Ji, filled with rage, responded with a derisive laugh. Even before he had fully approached, he swung his right hand vigorously, summoning a gust of wind that transformed into a razor-sharp blade, aimed menacingly at Du Fei's face. Get lost. In the face of Lin Ji's assault, Du Fei showed no intention of evasion. Instead, he sharply curled his right hand and then flicked it lightly, causing a spark no larger than a grain of rice to erupt from his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, it expanded into a colossal fireball nearly a meter in radius, hurtling towards Lin Ji with tremendous force. With a thunderous roar, a powerful shockwave erupted, dissipating Lin Ji's wine blade into wisps of smoke. In an instant, amidst the terrified gazes of countless onlookers, the massive fireball collided violently with Lin Ji, sending him crashing downward. An 8th-tier martial artist, who had even reached the 7th tier, was unable to withstand a single move from Du Fei. The expressions of those surrounding them froze in disbelief, while Du Zhantian, suspended in midair, nearly faltered and fell. The Dan technique, struggling to rise from the ground. Lin Ji, despite having met the attack with his own strength at the last moment, felt a tumultuous storm of emotions within. His astonished gaze swept over Du Fei, and after a brief pause, he uttered in disbelief. In this moment, Lin Ji's expression shifted rapidly multiple times, yet he hesitated to step forward and intervene. The technique of alchemy? An alchemist. As Lin Ji spoke, many were momentarily stunned, their faces transforming into expressions of utmost astonishment. Even if Du Fei had merely relied on his innate strength to repel Lin Ji, they would not have been so profoundly shocked. The fact that alchemist Du Fei employed alchemical techniques was nothing short of extraordinary. It is well known that such techniques are the hallmark of an alchemist. To wield such potent skills indicates that this individual is undoubtedly an alchemist of no insignificant rank. The influence and authority of an alchemist in the Xuanwu continent are universally acknowledged. Offending an alchemist is a perilous endeavor. Yet, some pondered even deeper implications. If Du Fei were indeed an alchemist, it would mean that the Du family had gained a valuable asset, with an alchemist among them. The Du family might well emerge as the singular power among the three great factions. However, disregarding the thoughts of others, Du Fei continued to stride forward, approaching Lin Xiao. He reached out and gently grasped the latter's neck, then revealed a smile that could only be described as devilishly charming. I shall ask but once, and you have but one opportunity. Should my satisfaction elude you, I shall not hesitate to slay your kin. One more death matters little to me. Now, tell me, who taught you that final move you executed earlier? A slight tremor ran through Lin Xiao's body, for he could discern from Du Fei's tone that a single misstep in his response could very well lead to his demise. Thus, Lin Xiao, unusually candid this time, took a slight breath before swiftly declaring, The Long family. The Long family of the Yunshui Five Houses wishes to deal with your Du family. Yet fears attracting the attention of the Du family from Yunshui, hence they have enlisted our Lin family to act. This time, the Long family has 3 8th-rank martial masters present, their intent being to capture you alive upon your defeat. To confront you. The Long family imparted to me the recently used Long Claw technique, though they provided merely a fragment, its power is limited. Yunshui Long family? Long Aotian? Du Fei chuckled coldly, very well. Who are those dispatched by the Long family? Just them. Lin Xiao trembled, extending a quivering hand to indicate 3 inconspicuous figures clad in black seated among the Lin family, hastily adding, as his words faded, within Lin Xiao's expression of disbelief. Du Fei had already crushed his Adam's apple with a gentle motion, then slowly rose, his gaze drifting indifferently towards the trio seated. Members of the Long family. Not a single one shall be spared. Murmuring to himself, Du Fei was acutely aware that, given his current strength, he was unable to confront the Long family directly. Thus, these 3 from the Long family must not be allowed to remain alive. Fortunately, leveraging his hidden cards, eliminating these 3 would pose no significant challenge. The palm gently brushed over the surface of the storage ring on his left hand. With each movement of Du Fei, a series of translucent elixirs emerged from the confines of his ring, ultimately suspending 7 exquisite pills in midair, orbiting around his figure in a slow, mesmerizing dance. 8th-grade elixirs. The spirit-focusing pills. Within the hall, there were certainly discerning eyes, and soon enough, several individuals recognized the floating pills around Du Fei. However, Du Fei paid them no heed. His gaze merely swept across the face of Lin Ji, whose expression had soured to an extreme. He then clasped his hands behind his back and strolled toward the elevated platform where the 3 were situated, an aura of menace radiating from him. The trio from the Long family were no fools. They had sensed something amiss since Lin Xiao's demise. Now, as they beheld Du Fei approaching, their expressions shifted, revealing a flicker of trepidation, and they fixed their eyes on him, as if bracing for an imminent threat. Du Fei, since you are aware of our origins, you must understand that opposing us will lead to dire consequences. One of them uttered hesitantly after a brief pause. Du Fei's stride remained unbroken as he casually grasped one of the elixirs before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. Since you are aware of my identity, it is clear that there is no room for compromise between us. The leading figure's countenance twitched slightly, and after a moment, he muttered, We have 3 8th-grade martial masters. You cannot possibly contend with us. Whether I can contend with you, shall we put it to the test? Du Fei retorted, raising his right hand once more, this time grasping 3 elixirs simultaneously. The leader suddenly burst into a sinister laugh, his face contorted with malice. Du Fei, even if you could slay us, you would never stand a chance against the young master. Moreover, the young master's background is beyond your wildest imagination. Even members of the Yunshui Du family retreat in fear upon encountering my young master, let alone someone from your collateral line. Du Fei frowned slightly, and after a moment, he chuckled softly. It appears that, aside from the Yunshui Long family, there are hidden hands at play. I must thank you for revealing this to me. Do the Long family members always indulge in such pointless chatter? With a faint smile, Du Fei flicked his right hand vigorously, transforming 3 elixirs into 3 massive fireballs that he hurled forth. He paid no heed to this spectacle but instead fixed his gaze on the last individual hastily retreating, a smirk gracing his lips. At this juncture, did he truly believe he could escape? With a casual motion, he deftly caught another elixir in his right hand, which danced up and down with each of his movements. At this moment, countless eyes were fixated on the elixir, eager to discern Du Fei's intentions. A slightly chilling smile crept across Du Fei's lips as his indifferent gaze followed the swiftly retreating Long family martial artist. Just as the figure was on the verge of vanishing from sight, Du Fei gently flicked his right hand. With a swift motion, a streak of crimson light, akin to a fiery line, surged through the air, traversing dozens of steps in an instant, and pierced directly into the left side of the Long family martial artist's back. The martial artist from the Long family trembled violently, his previously swift form suddenly freezing in place. After a brief moment, his body convulsed, yet he still struggled to turn around, attempting to catch a glimpse of Du Fei. It seemed he could not comprehend why his protective vital energy was utterly incapable of thwarting this lethal strike. Before he could fully process this thought, the medicinal pill he had ingested detonated explosively, and in that instant, his body was shattered into countless pieces. Fragments of his limbs flew in every direction, and his severed feet still twitched slightly before gradually coming to a halt. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Du Fei appeared unfazed, offering only a faint smile. With a gentle motion of his right hand, the remaining 3 pills swiftly vanished into the spatial ring of his left hand, as if nothing had ever transpired. Observing this rapid turn of events, Du Zhantian delicately stroked his beard, his eyes remaining unblinking, as if everything lay within his expectations, accompanied by a serene smile. In stark contrast, Lin Ji's expression was one of utter bewilderment. He seemed on the verge of making a move several times, yet whenever his gaze fell upon Du Fei, he instinctively averted his eyes. Regardless of the hatred swirling within him, at that moment, he found himself devoid of the strength to even shift a fraction. He understood all too well that should Du Fei choose to hurl the pills in his direction, he would have no chance of survival. Though he could not fathom why Du Fei refrained from attacking, he recognized that he could not afford to perish just yet. Du Jinfeng's face twitched incessantly as his gaze gradually collided with that of the other 2 elders, only to be simultaneously averted. In this moment, he couldn't help but experience a twinge of regret. He seemed to foresee his impending fate within the Du family after today. The corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? If Du Fei were merely a 9th-tier martial artist, he might still have had a way to deal with him. However, the value that Du Fei currently exhibited left not only him but the entire Du family in sheer astonishment. At this juncture, his thoughts seemed to shift from devising a comeback to contemplating the preservation of his own life. With this realization, Du Jinfeng's gaze fell upon Du Zhantian's silhouette, and his heart was flooded with an indescribable sensation. This territory of Buyue City would soon belong to the Du family. Across the table, Gong Sunze, who had maintained a spectator's demeanor throughout, now bore a noticeably dimmer expression. Even the previously amused smile had vanished entirely. Initially, he had anticipated that the fierce rivalry between the Du and Lin families would ultimately benefit his own Gong Sun family. Yet, to his astonishment, after this fierce contest, the Du family emerged unscathed, while Du Fei showcased overwhelming strength within Buyue City. In contrast, the Lin family had suffered significant losses among their offspring, and even if they retained some strength now, they would likely falter in the future. What provided Du Zhantian with a modicum of solace was the realization that, to some extent, he still had allies within this family. Otherwise, had he allied with those 3 decrepit elders today, the Du family would likely face utter ruin. Who would believe that a figure capable of effortlessly annihilating an 8th-grade martial artist and producing 8th-grade elixirs as if they were mere trifles possessed no significant background? Yet, what was even more alarming was that he was merely 14 years of age. The prowess exhibited at such a tender age suggests an unimaginable future potential. Thankfully, such a remarkable individual had not been driven out of the family by his own actions. In that moment, Du Zhantian resolved to retain Du Fei at all costs. Even if it meant incapacitating those 3 aged elders, what consequence could be too great? With a slight sigh within, he turned his gaze slowly towards the impassive Du Fei, deeply curious about what he intended to do next after orchestrating such a situation. Without the slightest hesitation, Du Fei had already sauntered over. After Lin Ji's pallid complexion had become almost translucent, he offered a faint smile and casually remarked, "Lin Jin courted his own demise. If you wish to avenge him, feel free to seek me out. Having already extinguished so many from your Lin family, I wouldn't be averse to adding a few more to the tally. Simultaneously, allow me to extend a benevolent warning. The Long family would be wise not to engage too closely, lest you wish to share their fate and have your entire lineage obliterated by my hand. Having uttered these words, he disregarded Xiao Ai's astonishment, instead offering her a gentle smile. Subsequently, he clasped her hand and strode purposefully towards the hall's exit. Outside the grand hall, Lin family guards stood in abundance. Yet upon beholding Du Fei's approach, they recoiled in terror, some even collapsing onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably, devoid of any will to resist. Regardless, not a single soul dared impede Du Fei and Xiao Ai's path. In mere moments, their figures had gradually vanished into the night's embrace. Within the hall, a subtle breeze wafted in from the exterior, causing Lin Xiao's corpse, affixed to the pillar, to fall to the ground with a thud. Ebony blood splattered across the floor, augmenting the already gory scene. His vacant eyes, wide with disbelief, stared in the direction of Du Fei's departure, as if silently lamenting his unwillingness to accept his fate. After a brief moment, a series of sighs echoed throughout the hall, accompanied by the sound of gasps as disbelief filled the eyes of nearly everyone present. Some individuals even resorted to slapping their own faces, as if attempting to awaken themselves from a vivid dream. Coughing softly, it was Gong Sunze who broke the silence first. He gradually rose to his feet, offering a slight bow to the assembly, and proclaimed, "As for the events of today, I, Gong Sun, shall take my leave." With that, he disregarded the reactions of others and swiftly gestured for his family to depart. Witnessing this, representatives of various factions snapped back to reality and hastily bid their farewells. Within moments, the once bustling hall was devoid of its thronging crowd. Only the members of the Lin and Du families remained, silently exchanging glances, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. In this moment, Du Zhentian felt a profound sense of helplessness. Had Lin Ji been slain by Du Fei in a mere stroke of chance, he would have had no qualms about annihilating the entire Lin clan. However, the current circumstances dictated otherwise. While the younger generation of the Lin family lay lifeless, the upper echelons remained largely unscathed. Should he choose to act, the repercussions would likely be significant for himself as well. Contemplating this, Du Zhentian abandoned his far-fetched ambitions. He merely offered a slight bow and, after a brief pause, spoke with a mild smile. "As for today's events, I shall not pursue the matter further. However, should Fei refuse to let this incident rest." At this point, Du Zhentian could not help but shake his head slightly. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Ji's complexion appeared to regain some semblance of normalcy. At that moment, few could discern the true expression on his face. After taking a slight breath, he spoke in a measured tone. "Today, my Lin family has acted foolishly, causing no small grievance to others. Regardless, my family shall provide an explanation to Master Du Fei. I hope that today's events do not tarnish the friendship between our two families. The Lin family still has a funeral to attend to. As for the grand feast today, I must take my leave, and I apologize for not seeing you off." With that, Du Zhentian refrained from further conversation, simply gesturing slowly as he led his family out in an orderly fashion. In less than a moment, the hall was left with only the members of the Lin family, each gaze falling upon the lifeless bodies strewn across the floor, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. After a brief interval, women and children rushed from the corners, collapsing onto the corpses and weeping loudly, casting an immediate shadow of sorrow over the Lin family, transforming what was meant to be a joyous occasion into one of mourning. Lin Ji clenched his fists, trembling uncontrollably. Moments later, droplets of blood began to seep from his palms, his voice echoing with a venomous rage, as if it had emerged from the depths of the underworld. "Du Fei, this matter shall not be left unresolved. Regardless of the heavens or the earth, my Lin family shall avenge today's grievances." As Du Fei departed from the Lin residence, he had not ventured half a mile when he could no longer contain himself, and a mouthful of fresh blood spilled forth. "Young master, are you all right?" At this moment, the young AI finally emerged from her state of astonishment, expressing her concerns. Du Fei casually wiped the blood from his face and replied nonchalantly, "It is of no consequence. To take the life of Lin Xiao while leaving 3 8th-rank martial artists of the Long family behind, one must inevitably pay a price." Noticing the worry etched on young AI's face, Du Fei chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he entered a well-known tavern, disregarding the astonished expressions of the waitstaff, and ordered food and drink with casual ease. Although he was covered in blood, the two exuded an air of distinction, compelling the tavern staff, despite their confusion, to treat them with utmost respect. Seated within the tavern, Du Fei took a moment to regulate his breathing, temporarily suppressing his injuries. In truth, during the clash with Lin Xiao, he had sustained significant internal damage. Moreover, in his attempt to utilize several medicinal pills, he had employed his alchemical techniques, which had left his internal energy nearly depleted. He had even failed to fully activate the last pill. Thus, it was not that he did not desire Lin Xiao's life. Rather, he simply lacked the capacity to achieve it. As he sat in the tavern, it was not out of boredom, but rather to seize the opportunity to regain some strength while observing the movements of various factions. Regardless, tonight would undoubtedly be an exceedingly long night. After 2 hours in the tavern, everything unfolded as Du Fei had anticipated. Every major and minor force had swiftly departed from the Lin family, and any subsequent actions from the Lin family were momentarily beyond Du Fei's consideration. Meanwhile, various factions dispatched spies to observe their movements, whether nearby or from a distance. Upon returning to his chamber, Du Fei had barely seated himself when he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, his figure swaying momentarily. "Young master, you..." Xiao Ai was genuinely startled this time. Grasping Du Fei's hand with a look of utter helplessness, Du Fei smiled faintly and replied, "It's nothing serious. Expelling this blood has alleviated my discomfort somewhat. Please prepare some washing supplies for me. I cannot tend to my injuries without a proper cleansing." As he spoke, Du Fei casually tore off his blood-soaked robe and discarded it on the floor. In the past, Xiao Ai would have blushed and run away, but today, she seemed oblivious to the scene and swiftly fetched warm water. "Young master, does it hurt?" she gently inquired. Her delicate hand brushing over a charred fist imprint on Du Fei's chest, her expression teetering on the brink of tears. After a sharp intake of breath, Du Fei managed a wry smile and said, "It certainly hurts. I never anticipated that in just 3 short months, that man would cultivate the flowing flame technique to such a level. If given another 6 months, he might even surpass me. That day, I made a grave misstep. Had I known, I would have ensured that technique was mine, regardless of my own capabilities. I could not allow others to benefit." With a cold smile, Du Fei slowly remarked, "Although I am gravely injured, the fact remains that Lin Xiao is dead. In any case, I have certainly gained a tremendous advantage." As he spoke, Du Fei furrowed his brow. In truth, he had not intended to take that punch. It was Lin Xiao's earlier attack that had incited his fury. In his rage, Du Fei had unwittingly unleashed the still immature third flash of his void break technique, and he had indeed endured Lin Xiao's blow. While this punch was not insurmountable, at that moment, Lin Xiao's flowing true energy had surged into his body. He had no time to expel it and was compelled to employ his alchemical techniques. After several attempts, his internal true energy was exhausted, leaving him unprotected. Consequently, Lin Xiao's energy wreaked havoc within him, and expelling it would prove exceedingly troublesome. However, Du Fei would not voice these concerns to worry Xiao Ai. Instead, he instructed her to fetch silver needles, perform bloodletting, and apply some medicinal ointment. He then retreated to the inner chamber to meditate and recuperate. Though Xiao Ai had a myriad of questions, she found herself lacking the inclination to pursue them at that moment. With a long sigh, he exhaled a cloud of seething warmth, feeling as though his very being was on the verge of combustion, before he became aware of the gentle flow of true energy circulating within him. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, his life had been spared. Fortunately, the ice heart technique he practiced was the natural nemesis of fire-based methods, which allowed him to suppress the residual true energy left by Lin Xiao with relative ease. Yet, it was merely suppression. In that moment, it is likely that he exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. Even an 8th-tier martial artist would hesitate to withstand such a blow. The fact that he only sustained this degree of injury is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Now that the wounds have been contained, the next step is to gradually refine the true energy within him. With a stroke of luck, it may even elevate his strength to new heights. However, this is merely the most optimistic scenario envisioned by Du Fei. In reality, merely expelling this true energy from his body would be the best outcome he could anticipate. Earlier, in the tavern, he sensed a lingering shadow that refused to dissipate, tracking him relentlessly. Even after arriving at the Du residence, this presence showed no sign of retreating. The identity and intentions of this individual remain shrouded in mystery. Regardless, Du Fei despises the sensation of being monitored. Regrettably, at this moment, he lacks the surplus energy to investigate this person's identity and must suppress the urge to venture out and confront them. Instead, he focuses on the ice heart technique, slowly mending his internal injuries. "You shattered the jade talisman I entrusted to you for the sake of this young man?" Outside the courtyard where Du Fei resided, atop a roof approximately 100 meters away, a regal lady dressed in palace attire gazed coldly, her expression as frigid as ice. Her eyes devoid of emotion as they settled upon Du Fei's dwelling. It is my inadequacy that has inadvertently disturbed the Holy Envoy, if there is even the slightest error. I implore the Holy Envoy to mete out punishment, Du Jintian said with a calm demeanor, slightly bowing and speaking in a tone of measured respect. No matter. The elegantly attired lady nodded lightly. At merely 14 years of age, she had already ascended to the 9th rank of martial master, simultaneously possessing the ability to utilize the utmost essence of alchemy, making her at least a 9th rank alchemist, if not more. Such an individual is indeed rare. Even within our own clan, should he meet his demise in such a trivial locale, it would undoubtedly be a loss for our family. In this regard, your actions were not misguided. As she concluded her thoughts, the lady's gaze swept languidly backward. Behind her lay 2 rigid corpses, evidently still in shock at the moment of their untimely demise. Such a remarkable figure. Why was this not reported earlier? With a dissatisfied huff, the lady's frigid voice resonated once more. Although Du Fei possessed exceptional talent, I had previously believed he would reach no higher than Du Han's level. Thus I had refrained from alarming the Holy Envoy. After a brief moment of hesitation, Du Jintian murmured softly. For the first time, a chilling smile flickered across the lady's face. She gazed intently at Du Jintian before slowly articulating, "Are you suggesting that, in this instance, those 3 old men have no blame? Their pressure has indeed compelled Du Fei to reveal his true capabilities. Otherwise, would we have remained oblivious to the fact that our Du family has birthed yet another prodigious talent?" Upon hearing this, Du Jintian furrowed his brow slightly. He had a certain understanding of the nature of this elegantly attired lady and naturally discerned the undertones in her words. He nodded slowly and remarked, "Regardless, the actions of the 3 elders this time constitute a betrayal of the Du family. I shall deal with it accordingly and provide Du Fei with an explanation, ensuring he does not lose faith in our family. However, with the loss of these 3 elders, our strength within the boundaries of Buyue City may be significantly diminished. The Yun and Long families have long sought to intervene in Buyue City, and should we handle the 3 of them, our Du family?" At this, Du Jintian nodded slightly, acknowledging a thought he had entertained, though he had intended to prompt the saintess for further insight. With the conversation reaching this juncture, both seemed to find themselves at a loss for words. After a brief pause, Du Jintian lowered his voice and inquired, "Saintess, might I ask who Du Fei's master is? If he has no master, it seems improbable that he could cultivate such martial skills and alchemical prowess on his own." The elegantly attired lady slowly shook her head, then cast a half-smile at Du Jintian and replied, "Rest assured, he is not from our family. I too am curious about his master, but I do not intend to investigate. If my intuition serves me right, his master is one of those ancient figures. How many alchemists could possibly produce such a disciple? These individuals are undeniably formidable characters, and I advise you to abandon any such notions. Just remember, regardless of the circumstances, Du Fei will always bear the surname Du. Du Jintian trembled slightly, and after a moment's pause, he sighed and remarked, "I was foolishly deluded." The Holy Envoy's admonition is indeed warranted. The elegantly attired lady emitted a cold snort, choosing not to elaborate further. With a subtle gesture of her hand, she vanished into thin air, leaving Du Jintian standing alone, hands clasped behind his back, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. In the dimly lit underground hall, the air was thick with a palpable murkiness, and an unsettling chill emanated from the surrounding shadows, sending shivers down one's spine. 2 rows of massive torches flickered incessantly along the periphery of the hall, while at its center stood an imposing throne fashioned from bones, flanked by 2 rows of seats descending on either side. At this moment, the throne was occupied, yet 1 seat on either side remained conspicuously vacant. Seated upon the skeletal throne was none other than Lin Ji, the head of the Lin family. Gently rapping his fingers on the armrest, Lin Ji's voice, laced with an ominous chill, gradually resonated through the chamber. 3 hours have elapsed. Where are old 8 and old 13? Why have they yet to arrive? Brother. The first man seated to his left hesitated momentarily before murmuring, "Old 8 and old 13 have gone to seek vengeance on that young scion of the Du family. No matter how we urged them to reconsider, they would not listen." Bang. It was audacious. Yet both the sons of Laoba and Laoshi met their demise at the hands of Du Fei. Their quest for vengeance was futile. "My son has also perished." Lin Ji cast a cold glare at the individual before him. The man, caught in Lin Ji's piercing gaze, trembled slightly, and after a moment's pause, let out a deep sigh. He then lowered his head marginally and spoke in a hushed tone, "Elder brother, since you are aware of the number of our kin that perished this time, you must provide us with an explanation." "Second brother, are you attempting to threaten me?" Lin Ji replied with a chilling smile, continuing, "Do you all believe that today's events are solely my fault? Dare not, The individuals below exchanged glances and then collectively clasped their hands in salute, their faces betraying a hint of sinister glee. Lin Ji's teeth ground together with a harsh clatter. And after a brief moment, a voice laced with venom emerged from his lips. That was my son. My dearest son. And he was taken from me. Taken. Du Fei. Do not presume that I shall let this Du Fei go unpunished. The one who has slain my son must surely perish. In that instant, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from Lin Ji, causing the temperature within the underground hall to plummet. However, the question remained, how to exact revenge? After a brief silence within the subterranean chamber, someone finally spoke in a low tone. After all, Du Fei's prowess was well known. He had effortlessly dispatched 3 8th-grade martial masters, leaving the Lin family without a single individual capable of matching him. Referred to as the second, he hesitated for a moment before speaking in a slightly peculiar tone, murmuring, this collaboration with Du Jinfeng against Du Jintian and Du Fei was, in essence, an obedience to the commands of the Long family. Now, not only has the eldest master perished, but also all 3 representatives from the Long family have met their demise. Brother, should we report this matter directly to the Long family and urge them to take action themselves? Are you implying that we, the Lin family, lack the capability to avenge our kin? Second, did you not also lose a son? Lin Ji cast a frosty glance at him, speaking coldly. Then, brother, what do you suggest? The second's expression shifted slightly, tinged with hesitation. Even if we possess the means to act, should we eliminate Du Fei? It would be evident to all that it was the Lin family responsible. I am not foolish enough to engage in such a reckless endeavor. Lin Ji's demeanor remained icy, yet he continued. However, in 1 month, the time will coincide with the triennial opening of the Xian Yu secret realm. Surely, the elite science from neighboring states will enter the realm, and within that domain, as you are aware, due to certain circumstances, the power of alchemists is virtually limitless. If we were to act at that juncture. Indeed. The second son nodded slightly, then furrowed his brow and said, however, the mysterious realm can only be entered once in a lifetime by each individual. I have already ventured in, and the higher-ups of our family have done so as well. As for the other disciples, even if they manage to enter, their efforts may prove futile. After all, Du Fei has already attained the rank of a 9th-grade martial master. I have considered this matter thoroughly, Lin Ji replied with a cold smile. Bring those 3 in. Yes. With that command, 3 members of the Lin family swiftly approached from the shadows of the Grand Hall. These 3, all around 17 or 18 years of age, wore expressions of cold determination as they knelt before Lin Ji with a resounding thud. Lin Hao, Lin Xing. The others in attendance nodded slightly upon seeing these 3. Yet, the second son remained troubled, stating, elder brother. Although these 3 can be considered the strongest among our younger generation, they possess merely the strength of the 9th level of body refinement. It seems unlikely they could contend with Du Fei in the mysterious realm. While it may be unfeasible now, a month from now, the situation may change. Lin Ji replied with a chilling smile, tapping his fingers on the table. You 3 will enter the mysterious realm in 1 month. I do not ask for much. Whoever brings back Du Fei's head shall become the next head of the family. At this proclamation, the 3 were visibly shaken, yet their expressions remained cold and resolute. The infusion of true energy into the body signifies the voluntary offering of one's lifelong cultivation to another. The recipient, upon completing this act, may find themselves extinguished in an instant, while the one who receives it can expect to gain at most a mere 10th of the true energy. Nevertheless, even such a modest acquisition renders the ascension of 3 9th-tier body refiners to the rank of 9th-grade martial master a feasible endeavor. Furthermore, with the addition of 8th-grade techniques, the trio might indeed possess the capability to vanquish Du Fei within the depths of the mysterious realm after a month's preparation. With this thought in mind, the 3 individuals gracefully descended to the ground, voicing in unison their unwavering commitment. We shall undoubtedly adhere to the commands of the esteemed head of the family. By all means, we will slay Du Fei. Excellent, Lin Ji remarked, gently applauding before his gaze swept over the assembled brethren, old 6, old 12, old 14. Among you, 3 possess the weakest strength. Thus, this task shall be entrusted to you. As for your families, rest assured that I, Lin Ji, shall take care of them. Upon hearing these words, the 3 individuals on his left exchanged glances, their expressions momentarily stiffening, yet they ultimately nodded in resolute agreement. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard within the Du residence, the 3 esteemed elders of the Du family sat facing one another, their countenances shrouded in gloom. Before them stood Du Han, the foremost junior of the Du family. In stark contrast to the elder's somber expressions, Du Han exhibited no signs of distress. He merely lifted the fan in his hand with a subtle flourish, closed it, and lightly tapped it against his palm before sighing. It seems that my cousin Du Qing has no chance of recovery, does he? Du Junfeng's countenance was malevolent, and through gritted teeth, he exclaimed, initially. If we had administered the Shugu San to Qing'er, there would have been a 90% chance of recovery. However, it appears there is not even a sliver of hope now. Indeed, yet if the third elder were to humble himself before the esteemed patriarch, there may still be a glimmer of possibility, Du Han remarked with a gentle smile. If there were a chance, you would not be seated here today. Du Zhenchuan retorted with a frigid smile. Du Han, there is no need for you to feign superiority. Your presence here indicates our shared objective. So there is no need for pretense. Ah, indeed, the second elder is perceptive. Du Han replied with a calm smile. Therefore, I shall speak candidly. Du Fei must perish. The Bingxin Ju shall undoubtedly be mine. Elders, do you have any thoughts? If we were to join forces, I believe dealing with Du Fei would be a trivial matter. Are you suggesting we strike now? That old ghost, Du Zhentian, has likely stationed guards outside his estate. Shall we walk into a trap? Du Zhenfeng scoffed. Such foolishness is only something the three of you would entertain. If I did not require your assistance in the future, I would not have sought you out, Du Han replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, the three elders' expressions shifted slightly. After a moment, Du Zhenfeng let out a snort and declared, we shall agree to your terms. If you can eliminate Du Fei, we will certainly support your ascension to the position of patriarch. You are mistaken. Du Han shook his head gently. The position of the family head rightfully belongs to me. Du Han, no matter how much stronger Du Fei is, it is impossible for him to usurp it from my grasp. My intent to eliminate Du Fei stems solely from his mastery of the ice heart technique. What you imply is that although the Du family possesses only fragments of the ice heart technique, reaching a certain level of cultivation will allow one to acquire the complete version within the Yunshui Du family. Unlike the three of you, whose perspectives are confined to this small, insipid city of Buyue, I gaze far beyond its limits. However, to achieve my ambitions, I must enter the Yunshui Du family. Yet, if Du Fei remains, my chances will dwindle to nothing. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, Du Fei must perish, and you shall assist me in this endeavor. The three elders exchanged glances before one of them quietly inquired, how shall we assist you? Du Han smiled faintly and replied, Du Fei's alchemical skills are unmatched among the younger generation. I do not even consider myself his equal in that regard. However, in terms of martial prowess, he does not surpass me. What do you mean? Du Zhenfeng asked, furrowing his brow slightly. Thus, if I desire his life, the opportune moment will be within the Xianyu mystic realm, 1 month hence. What I require from the three of you is to ensure that I can clearly ascertain his location within the mystic realm. This matter is of utmost importance, and I trust that you three elders will have ample time to address it. Du Han spoke softly. Once the matter is accomplished, I wish to personally witness Du Fei's demise. Du Zhenfeng let out a cold laugh, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. That is only natural. Let us then proceed with our collaboration. Indeed, let us collaborate joyously. Red, what do you believe today's events will mean for the Gongsun family? In a refined chamber of the Gongsun residence, Gongsun Zhe stood by the window, gazing outside as he spoke. Well, it should have little impact. Gongsun Hong replied with a peculiar expression. After a brief moment, she shook her fair thigh and added, however, Du Fei is truly formidable. It won't be long before Du Han becomes no match for him. Indeed, Gongsun Zhe sighed softly. That old fox Du Zhentian is fortunate. His family produced Du Han. And now another Du Fei has emerged, annihilating that young lad Lianjin. Looking at our Gongsun family, apart from you, there is hardly anyone else of merit. I wonder, after a century has passed, will the Gongsun family be devoured whole by the Du family? Father, you are being overly dramatic. As long as I, Hong, am here, no one shall dare lay a hand on the Gongsun family. Gongsun Hong clenched her small hand and spoke gently. Let us hope I am merely a worrywart. Gongsun Zhe replied with a faint smile, slowly lifting his gaze. It seems the skies over Yu City are about to change. The following day, within the grand hall of the Du family. In the grand hall, the upper echelons of the Du family were all seated. Even those who typically could not enter the main chamber found themselves squeezed into the corners, casting peculiar glances throughout the room. At that moment, beside Du Zhentian, there were 2 rows of chairs, yet the scene was markedly different from before. On the left side, the 3 esteemed elders of the Du family were prominently seated, while on the right, Du Fei sat alone, creating a stark dichotomy against the elders. However, in contrast to the elders' strange expressions, Du Fei's countenance bore no trace of emotion. He merely sat there with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the family assembly. The palpable silence in the hall was such that no one dared to break it. Until after a brief moment, Du Fei slowly opened his eyes. His calm gaze swept over the three elders before he spoke in a measured tone. "I require an explanation." At these words, Du Gentian's expression flickered slightly before he suppressed his voice and replied, "Young Master Du Fei, while it is true that I, Du Gentian, have erred in this matter, Xia Ai is, after all, a maid of the Du family. As an elder, my decision regarding a maid's marriage does not overstep my bounds. Nor do I owe an explanation to anyone. It would be wise for you to understand your own position." With a resounding crash, Du Fei slammed his palm onto the table beside him, shattering it into dust and causing the three esteemed elders to tremble slightly in response. After completing the action, Du Fei squinted his eyes and scrutinized Du Jinfeng, then coldly remarked, "Third elder, I believe you have misunderstood something. I have never regarded Xiao Ai as a mere maid, but rather as my sister. Even if she were a servant, you possess no authority to make any decisions. As long as she is a member of the Du family, it is I who holds the right to decide." Du Jinfeng gritted his teeth in response. "Are you foolish? If one day I become an elder of the Du family, would I also have the power to dictate that you marry a pig?" With a disdainful snort, Du Fei retorted, "It is beyond comprehension how someone of your age could be so foolish, consuming more than a pig while acting in a manner indistinguishable from one." Struck by Du Fei's words, Du Jinfeng's complexion shifted between crimson and pale. He was a person of considerable standing and never anticipated such an affront from Du Fei. Normally, Du Jintian would have intervened to resolve the conflict, yet today he appeared utterly dazed, as if he had heard nothing at all. Du Jinfeng, witnessing Du Jintian's demeanor, felt a surge of resentment and, pointing a finger at Du Fei, spoke through gritted teeth, "Du Fei, do not forget. You are still a member of the Du family. Your arrogant attitude is no different from your father's in his time. How is it? Do you also wish to betray the Du family?" Before Du Jinfeng could finish his words, Du Fei flicked his right foot, and his shoe flew off, striking Du Jinfeng's face with a resounding slap, as if delivering a stinging blow. "Indeed," interjected the petite AI in a hushed tone behind him. "Bang! Du Fei, you scoundrel!" Du Jintian exclaimed, abruptly standing up, his gaze fixated on Du Fei, an aura of menace radiating from him swiftly. "Are you certain you wish to resort to violence? I have slain many, but it is indeed my first time slaughtering a pig." Du Fei chuckled lightly, casually revealing 3 pills held between his fingers, gently swaying them. Upon witnessing this, Du Jinfeng's expression shifted dramatically, momentarily frozen, unable to decide whether to act or refrain. Du Fei regarded him with a bemused smile, akin to a performer entertaining an audience. The others, despite their desire to intervene, found themselves too intimidated to voice their objections. This tension lingered for a brief moment until Du Gentian seemed to regain his composure, casting a glance downward. "Third elder, at your age, there is no need to engage in childish antics with a junior. And you, Du Fei, regardless of the circumstances. The third elder is a respected elder of our Du family. You must show him the proper respect." "You." Du Jinfeng trembled, pointing at Du Fei. After a moment, his face flushed crimson, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, subsequently collapsing into his chair. "Du Fei, do not go too far." Du Jinchuan retorted coldly from across the room. "Excessive. Had I not possessed a modicum of skill, I would have met a gruesome demise yesterday. Is it excessive for him to merely disgorge blood after such an ordeal? Verily, were it not for his lineage, I would have dispatched him with a single strike." "You are no different," retorted with a sardonic smile. "The 3 of you are cut from the same cloth." "Enough," interjected, clapping softly. "I shall ensure that the elders offer you recompense for yesterday's events. Refrain from further disruption, lest we descend into chaos during this assembly." Cognizant that had extended a gesture of goodwill, offered a faint smile and resumed his meditative posture. Upon cessation, gestured for the elders to be seated and proceeded to address the assembly. "The purpose of today's gathering is known to all. The elders' unilateral decision regarding matrimony precipitated yesterday's events. An egregious error in judgment. Fortunately, thanks to, our clan has suffered no significant losses. Therefore, the elders' duties shall be temporarily suspended, and their positions will remain vacant until I appoint replacements. As for, I have decided to reinstate your father into the family genealogy as compensation for this matter. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Upon hearing these words, experienced a tremor of emotion. He was aware that his father harbored lingering regrets regarding his expulsion from the clan. The opportunity for his reintegration into the family registry was not unwelcome. At present, Du Fei did not hold back, opening his eyes and stating, "In that case, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed head of the family. He chuckled softly, since you, Du Fei, have consented. This matter shall be thus resolved. Du Tian gently clapped his hands, adding, moreover, I permit Su Xiao AI to enter the third level of our Du clan's martial arts pavilion to select a technique or skill as compensation. Let us overlook the mistakes of the three elders. After all, we are all members of the Du family and should not resort to extreme measures. After a brief moment of contemplation, Du Fei replied nonchalantly, let us proceed according to the wishes of the head of the family. However, this shall be the sole instance, and there shall be no second occurrence. Should there be a next time, do not blame me, Du Fei, for disregarding familial ties. Indeed, that goes without saying. I believe the three elders are wise enough to understand my predicament, Du Tian replied with a hearty laugh, followed by a gentle clap of his hands. The clan members in the main hall of the Du family erupted in applause, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of harmony and prosperity. Du Fei's gaze slowly swept across the room, landing on the three elders, and as their eyes briefly met, he could not help but smirk coldly. If it were not for his injuries still in recovery, there would be no need for pretense. He would have long since dealt with those three rascals. As for the future, it would be unveiled in due time. Many uncertainties still lingered. For now, they could afford to be arrogant. Once they are gone, I shall ensure that your beautiful maiden is well taken care of. With a malevolent curse echoing in his heart, Du Feng revealed a semblance of warmth, offering Du Fei a gentle smile. Yet that smile, regardless of how one perceives it, appears utterly unappealing, akin to a chrysanthemum in full bloom. In the cold, desolate ancestral hall, only a few flickering blue candles cast a ghostly glow, imbuing the entire space with an eerie atmosphere. At the forefront of the hall stands a grand nama table, upon which rest the ancestral tablets of the Du family. Standing before the table, Du Tian nonchalantly took 3 incense sticks, igniting them and placing them in the incense burner, before turning to Du Fei behind him and saying, you have come to pay respects to our ancestors, have you not? In response, Du Fei offered no dissent, accompanying Du Tian to light a stick of incense before slowly retreating to the side, falling into silence. Although he was uncertain why Du Tian had summoned him here after the clan meeting, he chose not to inquire further. Let us establish a spirit tablet for Tiana here. Du Tian finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Du Fei shuddered, and after a brief moment of grinding his teeth, he replied, no. Why? Du Tian's brow furrowed slightly, yet his figure remained obscured in the shadows, rendering his expression indistinguishable. Though I remain unaware of your father's fate, I possess a 50% certainty that they will not act against us. After all, they have yet to obtain what they desire. Du Fei hesitated for a moment before speaking with a grave tone. Moreover, even if my father has perished, this spirit tablet cannot be established until I have avenged him. With a profound gaze fixed upon Du Fei, Du Tian finally sighed and remarked, since you have made up your mind, I shall refrain from saying much. I will instruct others to inscribe the names of you and your father anew in the family lineage. As for matters concerning your father, I do not wish to pry further. I believe you will handle it far better than I could. Thank you, esteemed patriarch. Du Fei responded with a slight bow. Still calling me patriarch? Du Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. I have met you, grandfather. After a moment of hesitation, Du Fei spoke softly. Haha, excellent. I did not expect that I, Du Tian, would have such a grandson. Du Tian laughed heartily, yet within his laughter lingered an inexplicable sorrow. Du Fei could somewhat comprehend the emotions of his grandfather. He had but one son, whose exceptional talent was squandered for the sake of a woman, leading to his betrayal of the family. Though the old man may not voice it outwardly, he was undoubtedly deeply saddened within. While Du Fei's return heralded the grim news of his father's demise, it likely brought a modicum of joy as well. After a brief pause, Du Tian seemed to regain his composure. He scrutinized Du Fei closely and then softly inquired, the cultivation technique you practice is the ice heart method, is it not? Du Fei realized that this matter could not be concealed, so he slightly raised his right hand and effortlessly formed a hand seal. Instantly, a delicate crystal of ice materialized in his palm, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it is the ice heart technique of the Du family. You have cultivated it, and so be it. Whenever you wish, you may return the heart method to the Du family. As for Du Fei's practice of the ice heart technique, Du Tian harbored no objections. After a brief pause, he continued, although our ice heart technique is merely a fragment, it is accompanied by 2 sets of martial arts, the ice edge leg and the profounding finger. I believe you have already acquired the ice edge leg. As for the profounding finger, it has always been reserved for the family head to learn. However, since you are my only grandson, If I do not pass down the profounding finger to you, there may not be anyone else to inherit it. With a focused demeanor, he instructed. Concentrate and listen closely. Without giving Du Fei a chance to object, Du Jintian aligned his fingers and swiftly tapped the center of Du Fei's brow. In an instant, a stream of profound information surged into his mind, and simultaneously, a cold electronic voice resonated within Du Fei's consciousness, promptly recording this information into the system. The profound Yin finger, a 7th-grade martial art, rooted in the Ice Heart technique, drawing upon Ice Heart energy, condensing Yin into a finger, striking with lethal intent. After swiftly perusing the Heart method, Du Fei was quite astonished to find that the scroll of the profound Yin finger was more intricate and enigmatic than any martial art he had previously practiced. However, precisely because of its complexity, its power was immensely formidable. Should he master this technique, while he might not be invincible among the 9th-grade martial masters, it would significantly enhance his strength. Thank you, grandfather. After a brief pause, Du Fei slightly inclined his body and spoke. If this knowledge is not passed on to you, shall it be taken to the grave? Du Jintian responded with a faint smile, followed by a deep sigh. Although I am unaware of where you acquired your alchemical skills, I do not intend to pry. However, should you require any medicinal herbs for your future alchemical endeavors, feel free to speak up. The family will do its utmost to accommodate you. As for the family's martial techniques, while I possess the means to allow you to master them all, I advise against being overly ambitious, as one cannot digest too much at once. In any case, you need not worry excessively about family matters, simply focus on your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Du Fei nodded slowly. Regardless of the circumstances, he would be traveling to the Danwang ruins with Yun Yuqing in 3 months, leaving little time to concern himself with other matters. As for his alchemical pursuits, with his current strength, he should be capable of refining the cleansing marrow pill. Given his expedition to the Danwang ruins, not preparing adequately would indeed be unwise. There is one more matter. After casting a calm glance at Du Fei, Du Jintian began to speak again. You have surely heard your father mention the Xianyu secret realm, have you not? The Xianyu secret realm? Du Fei trembled slightly, his mind racing. It is said that the Xianyu secret realm is located within the Great Han dynasty, the renowned stronghold of the Xianyu sect. According to legend, the techniques and martial arts of the Xianyu sect are extraordinarily enigmatic, yet their power is remarkably formidable. However, simultaneously, the cultivation of their techniques and martial arts is exceedingly arduous. Thus, although this sect once thrived with great grandeur, it gradually faded from the collective consciousness as time passed. However, after several centuries, a powerful individual emerged from the city of Buyu. While cultivating in the wilderness, he inadvertently discovered the remnants of the Xianyu sect's gate, a site now referred to as the Xianyu secret realm. It is said that within this realm, various precious spiritual herbs flourish, and countless mystical beasts are nurtured. Furthermore, it is rumored that at its deepest point lies the vestige of the Xianyu sect's mountain gate, where the legendary techniques and martial arts of the sect are believed to reside. Since the discovery of the Xianyu secret realm, countless individuals have ventured within in search of the sect's relics, although none have succeeded in locating them thus far. Each survivor who emerges from the realm is said to reap significant rewards. However, the secret realm possesses an intriguing peculiarity. No one can enter more than once. Those who have already ventured inside, regardless of their efforts, can only wander in circles around the periphery. Moreover, entry to the Xianyu secret realm is permitted only on a specific day every 3 years. At all other times, access remains forbidden. Due to these two factors, the Xianyu secret realm has become a prime location for various factions near Buyu City to send their younger members for training. After all, it is believed that any family scion who successfully endures the challenges within this place stands to gain considerable benefits. Over time, this training has evolved beyond mere cultivation, now encompassing both overt and covert rivalries among the prominent powers. In those days, Du Fei's father, Du Tian, distinguished himself within the enigmatic realm of Xianyu, thereby becoming the foremost figure of the Du family in his generation. Moreover, it is said that it was within that very mystical domain that he first encountered Du Fei's mother, the so-called enchantress of the Du lineage. What could my grandfather mean? Shaking his head slowly to dispel the tangled thoughts, Du Fei finally spoke softly. Du Jintian nodded slightly and said, Fair. You are now the foremost youth in the Not Beyond city. Therefore, without exception, you must embark on the journey to the Xianyu realm a month from now. Given your strength, I believe you shall not come to harm. However, you must be aware that within the Xianyu realm, all elixirs will be rendered ineffective, including your alchemical techniques, which will hold no power. Du Fei was momentarily taken aback. not anticipating this aspect. Yet, in an instant, he comprehended why Du Jintian chose this moment to impart the Xianyin finger to him. It was indeed in preparation for the journey to the Xinyu realm. Realizing this, Du Fei understood that there was no path of refusal for him. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "Grandfather, rest assured, even without alchemical techniques, do you think I, Du Fei, fear anyone? Even against an 8th-tier martial master, I am confident I can hold my own." Du Jintian cast a glance at him, seemingly taken aback by his bravado. After a moment, he spoke calmly. "In addition to you, our Du family has Du Han and Du Qian participating. Qian heir is naturally aloof, and she is your fiancée, so it would be prudent for you to take special care of her in the Xianyu secret realm. As for Du Han, I have yet to fully comprehend his temperament, but since we are all of the Du lineage, it is unlikely there will be significant issues. However, you must be particularly vigilant regarding the Lin and Gongsun families. Such a splendid opportunity as the Xianyu secret realm will undoubtedly not be overlooked by them. The forces surrounding the city would certainly not wish for our Du family to produce another alchemist. Do you grasp my meaning?" Du Fei smiled faintly, a hint of coldness gracing his lips. After a moment, he gently clapped his hands and said, "If no one provokes me, then all shall remain peaceful. However, if someone seeks to harm me, I would not mind taking a few lives. After all, I have already taken enough lives." Upon hearing this, Du Jintian let out a soft sigh, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor concern. After a brief pause, he waved his hand gently, signaling Du Fei to withdraw. Returning to his residence, Du Fei slowly inhaled, feeling a measure of relaxation within. Regardless of the circumstances, his actions today would likely leave many with an impression of arrogance and tyranny. However, this impression can be exceedingly advantageous, as long as outsiders perceive you as merely ordinary. In many instances, this allows you to gain countless benefits. Pretending to be a fool while concealing your true prowess is indeed the wisest course of action. Should others regard you as exceptionally gifted and shrewd, they will inevitably see you as their greatest rival, making it exceedingly difficult for you to survive in such a scenario. Gently shaking his head, Du Fei momentarily cast aside the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. After taking a deep breath, he began to relish this rare moment of tranquility. From any perspective, the journey into the mysterious realm of Xianyu would not merely be a leisure excursion. After today, he would need to resume his cultivation, addressing the injuries within himself and striving to master the ice edge leg and the Xianyin finger. After all, in such a place, possessing additional martial skills would undoubtedly be of immense benefit. Gradually, he wandered around the house, finding no trace of the anticipated figure. With a slight frown, Du Fei then walked into the courtyard. As he entered, he immediately noticed a familiar silhouette of a young girl leaning against one of the pillars, lost in thought. Regardless of how one looked at her, that figure radiated an unparalleled beauty, yet also an overwhelming sense of solitude. Fixating his gaze on her for a moment, Du Fei found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of the emotions stirring within him. All along, he had regarded Xiao Ai as his own sister. However, at some point, this sentiment began to shift subtly, leading him to entertain thoughts he found rather unbecoming. After staring at her silhouette for a moment, Du Fei regained his composure. He took a few steps forward, approached the girl from behind, and gently brushed his fingers through her silky black hair. Chuckling softly as he asked, "What are you thinking about, little girl?" "Young master." "No, I wasn't thinking about anything." The girl, startled by the touch, quickly gathered herself and responded shyly. "Really? You're not thinking about which young master has caught your fancy, are you? It wouldn't do for you to be infatuated." Du Fei couldn't help but tease upon seeing her flustered demeanor. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ai's cheeks flushed a deep crimson at Du Fei's playful remarks. After a brief moment, she murmured in a voice as delicate as a whisper, "Why, young master, did you notice?" "Indeed, I noticed. Now tell me, who has captured your heart?" Du Fei replied with a light laugh. Realizing she was being teased, Xiao Ai quickly lifted her head, her round face adorably flushed with indignation. "Young master, you're a bad person. A very bad person. Even a pervert. A super pervert." All right. I admit, I'm a pervert," Du Fei said, ruffling Xiao Ai's hair before leaning in to propose. "Xiao Ai, may I discuss something with you?" Sensing something amiss, Xiao Ai tensed up, then softly declared, "No matter what happens, I must stay with the young master. Please, I will follow you wherever you go for your training, even if you see me as a burden. I will not leave your side. The master has instructed me to protect you at all costs." Biting her lips slightly, Xiao Ai's voice, tinged with a hint of tears, resolutely echoed her determination. "Dear Xiao Ai, How could I possibly bear to take you with me on such arduous journeys? Enduring the elements is far too taxing for a young lady like you. Besides, your role is to wait for me here in peace. Do you understand? No. Xiao AI was about to voice her protest when Du Fei suddenly reached out, wrapping his arms tightly around her slender waist. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he leaned down and gently pressed his lips against hers. Startled by Du Fei's unexpected gesture, the girl's eyes widened in shock, as if unsure how to respond. Yet, after a moment, her expression softened, and her eyes gradually closed. However, a deep crimson hue quickly spread across her cheeks, enveloping her entire face in an alluring blush. The intoxicating sensation made Du Fei's head spin slightly, and he tightened his grip, yet he remained aware of his actions. Unbeknownst to him, it took an immense amount of willpower for Du Fei to gradually part his lips. He was uncertain of the emotions swirling within him. Yet after a soft sigh, a multitude of words distilled into a single plea. Be obedient, wait for me, will you? This time. The once fiercely stubborn young lady appeared momentarily at a loss. After a brief pause, she gently nodded and murmured a low With a long exhale, Du Fei released the pent-up breath from his chest, his complexion shifting from a deep crimson to a somewhat translucent hue. Yet, this sensation proved fleeting. Moments later, he subtly altered the gesture of his fingers, and then, with a slight parting of his lips, he expelled a mouthful of stagnant blood. At last, he had managed to address the injuries within his body. Du Fei closed his eyes in introspection for a while, feeling a quiet joy within. After dedicating half a month to his recuperation, he had successfully tended to his internal wounds. However, even in this improved state, a swirling mass of fiery red energy lingered near the core of his dantian. This vibrant red energy was, naturally, the essence of true energy left behind by Lin Xiao in Du Fei's body. Given Du Fei's current condition, expelling this energy should have been an effortless task. Nevertheless, he had no desire to squander this precious energy painstakingly cultivated over a lifetime. Instead, he yearned to fully refine it, claiming it as his own. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Du Fei took a moment to regulate his breathing, ensuring that the vital energy within him reached an optimal state. He then inhaled deeply and spoke with a calm demeanor. Xiaobai, according to my calculations, is there any chance to refine this vital energy and make it my own? Based on the current analysis, the success rate is approximately 56%. Should you fail, the backlash of the vital energy would render you unable to recover for 6 months. Therefore, I do not recommend attempting to refine this energy, came the response. Upon hearing this, Du Fei merely smiled faintly. Historically, fortune favors the bold, given his current strength. Entering the mysterious realm of Xin Yu posed minimal danger, yet enhancing his capabilities was undoubtedly advantageous. Du Fei did not wish to regret later for not exerting himself more diligently before venturing into the Xin Yu realm. As he proceeded with his actions, the vital energy whirlpool within his dantian quivered slightly and then began to spin rapidly. Concurrently, the ice heart vital energy surged forth, taking on a shape reminiscent of a sharp spike. After a brief moment of hesitation, it gently pierced through the mass of flowing flame vital energy. With this thrust, the congealed flowing flame vital energy seemed to find an outlet, erupting forth with a force akin to a tidal wave. A pained groan escaped Du Fei's lips, and his expression shifted slightly. At the instant the flowing flame vital energy manifested, he felt a dual sensation of ice and fire within his dantian, as if it might burst at any moment. Nevertheless, Du Fei did not halt his movements. Instead, the gestures of his hand transformed once more. As the handprints transformed, an abundance of icy energy surged forth from the vortex of true qi, swiftly enveloping a flicker of fiery true qi. Subsequently, this peculiar energy began to flow gradually along the cultivation route of the ice heart technique. Meanwhile, Du Fei's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallid. Before long, a trickle of congealed blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Undoubtedly, refining the true qi of others is no trivial endeavor. The sensation of assimilating external energy feels akin to tormenting one's meridians with blades. Fortunately, Du Fei's meridians, having been tempered through the practice of soft fist, exhibited a robustness superior to that of most, or else the mere act of refinement could have led to his demise through blood expulsion. As the true qi circulated, the seals in Du Fei's hands shifted continuously, accompanied by his steady incantations. At last, with a final powerful shout, the initial flicker of true qi was gradually refined and absorbed into the vortex of true qi, which continued to operate for a moment before fully assimilating this energy. Sensing a surge of true energy within him, Du Fei's face brightened slightly. He then summoned a flicker of flowing flame, true energy, and, adhering to his previous refining methods. Began the slow process of cultivation once more. Days passed, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and with each moment of refining, the flowing flame true energy within him gradually diminished, until it appeared to have completely merged into his true energy vortex. Seated cross-legged on the stone platform before the waterfall in the Du family's mountain, a faint chill emanated from Du Fei's body, as if he aimed to freeze everything in his vicinity. As he exhaled deeply, the moisture before him crystallized into ice, cascading to the ground with a series of sharp, ringing sounds. Indeed, I have broken through. My current strength should be at the mid-level of a 9th-tier martial artist, he mused, feeling the enhanced true energy vortex that had grown stronger after refining the genuine true energy. After approximately half a month of cultivation, reaching this level was quite unexpected. The next consideration would be the training of martial techniques. The mysticine finger and the ice edge leg, perhaps, gradually dissipating the true energy enveloping him. Du Fei clapped his hands, a gentle smile crossing his face as he swiftly issued a command. Xiaobai, allow me to enter the cultivation space. Not long ago, through an inadvertent inquiry, Xiaobai had revealed the system's name to him, the cultivation space. Delighted by this remarkably apt name, Du Fei found himself exceedingly satisfied, for the benefits bestowed upon him by this system seemed to revolve solely around cultivation, and further cultivation. As Du Fei issued his command, the cold, swift voice of Xiaobai echoed in his mind, and he suddenly perceived a darkness before him, only to find himself reappearing in the familiar realm he had come to know so well. No longer a stranger to this well-known space, Du Fei casually surveyed his surroundings before calmly inquiring, is there a way for me to swiftly master the ice edge leg and the mysteriousine finger? Command accepted. System calculating. The results indicate that while there exists a rapid cultivation method, it imposes a tremendous burden on both the mind and body of the master. Shall I retrieve the data? Retrieve. Command accepted. System data retrieval in progress. Initiating input. As Xiaobai's cold voice resonated, the once ordinary training ground outside Xiaobai's domain began to undergo a transformation. Morphing into the scenic backdrop of Du Fei's continual practice, the waterfall nestled in the Du family's rear mountain. With the conclusion of this scene change, a spectral figure manifested before the waterfall. The figure inhaled slowly, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze in an instant. Then, in a sudden moment, he forcefully propelled himself upward, and as he ascended, an astonishing aura radiated outward, causing the surrounding mist to ripple violently. As the ethereal figure soared into the firmament, its legs momentarily adopted a translucent quality. Subsequently, with a subtle flick of the right foot, an ice blade, forged from crystalline frost, instantaneously cleaved through the air. Sure. With the figure's legs executing a continuous series of sweeping motions, a barrage of ice blades spiraled forth in concert with its movements, coalescing into an immense lattice of frigid projectiles that impacted a nearby precipice with tremendous force. Boom. Upon impact, the ice blades etched fissures of considerable depth into the cliff face, the surrounding area suffused with an aura of intense cold. This spectacle elicited a sense of speechlessness within Du Fei. Despite both techniques being of the 8th rank, the potency of the Ice Fang leg far exceeded his expectations. In comparison, his previous Void Flash appeared rather inadequate. Alternatively, it could be argued that the two martial techniques possessed differing focal points. The Ice Fang leg emphasized the maximal deployment of his Icy Heart incantation, whereas the Void Flash prioritized his form and velocity. Should he successfully master the Ice Fang leg, his capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. After a brief period of hushed contemplation, Du Fei's gaze brightened with newfound resolve. However, to his utter astonishment, the figure did not dissipate after executing the technique. Instead, it gracefully pirouetted midair before alighting upon the ground with remarkable poise. Subsequently, the figure deliberately raised its hand, converging the index and middle fingers before gently pointing them toward the cascading waterfall before it. At the moment when the finger glided, everything surrounding trees, cliffs, land, and air seemed to be entirely frozen in time. This action did not manifest instantaneously. Rather, it unfurled progressively with the forward motion of the finger. Finally, as the finger extended fully, an intensely vivid blue radiance erupted between them, swiftly cascading onto the waterfall before him. The 7th-grade martial technique, the profounding finger. To his surprise, the anticipated sound of a thunderous crash was absent. In the mere blink of an eye, the once turbulent waterfall was instantaneously encased in ice. This freezing persisted for a brief moment before numerous fissures emerged upon the formed ice, which then rapidly shattered. A gentle breeze swept by, and the once mighty waterfall vanished completely. After an indeterminate time, a delicate trickle of water reappeared. Such was the might of the profounding finger, although it lacked the intricate complexity of the ice edge leg. This simple gesture possessed the power to freeze everything in its path. Rubbing his slightly dazed eyes, Defy let out a faint sigh after the ethereal figure before him dissipated. He pondered aloud, how much time must one invest to cultivate to such a level? After a deep breath, he murmured, according to estimates, it would take at least half a year. However, what if the master completes his training in the cultivation space first? In that case, merely half a month would suffice. Is it yet another cultivation space? Very well. Xiaobai, I entrust everything to you. Affirmative. Command accepted. Initiating the cultivation program. Please prepare for the impending challenges. Hey, cultivation. It's not as if I have never practiced before. Defy chuckled self-deprecatingly, slowly closing his eyes, rapidly reviewing the mental techniques of the ice peak leg and the mysticine finger in his mind. Moments later, his eyes snapped open, a gleam of brilliance flashing within. A man. One must defy the heavens. In the ethereal realm of cultivation, the young man appeared tireless, whirling swiftly as ice blades and frigid air radiated from his movements. Although practicing within the cultivation space does not deplete his true energy, the sensations experienced during this training are remarkably vivid, nearly indistinguishable from reality. However, Defy understood that the greatest advantage of this cultivation space lies in the absence of physical fatigue, allowing him to swiftly grasp the essence of techniques and martial arts. Yet, such practice does not equate to true cultivation success. Ice peak leg. Mysticine finger. With another declaration, Defy executed his movements and stances, the martial arts displayed. Though not as formidable as the previous illusory figure, nonetheless passed muster. I have grasped the essence of these two techniques, Haven Ti. The next step is to contemplate genuine cultivation. Time is of the essence. With a soft sigh escaping his lips, Defy momentarily set aside his weariness and commanded Xiao Bai to exit the training space. In a fleeting moment, the thunderous sound of a waterfall once again reached his ears, offering a slight reprieve to his exhausted mind. After spending an extensive period cultivating within his spiritual realm, he pondered the formidable power his martial techniques would wield when unleashed in reality for the first time. Taking a slow, deep breath, pure qi rapidly surged forth from his qi vortex, enveloping his entire being in an instant. His indifferent gaze swept across his form, causing a subtle tremor to course through him. As he moved, a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed, and with a powerful thrust of his foot, he propelled himself swiftly toward the waterfall, his legs executing a continuous flurry of strikes. Eighth-tier martial technique, Ice Blade Kick. With each motion, shards of ice coalesced into razor-sharp blades, yet before they could travel a mere half-meter, they erupted spectacularly in midair. With a resounding explosion, Defay's figure was forcefully propelled into the pool below. Moments later, his head emerged, and he couldn't help but exhale a sigh, remarking, "Indeed, reality diverges significantly from the training realm. The subtlety of martial arts is influenced by one's own condition, the surrounding environment, and the density of the elemental energy in the air." Quite intriguing. After this musing, Defy did not continue his training immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before rising once more, propelling himself into the air. With a cacophony of peculiar sounds accompanying his practice, thuds, splashes, and the echoes of his movements, Defy found himself nearly devoid of strength, barely able to lift a finger. Exhausted, he lay in the pool, his vacant gaze fixed upon the waterfall before him. From now on, if anyone dares to claim that so-called martial geniuses grasp techniques with ease, I shall shatter their skulls. This endeavor is truly a daunting challenge. However, without such challenges, what utility would there be? A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes as they settled on the frozen waterfall across from him. The young man smiled softly, yet lamented, "Alas, the power still falls short." Once more, in the past fortnight, the city of Not Beyond has been bustling with extraordinary activity. Surrounding cities and various factions, sects, and individuals have flocked to this vibrant locale, enhancing its already considerable prosperity within the southern region of the Graydon dynasty. The streets are teeming with people, animated and lively. Occasionally, youths adorned with weapons pass by, eliciting waves of astonishment. What of a ninth-tier martial artist? This year, the victor is undoubtedly that Du Fei from the Du family. Furthermore, it is rumored that both Du Han and Du Qian will also participate in the mysterious Abyss gathering. With these three prodigies joining forces, how can anyone else hope for victory? Well, that's debatable. I've heard that Du Fei's strength lies in his identity as an alchemist. Are you unaware of the peculiarities of the mysterious abyss? Come, let me enlighten you. Huh? You pathetic little wretch. Weren't you merely hiding at the entrance of the mysterious abyss for half a month? What are you pretending to be, a great wolf? Scoundrel! What nonsense are you spouting? Let us disregard those two fools. However, to assert that the Du family is guaranteed to triumph seems rather presumptuous. They have been excessively ostentatious lately, standing at the center of controversy. Whether it be the Lin family, the Gongsun family, or other factions, they likely perceive the Du family as a thorn in their side. Although the other factions may not be numerous, they certainly possess a few talented individuals. United, these talents might render the Du family's endeavors fruitless, like a meat bun thrown to a dog. Such outcomes remain uncertain indeed. In the enigmatic gathering of the mystical abyss, has there ever been a result that did not defy expectations? Speaking of which, what was the betting odds set by the underground bookmaker this time? It is said that Du Fei's odds were initially 1-1, but as of last night, they have transformed into 1-3. What could have triggered such a change? Rumor has it that someone received insider information, indicating that the Lin family has somehow procured 3 9th-grade martial masters to participate in the gathering of the mystical abyss, which likely means Du Fei will not emerge victorious, given that his strength only matches that of a 9th-grade martial master. In light of this, it seems I must reconsider my options and perhaps place my bets elsewhere. Amidst a cacophony of discussions, the various factions present remained largely indifferent. After all, their primary concern lay with the mystical abyss gathering itself. Except for a few martial masters lacking substantial backing, the others showed little interest in such trivial rumors. Beyond 100 miles east of Bus City, there exists an uninterrupted range of mountains. After traversing 3 to 4 meters into the mountains, a faint mist becomes discernible. Before this mist stands a colossal platform constructed of, upon which numerous factions are distinctly gathered. Among them, some are seated while others stand, and prominently in the center are the 3 major powers of Bus City. This location marks the entrance to the mystical abyss, where it is said that the ancestors of Bus City stumbled upon this mist by chance, ultimately discovering the mystical abyss. The climate here is exceedingly peculiar, shrouded in mist throughout the year. Only once every 3 years does the dense fog thin for a fortnight, providing a rare opportunity for individuals to venture into the enigmatic realm. During the rest of the time, entry seems utterly impossible. After all, navigating through such thick mist renders any search a daunting challenge. However, in this brief period, anyone from the major factions who has never entered the mysterious domain is eligible to do so, and no one will obstruct their passage. Typically, these factions send their most elite members, for the dangers within the enigmatic territory are countless, and it is not a place one can traverse freely without caution. For an ordinary person, entering would likely lead to demise rather than any benefit. At this moment, within the gathering of the Du family, Du Fei stood quietly with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward, lost in thought. Beside him, Du Qian remained silent, while Du Han, with a beaming smile, wandered about the grand platform, engaging in connections with individuals from various factions. Countless eyes were drawn to Du Fei, accompanied by whispers of speculation. Is that Du Fei from the Du family? It is said that he is the most arrogant and overbearing figure in the city, overshadowing even Du Han. Rumor has it that even Jun met his demise at Du Fei's hands. With such a reputation, could it be that the Du family lacks any formidable figures to participate in the gathering of the mysterious realm? Perhaps this is all merely a figment of imagination. Consider the usage. What skills could he possibly possess? Attaining the 7th level of body refinement is already remarkable. With such abilities, aspiring to enter the mystical abyss is akin to courting death. The news of Du Fei's slaying of Lin Xiao has indeed spread throughout not beyond city. However, the incident involving Du Fei's annihilation of the Long family martial artist has, for reasons unknown, been dismissed by the various factions within not beyond city as if it never occurred. Consequently, those from outside forces remain oblivious to these events. When discussions of this nature arise, those who have witnessed Du Fei's prowess can only smirk inwardly. Underestimating this young man may lead to a calamity for many. Unperturbed by these speculations, Du Fei remained lost in thought, letting out a soft sigh after a moment. Du Qian, with her captivating gaze fixed upon him, eventually broke the silence with a gentle smile, inquiring, "What occupies your mind?" Du Fei cast a brief glance around before responding slowly. "I am pondering how many will emerge alive from the mystical abyss after today. Is our esteemed young master Du Fei preparing for a massacre? If so, do take heed to spare the lives of the fairer sex," Du Qian replied with a playful smile, her expression thoughtful. Indeed, it is you who must truly spare me, Du Fei remarked, clapping his hands as he spoke. He remained extremely cautious regarding Du Qian. Until recently, he had only just learned that this remarkably unassuming young lady was, in fact, the legendary prodigy of martial arts. Not only had she ascended to the mid-level of a 9th-rank martial master, but she also possessed an extraordinary aptitude for martial techniques, mastering nearly all the various skills of the Du family. Were it not for her excessive modesty, it was likely that over the years, Du Han would not have been able to uphold the title of the Du family's foremost individual. Such a figure undoubtedly warranted cautious vigilance. If Du Qian were to take offense, she could very well eliminate him within the depths of the mysterious realm, which would spell tremendous trouble for him. Du Qian merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate, seemingly indifferent to Du Han. This subtle gesture caused a fleeting glimmer of surprise to flicker in Du Han's eyes, yet he maintained a facade of lightheartedness, uttering nothing further. Observing this scene, Du Fei chose to remain silent, only offering a smile as he remarked, "Cousin, it can be said that everyone present is a rival. Cultivating good relations with them may not yield mercy in return. When the time comes, having established ties could complicate matters unnecessarily, don't you think?" "Hiki, dear cousin, perhaps you do not grasp the situation," Du Han replied, flicking open his folding fan and gently fanning himself a few times. "While it is true that we are all rivals in this gathering of the mysterious realm, what of the future? As a 1,000-year-old family, the Du clan must continue to thrive. Forging connections with a few young heroes is surely prudent. Come, allow me to introduce you both to some notable individuals." He gestured towards a distinguished figure, saying, "This is Master Bai Yi. The Bai family holds a prestigious position in our city, and I imagine you have yet to encounter them." Casually engaging a passerby, Du Han spoke softly, "Is it young Master Bai?" A subtle smile flickered across Du Fei's face. "I have long admired your esteemed reputation. It resonates like thunder. Should we encounter each other in the enigmatic realm of Xianyu, I hope you will extend your kindness to me." Bai Yi, maintaining an air of indifference, nodded slowly at Du Fei and replied, "Not at all. I am but a shadow compared to the heroes of the Du family. When we meet, I trust you will show mercy." Upon saying this, his gaze drifted slightly, landing on Du Qian, and his expression brightened as he remarked, "So this is the famed Miss Du Qian. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to meet you today." In response, Du Qian furrowed her brow slightly, then nodded ever so slightly, acknowledging his words. Turning to Du Fei, she said coolly, "There are too many people here. I do not like it. Let us move over there." At her words, a fleeting glimmer of resentment crossed Bai Yi's eyes. He then seemed to scrutinize Du Fei deeply before offering a faint smile. "Since Miss Du Qian prefers tranquility, I shall not impose further. Farewell." With that, Bai Yi departed with a brisk wave of his hand. Du Han regarded Du Fei with a curious expression, chuckling, "Sister Du Qian has always been aloof. I did not expect her to take a special interest in you, Cousin Du Fei. Frankly, I am quite envious." "Haha, Cousin Du Han jests," Du Fei replied politely, though inwardly he shook his head. Had he truly stumbled into a romantic entanglement? It seemed he had unwittingly offended quite a few individuals over a woman. The only difference lies in the fact that this time it is due to Du Qian rather than Xiao Ai. "Hiki, since Sister Du Qian dislikes large crowds, allow me to make a brief introduction. Look over there, the imposing figure in black is Ba Han from the Bloodwolf gang. He is known for his ruthless and merciless nature, particularly relishing in the torment and slaughter of young women, making him a figure of considerable notoriety. That individual in white is Zhuo Lu from the White Robe sect. He fancies himself quite the charmer and has garnered significant fame in the vicinity of Buyu City. However, his reputation is marred by the ruin of many young women's honor, which has earned him numerous enemies, though his strength is commendable. As for this one, it must be said that Du Han's extensive network of acquaintances does have its advantages, although he is somewhat impatient. The matter concerning the mysterious gathering in the Xianyu secret realm compels both Du Fei and Du Qian to patiently listen as Du Han introduces the formidable figures participating in the event. As his gaze shifts, it eventually falls upon a group not far from the Du family, and he offers a faint smile. "Cousin Du Fei, are you aware that among those present, the ones you need to be most wary of are the members of the Lin family?" Upon hearing this, Du Fei directs his gaze towards the location of the Lin family and chuckles lightly. "What does my elder cousin mean?" 3 ninth-grade martial masters. As Du Fei scans the area slowly, he feels little concern, for he is well aware that the presence of such formidable individuals is undoubtedly intended to counter him. After all, the relationship between oneself and the Lin family has become irreparably antagonistic. As Du Fei's gaze swept across, The three members of the Lin family also cast a fleeting glance in his direction. However, at the moment their eyes met, there was no hint of hostility. Rather, they all displayed faint, enigmatic smiles. These three individuals are not to be underestimated. It is well known that those whose emotions are readily apparent are often inept. Regardless of how exceptional their martial talents may be, they could easily fall victim to a hidden attack, meeting their demise in the most irrevocable manner. Conversely, those who conceal their emotions are the most formidable adversaries. Such individuals typically possess profound thoughts and, unless they are exceedingly confident in their actions, would refrain from taking any risks. The three members of the Lin family exemplify this type, compelling Du Fei to exercise heightened caution in their presence. Lin Xiao, is that one our target, Du Fei? He hardly appears to possess any formidable qualities. Among the Lin family members, one of the three, arms crossed, cast a cool, scanning gaze over Du Fei before speaking with a measured tone. Cousin Lin Xiao, do not underestimate this Du Fei, he cautioned. After all, even Lin Jin met his fate at his hands. We three were fortunate to be engaged in secluded cultivation that day and did not attend that grand gathering. Otherwise, it would be us standing here in a different circumstance. Lin Xiao remarked with a slight clap of his hands, a gentle smile gracing his features. My two cousins, your words are misguided. While strength is undeniably crucial, I have always maintained that luck is also an integral part of prowess. Given that the three of us were fortunate enough not to venture out to our demise that day, it indicates that our achievements extend beyond mere survival. Within this enigmatic and obscure realm, the only asset that Du Fei can rely on is his own prowess as a ninth-tier martial master. However, in the face of our united front, such strength is utterly insignificant. Lin Xing slightly curled his lips, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Du Fei before he spoke slowly. Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded slightly, dismissing Du Fei as a trivial concern. As long as the three of us join forces, taking his head would pose no challenge. The real question is, whose head it will be. Of course, the three members of the Lin family were acutely aware of this point. Yet, being astute individuals, they refrained from voicing it at that moment, for fear of jeopardizing their rapport. The three shared a subtle smile, diverting the topic. Speaking of which, although our primary objective is Du Fei, participation in the gathering of the Xianyu secret realm is also essential. After all, the final prize is something that would entice anyone. Lin Xiao clapped his hands lightly and remarked, securing that prize will not be an easy feat, aside from Du Fei. Even Du Qian and Du Han are formidable adversaries. Moreover, the Gongsun family is not to be underestimated. I find it hard to believe that only Gongsun Hong, that little lady, would show up. Not to mention, there are others as well. Lin Xing's gaze slowly swept across the arena, and he remarked lightly, It appears that this gathering in the Xianyu mystic realm is quite lively indeed. I wonder how many will emerge alive in the end. Lin Xiao chuckled heartily, and as his words fell, the three exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. After all, with three ninth-grade martial masters joining forces, it seemed defeating them would not be an easy feat. They are indeed members of the Lin family. Was it not said that Lin Zhan had already perished? Yet here are three individuals, even more arrogant than Lin Zhan. Hush! It is rumored that these three are the strongest among the core disciples of the Lin family. Lin Zhan merely relied on his father being the family head to claim the title of the foremost junior. Do not offend these three. You may find yourself in dire straits if you encounter them later. As the clamor around them intensified, time swiftly flowed by. With the passage of time, the once thin mist began to dissipate further, revealing a dark valley gradually coming into view. At that moment, the valley appeared as a ferocious beast of the primordial wilderness, slowly opening its gaping maw, seemingly ready to begin. Du Fei's gaze slowly settled at the entrance of the valley, murmuring to himself. As this scene unfolded, the crowd on the colossal platform seemed to stir restlessly, with countless individuals preparing to rush in at the first opportunity. Nevertheless, despite this, these individuals exhibited a rare semblance of calm. Though impulsive, they did not lose their rationality, for everyone was acutely aware that in such a venue, certain protocols must be adhered to. The heads of the three prominent families had all arrived. It seemed the grand assembly was truly about to commence. One could only wonder what this year's auspicious offerings would be. Amidst a flurry of discussions, the crowd upon the towering platform swiftly parted, allowing a multitude of figures to ascend with great haste to the center of the grand stage, where three enormous chairs were positioned in a matter of moments. Shortly thereafter, three figures, akin to ethereal shadows, gracefully took their seats, establishing a dynamic of equilibrium among them. These arrivals were none other than Du Jintian, Gongsun and Lin Xiao, the heads of the three great families of Bai City, each representing the pinnacle of power within Bai City and its surrounding territories. Their mere presence instantly quelled the previously boisterous atmosphere. Appearing quite pleased with their entrance, Du Jintian sat back in his chair, gently stroking his beard as his gaze leisurely swept across the surroundings, ultimately resting upon his own disciples, to whom he offered a slow nod. In contrast, Lin Xiao remained silent, his expression dark and unyielding, as if oblivious to his surroundings, while Gongsun had already closed his eyes, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. Typically, during the annual gathering of the Xianyu secret realm, members of the three great families would engage in both overt and covert contests, ultimately determining the order of entry into the Xianyu secret realm, the rules for the year's competition, and the auspicious offerings. However, this year, both the Lin family and the Gongsun family have adopted a posture that seems to place them below the Du family, presenting an air of deference that has caused many to murmur quietly among themselves. Yet, Du Jintian remained largely unfazed by this spectacle. He merely cleared his throat softly, and once all eyes were drawn to him, he offered a faint smile and remarked, "As you all know, this triannual gathering of the Xianyu secret realm is the most significant event around RBU City. According to tradition, our three families convened a fortnight ago to deliberate on the arrangements for this assembly. Upon entering the Xianyu secret realm, each participant will receive a plaque, and during the ensuing fortnight, the individual who collects the most plaques shall be declared the ultimate victor. As for this year's prize, I believe many are particularly intrigued. Unlike previous years, this year's reward, as agreed upon by our three families, is not a tangible object. Instead, each of our families shall grant the victor one condition." As these words fell, the audience was taken aback. This seemingly implausible reward momentarily left many in a state of confusion. However, the astute among them quickly grasped that this prize was likely to ignite a subtle yet fierce competition among the three prominent families. Indeed, should these conditions fall into the hands of outsiders, it could potentially stir considerable turmoil. Without further ado, if this condition were to be altered to a subtle twist by the three families, it might very well cultivate an unparalleled master. Moreover, such conditions offer numerous applications. With this thought in mind, many individuals eagerly rubbed their hands together, yearning to seize this opportunity for themselves. After all, none among those participating in the mystical abyss gathering believed themselves inferior to others. Seemingly pleased with the reaction below, Du Jintian gently waved his hand, prompting members of the Du family to swiftly bring forth a large net, delivering intricately crafted wooden plaques to the contestants. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the valley, dissipating some of the surrounding mist, allowing the outlines of the trees to faintly emerge. At this moment, it was the perfect time to enter the mystical abyss. Du Fei, for the first time, felt a spark of interest. This contest of dragons and tigers appeared exceedingly captivating. "Commence!" With a gentle command, a thunderous roar erupted from the grand platform, and countless individuals swiftly surged towards the entrance of the mystical abyss. It had begun. This time, not only did they aim to eliminate Du Fei, but they also sought to claim the prize for themselves. On the grand platform, Lin Xiao cast a glance at the rapidly moving crowd and then smiled faintly. This was, of course, expected. Behind him, Lin Xiao and Lin Xing exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions laden with significance. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao let out a light chuckle and with a sudden thrust of his toes against the ground, his figure surged forth like a tempest. Following closely behind were Lin Xiao's companions, Lin Xiao and Lin Xing, who swiftly kept pace, and in but a few breaths, the trio soared above the crowd, soon landing at the forefront. Aware of the awe-inspiring power they had displayed, Lin Xiao and his companions exchanged cold smirks, and once again, Lin Xiao took the lead, propelling himself into the valley with another forceful push of his toes. "You, from the Lin family, do not possess the right to be first." Just as Lin Xiao was about to dart into the valley, a faint voice gradually resonated, and in an instant, a figure, akin to a bolt of lightning, zipped past above him. The newcomer deliberately stepped on Lin Xiao's head before swiftly darting into the valley. This unexpected maneuver startled Lin Xiao, and an overwhelming fury surged through his mind. Who dares to be so audacious? With a muffled grunt, Lin Xiao refrained from further words. His hands swiftly formed seals, and then, with relentless force, he unleashed a barrage of strikes from his right palm, creating a crimson shadow that descended like a fiery mist. Humph! In response to Lin Xiao's attack, the figure exhibited no sign of alarm. Instead, it spun midair and swiftly raised its right hand. unleashing an invisible gust that collided forcefully with the fiery mist. With a sudden muffled thud, contrary to the expectations of many, the two individuals did not continue their fierce confrontation. Instead, a shadowy figure took advantage of their clash, darting into the valley like a phantom. Realizing that his actions had inadvertently facilitated another's escape, Lin Xiao's expression darkened significantly. His gaze collided briefly with Lin Xiao and Lin Xing, and the countenances of all three became exceedingly grim in an instant. Almost simultaneously, the three figures surged forward. How infuriating. They're not even fighting. If the three from the Lin family were to be overwhelmed here, my chances of victory would increase significantly. I wonder what that figure was. Did it harbor such deep-seated animosity towards the Lin family? Could it possibly be that young scion from the Du family? Before he could finish his thoughts, the others had already dashed swiftly into the valley. After all, the Xinyu secret realm is replete with myriad benefits. Entering first could very well allow one to seize some advantages. No one would willingly allow others to benefit at their expense. At the entrance of the Xinyu secret realm lay a broad canyon. Although the mist within the canyon had lessened somewhat, it still only permitted visibility of several dozen meters. Beyond that, the surroundings remained shrouded in ambiguity. Under normal circumstances, one would struggle to see even a meter ahead in the depths of the Xinyu secret realm. The first to enter this mystical domain was none other than Du Fei. At this moment, his gaze slowly swept across the surroundings, only to abruptly turn towards the rear after a brief pause. The three core disciples of the Lin family have arrived, and since they are here, there is no need for them to leave, is there? With a faint, cold smirk, Du Fei stomped his foot and surged forward with explosive speed. Almost simultaneously, three figures darted into the gorge, and the foremost among them gasped in astonishment. It's you. They could hardly fathom that Du Fei not only chose not to flee, but intended to deliver a devastating blow right from the outset. Safe travels on the road to the underworld. Haha. After a mocking laugh, Du Fei spun mid-air, unleashing a flurry of ice blades that sliced through the air. The frigid energy contained within them instantly freezing the surrounding mist. Du Fei, you truly possess some skill, however. To think that this would make you our equal is rather presumptuous. A fleeting look of shock passed across Lin Xiao's face, but he quickly retorted with a sneer, clapping his hands together to summon a flame-imbued spear that materialized in his grasp. With a powerful thrust, he deflected the incoming ice blades. The clashing of ice rang out as the deflected shards crashed into the dense forest, toppling numerous trees as they fell to the ground, creating a whirlwind of ice and snow. Observing his attack fall short, Du Fei refrained from further words. Instead, he suddenly halted in midair, transforming into three afterimages that charged toward the trio. Facing Du Fei's relentless onslaught, Lin Xiao and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a flicker of trepidation. They never anticipated that before they could make a move, their adversaries were already intent on annihilating the three of them. There was no need to hold back. As long as they could eliminate Du Fei, losing the competition would be of little consequence. Lin Xiao inhaled sharply, quickly issuing orders. Yes. Lin Xiao and Lin Xing nodded vigorously, and almost simultaneously, the three of them forcefully stomped on the ground, enveloping themselves in a surge of fiery crimson energy. Upon witnessing this scene, Du Fei's expression turned markedly colder. The three avatars he had conjured swiftly surrounded themselves with icy battle energy, and then the six figures collided with each other. A thunderous roar resounded, the explosive shockwave dispersing the surrounding mist, while at the epicenter of the explosion, countless trees were uprooted and strewn across the ground. The earth itself was shrouded in a peculiar darkness, glistening like ice crystals, creating an eerie spectacle. At this moment, the clash between the two sides captured the attention of others who had entered the mysterious realm. They rushed over, and upon witnessing the scene, they gasped in astonishment. It was evident to them that both parties engaged in combat were martial artists, yet their respective ranks remained indiscernible. Once they discerned that the combatants were the three members of the Lin family, many began to speculate about their opponent. What a pity, Du Fei sighed inwardly. Despite launching a surprise attack, the three had emerged unscathed. This implied that should a genuine confrontation ensue, he likely would not gain any advantage. Indeed, the Lin family had produced several formidable individuals. Upon this thought, Du Fei felt a twinge of regret for not concentrating his efforts to eliminate one of them first. However, now that the moment had passed, regret served no purpose. Taking a slight breath, he dispelled the chaotic thoughts from his mind and directed his indifferent gaze towards Lin Xiao and the other two. With a cold smile, he remarked, "To have cultivated the flowing flame technique to such an extent within a month, Lin Jin pales in comparison to you. To be able to vanquish the foremost member of the Lin family, Lin Jin, and withdraw unscathed, you are indeed deserving of your reputation. At this moment, Lin Xiao regained his composure, his gaze slowly sweeping over Du Fei. After a brief pause, he smiled gently and said, "Young Master Du Fei, seeing you in person is truly more enlightening than hearing of you." Upon hearing this, those surrounding them collectively gasped in astonishment. Most had heard of Du Fei's name, yet few could have anticipated that he possessed such formidable strength, capable of standing against 3 members of the Lin family single-handedly. Truly, he was an anomaly. Consequently, those who had previously harbored doubts about Du Fei's capabilities now regarded him with newfound respect. If his prowess had once been merely a legend, the strength he displayed in confronting 3 members of the Lin family was now undeniable. "Regrettably, we did not eliminate you," Lin Xiao stated, locking his gaze onto Du Fei. As if perceiving the mockery in his eyes, he let out a cold snort, speaking with an air of disdain. "Regrettably, I lament the absence of the 3 of you. Had you been present, I would have undoubtedly dispatched you without delay. My proclivity lies in eradicating threats at their roots, rather than nurturing them to become future adversities. What is even more unfortunate is that, consumed by my desire for your demise, had my appetite not been so insatiable, one among you would have already descended into the netherworld." With a slight clap of my hands, I spoke nonchalantly, though my words lacked sarcasm. Their undertone rendered the expressions of the 3 Jiang family members exceedingly grim. "Du Fei, do you truly believe we are no match for you?" Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and murmured, "Together, we are not your adversaries. One by one, however, I would slay you as easily as one would a dog." Du Fei chuckled softly, unabashedly declaring his confidence. "Then it follows that I must, by all means, eliminate you on the spot." Lin Xiao retorted with a mix of fury and scorn, glaring at Du Fei. "Ah, there is no need for haste, no need for haste." Du Fei replied with a gentle smile. "To act now would yield no benefit for any of us, only serving to advantage the onlookers outside. Eventually, only one of us shall emerge alive from this enigmatic realm, a fact I trust you are all acutely aware of." As his words echoed, Du Fei let out a hearty laugh and, with a sudden leap, darted into the depths of the mysterious domain like a specter. Witnessing this, although Lin Xiao and the others seethed with rage, they refrained from further dialogue, merely gesturing slightly before swiftly making their way to another location. In response to this scene, the onlookers emitted a collective sigh of regret before swiftly dispersing. After all, in such circumstances, every opponent eliminated is a boon. Within the mist-laden valley, shrouded from the sun for years, both the trees and rocks appeared damp and dark, while the layers of fallen leaves blanketing the ground were immeasurable. In certain areas, bubbles emerged incessantly, and should one inadvertently tread upon them, their life would be forfeit. Casting a glance around, Du Fei let out a helpless sigh. Since his confrontation with the 3 members of the Lin family at the entrance, he had yet to encounter a single soul, not even a wisp of a ghost. However, this was hardly surprising, as he could be considered the foremost adventurer delving deep into this enigmatic realm. Fortunately, I had prepared for this. With a light chuckle, Du Fei rummaged through his storage ring until he retrieved an ancient parchment. Upon examining the parchment, it revealed a labyrinth of intricate lines, which, upon closer inspection, occasionally aligned with the surrounding scenery. This map was a compilation crafted by the Du family over the years, documenting the journeys of those who ventured into the mysterious depths. Though it had yet to unveil even a fraction of the realm's secrets, it remained a valuable treasure. However, upon closer inspection, and even after a brief analysis by Xiaobai, Du Fei found himself in a state of considerable exasperation. Despite the clarity of the lines on the map, the surrounding scenery remained obscured, rendering it utterly ineffective. After diligently searching the map for a moment, Du Fei finally focused on a specific point. According to the map's markings, that location should conceal a hidden cave, which, in turn, was likely to house some rare and valuable herbs of considerable age. Du Fei held a profound interest in such treasures. As for the outcome of the Xianyu secret realm gathering, he was not in a hurry to determine it. After scanning the surroundings for a while, Du Fei furrowed his brow slightly. He then lightly pressed his toes against the ground and swiftly climbed up the trunk of a nearby large tree. In less than an instant, he found himself atop the tree. Once he reached the summit, Du Fei let out a sigh of relief, while the mist above still lingered. It was a marked improvement over the obscurity below, allowing him to discern some identifiable landmarks. Having established his direction, Du Fei did not linger atop the tree any longer. After all, open spaces made it easier to be spotted. Among those capable of participating in the Xianyu secret realm gathering, how many could be considered simple individuals? Although Du Fei harbored a degree of confidence, He did not believe he could single-handedly eliminate all participants. Therefore, it was wise to avoid unnecessary trouble whenever possible. Cautiously, he made his way towards the direction he had determined, and perhaps due to the correctness of his chosen path, he occasionally encountered a few individuals along the way. At this moment, a palpable tension hung in the air. Despite encountering one another, both parties remained on high alert, swiftly retreating without engaging. From this point onward, the surrounding trees seemed to faintly exhibit a touch of verdancy, and occasionally, a distant roar of a beast echoed through the atmosphere, prompting a slight furrow of the brow. Beast of the Abyss. After a brief moment of hesitation, this term surfaced in Du Fei's mind. Since time immemorial, the Xuanwu continent has been home not only to humanity, but also to another formidable entity, the abyssal beasts. Unlike ordinary wild animals, abyssal beasts possess a network of meridians akin to those found within humans, enabling them to cultivate unique forms of demonic energy based on their respective attributes. This demonic energy, in many respects, is nearly indistinguishable from human true energy. Similar to human martial practitioners, abyssal beasts are classified into 9 ranks. It is said that a 9th rank abyssal beast possesses strength comparable to that of a 9th rank high-tier martial master, while an 8th rank abyssal beast matches an 8th rank high-tier martial master, and so forth. However, the relationship between abyssal beasts and humans has always been fraught with animosity, as they tend to inhabit perilous terrains. Consequently, encounters with them are exceedingly rare. Even Du Fei, having grown up, had never witnessed the true form of an abyssal beast. Although he was aware of their existence within the depths of the mysterious realm, he had no intention of confronting such entities. Though it is true that the demon crystals condensed within the bodies of these beasts are exceedingly valuable, capable of being fashioned into various weapons and equipment, as well as utilized in the refinement of elixirs, these creatures are by no means easily vanquished. After a brief contemplation of this notion, Du Fei grew increasingly cautious. While he continued to advance toward his objective, his pace had noticeably slowed. The chilly air was permeated with the faint echoes of beastly roars, occasionally interspersed with the distant sounds of agonized screams, indicating that lives had already been lost within the enigmatic depths. However, such occurrences are well understood by all, so there was little surprise. After all, it is a noteworthy achievement for even half of those who participate in the gathering within the mysterious realm to emerge alive. With a subtle push from his toes, Du Fei propelled himself from the branch of a towering tree into the shadow of a nearby boulder, making not a single sound. In this dense forest, his mastery of the swift and silent art of movement was unparalleled, with perhaps only a scant few capable of matching his prowess within the confines of the mysterious realm at this moment. Concealed in the shadow of the boulder, Du Fei intended to press on, but suddenly felt a slight stirring in his heart, drawing his gaze to the left. There, a small patch of level ground lay ahead, strewn with numerous fallen bodies in disarray, the air thick with the faint, metallic scent of blood. On this ground, 2 figures stood at a distance, locked in a tense standoff, the palpable aura of impending violence subtly radiating between them. Could it be him? Gazing ahead for a brief moment, Du Fei recognized the figure clad in black, none other than Ba Han of the Blood Wolf Gang, as previously mentioned by Du Han. The other individual, dressed in white yet facing away from Du Fei, remained unrecognizable to him for the time being. Nevertheless, given Ba Han's notorious reputation, it was evident that the man in white was no ordinary character, especially considering his composed demeanor in such formidable company. At this moment, Ba Han bore faint traces of blood upon him, and his already unappealing visage was further marred by a flicker of ferocity, rendering his expression increasingly menacing. In his grasp, he held a formidable blade, forged in the shape of a blood-red wolf's head, from which a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated. Conversely, the white-clad figure appeared immaculate, maintaining an air of elegance even in this grim setting, suggesting that neither had yet engaged in combat. However, as Du Fei's gaze shifted, Ba Han wasted no time. With a sinister grin, he tightened his grip on the wolf-headed blade, then suddenly propelled himself forward with a powerful stomp, unleashing a flash of steel. Observing Ba Han's aggressive move, the man in white responded with a cold smirk, deftly producing a gleaming longsword that radiated a chilling light. With a swift flick of his wrist, he directed the sword downwards toward Ba Han. The clash of the 2 figures, one black and one white, was almost instantaneous, akin to a flash of lightning, erupting in a dazzling display that captivated the onlookers. Humph! Ba Han let out a cold laugh, his figure straightening as he casually flicked the blood from his large blade. Behind him, the white-clad figure suddenly stiffened, and blood gushed forth from his chest like a fountain, his lifeless body crashing to the ground. This Ba Han, possesses at least the strength of a mid-tier 9th-rank martial artist. He is indeed no ordinary person. Witnessing this scene, Du Fei couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, murmuring to himself in disbelief. Such decisively lethal techniques were a first for him. Compared to Bahan, his own skills seemed rather insignificant. The members of the Blood Wolf gang, unsurprisingly, are accustomed to living on the edge, and each one of them is astonishingly formidable. Are you going to crawl out on your own, or shall I force you out? Bahan's cold laughter broke through Du Fei's astonishment as his gaze swept over to the large rock where Du Fei was hiding, his voice nonchalantly cutting through the air. Startled by the words, Du Fei was taken aback. He took immense pride in his agility and had not anticipated that Bahan could discern his concealed position. Realizing there was no need to continue hiding, Du Fei pondered for a moment before striking the rock with his right palm, gracefully descending in front of Bahan. Observing Du Fei's sudden appearance, Bahan's pupils constricted slightly. He was no simple character himself and had initially intended to strike down anyone who approached without hesitation. However, Du Fei's seemingly leisurely entrance rendered him momentarily unable to discern any flaws in his opponent, leading to a brief hesitation before he refrained from launching an attack. After all, Bahan was a figure who had thrived on the edge of danger, and years of experience had endowed him with an innate intuition. The presence of Du Fei before him instilled a sense of unease that Bahan rarely encountered, yet he was acutely aware that he could not be mistaken. Under the Blood Wolf gang, I am Bahan. Might I inquire if you are merely passing through or if you are allied with those inept members of the White Robe sect? After a moment's contemplation, Bahan offered a slight bow and spoke in a measured tone. It seemed the animosity between the Blood Wolf gang and the White Robe sect was indeed genuine. The deceased here is surely from the White Robe sect? Casting a brief glance over the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Du Fei mused silently while regarding Bahan with a newfound respect. The ability to single-handedly slay so many was no small feat with that thought. Du Fei's gaze gradually settled on Bahan, and he furrowed his brow slightly.